In this video, we are going to learn about JavaScript, that is one of the popular scripting language in the world. Guys, if you want to make a career in web development, then it is very important that you understand how JavaScript works, and you also need to practice the basic concepts of JavaScript, and that is what we are going to cover in this particular video. You can access the various timestamps in the description section below in order to jump to a specific topic in JavaScript and learn about it. Guys, it is very important to note that you should be practicing on your own while you're watching this video so that you understand the concepts of JavaScript in a more clear way. I'm going to show you how you can use the node command in order to run JavaScript as a standalone program. So without wasting any more time, let's get started. So in this video series, we are going to cover the JavaScript programming language, which is one of the most popular programming language in the world. Guys, we are also going to cover many exercises that you can practice on your own that will help you to understand more about the JavaScript programming language. So guys, first of all, in this video we are going to have a small introduction about JavaScript. Also, we will see how you can install the NodeJS, which is the server environment where you can write the JavaScript code and run on the backend server, and then we are going to see the hello world example in JavaScript. So guys, basically the JavaScript is the world's most popular programming language, and previously it was only used for the front end development along with the HTML and the CSS, but then with the help of the NodeJS server environment, we can use JavaScript programming language for the backend development as well. So guys, JavaScript is the programming language of the web. So basically whatever pages you see, that is the websites that you see on the internet, most of them will be having the JavaScript code as far as the interaction with the website is concerned. Apart from this, it is a must learn language to become a web developer. So guys, if you want to become a front-end web developer or a back-end developer as well, JavaScript is the one of the programming language that you should know. Now guys, what is the uses? So basically HTML is used to create the web pages that you can see on the websites, and then apart from this, the CSS, for which we have already covered the tutorial series, is used to design the web pages. So guys, basically HTML and CSS will only help you to create and design the web pages. If you are new to HTML and CSS, first of all you should go through the tutorial series that I have already created for you for both these technologies, that is HTML and CSS. The link I have given in the description section below. And then comes the JavaScript, which is used in order to interact with the web pages. So guys, if you want to add life to your web page inside the website, then you can use the JavaScript programming language in order to provide the interaction with the web pages that you have already created and designed. So guys, we will check with the help of examples how JavaScript will work. Apart from this, what is Node.js? So for now, you only need to know that Node.js is an open source server environment, and basically it is free to use. So guys, basically you can use the JavaScript code inside the Node.js server environment in order to achieve some particular task based on your project requirements. And then Node.js can run on various platforms such as Windows, Linux, Unix, Mac OS, and several other platforms. And then apart from this, Node.js uses JavaScript on the server. So guys, previously as I have told you, JavaScript was used along with the HTML and CSS in order to create the websites as a part of front-end web development. But guys, with the help of the Node.js, you can also make use of the JavaScript programs as the backend technology as well. Now guys, you can easily install Node.js with the help of this particular link, which I have already given in the description section below. So this is the Node.js link from where you can download the latest version of the Node.js. We will see how you can use the Node.js as well. And then apart from this, the editor that we are going to use in this video series is VS Code over here. And to download the VS Code, you can use this link which I have given in the description section below. And this is the page in order to download the VS Code. Now guys, let us check the example of how JavaScript works with the help of the console.log and the script tag over here. So guys, let us move to the VS Code in this case, and let me just open the folder that I have already created in this case. So basically we will make use of this JavaScript folder over here. Now guys, inside this we have the test.js file inside which we can write our own JavaScript code. Now guys, before writing any JavaScript code over here, let us create the HTML file inside the JavaScript folder. So we have something called as index.html file. Now guys, what we will do is simply we are going to create the HTML document template. So as you can see, we have created the HTML document template over here, and for the title part we will say JavaScript tutorial. So guys, basically we have provided the title as well. Now what we will do is simply we will provide the div tag and then we will say hello world in this case. So guys, basically this is a very simple statement, that is hello world inside the div tag. Let me just save this file now. So let me just open this HTML page on the web browser. So simply we will copy the path over here, and on the browser simply we are going to paste this path. So guys, this is a very basic HTML page that we have already covered in our HTML video series as well. Now how do you write the JavaScript code? So guys, we can simply provide the script tag over here, either inside the head tag or inside the body tag. So let us check how we can do that. So simply inside the head tag, first of all, as you can see, this is the emet abbreviation. When we type the script tag over here, simply you can select this emet abbreviation over here, and then guys, as you can see, this is the starting tag and the ending tag of the script tag over here, inside which we can write the JavaScript code. Now guys, simply we can write the console.log, which is one of the important methods in order to print any string inside the browser console section. So guys, as you can see, this is the method. That is, first of all we have to use the console keyword followed by dot, and then we use the log method over here, and then let's say we want to print the name of this YouTube channel. So let's say we have programming for beginners, which is the name of this YouTube channel, which you should definitely subscribe if you have not done so. So guys, basically this is a very simple statement that is used in order to print this particular string inside the console section of the web browser when you include it inside the script tag over here. So when we save this file now and when we reload this page on the browser, let me just open the console section first of all. So simply we can right click and click on the inspect option over here. So it will open the elements section inside the browser. So as you can see, we have the console tab in this case. So simply we have to switch over here on the console. Now guys, when we reload the page on which we have included the script tag over here, let me just reload it. As you can see, programming for beginners is now getting printed over here inside the console section of the browser. So guys, in this way we can easily write a JavaScript code over here inside the script tag, which is included inside the head section over here. Now guys, it is very important to note over here that when we provide the script tag inside the head section, so basically whatever code we have written inside the body tag, it will be delayed by some extent, since the script tag will be interpreted first by the browser. So guys, it is one of the best practices in order to provide the script tag inside the body tag and at the end of the body over here. So simply I'm going to remove the script section from the head tag over here, and then after the div tag that we have provided and before the end of the body tag, we can simply paste the script tag that is having our JavaScript code. So guys, this is one of the best practices, since whatever elements are to be displayed on the web page, those must be interpreted first by the browser, and then in the end the JavaScript code must be loaded and then executed. So guys, this will be one of the best practices in order to provide the better user experience, and user must not wait for the HTML elements to be displayed just because our script is loading inside the head tag of the HTML page. So whenever you are going to write any of the JavaScript code, always remember to have the script tag at the end of the body tag over here. So when we save this file now, it is going to have the same behavior, that is, it is going to print this programming for beginners. So let me just reload this page once again. As you can see, we have programming for beginners. Let me just provide certain more keywords over here. So we have programming for beginners YouTube channel in this case. Let me just save this file now, and when we reload this page, as you can see, we have the statement programming for beginners YouTube channel. So guys, in this way simply you can provide the console.log statement in order to provide certain string to be printed on the browser. Now guys, with the time you are going to write more and more complex websites. So in that case, what you have to do is you will have to write multiple lines of code over here as far as the JavaScript code is concerned. So in order to maintain the HTML and the JavaScript code properly, you can separate this JavaScript code from the HTML code over here. So simply I'm going to copy this this line, that is console.log over here, and then inside the test.js, as you can see, we have created another file over here. Let me just delete this file and recreate it so that it becomes easy for you as a beginner in order to create the JavaScript file. So guys, let me just add the new file over here, and simply we are going to name this file as test and then followed by dot. Since it is a JavaScript file, we need to provide the extension, that is .js over here. So as you can see, this is the extension .js in this case. When we press enter, as you can see, this is the test.js file that is created for us, and then simply we have to paste the console.log statement that we had copied from the HTML file. And then guys, what we have to do is, very important thing is, we need to link this particular HTML file with the JavaScript file over here. In order to link it, what we can do is, simply we can use the script tag over here along with the source attribute. As you can see, script :src, this is the emit abbreviation that we must use, and when we use this emit abbreviation, it provides the src attribute as well, for which the value must be the path of the JavaScript file that we have created. So guys, basically this is the external JavaScript file that we have already created, which we have to link it with the HTML file over here. So simply, since both these files are present in the same directory, we can provide the name of the JavaScript file, that is test.js in this case. So guys, as you can see, this is a very simple statement in order to link the HTML file with the JavaScript file over here. When we save this file now, again you will not see any change over here. The same statement should be printed, that is Programming for Beginners YouTube channel. So when we reload this page, as you can see, there is nothing that is getting printed over here. That's because we forgot to save this file, that is the JavaScript file you can see over here. So guys, it is very important to save all the files whenever you are writing the code inside the HTML, CSS or the JavaScript files. So let me just save this file now, and when we reload this page once again, as you can see, Programming for Beginners YouTube channel is now getting printed over here on the console section of the browser. So guys, in this way you can write the JavaScript code inside the external JavaScript file that we have already created and link that file with the HTML file with the help of the script tag at the end of the body tag over here. Now guys, apart from this, let us also add another statement over here. So simply you can type log keyword over here, and as you can see, log to the console. This is one of the important shorthand method that VS Code provides you in order to write the code faster. So simply you can press enter over here. So console.log statement will be printed in this case, and then let us say we want to provide the other statement, that is hello world in this case, with the exclamation mark. So as you can see, this is the second statement that must be printed. So when we save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser, you can see that two statements are getting printed over here, and it is also providing the line number of the external JavaScript file, which is helping us in order to print these statements in this case. So guys, this is as far as the front-end development is concerned with the help of the JavaScript code. Now guys, when you are going to copy this file at the backend and you simply want to run this file with the help of the NodeJS, then how it will work? So guys, simply what you can do is open terminal over here on the VS Code. So this is the keyboard shortcut, that is Ctrl plus backtick, and then guys, what you have to do is go to that directory path where your JS file is present, and simply you can provide node followed by space character and then the name of the file, that is test.js over here. So guys, as you can see, you make use of this node command in this case in order to run this particular JavaScript file. So when we press enter over here, as you can see, the same code that we had written in the JavaScript is now getting printed over here, Programming for Beginners YouTube channel and hello world. These are the two statements that we wanted to print. So guys, this is as far as your backend development is concerned. With the help of the node command, you can print those statements over here. Apart from this, we are going to learn a lot in the upcoming sessions as well. So basically, when you are going to learn about the JavaScript programming language, either you can integrate it to your existing HTML file and provide the interaction with your web pages, or else you can write the backend code as well and run it with the help of the node command over here, as we have seen in this case by using the node command followed by the name of the JavaScript file. Guys, it is important to install NodeJS over here with the help of this particular link in order to run this particular command with the node keyword in this case. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video, in which we are going to learn about how to change the HTML content using JavaScript. So stay tuned. So now we will see how we can change the HTML content using JavaScript. So guys, basically we can use one of the many JavaScript HTML methods, which is get element by ID over here, and then inside the parenthesis in this case we need to provide the ID of the HTML element in order to get the HTML element. And then guys, we can update the content of this HTML element as per our requirements. So guys, let us see how we can change the HTML content using JavaScript over here inside VS Code. So let me just remove the previous lines of code that we had written in the HTML and the JavaScript files over here, and then guys, simply we are going to have the div tag inside which we will have the statement that is hello world in this case. Now guys, for this div tag we need to provide the ID attribute as well. So let's say we provide the ID, and let's say the value that we provide is demo over here. So guys, basically we have provided the ID attribute and the value is demo. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, this is the statement that is hello world that is getting printed with the help of the div tag over here. Now guys, we need to change the content of this div tag. So what we will do is we will link the script tag over here at the end of the body tag in this case, just before the end tag of the body over here, and then we can provide the source attribute that is test.js in this case. So guys, basically we have linked the external JavaScript file over here. Now guys, inside the external JavaScript file we need to identify this div tag so that we are able to get the value that is hello world from this div tag. So how do we identify it? So guys, basically there are multiple DOM selectors over here that will help us in order to identify the HTML elements. Now what is DOM? So basically DOM full form is document object model, which is nothing but the structure of the web page wherein we have the multiple HTML elements inside the body tag. So guys, if I show you over here, when we press F12 or when we inspect this web page in this case, you can see all the elements over here. This is nothing but the DOM of this particular web page. We have the head section over here, and then inside the head section we have multiple tags, and then after that we have the body tag as well, inside which currently we only have one tag over here, but with time when your project is going to become more complex, you are going to have multiple tags over here inside the body tag. So guys, basically this is nothing but the DOM, that is document object model, and using this document keyword we can access the different HTML elements inside the body tag over here. So guys, simply we can provide the document keyword. As you can see, this is the suggestion that is provided by the VS Code over here, after which we provide dot and then followed by get element by ID. So guys, as you can see, there are multiple methods in order to get the element. The first one is get element by ID over here, which we are going to use. Apart from this, you can also get the elements by class name over here. Then we have get elements by name, then get elements by tag name, and so on. You can make use of any of these methods in order to get the HTML element. So for now, we are going to make use of this get element by ID, since we have already provided the ID value over here, which is demo in this case. We will see the different examples of the DOM selectors in the upcoming videos as well, and based on your choice you can make use of the required selector as per the project requirements. So guys, over here we make use of the get element by ID, and then we provide the open and close parenthesis inside which we need to provide the value of this ID over here. So guys, simply I'm going to copy the value of the ID and paste it inside the parenthesis. Now guys, inside the parenthesis either you can have the double quotes or the single quotes over here in order to provide the value of the ID. So guys, as you can see, we have provided the value of the ID inside the get element by ID method over here. So guys, this is a very simple statement in order to get the value of the HTML element, that is div tag in this case. Now guys, if we want to verify whether we have got the correct value by using this get element by ID method, simply we can provide the console.log statement. So over here we can provide console followed by dot, and then we have the log statement over here, and then inside the open and close parenthesis we can provide this entire statement that we had provided in this case, that is document.getElementById over here. So guys, previously we had seen that console.log statement will help us in order to print the data on the console. So when we open console over here, we will be able to see the data on the console when this particular statement is getting executed over here. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have got the HTML element, that is div tag, along with the ID, that is demo over here, and it is also providing the value, that is hello world in this case. Now guys, whatever value we provide over here inside the HTML, the same value will be provided by the method that we have provided inside our JavaScript code. So guys, let us say we only want hello world statement without the exclamation mark. So when we save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser, as you can see, the same div tag is now getting printed over here along with the hello world statement without the exclamation marks that we have already removed. So guys, this is the way that you can identify the HTML elements by using the document.getElementById and then confirm it by using the console.log statement. Now guys, after getting this HTML element which is containing this particular HTML element over here, simply we can make use of the inner HTML property that is provided by the JavaScript code. So guys, over here we provide the dot character followed by the inner HTML. As you can see, this is the property that we must use, and it will help us in order to override the current value that is provided inside the div tag over here. So guys, let us say we want to set it as programming for beginners. That is the name of this YouTube channel, which you should definitely subscribe if you have not done so. So guys, basically we have provided programming for beginners statement over here with the help of the inner HTML property by first of all recognizing the HTML element with the help of the getElementById over here. So this particular statement will help us in order to change the content, that is hello world will be replaced by this programming for beginners or any other string that you provide by using this particular property. Guys, remember that you need to make use of this assignment operator and then followed by the value of the string inside the double or the single quotes over here. Apart from this, there is a semicolon that you can provide at the end of the line which helps us to recognize that this is the end of the line inside our JavaScript code. Now guys, semicolon is optional, so you won't get any error if you forget to provide this particular semicolon in this case. So let me just save this file now, and simply when we reload this page, the hello world string must be replaced by the programming for beginners. So let me reload this page. As you can see, programming for beginners is now getting printed over here because we have provided this JavaScript code along with the inner HTML property that helps us in order to change the content of the web page. So guys, this is the reason that JavaScript is known in order to provide the interactivity with the web pages inside the website. So guys, basically HTML is used in order to create the HTML elements as we have seen over here. CSS is used in order to design the HTML elements, and then JavaScript is used in order to provide the interaction, that is interactivity with the website. Now guys, what we have done so far is we have provided this particular line inside our JavaScript code which will be executed when we simply reload this page. But in reality, what should happen is this is the original page that is having hello world over here, and we must have certain button over here on the web page, and when the user clicks on that particular button, the JavaScript code must be called in order to change this content on the web page. So guys, we are going to check that as well in the upcoming videos as well, how you can do that by clicking a particular button and then changing the content of the HTML element. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video in which we are going to learn about different DOM selectors to find the HTML elements in JavaScript. So stay tuned. So now we will see different DOM selectors to find HTML elements in JavaScript. So guys, basically we have multiple DOM selectors over here that can be used in order to find the HTML elements, and based on your choice and the project requirements, you can use any of them while you are finding the HTML elements on the web pages. Now guys, it is important to note that if you are using any of the selector, make sure that you are using that selector only throughout the JavaScript code so that it becomes helpful for you and anyone else that is reading your code in order to maintain it in future. future. So guys, let us see all these DOM selectors one by one with the help of examples. So let us move to VS Code over here, and simply I'm going to remove the previous lines of code that we had written in the HTML and the JavaScript files over here. Now guys, what we will do is simply we are going to create the div tag with the ID. So let's say we have the ID as demo over here, and then we will say div tag with ID demo in this case. Now guys, similarly we are going to have another div tag, but this time instead of having the ID we are going to create the class, and then let's say we provide the value as demo class over here. Similarly we will provide the value as demo ID for the ID attribute, and then also we will update the content over here. We will say div tag with demo ID, and then we will say div tag with demo class over here. So guys, basically we have created two different div tags with the different statements over here. One statement is having the ID value and the other statement is having the class value over here. Now guys, let us try to identify these HTML elements with the help of the JavaScript. So what we will do is inside the test.js file, which we have to link it with the HTML file over here. So simply I'm going to provide the script tag in this case with the src attribute as test.js, which is the external file in this case. So guys, inside the test.js file we can make use of the first method, that is get element by ID over here. So guys, this method helps us in order to identify the HTML element with the value of the ID over here that we have provided inside our HTML file. So let us provide document followed by dot, and then we have the get element by ID method, and inside the parenthesis we provide the value of the ID. So simply we provide demo ID over here. So let me just copy this and paste it inside the parenthesis with the single quote. Now guys, let us print this particular HTML element. So simply we will enclose this entire statement within console.log. So over here we will provide console followed by dot, and then we have the log statement over here, and then inside the open and close parenthesis we have this entire statement. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have these two statements, that is div tag with demo ID and div tag with demo class over here, but we are only getting the HTML element, that is div tag with demo ID over here. That's because we are only trying to access the HTML element that is having the ID with the help of the get element by ID method over here. So guys, as you can see, this is the first way in order to get the HTML element. Now guys, the second way is in order to get the elements by using the class name over here. Now always remember, when you're using the class name, the same class name can be present for multiple HTML elements, and that is why we will get the list of all the HTML elements that we are going to access with the help of the class name over here. So guys, let us try that as well. So what we have to do is, again we will type document followed by dot, and this time we will say get elements by class name over here. So as you can see, this is the method that is suggested by the VS Code in this case, and inside the parenthesis we again have to provide double quotes or single quotes over here, and then we provide the value of the class, that is demo class over here. So let me just copy this value and paste it, and then let us say we want to print it on the console. So simply we provide the console.log statement and enclose this entire statement within the log statement over here. So when we save this file now, let us reload this page once again now. So as you can see, first of all we have got the HTML element, that is div tag with demo ID, and the second log statement has helped us in order to get the HTML collection. So guys, as I have told you, this get elements by class name will return you multiple HTML elements based on the matches that are found on the HTML page with the help of that particular class name. So guys, over here you can see the HTML collection, but it is only having the length of 1 over here, since we have only one HTML element with this class, that is demo class in this case. Let us have another HTML element over here with the same class, that is demo class over here. So we will say div tag 2 in this case with class demo. So over here we have provided with demo class. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again. Notice that currently we have length 1 over here, but when we reload this page once again, you can see that HTML collection is now having 2 length over here. When we expand this, you can see length is 2, and we have 2 div tags over here. Similarly, we can also have the paragraph tag with the class, that is demo class. So let me just provide the p tag instead of the div tag over here, and we will say paragraph tag. So as you can see, we have paragraph tag with the demo class. Let me just save this file now. And when we reload this page once again on the browser, so currently we will have 3 tags with the class, that is demo class over here. The first 2 are the div tags over here, and then we have the third tag, that is the paragraph tag, and the length is 3. So guys, in this way, if you want to select multiple HTML elements at the same time with the help of the class value, you can make use of the get elements by class name over here. So guys, apart from this, we also have something called as get elements by tag name in this case. So guys, basically we make use of these tag names that we have provided inside the HTML code. So let's say we want to find out all the div tags over here. So simply we can make use of the div value inside the get elements by tag name. So let me just comment out these lines of code over here, and then simply we will say document dot get elements by tag name. As you can see, this is the method that we can use, and then inside the parenthesis we provide the quotes, and then inside these quotes we provide the name of the tag, that is div in this case. And then guys, what will happen is over here we should expect all the div tags that must be printed on the console. So let us enclose this entire statement inside the console.log. So over here we provide console followed by dot, and then we have the log keyword over here. So guys, over here we have provided the log statement and enclosed this particular get elements by tag name function inside the console.log. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, again we are getting the HTML collection, and it is having the length of 3 over here. When we expand this, all these are having the div tags over here, and irrespective whether we have the ID or the class name for those div tags, all the div tags will be retrieved and they can be used for further processing as per your project requirement. So guys, this is another way in order to select the HTML elements over here by using the get elements by tag name. Now guys, apart from this, we also have another function, that is query selector, which is one of my favorite functions. So guys, what we can do is, instead of making use of these get element by ID or the class names over here, simply we can use the query selector over here. So we provide the document keyword followed by dot, and then we provide the query selector in this case. Now guys, how do we provide the ID or the class name of any of the HTML elements that we want to retrieve? So guys, over here inside the double or single quotes, if you want to provide the ID of the HTML element, you have to make use of the hash character over here. So similar to how we use the CSS selectors in order to provide the CSS properties, in the same way you can make use of the query selector over here. So when we make use of the ID, we provide the hash character and then followed by the value of that ID. So let me just provide the console.log statement in order to see which HTML element will be printed by using this particular demo ID value along with the hash character when we are using query selector over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we are getting the div tag that is having the ID, it is equal to demo ID, and the statement is div tag with demo ID. So guys, in this way, if you have the HTML element along with the ID value, you can make use of the query selector, and inside this, while providing the value, you can provide the hash character over here. Now guys, in the same statement, you can provide the class name as well along with the dot character. So let's say you want to access these HTML elements which are having the class name that is demo class over here. How many tags do we have with the class that is demo class? We have the 2 div tags over here, and then apart from this we also have the paragraph tag. So what we can do is simply make use of this class name that is demo class, and then inside the JavaScript file over here we make use of the query selector function over here, and inside the parenthesis we have the double or the single quotes, and then we provide dot character followed by the class name. Now guys, since there are multiple HTML elements with this particular class name over here, as we have seen inside the HTML code, only the first HTML element will be matched over here and it will be returned on the console. So guys, let us check that as well. So over here, let me just save this JavaScript file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. As you can see, the first div tag that got matched with the class name, that is demo class, is returned and is getting printed on the console. That's because we have made use of the query selector, which is capable to return only one HTML element at a time. So we can use any of the CSS selectors over here. We have first checked the ID value with the help of the hash character, and then next we have checked the class value with the help of the dot character over here. Now guys, what if we want all the elements which we were able to get with the help of the get elements by class name? So can query selector help us in order to get all those HTML elements at once? Yes, we can make use of the query selector all function in that case in order to get all the HTML elements at once. So guys, basically this is the only difference. Query selector will help you in order to return only one HTML element over here, as you can see, but in order to get all the other HTML elements, you can make use of the query selector all function. So this is the function that you can make use of in order to get the multiple HTML elements that is having the class name demo class. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this time we are getting the node list over here, and it is also providing the length, that is 3 in this case. When we expand this node list, you can see that the first two div tags are having the demo class over here, and the third tag is the paragraph tag, which is again having the demo class in this case. So guys, in this way, if you want to get multiple HTML elements, you can make use of the query selector all function over here. And in case if you want only one HTML element, that is the first match on the web page, then you can make use of the query selector that we have already seen. These two methods, that is query selector and query selector all, provides you the flexibility in order to either provide the ID or the class name of the HTML elements that you want to find on the web page. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to the channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is output in JavaScript. So stay tuned. So now we will see output in JavaScript. So guys, there are multiple ways in order to provide the output in JavaScript. Some of them we have already seen previously. So let us go through them once again. So guys, first of all, we have something called as inner HTML. So guys, let us check how we can use the inner HTML with the help of example over here. So let me just remove the previous lines of code that we had written in the HTML and the JavaScript files in this case. Now guys, simply inside the body tag of the HTML web page, we are going to have the div tag along with certain statements. So let us say we have programming for beginners as the statement over here inside the div tag, which is the name of this YouTube channel that you should definitely subscribe in order to learn more about the JavaScript. So guys, this is a statement inside the div tag over here, and let us also provide the ID for this particular div tag, and we give the value as demo over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. As you can see, we have programming for beginners that is getting printed on the web page. Now guys, what is the usage of this inner HTML? So basically, we find one of the HTML elements on the web page. So let's say we have this HTML element that is having the value programming for beginners, and we replace it with another statement over here inside this HTML element, and this can be achieved by using the inner HTML property. So guys, let us check that how we can achieve it. So inside the test.js file, we need to provide our JavaScript code, before which we need to link the JavaScript file with this particular HTML file over here. So simply we use the script tag along with the src attribute, and we provide the name of the JavaScript file that we are going to write, that is test.js file. Now guys, let me just provide the statement inside the test.js file over here. So simply we will make use of the document followed by dot, and then we will say query selector. So over here we are going to make use of the ID of the HTML element, that is demo in this case. So let me just copy this ID, and inside the query selector, inside the single quote over here, we need to provide the hash character, since we are making use of the ID value of the HTML element, and then followed by the ID value over here. So guys, this particular statement will help us in order to identify the HTML element that we want to update. So let us verify that by using the console.log statement over here. So simply simply we enclose this entire statement that we had written inside the console.log statement in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see on the right hand side under the console section of the web browser, we can see the div tag with the ID that is demo, and then we have the programming for beginners string over here. Now guys, we want to change the content of this particular div tag. So what we can do is simply we can make use of the inner HTML property, which is one of the output statements in JavaScript. So guys, in this case, simply inside the JavaScript code over here, we are going to remove the console.log statement, and then after we have identified the HTML element which we are getting over here on the console, simply we are going to append dot followed by inner HTML property. So as you can see, this is the property that we are going to use, and then followed by the assignment operator, that is equal to operator over here, and then inside the double or the single quote we can provide our statement to be printed inside the div tag. So simply we will say this is a div tag updated by JavaScript. So guys, over here we have this updated statement. This is a div tag updated by JavaScript over here. Let me just save this file now, and when we reload this page, instead of having programming for beginners, we will have this statement, that is this is a div tag updated by JavaScript over here. So let me just reload this page in this case. So as you can see, this is a div tag updated by JavaScript. Now guys, in real case scenario, we won't be having the inner HTML directly under the JavaScript code over here, since it is updating the HTML element on the page load. So basically we are going to have a button inside the HTML web page, and when the user clicks on that particular button, the JavaScript code that we have written over here in order to update the statement will be called in order to update the content on the web page. So guys, we will check this in the upcoming sessions as well, but this is a very simple example as far as the inner HTML property is concerned. Now guys, apart from this, we also have something called as document.write. So over here what we can do is, let me just comment out this line of code over here. Simply we can make use of Ctrl+/ as the keyboard shortcut in order to provide this particular single line comment on the VS Code. Now guys, after this, let me just save this file now. We will have the original statement on the web browser. So as you can see, programming for beginners is getting printed over here. That's because we have commented out this line of code which is not getting executed, and comments are one of the best ways in order to provide certain instructions to other programmers when they are going to read your JavaScript code. Now guys, let us try this particular statement, that is document.write. Now guys, what is the meaning of this document.write? So guys, basically it is going to add another statement to your existing file over here inside the HTML. So guys, let us check that as well. So over here what we will do is, simply inside the JavaScript file in this case, we will provide document followed by dot, and then we will say write method over here, and then inside the parenthesis we are going to either have double or single quotes over here, and then we will say new statement in this case. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. As you can see, we have programming for beginners, and in this case we have the other line, that is new statement over here, which is added with the help of this document.write method in this case. Now guys, it is very important to note that after loading the particular HTML web page, you should not call this document.write function, because it will replace the entire content of the web page. So in order to understand this, let us have couple of more div tags over here, and what we will do is, simply I'm going to remove the ID attribute from these two div tags. So we have these three div tags over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this web page once again on the browser. So as you can see, all these three statements are now getting printed. Now guys, let us have button over here after the last div tag in this case. So simply we will have button with the text that is click me over here. Let me just save this file now, and when we reload this page, you can see that we have a button over here. Now guys, it is not recommended that you should use the document.write after the page is loaded in this case. So basically the entire page is loaded now, but let's say on the click functionality of this particular button, you have the document.write function. So basically we are going to have the on click attribute, which is one of the attributes of the button HTML element, and inside this particular on click attribute we are going to have the JavaScript code which which is document followed by dot, and then we have the write function over here, and then let's say we have the same statement, that is new statement in this case. So guys, basically what we are trying to do is when the user clicks on this particular button, we are going to call the JavaScript code, that is document.write, and it is going to write the new statement over here. So basically this JavaScript code will be executed after the entire page is loaded on the web page, which is not recommended since it is going to replace the entire content of the web page. So guys, let us check that. So when we save this file now and try reloading this page, so as you can see we have all the statements over here, but when we click on this particular button, that is click me, so as you can see new statement is getting printed over here, and all the previous statements got replaced by this particular new statement. So guys, this is the reason that it is not recommended in order to make use of this document.write function after the page is loaded, since it is going to replace the entire content of the existing page. Now guys, apart from this, we also have something called as alert over here, which will help us in order to provide the output using the Windows alert. So guys, let us check that as well. So instead of having the document.write statement, simply we can make use of the alert function over here. So guys, this is another JavaScript function that will help us in order to provide certain statement inside the Windows alert. So let us say we provide certain statement, that is this is a alert window. So guys, basically inside the parenthesis of the alert function we have the single quotes, and then inside that we have the statement this is alert window. So when we save this file now, basically we need to click on this button once again in order to make this alert appear over here. So when we reload this page once again in this case, and when we click on this particular button, that is click me, you can see there is a window alert that is appearing, and it is having the content this is alert window. So guys, in this way you can also provide the alerts as well if you want to add this particular feature based on your project requirements. Guys, apart from this, we have already seen the usage of the console.log, that is the fourth statement as part of the output in JavaScript. So guys, these are some of the statements that you can use in order to provide the output in JavaScript. Apart from this, we also have something called as text content and inner text as well, which provides the same functionality similar to inner HTML, but there are certain differences. So those differences we are going to check in the upcoming videos as well. So comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to the channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video, in which we are going to cover an exercise in order to find the sum of numbers that is entered by the user using JavaScript. So stay tuned. So now we are going to complete this exercise in JavaScript in order to find the sum of numbers that is entered by the user. So guys, you need to follow these below steps to complete this particular exercise. So first of all, we will ask the user to enter two numbers using the input fields in HTML. So guys, let us move to the VS Code over here, and simply we are going to remove the previous lines of code inside the HTML and the JavaScript files over here that we had written. Now guys, inside the HTML file under the body tag, we are going to have two input fields in this case. So first of all, we will say input followed by colon, and this time we are going to have the type attribute as number over here, and simply we will provide the value as first number for the name attribute, and also we will provide the ID as first number over here. Apart from this, we will provide the line break after the first input, and similarly we will have the second input as well. This time we will say second number as the name. So guys, over here we have the value as the second number for the name attribute, and for the ID attribute as well we will have the value as second number over here. And then guys, apart from this, we are going to have the button tag in this case. So simply we are going to say add as the text of this button, and we are also going to have the ID. So simply we will say btn followed by add over here. So this button is responsible in order to add the two numbers that will be provided by the user inside these two input fields. And then guys, apart from this, we are going to have the paragraph tag with the ID result over here, so that the result of the addition of these two numbers will appear. So guys, we will simply say sum will appear here. So as you can see, this is the statement that we have provided inside the paragraph tag. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have these two input fields. followed by the add button, and then we have sum will appear here. Now guys, what we can do is simply we can provide another line break so that there is certain spacing in between the input fields and the button in this case. When we reload this page, as you can see, we have more spacing in between the HTML elements. Apart from this, we can also provide the placeholder over here. So simply we will say first number in this case, and we will instruct the user to enter first number as a part of placeholder, and again for the second input tag we will have the enter second number as the value for the placeholder. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. As you can see, we have the placeholders over here. So when we click on this particular add button, both the numbers that are provided by the user should be added and the result should be displayed over here inside the paragraph tag. So guys, currently we have not added any JavaScript code, so that is the reason why when we click on this particular button, nothing is happening over here. So what we can do is, let us provide certain JavaScript code over here, before which we are going to link that JavaScript file with the help of the script tag in this case. So we have the src attribute as test.js over here. Now guys, what we have to do is, inside the JavaScript file, we need to extract the values of these two input fields. So the first field is having the ID, that is first number over here. Let me just use that ID inside the document followed by dot, and then we will use the query selector in order to find that HTML element. So we have the hash character followed by the ID, that is first number over here. Let us verify whether we have got the correct input field. So simply we are going to print this input field on the console. So we have provided the console.log statement and enclosed this query selector inside the log statement over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. As you can see, we are getting input type number and the name is first number, which means we are able to identify the first input field over here. Similarly, we are going to identify the second input field as well. Now guys, it is very important to note that when we are using this particular query selector, we can assign it to a particular variable. So simply we make use of the const keyword over here, and let's say we provide the variable name as x in this case. So guys, basically what we are trying to do is, we are storing this particular HTML element inside the variable x, and in future we can make use of this x variable over here. So let's say we want to print this particular HTML element, that is x. So simply we can make use of the console.log statement, and then we can say x in this case. When we save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser, you can notice that now we are able to print the HTML element that is stored inside this particular variable, that is x in this case. So guys, we are going to learn more about variables in the upcoming videos as well. So we can make use of the var keyword or let keyword or the const keyword over here. When we use the const keyword, basically whatever value is assigned to this particular variable will not be updated in the upcoming line of code that we are going to write. So guys, for now you only have to understand that when we are writing this particular statement, the return value is getting assigned to this particular variable, which we can use in future. Now guys, this particular x variable is currently having the entire HTML element over here, but we only want the number that will be provided by the user inside the input field. So what we can do is, simply we can provide x followed by dot, and then we will provide value property in order to get the value inside this particular input field. So guys, we will check that as well, how we can use it. So before that, we are also going to identify the second number as well. So over here we have the second statement, and this time we will make use of the ID, that is second number over here, and we will store this particular HTML element inside another variable, that is y. So guys, basically we have x and y values that are representing these two input fields, that is the first number and the second number this time. Now guys, what we have to do is, since we are having the button over here, we also have to identify the button in this case. So again, we are going to make use of this ID attribute of this button tag, and then again we will use the query selector over here. This time we will make use of the button add as the ID of the button, and then simply we are going to store it inside the button variable. So guys, basically we have identified all the required HTML elements that are present on the web page over here, except the final one, which is result in this case. So let us provide another statement in order to identify this particular result ID as well. So over here we have provided the result ID, and also we will provide the variable name, that is result in this case. Now guys, very important thing, when the user clicks on this particular add button, the numbers from both these HTML elements, that is X and Y, must be read by this JavaScript code, and both the numbers must be added and it must be displayed inside this particular result HTML element. Now guys, how do we add both these numbers in this case? So simply we are going to create a function that will help us in order to add these two numbers. So over here, let us provide the function and then let us give the function name as add in this case. Guys, don't worry about the syntax of this particular function, since we are going to cover it with the help of the examples in the upcoming videos as well. So for now, you only need to understand that this particular function is nothing but a section inside the JavaScript code which we can call single or multiple number of times. So guys, over here what this add function will do is simply it will extract the value of numbers from X and Y and add those two numbers. So let's say we have the element that is X over here followed by dot, and then we have to make use of the property that is value in order to get the value of the first number. Similarly, we will get the value of the second number as well. So in this case, we will provide plus operator followed by Y, which is the second element in this case, and then followed by dot, and then we have the value attribute. So guys, over here we have the first number and we also have the second number in this case. So guys, what we will do is we will assign it to another variable over here. So we will say const in this case, and then we will provide the variable name as sum, and then we will assign it using the equal to operator. So basically this is a simple mathematics. We are getting the value of X and also we are getting the value of Y from these two input fields over here inside the HTML, and adding both the values and providing the value inside another variable that is sum in this case. And then guys, what we have to do, simply we have to call the inner HTML property that we have seen previously, so that we can print the sum inside the result variable over here. So result variable is currently having the paragraph tag this time, which is having this particular statement that is sum will appear here. So we will have result followed by dot, and this time we will say inner HTML, it is equal to, and simply we will say the sum of numbers is followed by colon, and then we need to provide the sum variable. So how do we do that? Simply we can make use of the string concatenation over here. So we provide the plus operator and then the name of the variable that is sum in this case. So guys, in this way we can provide the inner HTML attribute. We have provided the statement that is the sum of numbers is followed by colon, and then the sum, that is the number after the addition of both these numbers, will be printed inside this result HTML element. So let me just save this file now. The only thing that is remaining is we need to call this function that is add over here when we click on this particular button. So guys, what we will do is inside the HTML web page over here, simply for the button tag we are going to have the onClick attribute, and for this attribute we can provide the name of the function that is add over here and then followed by the open and close parenthesis. So guys, basically this is the way we call the function inside the JavaScript that is going to execute certain lines of code that we have written inside this particular function. So guys, let me save both these files now, and when we reload this page once again over here, so now when we provide the first number, so let's say we provide the number as 10 and the second number as 20, and when we click on this particular add button over here, you will be able to see the sum of both these numbers that will replace this particular statement. So let me just click on this add button over here. As you can see, the sum of numbers is 1020. So guys, over here there is a mistake that we have done. So guys, this particular result is unexpected, and why it has occurred? That's because by default the input field take the values as string over here. So basically it has taken the string as 10 and another string as 20, and simply it has concatenated both the strings in this case. So what we have to do is simply we need to convert both these strings into integers over here. So we have something called as parse int function that will help us in order to convert the string to the integer. So simply we make use of the parse int function and then enclose the string value inside the parenthesis. So we have converted the x value to integer over here, and similarly we will convert the string that is represented by the y value over here to integer in this case. So guys, basically we have converted x and y to the integers over here. So now both these numbers will be added with the help of this plus operator. It is important to note over here that this plus operator can be used in order to add the two numbers, or it can also be used in order to concatenate, that is join two strings over here that we have just seen. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. Now we will provide the same numbers, that is 10 and 20, and instead of having 1020 over here, we should have the result 30 in this case, which is the sum of these two numbers. So when we click on this add button over here, as you can see, the sum of numbers is 30 this time. So guys, in this way, it is very important to note that whenever you are retrieving the values of these input fields, you need to convert it into integers or the float numbers as well if you want to add those numbers. So guys, this is a very simple code in order to take two numbers as the input from the user and add them to find the sum of these two numbers and display them on the web page over here. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to the channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video, in which we are going to learn about variables in JavaScript, that is var, let and const keywords. So stay tuned. So now we will see variables in JavaScript, and we are going to see what is the difference between var, let and const keywords in JavaScript. So guys, basically variables are containers in order to store the data in JavaScript, and basically these JavaScript variables can be declared in four ways. So first of all, the variable can be automatically declared when we don't use any of these keywords over here, and by default behind the scenes the var keyword is used internally in order to declare that particular variable. So guys, let us check this with the help of example in VS Code over here. So we have the test.js file that we have already created, and let us say we provide the variable name as x over here, followed by equal to operator, and then let us say we provide the number, that is 10 in this case. So guys, in this way we can define a variable which is storing the value, that is 10 over here, and basically we can use the variables in order to complete different arithmetic operations as well, and many other functionalities can be achieved. So guys, over here the variable name is x. So what we can do is simply we can access this variable inside the console.log statement. So over here inside the parenthesis, simply we are going to have the backticks, and then we are going to say the value of x is, and then followed by dollar, and then after this we are going to say open and close curly braces, inside which we can provide the name of the variable, that is x in this case. So guys, basically this is the format that we use in order to print the value inside the console.log statement inside the backticks over here. Now guys, remember that this particular format will not work when you use the double quotes or the single quotes inside the console.log statement. So let me just save this file now, and let us open the terminal over here, and let us run this JavaScript file with the help of the node keyword in this case. So guys, basically when you are running the JavaScript file as a standalone file over here, you need to use the node keyword, and you also have to install the NodeJS software in this case. But in case you are running the JavaScript file along with the HTML and the CSS files in order to achieve some functionality on your web page, then NodeJS is not required. So guys, always remember, in order to run the JavaScript as the backend program, you need to have the Node.js installed on the machine, and this is the way that you can run the JavaScript file in this case. So when we press enter, as you can see, the value of x is 10 in this case, and this is the way that you can assign certain value to a variable inside JavaScript. Now guys, always remember, it is very important that you have some sensible name over here. So simply we can say number 1 in this case, which is having the value that is 10. So instead of having the variable name that is x over here, simply we can have number 1 in this case, and the strings can also be updated over here. So as you can see, this is looking more decent over here. Any other programmer who is going to review your code will find it helpful in order to read these variable names in this case. So guys, this particular string will be displayed on the console. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here. As you can see, the value of number 1 is 10. Now guys, this is as far as the automatic static variable declaration is concerned, in which case behind the scenes the where keyword is being used internally. Guys, whatever value we provide over here, that value will be provided to the variable. So instead of having the number, we can also have another string over here. So let us say we provide programming for beginners, that is the name of this YouTube channel, which you should definitely subscribe. So guys, over here we have provided the string in this case as the value to this particular variable, that is number 1. So when we save this file now and try running this code once again over here, as you can see, the value of number 1 is programming for beginners. So guys, whatever value we provide on the right hand side of the assignment operator, that value will be provided to the variable on the left hand side that we have declared. So you don't have to provide any of the data types such as string or integers like how you provide in the C or C++ programming language. Also, if you are using Java, you have to provide the data type over there, but in JavaScript you don't have to provide any of the data type. Now guys, apart from this, you can also use the where keyword over here, which is going to have the global scope in this case. So guys, what we will do is, instead of having the number 1 variable name, before that we can simply have the where keyword over here. So guys, this is another way in order to declare the variable by using the where keyword in JavaScript. So guys, if we print the same statement once again, it is not going to change anything. So when we save this file now and try running this code once again over here, as you can see, the value of number 1 is programming for beginners. So guys, basically this is another way in order to declare the variables in JavaScript. Now guys, there is a difference between this where keyword and the other two keywords that we are going to see. So guys, basically this where keyword is having the global scope in this case. Now what is the meaning of global scope? So guys, over here sometimes you are going to create some functions inside the JavaScript, or you are simply going to have the block scope in this way, in which case you are going to have the two curly braces over here, inside which you are going to have some more variables, that is x, y, and then let us say we have z in this case. So guys, whatever variables you define by using the where keyword, those variables can be accessed within this particular curly braces and outside of these curly braces as well, and that is the meaning of global scope. So guys, over here this x, y, z variables will be accessed inside the curly braces when we are going to print them, and also outside of these curly braces when we are going to print them by using the console.log statement. But guys, that is not the case with the other two keywords, that is let and const. So guys, basically the let keyword was added in 2015, which is going to have the block scope over here. What is the meaning of block scope? So guys, let us say we have this particular block that is from the line number 4 up to line number 6, and when we define the variables by using the let keyword over here, so these x, y, z variables will only be accessed within these particular curly braces. You won't be able to access them outside of these curly braces, and that is the meaning of block scope in this case. And similarly, if you are defining them within the function, they will be accessible within that function itself and not outside of that function. But this limitation is not present with the where keyword when you declare the variables. And similarly, you can use the const keyword over here, which is again going to have the block scope, which means when you define the variables by using the const keyword in this case, they will be accessed within this particular block scope only and not outside of this block scope. So guys, what is the difference between the let and the const keywords over here when you declare the variables? So guys, basically whatever variables you define by using the let keyword can have another value, and you can reassign another value to that particular variable, but this is not the case with the const keyword over here. So guys, basically const meaning constant in this case, and whatever value you provide to this particular variable, it cannot be changed throughout the code. So we will check the example of this const keyword as well. So what we will do is, in order to understand the difference between the where, let and const keyword, let us take certain examples over here. So guys, let us say we have the where keyword in this case, and we provide the variable that is x, and it is having the value that is 10 in this case, and then we are going to have another scope by using the curly braces, and let us say we define another variable once again, that is variable y this time, and we are going to have the value that is 20 in this case. So guys, let us try accessing the value of y over here. So simply we are going to have the backticks in this case, and we will say y, it is equal to, we will say $, and then inside the curly braces we will say y in this case. And then apart from this, again we are going to access the value of y over here outside of the curly braces. Over here we will make certain changes. So let us say we provide outside y over here, and in this case we will say inside y in this case. So guys, let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, inside y it is equal to 20 and outside y it is equal to 20 once again. So guys, what does this mean? So basically the variable that is y, it is being declared by using the where keyword over here, which means it can be accessed within this particular curly braces, and it is happening over here. That is, this inside y is getting printed over here on the terminal, but it can also be accessed outside of these curly braces, and that is the reason why we are also able to see outside y it is equal to 20 once again. Now guys, what will happen if we provide the let keyword over here instead of where keyword? So when we say let y it is equal to 20, we have already discussed that it is having the block scope over here, which means this particular y variable can be accessed only within this particular block scope, which means the inside y will be printed, but when we come over here, that is outside y, this particular y variable is not present outside of these curly braces. We are having x over here but not y this time. So when we save this file now and run this code once again over here, as you can see, we are getting the error. So first of all, we are getting the string that is inside y it is equal to 20. So this thing is getting printed over here, but when the control flow comes over here outside of the block scope, that is the curly braces, it is throwing the error. It says y is not defined. That's because we have provided the y variable inside of this curly braces, and we have used the let keyword over here, which is not allowing this particular variable name to be accessed outside of these curly braces. And guys, that is the difference between the let and the where keyword in this case. And then apart from this, let us also provide the const keyword over here. So when we say constant y it is equal to 20, so again we will be getting the same output. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here. As you can see, we are getting the inside y it is equal to 20, but it says outside y is not defined over here. That's because we have defined the y variable with the const keyword in this case, which is again having the block scope over here. Now guys, the difference between the let and the const keyword in this case is basically we cannot reassign the value to the variable which is defined with the const keyword over here. So what we will do is simply I'm going to comment out this line of code, and we will say, let's say y it is equal to 30 this time. So basically we are assigning another value to the variable y over here, which is being declared by using the const keyword, and this thing is going to throw the error. That's because we cannot assign it another value once we have assigned the value to the constant variable for the first time. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again on the terminal. So as you can see, again we have got the error over here, y it is equal to 30 assignment to constant variable. So basically this is the error that we are getting. So instead of having the const keyword over here, simply we will say let keyword this time, and let me just save this file now. And if you want to reassign a variable with some other value, so that is the time that you should use the let keyword over here. So when we run this code once again, so as you can see, inside y it is equal to 30. So first of all, we had assigned the value of 20 to the variable that is y, and then again we have reassigned the value of 30 to the variable y. So it is having the latest value as 30, and that is the value that is getting printed over here inside the console.log statement. So guys, in this way you can use the where keyword or the let keyword or the const keyword in order to define the variables. So guys, it is a good practice in order to always declare the variables before you use, and it is always recommended that you use the const keyword in case you are defining any of the variables. And let's say if you want them to change the values in future, then you should use the let keyword over here. It is always recommended to avoid the where keyword because it might lead to unexpected results. So guys, what can be the unexpected results? So what we will do is, let us say we provide the variable that is x once again over here, and we provide the value of 20 this time. So let me just provide the inside x it is equal to the value of x over here, and then similarly we will say outside x once again outside of this block this time. So guys, over here we have the variable that is x outside, which is having the value of 20, and inside the block as well we are having the variable x which is having the value 20 over here. Both these variables are using the where keyword over here. Now guys, what do you think will be the output as far as the inside x and the outside x is concerned? So guys, let us check that. So when we save this file now and try running this code once again over here, as you can see, inside x it is equal to 20, which is correct over here. That's because we have provided the variable x in this case inside the curly braces, and the same value is getting printed over here. But guys, the same variable x is being used outside of this particular block scope, and we are again having the outside x value as 20 this time. So guys, this is the unexpected result. We were expecting that this particular value that is 10, which was assigned to the variable x over here outside of the block scope, must have been printed over here when we said outside x, but that is not the case. This particular value was taken, and that is why when we use the where keyword, it might lead to unexpected results when your JavaScript code is becoming becoming more and more complex. So guys, there are certain important points that you should know when to use where, let or const. So guys, it is very important to note that you should always declare the variables. Apart from this, always use const if the value should not be changed, and then always use const if the type should not be changed, such as the arrays and objects, which we are going to check in the upcoming videos as well. Only use let if you cannot use const keyword, and only use where keyword if you must support the old browsers. So guys, currently there are certain old browsers which are still supporting the where keyword, in which case you have to use the where keyword in order to declare the variable. So these are some of the best practices that you must follow while you are declaring the variables. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video, in which we are going to see the arithmetic operators in JavaScript. So stay tuned. So now we will see arithmetic operators in JavaScript. So guys, basically the arithmetic operators are used to perform the arithmetic on numbers in JavaScript, and this we are going to check with the help of examples as well. So guys, basically all these are arithmetic operators in JavaScript. So first of all, we have this plus operator, which means it is going to add two numbers over here. Apart from this, we also have the minus operator for subtraction, and then we have this multiplication, exponentiation, which means one number raised to the power of another number. And then apart from this, we can also divide two numbers by using this division operator. We can also find the remainder by using this percent operator over here. And then we have the plus plus, which is the increment operator, which means it is going to increase the number by 1. And we also have the minus minus, which is the decrement operator, which means it is going to decrease the number by 1 over here. So guys, let us check all these arithmetic operators with the help of examples in VS Code in this case. So guys, what we will do is, let us define certain variables over here. So simply we are going to use the const keyword this time, and we will say number1, it is equal to 2 over here. So guys, basically we have this num1 variable that is having the value 2, and it is not going to change since we have declared the variable with the const keyword over here. Apart from this, we will also have another constant. So let us have num2 this time, and we will have the value 3 over here. Now guys, simply we are going to use all these arithmetic operators in order to find the results. So guys, over here let me just provide the console.log statement, and then this time we will say addition, it is equal to, and then over here simply we can provide dollar, after which we can provide open and close curly braces over here, and then simply we can say num1 followed by plus operator, and then num2 over here. So guys, basically this is the expression, that is num1, that is the first number, followed by the plus operator, and then we have the num2, that is the second number. So this expression will help you in order to add two numbers this time. So let me just save this file now, and let me just run this code on the terminal. So simply we will say node followed by space character, and then we have the test.js, that is the name of the file over here. When we press enter, as you can see, addition, it is equal to 5 this time. So the addition of these two numbers, that is 2 plus 3, it is equal to 5, and that is what we are getting over here as the output. So guys, this is the way that we can add two numbers over here. Apart from this, we can also store this result in another variable over here. So guys, simply let me just copy this particular expression this time, and then what we will do is, again we are going to have third constant over here, and this time we are going to name it as result, and then followed by the equal to operator. So guys, what we are doing is, we are having the third variable by using the const keyword. You can also use the let keyword over here, and you can provide your own variable name followed by the equal to operator, and then in order to add two numbers, that is num1 and num2, you can have this expression, and then while printing in this case, we can simply replace this with the third variable that we have used, that is result over here. So guys, when we save this file now and try running this code once again over here, so as you can see, there is no change. The addition of two numbers, it is 2 plus 3, it is equal to 5 this time. So in this way you can add the two numbers by using the plus operator over here. Apart from this, you can also provide the minus operator in order to subtract the two numbers. So what we will do is, result, it is equal to num1 minus num2 this time. So we have used the minus operator over here, and simply while printing the result, we can say subtraction this time. So basically we are going to say subtraction, it is equal to result, which means 2 minus 3, it is equal to minus 1, and that is the result that we must get on the terminal. So when we run this code once again over here, it says subtraction, it is equal to minus 1 this time. So guys, in this way you can subtract the two numbers as well. Let us also multiply the two numbers. So what we will do is, simply instead of having the minus operator over here, we can say multiplication this time, and then over here on the console.log statement we can say multiplication equal to result. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again. As you can see, multiplication it is equal to 6, which means 2 multiplied by 3 it is equal to 6 this time. Let us move to the next operator over here. We have something called as exponentiation, which means one number raised to the power of another number over here. So guys, this time we have to use 2 times star operator over here, and that is how we are going to get number 1 which is equal to 2 raised to the power of number 2 which is equal to 3 this time, and 2 raised to 3 is equal to 8, and that is what we should get over here. So simply we will say exponentiation this time, and let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here. So as you can see, exponentiation it is equal to 8, which means 2 raised to the power of 3 it is equal to 8 this time. So guys, in this way you can find the one number raised to the power of another number by using this particular operator. Apart from this, let us also use this operator which is the divide operator. So when we say num1 divided by num2 over here, let us see what will be the result since we are using 2 divided by 3 this time. So when we save this file now and try running this code once again over here, as you can see, division it is equal to 0.66 and so on. So guys, basically 2 divided by 3 it is giving us the number in terms of fraction over here, and that is why we are getting this particular result. We can also verify the same result on the calculator as well. So when we say 2 divided by 3 over here, as you can see, we are getting this particular number, and the same number is getting printed over here as far as the division operator is concerned. Similarly, we can use the modulus operator in order to find the remainder of the division. So let us check that as well. So instead of having the divide operator, simply we can say num1 percent num2, which means 2 divided by 3 will be done, and whatever remainder is there, that remainder will be displayed over here. So we say remainder this time. So 2 divided by 3, the quotient should be 0 and the remainder must be 2. So when we run this code once again over here, as you can see, remainder it is equal to 2. That's because the quotient it is equal to 0 this time. Apart from this, we also have something called as increment and the decrement over here. So guys, let us check that as well. When we say increment, simply we can provide the increment statement, and then over here let us use one of the numbers instead of the result. So let us say we provide num1, and then guys, how do we use the increment operator? So simply we can provide this plus operator 2 times after num1 or before num1 over here. Now guys, there is a difference when you provide the increment operator after the number. So when we say num1 plus plus over here, the same number, that is 2, will be displayed. So let us check that. So when we save this file now and try running this code once again, so we are getting the error over here. It says assignment to constant variable. So guys, over here we have done the mistake, and mistakes are very important because it helps you to learn while you are making those mistakes. So guys, basically we have to provide the let keyword over here since we are changing the number by providing the increment operator. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here. So as you can see, increment it is equal to 2. So basically we have not got the number 3 this time. That's because when you provide the num1 plus plus over here, this particular number will be incremented after the log statement is executed. So if you print this num1 number once again over here after this particular statement, so what we will do is we will provide second time as the string over here in order to identify that this is the second time that we are going to print this number, and we say num1 this time. So guys, since we have incremented the number over here, the second time that you are going to print the number 1, it is going to add 1 to this particular number, that is 2, and it will display the value as 3 for this number 1. So when we save this file now and try running this code once again, as you can see, increment it is equal to 2, and second time when we print that number, that is num1, it is equal to 3 this time. So guys, that is the difference when you provide the plus plus operator after this particular variable name, that is num1. So during that particular execution you won't be able to see that change, but after this particular line of code, the number 1 will be having the value that is 3 over here, which was incremented. Now guys, instead of having the plus plus operator after the variable, what if we provide the plus plus operator before the variable over here? So this is the second way in order to provide the increment operator, that is before the variable name. So this time what will happen is, first the increment will happen, that is 1 will be added to this particular number, that is 2, and we will get the value as 3 over here for the first statement, and again we will get the value as 3 for the second statement over here. So when we save this file now and try running this code once again, as you can see, increment it is equal to 3 this time, and previously when we had provided the plus plus operator after the variable name, the increment was providing us the value as 2, and second time time it was 3, but this time over here the increment is 3, and again the second time it is 3 over here. That's because only once we are incrementing the variable. So guys, basically that's the difference. When we provide the plus plus operator before the variable name, that particular statement will have the updated value, but when we provide the same operator after the variable name, then the updated value will be provided in the upcoming statements when you are using the console.log statement. Again, similarly you can use the decrement operator as well. So over here we have the minus minus operator in order to reduce the number by 1 over here. So when we use the minus minus after the variable name, so that particular statement will not show any change and we will get the value as 2, but the second time the value will be 1 over here. That's because we are reducing the value by 1. When we save this file now and try running this code once again over here, as you can see, increment it is equal to 2, and second time the number has become 1 over here. But similarly when we provide the minus minus operator before the variable name, so this time we must get increment equal to 1 over here, and second time also should be 1 this time. So when we save this file now and try running this code once again, so as you can see, increment is equal to 1 and second time it is equal to 1. So guys, we have done the mistake over here. Instead of increment we must have the decrement over here because we are decreasing the number. So when we save this file now, as you can see, decrement is 1 and second time it is equal to 1. So guys, in this way you can use the arithmetic operators based on your project requirements, and you can either store the result in another variable over here and use that variable, or simply you can use the backticks in this case and provide the dollar symbol followed by the open and close curly braces inside which you can have your arithmetic expression. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video in which we are going to see the assignment operators in JavaScript. So stay tuned. So now we will see assignment operators in JavaScript. So guys, below are some of the assignment operators in JavaScript, and basically we have the very simple operator that is equal to, in order to either assign the direct value to a variable or to copy the value from one variable to another variable. So as you can see, x is equal to y. This is one example over here. Now guys, apart from this we also have another operator that is plus equal to. So this time what will happen is, as you can see, this is the way that we can use plus and equal to operator over here. So this is same as x is equal to x plus y. So guys, over here let us say we want to add two numbers, that is x and y, and we want to store the result in the first variable, that is x. So simply what we do is, x it is equal to x plus y over here. So on the right hand side we find the addition of the two numbers, and on the left hand side we are assigning the value of the addition to the first variable itself, that is x. Now guys, there is a shorthand method in order to achieve the same task, that is by combining the plus operator and the equal to operator, and the same thing we are doing over here. So we say x it is plus equal to and then y over here, which is going to have the same effect, that is x is equal to x plus y. And then similarly we have minus and equal to operator, that is x minus y, it is going to be assigned to x over here. So simply we can say x minus equal to y over here, and similarly we can find the values by using the other operators as well. So guys, let us check all these with the help of example in VS Code over here. So what we will do is, let us simply have the variable that is x this time, and we will say x it is equal to 10 over here. We will have another variable that is y, it is equal to 20 this time, and let us add both the numbers and assign it to the first variable, that is x. So simply we are going to say x it is equal to x plus y over here. Now guys, let us print the value of x this time. So simply we are going to have the console.log statement over here, inside which we are going to have the backticks, and then we will say value of x is equal to followed by dollar, and then we have the open and close curly braces, and then we will have the variable name that is x this time. So guys, basically we have done x plus y, which is 10 plus 20, which is equal to 30, and the value 30 is being assigned to this variable x. So this statement must print the value of x, which is equal to 30 this time. So when we save this file now and try running this code on the terminal over here, so as you can see, value of x it is equal to 30 this time. So this is the very basic arithmetic operation that we have covered. Now guys, what we can do is, we can use the shorthand method over here. So I will comment out this line of code, and again we will rewrite this particular line of code over here by using the shorthand method. So what is the shorthand method? We first write the x variable in which we want to store the result, followed by the space character, and then we have the plus operator followed by the equal to operator. operator this time, and then followed by the space character, and then we have the y variable over here. So guys, basically this is nothing but x is equal to x plus y, which we have already commented out over here. So basically the meaning of this is x, it is equal to x plus y, but this is the shorthand method that we are using. So when we save this file now and try running this code once again on the terminal, so as you can see, value of x, it is equal to 30 this time by using this particular shorthand method. Now instead of having the plus operator, we can have the minus operator as well. So over here we say x minus, it is equal to y over here. So this is nothing but x is equal to x minus y this time, which means 10 minus 20, which is equal to minus 10. When we save this file now and try running this code once again, so as you can see, value of x, it is equal to minus 10 over here, and in this way we can use the shorthand method as far as the subtraction of two numbers are concerned. Similarly, we can do the multiplication as well. So if we want to do x is equal to x multiplied by y, simply we can do x multiplied by equal to y over here. When we save this file now and try running this code once again over here, so you can see value of x, it is equal to 200, because 10 multiplied by 20, it is equal to 200 over here. Apart from this, we can also use the division operator over here. So if we want to do x divided by y over here and store it inside the x variable, simply you can say x divided by equal to y over here. So when we save this file now and try running this code once again over here, as you can see, value of x is equal to 0.5, because 10 divided by 20, it is equal to 0.5 this time. Similarly, we can find the remainder of two numbers as well. So if we want to do x percent y, in which case we are going to do x divided by y this time, and we are going to find the remainder. So simply we can say x percent equal to y. So 10 divided by 20, the quotient will be 0 and the remainder must be 10, and the value of 10 must be displayed over here on the output. So as you can see, value of x, it is equal to 10. And then we have another operator over here, that is exponentiation, which means x raised to the power of y over here. So guys, basically if we want to do x raised to the power of y this time and store it to the variable that is x over here, so simply we can say x followed by space character and then 2 times star character over here followed by equal to, and then we say y over here, and the result will be stored on the left hand side variable that is x this time. So let me just save this file now. Let us see what will be the result for 10 raised to the power of 20 this time. So when we run this code once again over here, as you can see, 10 raised to the power of 20, we are getting the result over here. Now guys, when we change the values in this case, let us say we have x, it is equal to 3 and y again is equal to 3. So what will be the output of x raised to the power of y over here when both the values are 3 over here? So guys, comment in the comment section below what will be the answer of this particular operation over here and what value will be present inside the variable x. Let us see whether your answer is correct or not. So please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to the channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video in which we are going to see the comparison operators in JavaScript. So stay tuned. So now we will see comparison operators in JavaScript. So below are some of the comparison operators in JavaScript that you can use in order to compare the two numbers or the two strings or the two variables as well. So guys, basically we have 2 times equal to operator in order to check whether the two numbers or the two strings are equal. And when we provide the 3 times equal to operator, as you can see, it is going to check whether the value is equal, and also apart from that, it is also going to check whether the type of both the variables or both the values are equal or not on the left hand side and the right hand side of this particular operator. Now guys, it is very important to note that whenever you are going to use these comparison operators, it is going to either return true or false. So basically only one output will be provided out of these two values, that is true and false over here. We also have not equal to in this case, and then again when we provide exclamation mark followed by 2 times equal to operator, it is not equal value or not equal type in this case. Apart from all these operators, we have more basic operators over here, that is greater than symbol, then we have less than symbol, then we have greater than or equal to or less than equal to, and then we also have the ternary operator that we can use as far as the comparison operators are concerned. So guys, let us check all these with the help of examples in VS Code over here. So what we are going to do is, let us say we provide the two variables. So we provide the const keyword followed by the first variable, that is a. So let's say we provide the the variable that is 10 over here as the value of the variable, and another variable that is b. In this case we provide the number that is 11 over here. Now guys, let us say we want to check whether both the numbers are equal. So simply we can use the 2 times equal to operator over here. So inside the console.log statement, simply we can say the first variable that is a in this case, followed by 2 times equal to, and then followed by the other variable that is b in this case. So guys, basically this is the expression which is helping us in order to check whether both these variable values are equal or not. Please note that these values will be compared over here, and it will return true when both the values are same, and it will return false when both the values are not same. So guys, let me just save this file now and try running this code on the terminal over here. So let me just change this directory. So basically we are under the JavaScript folder in this case. So now we will run the node command over here, followed by the name of the JavaScript file. So guys, as you can see, we are getting the output that is false in this case, which means a is not equal to b over here. So guys, what we will do is simply I will change the value of b now to 10, so that both the variable values are equal now, and this expression must return true in this case. So when we save this file now and try running this code once again over here, so as you can see, we are getting the output as true this time, because we have made both the values as same over here. Now guys, what is the importance of using 3 times equal to in this case? So guys, what we will do is, let us say the first variable is having the value that is 10 as a number, and for the second variable that is b, we want it to be in the form of string over here. So guys, basically we will say double quotes in this case, and then inside this we are going to provide the number that is 10. Now guys, this a value that is 10 is different from this b value which is 10, because the type of this particular b variable is string over here. Now in order to confirm this, simply we can use the type of operator in this case. So we will say console.log statement over here. Simply we can provide the type of operator which is used in order to check the type of a particular variable, which means what kind of value that particular variable is holding. So guys, basically we say type of followed by the space character and then the name of the variable. So let's say when we provide the variable a, we want to check the type of this particular variable a. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again. So as you can see, we are getting the output as number over here. So this thing is telling us that the variable a is having the value of the type number over here, and that is correct because we are having the number 10 in this case. But guys, for the variable b, since we have provided the value inside the double quotes over here, whenever we are using the double quotes or the single quote, the value is represented as a string value. So basically when we check the type of this particular variable that is b over here, let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here. So as you can see, it is now telling us that the b variable is having the value of the type string in this case. So guys, basically a is having the value of the type number and b is having the value of the type string over here. So let us now check whether both these variables are equal or not. So basically when we use 2 times equal to operator over here, the values of the variables will be checked and the data type will not be checked over here. So when we save this file now and try running this code once again over here, as you can see, we are getting the value as true. That's because the values for both these variables are same, but the data type is different. So in order to check the data type as well, you have to use the 3 times equal to operator, in which case the type will also be checked. So guys, over here we will provide another equal to operator. So we have a equal to and then b over here. So basically let us see what will be the output. So when we save this file now and try running this code once again over here, as you can see, this time we are getting false. That's because even though the values are same for the variable a and b, but the data types are different. For a we have the data type as number, and for b we are having the data type as string. So guys, always remember, whenever you are working on any project, it is very important that you compare the values as well as the type of the variables that you are comparing. So 3 times equal to operator is recommended compared to the 2 times equal to operator, as it might give you unexpected results, as we have seen, since it it compares the number and the string, and the output can be true in that case. So you should also check the type of the variable that you are comparing. Now guys, similarly we have the not equal to operator as well. So let us say we provide the number that is 11 over here. So simply we will provide a followed by exclamation mark over here followed by the equal to operator. This means we are asking whether this a is not equal to b. Yes, in this case, because 10 is not equal to 11, so this particular expression should return true over here. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here. As you can see, we are getting the value as true. That's because a is actually not equal to b, and when we make them equal to, so let us say we provide the value as 10 for b in such a way that a is now equal to b. So is a not equal to b? No, in this case, because both are equal. So this particular expression will return false over here. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again. So as you can see, we are getting false in this case. And then guys, similarly we can compare the type as well by providing the 2 times equal to over here after the exclamation mark. So in this case, let us provide 2 times equal to. So is a not equal to b this time? No, because both the values are equal. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here. As you can see, we are getting false over here. Let me just change the value to 11 in this case, and when we save this file now and try running this code, as you can see, we are getting true because both the values are not equal, and behind the scenes it is also checking for the type as well. So when both the values are same, that is a and b are having the values as 10 over here, and also the data type is number, let us see what will be the output in this case. As you can see, we are getting false over here. But if we provide this b value as a string value in this case and keep the value same, so let me just provide the double quotes over here, and we have provided the value as 10 over here. So this time the data type is not matching. So even though the value is matching over here, but the data type of both the variables are not matching, and that is why this particular expression should return true in this case. So when we save this file now and try running this code once again over here, as you can see, we are getting the output as true in this case. So guys, in this way you can use the not equal to operator as well. Apart from this, we can also see whether a number is greater than the other number. So let us check that as well. So this time let us provide the b value as 15 over here, and we will check whether a is greater than b. So when we provide the greater than symbol, it will check whether this particular a value on the left hand side, is it equal to b? No, in this case, because 10 is less than 15 over here. So when we save this file now and try running this code once again over here, as you can see, we are getting false. That's because a is not greater than b. Similarly, on the reverse side, we can use a is less than b over here. It will give us the result as true this time because a is actually less than b this time over here. So guys, when we provide a less than b, let us see what will be the output. When we run this code once again, as you can see, we are getting the value as true. Now guys, let us say both the values are same over here. So we provide the value of a as 15 as well. So a is equal to b this time. So what will be the output of a is less than b over here? So let us check that. So when we save this file now and try running this code once again over here, as you can see, we are getting false. That's because a is not less than b, it is exactly equal to b. So guys, if the value of b is 15 over here, the maximum value of a must be 14 in order for this particular expression to be true. So guys, let us check that as well. When we provide the a value as 14, so this time the a is less than b over here, so we will get the result as true over here. So as you can see, we are getting the result as true. And if you want to check whether a is less than b, but you want that particular expression to return true even if both the values are same. So let's say we have the value of a as 15 and b also as 15 over here, and you want this particular expression to be true this time. So we have to use a less than or equal to b this time. So guys, basically it is going to check whether a is less than b. If not, then it is going to check whether a is equal to b. So if one of the condition is satisfied, so basically it is going to return true over here. So when we save this file now, this time we will get true over here since a is equal to b. So as you can see, we are getting true over here, but if we remove this equal to operator, this will return us false because both the variable values are same. So as you can see, we are getting false over here. So guys, similarly, the greater than or equal to operator will work in the same way. So let me know in the comment section below what will be the output if we provide a greater greater than or equal to b over here, whether it will be true or false when both the values of the variables, that is a and b, is equal to 15 over here. Let us see whether your answer is correct or not. Now guys, apart from this, we have another very important operator that is called as ternary operator over here, in which case we use the question mark operator. So guys, let us check that as well. So what we have to do is we need to provide certain condition over here. So let me just change this condition to a is less than or equal to b this time. So guys, basically we are using this particular operator, a is less than or equal to b. We have provided the values as 15 and 15. So basically what exactly is happening over here is this particular expression will return true over here. So let me just confirm that. So when we run this code once again, you can see that the result is true. But guys, what we can do is we can print some other string over here when the result is true, and if the result is not true, we can print something else. So after the condition that we have provided over here, this particular expression is called condition in this case. So after this, we have to provide the question mark as the ternary operator, and after this question mark, we have to provide something to be printed on the console when the condition is true over here. So let us say we want to print 1 when this particular expression is true, and if this particular expression is false, we want to print 2 on the console. So after we provide the true statement, we provide colon over here, and then we provide the other statement, that is 2, which will be executed when the expression is false. So guys, let us check this as well. So when we save this file now, so currently a is less than or equal to b. Yes, it is. Since both the values are same, so it is going to return true over here. So basically for the true statement, this particular number, that is 1, will be printed on the console. So when we run this code on the terminal, as you can see, we are getting 1 over here. But guys, let us say we provide the value of a as 20 over here, in which case this particular expression will be false since a is not less than or equal to b over here. So when we save this file now and try running this code once again over here, as you can see, we are getting the number as 2 because we are getting the false output for this particular expression. Now guys, instead of providing the numbers, we can simply provide the string as well. That will be more sensible. So we can say a is less than or equal to b. So guys, basically within the double quotes over here, we have provided the statement to be printed on the console. Similarly for the false expression as well, instead of 2, we will provide another string over here inside the double quote. So we will say a is not less than b over here. So guys, when a is less than b, it is going to print this statement, and when a is not less than b, it is going to print this particular statement for the false expression. So when we save this file now, currently a is not less than b over here. So let us see what will be printed on the terminal. So when we run this code once again, as you can see, a is not less than b is getting printed over here. But let us say we want this particular expression to be true. So in this case, we have provided the value of a as 10 and b is 15 over here. So this time a is less than b. So when we run this code once again, you can see that a is less than or equal to b this time. So guys, in this way you can use the ternary operator. Remember that first we have to provide the expression by using some comparison operators that we have used so far, and then after that we have to use this question mark operator, which is called as ternary operator as well, and then the first expression will be the true expression, and then followed by the colon, we will provide the output to be provided when the expression is false over here. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to the channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video, in which we are going to complete an exercise on arithmetic operators in JavaScript. So stay tuned. So now we are going to complete an exercise on arithmetic operators in JavaScript that we had learned previously. So guys, you need to follow below steps in order to complete this JavaScript practice exercise over here. So first of all, we are going to create two variables, that is x and y, and assign them the values of 10 and 5 respectively. So guys, let us move to VS Code over here. So simply we are going to provide the const keyword followed by the variable name, that is x, and first of all we will provide the value as 10 for the variable x over here. Similarly, we are going to create another variable, that is y in this case, and we provide the value as 5 over here. Now guys, what is the next step? we need to print the result of addition of x and y over here. So simply we can have the console.log statement in this case. And how do we add two numbers over here, since we need to find the result of the addition of x and y? So simply we are going to use backticks over here, and we are going to say addition followed by colon, and then over here we are going to provide the dollar symbol, after which we are going to provide the curly braces over here. Now guys, inside this you can provide any of the variable names or the expressions as well. So simply we are going to add two numbers, that is x and y, by using the plus operator over here. So guys, basically this is the expression in order to add these two numbers that we have already declared in this case. You can also store the result of this particular expression in another variable and use that variable in order to print in this particular console.log statement. So guys, let me just save this file now and try running this code on the terminal over here. So as you can see, we are getting the result as addition, it is equal to 15 this time. That's because when we add two numbers, that is 10 and 5, we get the result as 15. Now guys, let us move to the other step, that is we want to print the result of subtraction of x and y. So guys, over here simply I'm going to copy paste this line of code over here, and then we will say subtraction in this case, and simply we are going to change the expression to x minus y over here. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here. As you can see, we are getting addition is 15 and subtraction is 5. That's because x minus 5, that is 10 minus 5, it is equal to 5 over here. Now guys, let us move to next step. We need to find multiplication. So let us copy paste this line of code over here once again, and this time we are going to provide multiplication as the string, and simply we can say x multiplied by y over here. When we run this code once again in this case, so as you can see, we are getting multiplication, it is equal to 50 over here, because 10 multiplied by 5, it is equal to 50. Now let us move to other step. So we have division of x and y. So simply we are going to copy paste this line of code, and we will say division over here, and this time we will change the operator to divide in this case. So x divided by y over here. Now guys, similarly let us complete the other steps as well before printing all the results. So we will find the remainder of x and y over here when we divide x and y. So simply we are going to say remainder this time, and over here we need to use the modulus operator, that is the percent operator over here. So x percent y, which means 10 will be divided by 5 and the remainder will be found in this case. Now guys, apart from this, we also want to print the result of the x to the power of y over here. So simply we can use the exponentiation operator in order to find the x raised to the power of y result. So over here we will say exponentiation as the string, and in this case, instead of using the percent operator, we have to use the multiplication operator 2 times in order to find x raised to the power of y over here. Now guys, apart from this, we also want to print whether the result of x greater than y, whether it is true or false. So simply we can say x greater than or equal to y. So we provide the statement that is x greater than y question mark. So guys, basically we will get the result as true or false. If x is greater than y over here, we will get the result as true, and if not, then we will get the result as false in this case. And then guys, lastly we have to find the results of all the above operations when x is equal to 5 and y is equal to 11. So guys, first of all, let us print the results of all these operations that we have completed so far. So when we save this file now and try running this code once again over here, as you can see, we are getting addition, it is equal to 15. Since 10 plus 5, it is equal to 15 over here. Then 10 minus 5, it is 5. So we are getting the subtraction as 5 in this case. And for the multiplication, we are getting 10 multiplied by 5, which is equal to 50 over here. Then 10 divided by 5, we are getting the quotient as 2. And 10 divided by 5, for the remainder part, we are getting 0. That's because 10 is exactly divisible by 5 over here, and we are not getting any remainder apart from 0 in this case. And for the next operation, we have the exponentiation, which means 10 raised to the power of 5 over here. So basically 10 will be multiplied by the same number, that is 10, 5 times over here, and this is the number that we are getting as the output. And is x greater than y? Yes, this time, because 10 is greater than 5 over here, and that is why we are getting the result as true this time. Now guys, apart from this, we can also find the results for all these operations by simply changing the value of x and y over here, and that is what we are supposed to do this time. So guys, basically x is equal to 5 and y is equal to 11. Let us see what will be the output over here. So when we change the value of x to 5 this time and y, it must be 11 over here. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again this time. So as you can see, addition, 5 plus 11 is equal to 16, then 5 minus 11, it is equal to minus 6. 5 multiplied by 11 is 55, then 5 divided by 11 is giving us this particular result for the division operator, 0.45. Then 5 divided by 11, the remainder will be 5 over here. Apart from this, for the exponentiation part, we are getting this particular result when we calculate 5 raised to the power of 11 over here. Apart from this, is x greater than y? No, in this case, because the value of 5 is less than the value of 11 for the y variable over here, and that is why we are getting false this time. So guys, in this way you can complete different arithmetic operators for these two variables for which you have set the values over here. Now guys, what will be the output when we provide the value of x as 4 over here and the value of y as 7 over here? So guys, you can follow all these steps in order to find the answer when the values of x and y is 4 and 7. So whatever answer you get on the console, comment in the comment section below. Let us see whether your answers are correct or not. So please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video in which we are going to see strings in JavaScript. So stay tuned. So now we will see string in JavaScript. So guys, basically string is a text that can be assigned or stored inside the variable, and this we are going to check with the help of examples as well. So this is the syntax that you can define a particular string. So as you can see, we have used the const keyword over here followed by the name of the variable, that is str. Now guys, this particular variable will be a string when you provide the value on the left hand side, which is enclosed in between the double quotes over here. So as you can see, this particular value, that is programming for beginners, is enclosed in between the double quotes, and that is why the data type of this particular variable will be string over here. Now guys, you can either use the double quotes or the single quote, or you can also use the backtick. So all these we are going to check with the help of examples as well. So let us move to the VS Code over here. So first of all, let us define the variable by using the const keyword. So let's say we provide the variable name as str, that is string over here, equal to, and then we need to provide the value inside the double quotes over here. So guys, basically we provide the value that is programming for beginners, that is the name of this YouTube channel that you should subscribe if you have not done so. We have provided the value that is programming for beginners in between the double quotes over here. Let us print the type of this particular string variable. So simply we can use the type of operator over here and then followed by the name of the variable, that is str. So guys, basically this particular log statement will help us in order to print the data type of this particular variable. So let me just save this file now and try running this code by using the node command on the terminal. So we provide node followed by space character and then the name of the JavaScript file, that is test.js. So when we press enter, as you can see, we are getting the string data type over here. That's because we have provided the value in between the double quotes over here. And simply in order to print the string, what we can do is, again we can provide the console.log statement, and this time we will provide the name of the variable, that is str. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here. So as you can see, the data type is string and then we are getting the value of the string, that is programming for beginners. Over here, instead of using the double quotes, simply we can use the single quote as well. So instead of providing double quote, we are providing single quotes over here. So when we run this code once again, we are not going to see any change as far as the output is concerned. That's because it is same whether you provide the the double quotes or the single quote when you are defining the string value. Now guys, apart from this, you can also concatenate two string by using the plus operator over here. When you're using numbers, the plus operator is used in order to add two or multiple numbers, but when you're using string data type, the plus operator will be used in order to join the two strings. So guys, let us define another string over here. So let's say we provide const and then str1, it is equal to, and this time we provide YouTube channel over here. So we have YouTube channel as the string, and before the YouTube keyword we provide the space character, since we are going to join both the string, that is str and str1. So guys, what we will do is simply I'm going to comment out this line of code over here, and then again we are going to provide the console.log statement. This time we will say str, and then we will use the plus operator in order to join both the strings. So guys, basically this is the concatenation of two strings, meaning we are joining two strings with the help of the plus operator. And then on the right hand side we provide str1. The number of variables is not limited to 2 over here. You can use as many times the plus operator as you want based on the requirements, and provide the variable names that are having the string values. So guys, over here we are joining the str and str1. Let us see what will be the output. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again on the browser. As you can see, we are getting programming for beginners YouTube channel. So guys, basically we have joined these two string values over here with the help of the concatenation operator, that is the plus operator over here, and in this way you can join two or multiple number of string values. Now guys, apart from this, you can also provide the quotes inside the quotes in a string over here. So basically we are using single quote over here in order to enclose the entire string. Let us say we want to provide a double quotes inside this string which is enclosed with the help of the single quote. So let me just comment out this line of code over here. So what we will do is, let's say we provide programming for beginners, and then over here we want to provide YouTube channel within the double quotes inside the first string over here. So simply we provide the double quotes over here, and then we provide YouTube channel as the string value. So guys, basically the entire string value is enclosed within the single quote over here, and this time we can use the double quote since the main string is enclosed within the single quote. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again on the browser. So we have not provided any log statement over here, so I'll just uncomment this line of code so that we are able to see the value of the string variable. So let me just run this code once again. As you can see, programming for beginners, and then the YouTube channel is enclosed in between the double quote, and in this way you can provide the double quote inside the single quote. Now guys, can you provide double quote inside the double quote? No, in this case. So if you try to provide double quotes as the main special character that is enclosing the entire string, so basically as you can see we are getting the error over here. So in this case you have to provide single quote over here. So basically instead of double quote for the YouTube channel, we are providing single quote over here. So this time instead of having double quote for this YouTube channel, we will get the single quotes. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again. So as you can see, we are getting programming for beginners and then single quote over here, since we are using the double quote as the main special character to enclose the entire string value over here. Now guys, apart from this, you can also use the template strings with the help of the backtick. So when you're using the backtick, you can provide the single quote and double quote inside the string value over here. So let us check that as well. So guys, over here what we will do is, let us say we provide backtick over here, that is the starting and the ending backtick, and then we will say programming for beginners. But guys, over here we want the programming for beginners to be present inside the double quote. So simply we can provide the double quote which will enclose the programming for beginners string over here, and then we have the YouTube channel which must be present in between the single quote. So over here we provide 2 times single quotes, and then we provide YouTube channel over here. So guys, basically this backtick which is enclosing the main string over here will help us in order to provide both, that is double quote as well as the single quote this time. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here. So as you can see, we are getting programming for beginners between the double quotes, and then inside the single quote we are getting the YouTube channel over here. So guys, you can also use the template string over here, which means by using the backtick you can represent the string value. This backtick also helps you in order to include the value of the other variable as well. So what we can do is, let us say we provide a certain number over here with the help of the x variable, and let us say we provide the number as 1 in this case. So guys, basically we want to append this number that is 1 inside the strings. So what we will do is Programming for Beginners YouTube channel, and then after this we want to provide hyphen and then the value of this number. So how do we provide the value of the x inside this particular string? So basically, since we are using backtick over here, simply we can use the dollar symbol, and then inside the open and close curly braces we can use the name of the variable, that is x in this case. So guys, basically this is going to print the value of the variable that is x. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here. So as you can see, Programming for Beginners YouTube channel, and then we are getting the value that is 1 over here. So guys, in this way it becomes very important when you use backtick in order to represent the string value. Now guys, apart from this, you can also find the length of the string by using the length property over here. So basically what this length property will do is, it is going to print the number of characters that are present inside a particular string. So guys, let me just change the string value over here to test in this case. So basically it is having 4 characters over here. I'll also remove this line of code since it is not required for now. So guys, basically we are printing the test string over here. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again. So as you can see, we are getting the value that is test. Now let's say we want to find the number of characters that are present inside this string value. So what we have to do is, we need to make use of this str variable over here followed by dot, and then we have something called as length over here. So guys, basically this length property will help us in order to get the number of the characters that are present inside this particular string value. So when we save this file now and try running this code once again over here, as you can see, we are getting number 4 as the length of the string. So in this way you can get the number of characters that are present inside the string value. Let's say we provide more string value over here as the test data. So as you can see, now there are 9 number of characters inside this particular string. Let us verify that with the help of this length property over here. So when we run this code once again, so as you can see, we are getting 9 as the length of this particular string variable. Now guys, apart from this, you can also use the escape characters inside the string value. So guys, over here what we had seen previously is, inside the double quotes you cannot provide more double quotes over here. So if we try to provide a double quote in this case, so as you can see, we are getting the error. But let's say if you want to provide the double quote within this main double quote over here, which is enclosing the entire string, so what you can do is, simply you can use the escape character, which means you need to provide an additional backslash character over here before the special character that you have provided. So guys, this is nothing but the escape character that will help you in order to print the special characters which cannot be printed normally. So let me just run this code once again. We will print the value of the string variable over here. So when we see the output, as you can see, test and then followed by the double quote over here, and then we have the data in this case. Similarly, we can have other special characters as well. So we have the single quote over here. So again, in between the test data there will be single quote that will be printed over here. Let's say if you want to print a backslash character, so simply you provide a backslash character once and then again you provide the backslash character. So the first backslash character is the escape character over here. Let me just save this file now, and only once the backslash character will be visible over here, which is the second backslash character in this case. So guys, in this way you can use the escape characters as well. We can also compare the strings as well. So what we will do is, let's say we have the string character that is A over here, and we want to see whether A is greater than another character that is B. So guys, over here we are using the two string values that is having just one character, that is A and B over here. So is A greater than B? No, in this case. So let us see what will be the output. So when we run this code over here, as you can see, we are getting false in this case. But let us say we change the value of the left hand side string to C over here. So is C greater than B? Yes, in this case. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, we are getting true as the output. So guys, we can use any of the comparison operators in order to compare the two string values as well. Now apart from this, we can also access the string by using the open and close square brackets over here. So guys, let us say we have the string value that is test data, and let's say we want to access the first character over here. So we only want the first letter, that is T, to be printed on the console. So guys, what we will do is simply we use the str, that is the name of the variable, and then inside the open and close square brackets, this particular T is being represented by the 0th index over here. So the count starts from 0, and then the next letter, that is E, is represented by 1, and then we have 2 which represents the S character, and then we have 3, 4, 5 and so on. Simply we need to provide the index number, that is 0 over here. So guys, let me just save this file now and try running this code once again on the console. So as you can see, we are getting the first letter, that is T over here. In order to access the second letter, that is E over here, simply we need to change the index number to 1. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here. So as you can see, we are getting E letter printed over here on the terminal. Now guys, what will be the output if we provide str and then followed by the index number, that is 5 over here? So comment in the comment section below what will be the output of this particular log statement when we have this string value, that is test data over here. Let us see whether your answer is correct or not. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video, in which we are going to see the data types in JavaScript. So stay tuned. So now we will see data types in JavaScript. So guys, basically JavaScript has 8 data types. As you can see, the first data type is a string data type that we have already seen previously. Next we have the number data type, in which we can have the integers or the float numbers as well, along with the decimal point. Apart from this, we also have the big int data type, in which case if any of the values cannot be represented by the number, such as the very big numbers, then we can use the big int data type over here. Apart from this, we also have the boolean data type, which is having only 2 values, that is true and false. And then we also have the undefined data type followed by the null data type, and then we have the symbol and the object data types as well. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples in VS Code over here. So first of all, we will see how we can define the variable with the string data type. So over here we will provide the variable name as str, and as we have discussed previously, whatever value we provide in between the double quotes or the single quote or the backtick as well, those values are represented as a string in JavaScript. So guys, over here let us provide programming for beginners. That is the name of this YouTube channel, which you should definitely subscribe if you have not done so. So basically we have this value as the string data type over here. So the str variable is now of the data type string in this case, based on the value that we have provided. So let us confirm that as well. We will simply provide the type of character inside the console.log statement, and then we will provide the variable name. Apart from this, we also want to print the variable value. So simply we will say backticks, and then inside this we will say value of str is, and then followed by $, and then inside the open and close curly braces we will provide the name of the variable, that is str in this case. So guys, let me just save this file now and try running this code on the terminal. So we will say node followed by the name of the JavaScript file, that is test.js over here. So as you can see, we are getting the string as the output for this type of operator when we check the data type of this particular variable. So basically the str variable is of the string data type over here. Apart from this, the value of str is programming for beginners. So you can see that this is the string that is getting printed over here. So guys, in this way, this is the first data type that you can use in JavaScript. Apart from this, when you say number, basically on the right hand side you only have to provide the value of the number over here. So let's say we provide the value as 10 in this case. So guys, basically since we are not using any double quotes or single quote over here, based on the value of the variable, the data type will be assigned assigned to this particular variable. So now str will be having the data type of number. So let us check that as well. So over here we will also provide the string so that we can understand that this is the data type over here. So guys, basically we have data type followed by colon, and then we are using the plus operator, and then we are using the type of operator in order to get the data type of this particular variable. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here. As you can see, now the data type, it is equal to number this time. That's because we have provided the value as number over here, and the value of str is 10. So guys, basically we have not changed the variable name over here, but we are simply changing the value. So based on the value of the variable, the data type will be assigned to that particular variable. Let us say we provide certain decimal point over here, and after that we provide the number that is 35, which means 10.35 is the number. So basically this is the float number which belongs to the number data type over here. When we save this file now and try running this code once again over here, as you can see, data type, it is equal to number again, and the value of str, it is 10.35. So guys, whether it is integers or the floating point numbers with the decimal point, all those numbers will belong to the number data type, and based on your requirements you can provide the values for these variables. Now guys, apart from this, how do we define the big int over here? So let us say we have a very big number in this case. So let me just print a very big number over here. So as you can see, we have a very big number on the right hand side. So let us see how this number will be printed on the console. There is certain warning that is coming over here. Numeric literals with absolute values equal to 2 raised to the power of 53 or greater are too large to be represented accurately as integers. So guys, basically it is giving us certain kind of information over here that this is belonging to a big integer, but still let us see how the number will be printed on the console. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here. So as you can see, the data type is still number because we are not using the big integer over here in order to convert this particular value into a big integer. So basically the data type is number, and the value of this str, it is 1.23 and so on. Basically e raised to the power of 30 is being used over here in order to represent the number. But guys, let us say you want to print this exact number on the terminal. So what you can do is simply you can use the big int over here. So basically this is the class that is big int that you have to use, and when you use this, you need to provide the data inside the double quotes, which needs to be enclosed between the open and close parentheses over here. So as you can see, we have the big int, and then we have the open parenthesis followed by the double quotes, and then the entire number that is present inside this double quote, and then we have the closed parenthesis over here. So let me just save this file now and let us see what will be the output over here on the terminal. So as you can see, we are getting the data type, it is equal to big int over here, and the value of str, it is the big number that we have already provided in our code in this case. So guys, basically if you want to use this big number and want to represent it as the big int over here, you can use this big int prefix over here, and then you need to enclose this entire number within the parenthesis. Now guys, apart from this, you can also use the boolean data type as well. So basically it is going to have either true or false value. So when we say true in this case, it is a keyword that is reserved by JavaScript over here. So let me just save this file now. Let us see the data type and the value of this true value. So as you can see, we have the data type as boolean and the value of str is true. Now similarly, we can also provide the value as false over here. Let me just save this file now. Again, the data type will be boolean this time, and that is how you can either use the true or false values for the boolean data type. It becomes very important to use the boolean data type whenever you are using the conditional statements. We also have something called as undefined data type. So let us say you have not provided any value to this particular variable. So simply we will provide semicolon over here, and we are getting the error const declarations must be initialized. So guys, basically let us change this to the let keyword so that we want to test the undefined data type over here. So basically we have not provided any value this time. So guys, by default, when there is no value that is assigned to this particular variable, the data type of this variable will be undefined over here, and the value will be also undefined. So let us check that as well. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here. As you can see, the data type, it is equal to undefined, and also the value that we have provided for the str variable is undefined over here. So basically the meaning of undefined is we have not provided any value to the variable yet, and it will have have certain value in future based on the calculations that we are going to do, based on the calculations or the expressions that we are going to use along with this particular variable. Now guys, apart from this, we also have something called as null over here. So we can simply provide the null value over here. So let us see what will be the output. So basically on the right hand side we have provided the null value for this particular variable. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here. So as you can see, the data type, it is equal to object for this particular null value, and the value of str, it is null. So guys, in this way you can use the null value as well for a particular variable. There is another data type, that is symbol, which we are going to see in the upcoming videos as well. And another very important data type is object, in which there are multiple other data types that we can define, such as array, and then map, set, date, promises, and also the custom objects that we are going to create in the upcoming videos. So guys, basically all these data types belong to the main data type, that is object over here. So how do we define an array? So basically array is nothing but the list of elements. The list can be of the integer, that is the number data type, or it can be of the string data type as well, or it can also be the big integers as well. So in short, it is going to be the list of all the elements that we are going to define inside the array. So guys, how do we define the array over here? Simply we declare the variable over here, and then after the equal to operator, inside the open and close square brackets, we need to provide the list of all the elements. So let's say the first element is 1 over here. We want to define the list of numbers in this case, followed by comma, and then we have to provide the second element, that is 2 in this case, and then followed by comma, then 3, 4, and so on. So guys, basically whatever number of elements you provide over here, those elements must be separated by using the comma in this case, and in this way you can define the array, that is the list of elements, which will be of the data type object over here. So guys, as you can see, we have 5 number of elements over here. Let us see what will be the output for the data type and the value of this variable. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here. As you can see, data type, it is equal to object this time, because arrays are of the data type object in JavaScript. And then apart from this, we can also get the value of str, it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now guys, apart from this, we can also provide the list of strings over here. So let us say we want to provide the list of fruits in this case. So simply we will provide the variable name as fruits over here, and instead of having the str variable in the console.log statement, we have provided the variable name as fruits. Now guys, over here, let us say the first fruit is apple over here, then followed by comma, and then the second fruit is mango, and so on. We can provide the values of other fruits as well. So we have watermelon as the third fruit, and then let us say we have another fruit, that is orange over here. So guys, basically it is nothing but the list of fruits that we have defined inside the open and close square brackets over here, which is nothing but the array in JavaScript. Now guys, let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here. As you can see, we have the data type, it is equal to object once again, and the value of str, which means the value of fruits over here. You can see that the value is apple, mango, watermelon, and orange. So guys, over here we have the value of fruits that we have already defined in our code. So guys, in this way the arrays are nothing but the of the data type object over here. Apart from this, we can also define the date as well, so we can get the current date of the system. So what we will do is, let us say we define the date variable over here. Simply we need to use the new keyword in order to get the current date, and then over here we need to make use of this date class in this case. So guys, after this we have to use the open and close parenthesis. So guys, in this way we can get the current date of the system. So over here what we will do is, we will replace the variable name, that is fruits, by date over here. So simply we have value of date, and then the date will be displayed. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here. As you can see, the data type of date is object once again, and the value of date is so and so, that is getting displayed over here. Apart from this, we can simply get the hours as well. So currently it is 16:53 over here, so the hour is 16 in this case. So simply for this date variable we can provide dot, and then as you can see we have multiple other methods that you can use. Basically you can simply get the date as well, and then we have the day, then we have the full year, then we have hours, milliseconds, minutes, and so on. So over here we have the requirement of getting the hours in this case, So we use this particular method followed by open and close parenthesis. So guys, it is important to note that whenever we are going to use the method over here, we have to provide the open and close parenthesis in this case. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here. As you can see, data type is object and the value of date, which means the R, is 16 over here. We can simply get the date as well. So we have the get date method. So let me just save this file now. So today's date is 4th over here, and that is what is getting printed. Apart from this, you can also print the month and the year as well. So guys, comment in the comment section below what will be the output if you provide the date.get full year over here. Let us see whether your answer is correct or not. So guys, based on the year in which you are going to execute this particular line of code, you will get a different output on the console, and the same you can comment in the comment section below. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to the channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video, in which we are going to see if and else conditional statements in JavaScript. So stay tuned. So now we will see if and else conditional statements in JavaScript. So guys, basically very often when you write code, you want to perform different actions for different decisions based on the data that you already have in your JavaScript code. So guys, basically you can use the conditional statements in your code in order to do this. So in short, based on certain conditions, you can execute certain different line of code that you want to define in your JavaScript code. So guys, basically in JavaScript, we have the following conditional statements. That is, first of all, we will use the if statement in order to specify a block of code to be executed if a specified condition is true. So guys, after this if keyword, we provide certain condition inside the parenthesis, and if that condition is true, then the block of code after this particular if statement will be executed, and if it is false, then we use the else keyword in order to specify the block of code to be executed if the same condition is false over here. Apart from this, we also use the else if in order to specify a new condition to test if the first condition is false over here. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples in VS Code over here. I'll simply remove the previous lines of code that we had written. So what we will do is we will define two variables over here. So first of all, we have the variable a, it is equal to 10, and then we have another variable, that is b in this case, which is equal to 15 over here. Now guys, what we will do is we will compare both these variables by using the if condition, and we will see if variable a is it less than variable b. So guys, over here we use the if keyword in this case followed by open and close parenthesis, inside which we have to provide the condition. So over here, let us say we provide a, is it less than b over here. So guys, basically this is the expression which will return either true or false, and then after this we have open and close curly braces, and simply inside this we are going to provide the console.log statement, and then we will say a is less than b in this case. So guys, basically if a is less than b, if this particular expression is true, then the control flow will go inside this block of code that we have defined, and then this log statement will be executed in which we are printing a is less than b over here. Now guys, let's say if this particular condition is not true, so what we have to do is after this curly braces we have to provide the else keyword over here, and then we will have another block of code, in which case we will print another statement, that is a is not less than b over here. So guys, basically this is the statement that will be printed, and this is the very basic syntax as far as the if else conditional statement in JavaScript is concerned. So guys, let me just save this file now, and let us see what will be the output over here. So we run the test.js file in this case. As you can see, a is less than b. That's because the value of a is 10 and the value of b is 15. So 10 is less than 15 over here. So basically the control flow is going inside this particular block of code over here, and this is the way that the if and else condition will work. Now guys, let us say this particular condition is false and we want the control flow to go inside this else block over here. So what we have to do is we have to make the value of a that is greater than b over here. So that is a less than b? No, in this case. So since this condition is false, the control flow will not go inside this block of code. So basically the next block of code that is inside the else part will be executed this time. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here. As you can see, a is not less than b is getting getting printed over here, and that is what we had defined under the else part in this case. Now guys, apart from this, we can also use the else if condition over here. So let us say you also want to check whether a is equal to b. So what if we provide the value of a, it is equal to 15. So this time a is not less than b, but a is also not greater than b over here, but it is equal to b. But what output we will get over here when we run this code? So let us check that as well. So when we save this file now and try running this code once again, as you can see, a is not less than b is getting printed over here. Why so? Because we have not provided the condition where a is equal to b this time. So is a less than b? No, in this case. So the code is not checking anything else, and that is why we are getting this particular statement getting printed on the terminal over here. But we also want to provide another statement over here. Either we can provide a is equal to b under the else if part in this case. So basically we provide the statement in between the if and else statement over here. So we provide else followed by the space character, and then we have the if keyword over here, and again we have to provide another condition. So just like how we have provided the condition for the if keyword over here, we also have to provide the condition for the else if in this case. So simply we will check whether a is equal to b or not. So basically we are using the 2 times equal to operator in order to check whether both the numbers are equal, and then after this inside the curly braces we will say console.log over here, and then inside this we will say a is equal to b. So guys, basically we have this statement that is a is equal to b over here. So simply what the control flow will do is, first of all it will check whether a is less than b. No, in this case. So the control flow will go to the next else if part over here, and then it will check whether a is equal to b. Yes, in this case, and then this particular statement will be printed, which is a is equal to b. So guys, once this particular statement is printed, it will come out of the entire if else statement over here, and the else statement this time will not get executed. So guys, let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here. As you can see, a is equal to b this time. So guys, it is important to note the flow of the interpreter over here. First of all, the control flow will go inside the if statement over here, that is the first if statement. If the condition is true, then the statement inside this block of code will be executed. If not, then the control flow will come over here and check the statement once again, and if true, then this particular statement will be executed, and if it is not true, then the control flow will come to the else part, and then this statement will be executed finally. Now guys, if the statement is executed for this else if part over here, the interpreter will not come to this else part. That's because only one of these particular statements should be printed on the terminal, and that is how the if else conditions will work. So guys, let us test all these conditions once again. So let us say we provide the value of 14 to the a variable. Let me just save this file now. So basically a is less than b over here, and the same thing we are getting, a is less than b. Now guys, let us say we have both the numbers equal. So we have 15 is equal to 15. So this time a is equal to b is getting printed, and let's say a is greater than b over here. So simply we will provide another number, that is 18 in this case. So 18 is greater than 15. So this time a is not less than b should get printed over here. So as you can see, a is not less than b. So guys, in this way you can simply use the if and else conditional statements in order to execute the code based on the requirement. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to the channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video, in which we are going to make use of the switch statement in JavaScript. So stay tuned. So now we will see switch statement in JavaScript. So guys, basically the switch statement is used in order to perform the different actions based on the different conditions over here, and instead of using the if else conditional statements that we had seen previously, you can also use the switch statement if you have multiple different actions to be performed based on the expression's value. So guys, over here this is the syntax that you can use. First of all, you have to use the switch keyword over here, and then inside the open and close parenthesis you need to provide the expression. It can be a boolean value over here or a simple number as well that is being passed to the switch statement in this case. This expression can be any number over here or the string as well, and based on the value of this particular expression, the control flow will try to match the number or the string over here inside the block of code. So guys, over here if this particular expression is equal to x, so basically the case keyword is used followed by the value that is x over here. So if the expression is equal to x, so this block of code that is matching the case x over here will be getting executed. So basically this code block will be executed, after which we have to provide the break statement so that the control flow comes out of the switch statement over here. And then if the expression is equal to y, so basically the control flow will come over here. It will check that y is not equal to x this time, but the next case, that is case y, will get match over here, and then this particular code block will be executed, and then we have the break statement once again. And then guys, after this, in the end we should also have the default case over here, which will help us in order to execute this code block when there were no matches for these particular cases inside the switch statement. So guys, let us check the working of the switch statement in JavaScript over here. Let me just remove the previous lines of code that we had written in the VS Code. So over here what we will do is, let us say we provide the variable name that is option in this case, and we provide the value as 1 over here. Now guys, after this we will provide the switch statement over here. So we have the switch keyword and then followed by open and close curly braces, and this time we are passing the variable name that is option, and then after this we have the open and close curly braces. Now guys, inside the switch statement, that is inside the curly braces, we need to define different cases. So let's say we have the first case over here. We use the case keyword followed by the space character, and then what kind of values can be present inside this option. So we have the very first option, that is 0 in this case, and then after the colon we have to provide the block of code over here. So simply we are going to provide the console.log statement this time, and then we will say option 0 is selected. So guys, basically we have started the options from the 0th number over here, and then after this console.log statement you can have more number of statements over here, after which you need to provide the break statement. So guys, basically this is very important for the control flow to come out of the switch statement. So over here after the break statement we will define another case. So let us say we move to the case 1 this time, and simply we will provide the console.log statement once again, and this time we will say option 1 is selected over here, and then again we will provide the break statement. Now guys, similarly I'm going to copy paste this line of code over here, and again we are going to provide case 2 this time, and then we will say option 2 is selected. So guys, basically we have defined different options over here, that is case 0, case 1 and then case 2, and based on the value inside this particular option the console.log statement will be printed over here. Now guys, in the end what we will do is, let us say the option value is some other value apart from this 0, 1 and 2 numbers that we have provided. So simply we are going to provide the default keyword over here, in which case whatever other values that are provided to the option variable will get matched with the default case over here, since it is not matching with the other cases that we have already defined. So guys, over here again we are going to provide the console.log statement, and this time we will say some other option was selected. So guys, basically this will tell the user that some other option was selected apart from option 0, option 1 and option 2 in this case. And then guys, after the default case it is not necessary to provide the break statement over here. That's because that is the last statement inside the switch statement that we have already defined. So guys, let us see what will be the output of this particular switch statement that we have defined over here in JavaScript. So let me just save this file now and try running this code, that is test.js file in this case. So as you can see, option 1 is selected is getting printed. That's because option value is 1 over here, and when the control flow comes inside the switch statement in this case, first of all case 0 is getting checked. So is option equal to 0? No in this case. So the control flow goes to the next case, that is case 1. So is option equal to 1 this time? Yes in this case. So basically option 1 is selected is getting printed over here. Similarly, if the option is 0, then this particular statement will be printed. So guys, let us check that as well. So when we set the value of option as 0 over here at the start of this particular program, so when we save this file now and try running this code once again over here, as you can see option 0 is selected is getting printed over here. Similarly, in order to print this option 2 is selected, we have to set the option value as 2 over here, and when we run this code once again, you can see that option 2 is selected is getting printed over here. And what if we provide the option equal to 3 value? So let us see what will be the answer. Basically none of the cases will get matched over here, and finally the control flow will come to the default case in this case, and basically this is the statement that must be printed. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. As you can see, some other option was selected is getting printed over here. So guys, in this way the switch statement works. You can also provide any of the string values as well to the the option variable, and the same string values must be provided for these cases in order for them to match when the control flow is checking the values. Now guys, apart from this, not only the variable names over here, but you can also provide the expression. So let us say we have provided the option is equal to 3 and we do option -1 over here this time. So basically what is getting passed to the switch statement over here? Option -1, which means 3 minus 1, it is equal to 2. So basically case is equal to 2. This particular line of code should get printed over here. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again. So as you can see, option 2 is selected, is getting printed over here. Now guys, very important thing, what happens if we don't provide the break statement over here? So I have commented this particular break statement. Let us see what will be the output. So when we save this file now and try running this code once again, you can see that option 2 is selected, is getting printed, which is correct over here. But the control flow after printing this particular statement is not going out of the switch statement this time, and it is printing the default case as well. You can see that some other option was selected is also getting printed. So guys, for this reason, it is very important that you provide the break keyword over here after each and every case, and you can ignore the break statement for the last case, that is the default case. That's because that is the last statement to be checked over here, after which we don't have any other cases to be checked. So guys, always remember to provide the break statement after each and every case that you have provided inside the switch statement. And when we provide option -2 over here, when the value of option is equal to 3, the option will be equal to 1. So what will be the output in this case? Comment in the comment section below. Let us see whether your answer is correct or not. So please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to the channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video, in which we are going to learn about an exercise in order to greet based on the time in JavaScript. So stay tuned. So now we will work on an exercise in order to greet the person based on the time in JavaScript. So guys, basically in this particular exercise, we will get the current time of the system using the JavaScript date object, and then we will greet the person with the good morning or the good afternoon message over here. So guys, let us move to the VS Code in this case. So what we will do is, first of all, we will define the variable that is date over here. So simply we are going to get the current system date in this case. So we have new keyword over here. As you can see, after the equal to operator, we use the new keyword followed by the space character, and then we use the date class in this case. So basically this is the date class that is responsible in order to get the current system date over here. And then after this, what we will do is, let us verify what we are getting inside the date variable. So simply we are printing the date variable over here. Let me just save this file now and try running this code using the node keyword over here followed by the name of the file, that is test.js. So guys, as you can see, we are getting the year followed by the month, and then we are getting the date as well, and then we are getting the time as well over here. So guys, as you can see, we are getting the complete date and time by using this particular date class over here. Now guys, what we have to do is, we need to extract the hour using this particular date that is getting printed. So simply we will define another variable that is r in this case, and then followed by the equal to operator. This time we will use this particular variable that is date, inside which we already have the current date and time of the system, and then followed by dot. And then as you can see, we have multiple methods over here. We have the get date method, then we have get day, get full year, get hours, get milliseconds, and so on. We have multiple methods that you can use. So guys, currently we are concerned about the hour of this particular time. So what we can do is, simply we can use the get hours over here, and then followed by the open and close parenthesis, since it is a method. So guys, now let us see what will be the hour that is getting printed over here. So simply we will provide the console.log statement, and then we will print the hour. Let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, the hour is converted to the local time over here, and we are getting the 17 hour in this case. So guys, this is the way that we can get the current hour over here of the system. Now guys, what we will do is, we will provide our logic in order to print whether it is a good morning message or the good afternoon message that is supposed to be printed. So what we will do is, first of all, we will check whether the hour is it less than or equal to 12. So guys, over here, since we are following the 24-hour format, if it is morning, then the hour must be less than or equal to 12 over here. So basically after the 12th hour, the afternoon will start. So simply we will say hour, is it less than or equal to 12? If yes, then simply we will provide the console.log statement, and then we will provide good morning message in this case. So guys, basically we have this particular message that will be printed if the hour is less than than or equal to 12, and if not, then the good afternoon message must be printed. So over here simply we will provide the else part in this case, and then we will say console.log, and this time we will have good afternoon that is getting printed over here on the console. So guys, basically this is the message that is getting printed over here. Let us save this file now and try running this code once again over here. As you can see, good afternoon message is getting printed. That's because the current hour, it is 17 over here. Let us also print the current hour in this case. So simply we will have the console.log statement, and then we will say current hour, it is equal to, and then simply we will provide dollar followed by open and close curly braces, and then we will provide hour in this case. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here. As you can see, current hour, it is equal to 17, and then we are getting good afternoon message over here. Now guys, let us say if the hour is 12, so what will be the output? So simply what we will do is we will override the value of hour in this case. So even after getting the hour over here as the value of 17, we are changing the hour value over here. So what we will set it as? We will set it as 12 in this case, in such a way that the good morning message must be displayed. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here. As you can see, current hour, it is equal to 12 in this case, and then we have the good morning message that is getting printed over here. So guys, based on the date, time and the hour during which you execute this particular JavaScript program, the good morning or the good afternoon message will be printed over here. Let us put another condition in this case. So let us say if the hour is less than 16 over here. So basically we are setting another parameter in this case. So we have less than or equal to 16 this time, and if the hour is greater than 16, which means whether it is 17 or 18, we want to print the good evening message over here. So simply we will have the else part, and then we will say console.log statement, and then inside this we will say good evening message. So guys, over here the good morning message will be printed when the hour is less than or equal to 12. Then when the hour is less than or equal to 16, the good afternoon message will be printed, and if the hour is greater than 16 over here, the good evening message must be printed. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here. As you can see, current hour, it is equal to 17 this time, which is the evening time. So basically we are getting good evening message over here on the console. So guys, in this way you can get the current system date and time by using the date class over here, and then you can print the greeting message based on the project requirement. So guys, comment in the comment section below what is the current date and time currently when you are running this code over here while you are watching this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to the channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video, in which we are going to talk about the ternary operator in JavaScript. So stay tuned. So now we will see ternary operator in JavaScript. So guys, basically ternary operator in JavaScript is used in order to check for certain condition that is similar to the if-else conditional statement that we had seen previously. So guys, basically this ternary operator can be an alternative for the if-else conditional statement that we had seen previously. So you can use this with the help of this particular syntax. As you can see, first of all we have to provide certain expression over here. So basically the result of this expression will be either true or false. Just like in the if condition we provide certain expression, similarly we have to provide the expression in the ternary operator as well. So guys, basically after this expression we have to provide the question mark, and then followed by the lines of code that needs to be executed when the expression is true. So guys, as you can see, this is the block in which case you will execute if the expression is true over here. So if this expression is true, these lines of code will be executed, or else basically we have the colon over here, after which we have another set of lines of code, in which case when the expression is false, then these lines of code will be executed on the right hand side. So guys, basically we have two special characters over here. First of all we have the question mark after the expression, and then we have the colon over here, which is provided after the line of code that is executed when the expression is true. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples in VS Code over here. So basically what we will do is, let us say we define a variable with the help of the let keyword over here, and let's say we provide the variable name as age. So let's say your age is 21 years old. So what we will do is we will check whether the age is greater than or equal to 18 years, and then only the person will be allowed to vote. So guys, basically we will have another variable over here and we will name this variable as a result, and then we provide equal to operator, and then guys we will use the ternary operator in order to check whether the person based on the age will be allowed to vote or not. So we will provide the expression. In this case we will say age is greater than or equal to 18. So basically this is the expression that we have provided, after which we can provide the question mark over here, and then if this particular expression is true, let us provide this expression within the parenthesis so that it looks more decent over here and the code is more readable. So guys, if this expression is true, we have to provide the string that is eligible to vote. So simply inside the quotes over here we will say eligible to vote. So as you can see, this is the string that we are providing to the result variable, and if this expression is not true, then we have to provide the colon over here, after which we can simply provide not eligible to vote. So basically we have another string over here that is not eligible to vote in this case. So guys, as you can see, this is the expression which will either return true or false, and then based on the result of this expression, if it is true, then this particular string will be returned to the result variable, and if it is false, then not eligible to vote string will be returned to the result. And then guys, simply we can provide the console.log statement inside which we can simply print the result over here. So guys, let me just save this file now, and since the age is 21 right now, it is greater than 18 over here. So let us see what will be the output. So simply we will type node command over here followed by the name of the JavaScript file on the terminal. So as you can see, eligible to vote is getting printed over here. That's because age greater than or equal to 18 is returning us the true value. Now guys, let us provide another age. So let's say the age that we provide is 16 over here. So in this case, this particular expression is not true. So let us see what will be the output on the terminal. When we save this file now and try running this code once again over here, as you can see, it says not eligible to vote. So in this way we can easily use the ternary operator instead of the if else conditional statements that we have seen previously. Now guys, you can also provide more ternary operators inside these lines of code that you have provided. So let's say we want to put a condition, if the age is greater than 18, then the person is eligible to vote, but we also want to put another condition, if the age is greater than or equal to 25, then the person is also eligible to drink. So guys, what we have to do over here is simply I'm going to remove this part that is eligible to vote, and then again we will put another condition over here. So let us say we provide age is greater than or equal to 25. So first of all, if age is greater than or equal to 18, if this particular statement is true, then the control flow will come over here, and then it will again check whether age is greater than or equal to 25. So guys, over here we will have another set of statements. So after this we need to provide question mark over here. So we will provide certain statement over here if this particular condition is true, and if not, then we will provide colon, and then again we will have another statement over here. In order to make this conditional statement more clear, we will have parentheses at the start and at the end. So as you can see, we have two conditional statements in this case. First of all, age is greater than or equal to 18. If it is true, then this entire conditional statement will be executed, and if not, then this particular statement will be returned. So guys, over here, if age is greater than or equal to 25, we will say eligible to vote and drink. So guys, basically we have this particular statement, and for the false statement we will say eligible to vote but not to drink. So as you can see, I have divided this conditional statement into multiple lines over here. So first of all, we have this particular expression. If this is true, then this line of code will be executed. If it is false, which means we have provided a colon over here, then this particular string will be returned to the result variable over here. And inside the true statement over here, we are having another conditional statement. If the age is greater than or equal to 25, then it is going to return eligible to vote and drink, and if not, then eligible to vote but not to drink in this case. So let me just save this file now. Currently the age is 16, so let us see what will be the output. As you can see, not eligible to vote is getting printed over here. Now guys, let us say we provide the age as 22. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again. As you can see, eligible to vote but not to drink is getting printed. That's because even though age is greater than or equal to 18, but this particular statement, that is age is greater than or equal to 25, is false over here, and that is why this particular statement is getting returned and stored in the result variable. Now guys, let us provide another age, that is 25 over here, in which case this age greater than or equal to 25 will be true. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here. As you can see, eligible to vote and drink is getting printed over here. That's because this particular string is getting returned and stored in the result variable. So guys, in this way you can use more ternary operators within a single ternary operator over here, just like how we have the if else conditional statements, inside which we can have the else if conditions as well. So guys, what will be the output if the age is equal to 24 over here? Comment in the comment section below. Let us see whether your answer is correct or not. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video, in which we are going to talk about functions in JavaScript. So stay tuned. So now we will see functions in JavaScript. Guys, it is very important to note over here that functions is a very important subject in JavaScript, and you are going to use a lot of functions when you are going to create real world assignments and the projects as well. So guys, basically a JavaScript function is a block of code designed to perform a particular task, and this JavaScript function is executed when something invokes it or calls it. So guys, inside the JavaScript function we can have the block of code which will be executed whenever we call that particular function. So in short, basically the functions are used in order to execute the same line of code multiple times whenever we want to execute them on different instances. So guys, over here as you can see, this is the syntax. First of all, we have to declare the function. So this is the function definition syntax over here. We use the function keyword, which is reserved by the JavaScript, followed by the space character, and then we have the function name. And then guys, inside the parenthesis we have the optional parameters that we can provide. So guys, basically this is nothing but the name of the variables that we have to provide while passing the parameters, and we can use these parameters inside the body of the function. So over here, after the closing parenthesis on the right hand side, we have the open and close curly braces. So as you can see, this is the open curly braces, and then we have the closing curly braces. In between both these curly braces we have the entire code to be executed. So guys, basically this is the function definition, and then simply we can use the name of this function that we have defined in order to call it. So as you can see, this is the function call. Basically we provide the name of the function using which we have defined the function over here, followed by the open and close parenthesis. So if we have not provided any of the parameters for this function definition, then we don't have to provide any of the parameters over here. So simply we have to provide open and close parenthesis. So guys, let us check how we can use functions with the help of examples. So first of all, we will see the example without the function parameters over here. So let us move to the VS Code in this case, and simply I'm going to remove the previous lines of code that we had written. So first of all, we will define the function. So as you can see, we have to use the function keyword over here. So simply we will type function keyword followed by the space character, and let us say we want to add two numbers by using this function. So simply we will name the function as add over here, and then we provide the open and close parenthesis. Now guys, inside this parenthesis we can provide the parameters which are optional. So first of all, we will check the example of the functions without parameters. So after these parentheses over here, we need to provide the open and close curly braces. Now inside these curly braces we have to provide our lines of code. So guys, what we want to do is we need to define two numbers over here. So let's say we provide a, that is the variable, it is equal to 10 over here, and let us say we provide another variable, that is b, it is equal to 20. And then what we want to do is simply we want to add both these numbers. So over here we will provide a console.log statement, and we will print the addition of both the numbers. So let's say we provide a plus b, that is the expression which is simply going to add the values of both these variables, that is a and b, and it is going to print the sum of both these numbers on the terminal. So guys, in this way we have successfully defined the function by using the function keyword followed by the name of the function, that is add over here, and then we don't have any parameters. So simply we have provided the open and close parenthesis, and within the open and close curly braces we have the lines of code that we have written. Now guys, simply after defining this function, will it work? Let us see. Let me just save this file now and try running this code using the node keyword over here on the terminal. So as you can see, we don't get any output in this case. That's because currently we have only defined the function. The second part in order to make these lines of code execute is to call this particular function. So as I have told you, we need to call the function by using the name of the function followed by the parenthesis over here, and inside the parenthesis we can provide the optional parameters. So in this case we are not working with any of the parameters over here. So simply we will provide the name of the function, that is add in this case, followed by open and close parenthesis. So guys, basically the control flow is coming over here. It came to know that we have a function definition in this case, and then over here on the 7th line we are having the function call. So when this particular line of code is executed, the control flow goes to that particular function definition, and then line by line all the statements will be executed over here. So guys, let me just save this file now and try running this code once again on the terminal. So as you can see, we get 30 as the output. That's because the A and B are having the values of 10 and 20, and the sum of both these numbers is 30. So guys, in this way we can call the function in order to execute the lines of code. Now guys, if we want to call this function once again, then similar to this particular line of code, we can simply provide another function call over here, that is add in this case. So again the function will be called and these 3 lines of code will be executed. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here. As you can see, we are getting the result 32 times in this case. That's because we have called the function 2 times over here. So guys, in this way you can define a simple function and then call it by using the name of the function. Let us move to the next example over here. We will check the example with the function parameters. So guys, basically so far we have checked the function definition without the parameters that we have not provided. So guys, what we will do is we will provide certain parameters over here while we are calling the function, and those parameters or the values will be passed to the parameters over here on the function definition. So what we want to do is, let us say the 2 numbers that we want to add is 5 and 6. So basically we provide the first number, that is 5, followed by comma, and then we provide another parameter, that is 6 in this case. Guys, you can provide any number of parameters over here. Currently we are providing 2 parameters, and basically the parameters must be separated by using the comma in this case. So basically in this way this particular add function is being called by using these 2 parameters, that is 5 and 6. But guys, in the function definition also we want a certain variable to take these parameters as values. So over here what we will do is simply we will provide the variable name, that is A, followed by comma and then B. So since we are providing 2 parameter values, we must have the 2 variables that must receive those values over here inside the function definition. And then guys, simply we can remove these lines of code over here. That's because now we are not having the fixed values inside the function body, but the values are getting passed when the function is getting called from here. So basically 5 and 6 will be assigned to these variables, that is A and B, and then again we will add these A and B, that is A plus B over here will be executed, and the sum will be displayed on the console. Similarly on the second call as well, simply I am going to provide 15 as the first number followed by comma, and let's say we provide 9 as the second number over here. So guys, by using parameters we can provide any of the values which will be assigned to the variables that we have provided for this function definition in this case, and those parameters or the variables will be used inside the body of the function in order to execute certain lines of code. So guys, let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, the output that we are getting is, for the first call it is 11, that's because 5 plus 6 it is equal to 11 over here, and then for the next call, that is 15 plus 9, it is returning us the 24 as the sum of both these numbers. So guys, in this way if you want to pass the parameters with different values in order to add 2 numbers, then you need to use the parameters while calling the function. So guys, this is as far as the example with the function parameters are concerned. Now guys, another thing that we can have is we can also return a particular value from the function. So we have something called as return statement over here. So guys, instead of printing the sum of both these numbers over here, that is A and B, what we will do is we will print the result outside of this function. So let me just comment out this line of code over here. So instead of providing the console.log statement, we will provide the return statement over here. So basically we have provided the variables that is a and b. While we are calling the function, we will keep it as it is, but over here we will return the addition of both these numbers. So simply we have to use the return keyword in this case, which is the return statement, and then we will provide the expression that is a plus b in this case. So guys, basically what we have done is, instead of printing the addition of both these numbers, we are returning the sum of both these numbers over here. Now guys, it is very important to note that when we are returning something from the function, there must be a variable outside of this function which will be able to take that particular value which is getting returned from the function over here. So simply I'm going to show you the example with just one call over here of the add function. So what we are doing is, the control flow is calling the add function in this case. So 5 and 6 numbers are getting passed as parameters to a and b, and then we are returning a plus b over here. Now if we don't have any variable in this case on the left hand side of the add function that we are calling, then what will happen? Let us check that as well. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here. As you can see, nothing is happening. That's because we are not doing anything about the a plus b, that is the sum of both these numbers which are getting returned from the function. So what we have to do is, we have to provide the variable name. So let's say we provide the let keyword followed by the variable name, that is result over here, and then followed by the equal to operator. So what exactly is happening over here is, we are having the function getting called in this case, that is add function, with the values 5 and 6 over here, and then this particular function is providing the expression that is a plus b in this case, and the sum is getting returned over here, and this particular value of sum will be assigned to this result variable. And simply we can provide the console.log statement over here, and then we can say the sum of these numbers is result. So as you can see, we have used the string literal over here. We have provided the statement that is the sum of these numbers is, and then followed by the dollar symbol in this case, and inside the open and close curly braces over here we are having the variable name, that is result in this case. So guys, basically the addition of these two numbers will be done by the function, and it is going to return the value which is going to be printed with the help of the result variable. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, the sum of these numbers is 11. So this is the way that we can use the return statement as well. Whenever you are going to return something from the function, we need certain variable over here in order to assign the value that is being returned by the function in this case. Simply we can change the numbers again. So over here, let us say we provide the number that is 50 and another number is 25 over here. When we save this file now and try running this code once again, so as you can see, the sum of these numbers is 75. Now guys, what will be the output when we have the two numbers, that is 50 over here and 100 in this case? So basically we have these two parameters. Comment in the comment section below what will be the statement that will be printed over here along with the correct value of the result. Let us see whether your answer is correct or not. Now guys, why do we use functions? So basically with functions you can reuse the code as we have seen already. Simply we have to call that particular function with the required parameters that is expected by this function definition in this case. Apart from this, you can also write the code that can be used many times, and apart from this you can also use the same code with different arguments to produce different results. So we had already seen the calling of the add function over here multiple times with the help of different parameters. For the first set of parameters we were getting the sum as 11, and for the second set of parameters we were getting the sum as 24. So guys, these are certain important points to note about why to use functions. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to the channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video in which we are going to talk about arrow functions in JavaScript. So stay tuned. So now we will see arrow functions in JavaScript. So guys, basically these arrow functions allow us to write the shorter function syntax. So previously we had seen how we can write the functions and reuse functions in JavaScript, but we can write shorter functions as well with the help of the arrow functions over here. So as you can see, this is the syntax and the example. We have the let keyword and then followed by the variable name, that is function. Every time we will be using the my function, that is the variable name, in order to call the function. So previously in the regular functions we had the function name that we can can use in order to call that function, but over here we will be using the my function or any other name that we provide to that particular function, followed by the equal to operator, and then we have the open and close parenthesis over here. Now these parameters are optional. If you want to provide the parameters, you can provide them, and you can use the variable names over here. As you can see, this particular arrow function is using the parameters in this case, followed by the equal to operator and then greater than symbol. So guys, this particular expression is important in order to understand how arrow function works. So basically we have the open and close parenthesis, and then we have the combination of equal to and then greater than symbol, and then after this we can have the lines of code over here. So guys, let us check the examples of arrow function in VS Code in this case. So first of all, we will understand the regular functions. So we can provide the function keyword followed by, let's say we want to multiply two numbers over here. So simply we provide the function name, that is multiply, and then followed by the open and close parenthesis over here. And simply what we can do is, we had seen the return statement, and we can return the multiplication of the two variables that are being passed. So over here we can take the two variables as parameters a and b. So over here we will return a multiplied by b in this case. Now guys, what we can do is, simply we can provide the variable that is result over here, and then we can call this regular function by using the function name, that is multiply, and then inside the open and close parenthesis, simply we can provide the two values. Let's say we provide the first value as 10 followed by comma, and then we have another value that is 2 in this case. So a will be equal to 10 over here, and this b will be equal to 2 in this case, that is getting passed over here to the function, and a multiplied by b will be returned, and it will be stored inside this particular result. And simply we can have the console.log statement over here, and then we can say the multiplication result is, and then over here we will provide dollar symbol followed by open and close curly braces, and simply we will provide result over here, which is the variable name. So guys, the multiplication result is result in this case, which will be displayed based on the multiplication of these two numbers. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here by using the node command in this case. So as you can see, the multiplication result is 20. That's because 10 multiplied by 2 is equal to 20 in this case. Let us change the number to 10, 7 in this case. So probably the result will be 10 multiplied by 7, which is equal to 70 over here. So as you can see, the multiplication result is 70. So guys, in this way the regular functions work. Now guys, how do we convert this into an arrow function over here? So simply we have to remove this function keyword, and we will provide the let keyword over here, and then we are using this particular variable name, that is multiply, and then followed by equal to operator in this case, and then we will keep this open and close parenthesis, which is helping us in order to pass the parameters over here, and in between the parenthesis and the curly braces over here, simply we will use the combination of equal to operator and the greater than symbol in this case. So guys, basically we have equal to operator and then greater than symbol. So as you can see, we have just converted the regular function to an arrow function over here. So simply we have to use the multiply function name and then provide the parameters as it is expected by the arrow function over here, that is a and b, after which we have the equal to and the greater than symbol over here, and then we have the lines of code in this case. Now guys, it is very important to note that if you are just having one line of code over here within the arrow function, then this particular return statement is not required. So first of all, we will check it with the return statement, and then we will test it without the return statement as well. So let me just save this file now. Let me just change these numbers to 5 and 7 in this case. So basically 5 multiplied by 7, it is equal to 35, should be returned and printed over here on the console. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, the multiplication result is 35. So in this way we can use the arrow functions, which you are going to use a lot of times when you are going to work with the complex projects, as well as when you are going to use the other JavaScript libraries including React and React Native. So guys, over here, since we have only one statement to be executed, that is a multiplied by b, the return statement is not required. So simply what we will do is, I'll get this particular statement on one line over here. So as you can see, this is the shorter format of this particular function, that is the arrow function over here, and simply we can remove the return statement as well. So since we are only having a multiplied by b to be returned, so when you are using arrow function with a single statement, the return statement is not required. So let us verify that as well. Simply I'm going to change the numbers now to 12 and let's say 3 in this case. So 12 multiplied by 3 must be 36 over here. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, the multiplication result is undefined, so we are not getting any results. Maybe it is because we are using the open and close curly braces over here. So simply I can remove these curly braces as well. Let us see whether now we get any results on the console. Run this code once again over here. As you can see, the multiplication result is 36 this time. So guys, basically this is more shorter format of the regular function that we had seen previously, which was taking around 3 to 4 lines of code over here, but simply we have reduced it to just one line of code without any return statement and without any curly braces as well. So in this way, the arrow function helps us in order to write the shorter format of any of the functions that we want to write. So to summarize, we have the let keyword followed by the name of the function that we can use based on our project requirements, followed by the equal to operator, and then we have the open and close parentheses over here. These parameters are optional. If you are not using any of the parameters over here, then either you have to return certain string or use the fixed values if you want to use any of the values in this case. But if you are using the parameters over here, those parameters can be used after this particular combination of the special characters, that is equal to and the greater than symbol, and then you can return certain statement over here. It is important to note that if you are just having one statement in this case, simply you can write that statement in this way without any return function, but you can also have statements inside the body of the arrow function over here, in which case you have to use the open and close curly braces in this case. So basically we can also do it in this way. We provide a multiplied by b over here, and then simply we provide another variable name. So let's say we provide the variable name as a result in this case. Remember that this particular variable name, that is a result, it is having the local scope and it is within the function that is multiply over here. It will not conflict with the result that we are using outside of this particular function. And then guys, what we will do is, after storing the result in this result variable, we can simply have the return statement, and then we can say the result variable that is getting returned, which will be printed over here. Let me just change these numbers to 12 and 5 and let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here. As you can see, the multiplication result is 60. So in case if you are having multiple lines of code, then you must define it within the open and close curly braces, and if you are having just single line of code to be executed within the arrow function, then simply you can provide that particular expression without the return statement. So guys, what will be the output when we provide the numbers, that is 4 and 5? Comment in the comment section below. Let us see whether your answer is correct or not. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to the channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video, in which we are going to talk about recursive functions in JavaScript. So stay tuned. So now we will see recursive functions in JavaScript. So guys, basically the recursion is the term that is used when the function calls itself from within its body. So guys, basically whenever we are going to make a function call from within its definition, that is the function body, then the term that is used is called a recursion, and we call it as a recursive function. So guys, basically recursion can be very useful in order to complete some mathematical calculations, and this we are going to check with the help of example as well. We are going to see how we can find the factorial of a number by using the recursive function in JavaScript, to understand how we can use recursion in JavaScript in order to complete our task. So guys, basically this is the syntax. As you can see, previously we had seen how we can provide the function definition. So over here we have the function keyword followed by the name of the function, and then we can provide the optional parameters inside the open and close parentheses over here. And then guys, after this, inside the open and close curly braces, we will have certain lines of code over here, and then at some point within the function definition, we are going to call this function with the help of the function name again. again and also pass those parameters that are being expected by the function over here. So guys, basically this is the simple syntax of the recursive function. We are going to understand it in a better way by using the example in VS Code. So guys, it is very important to note that there should be a breaking point to be defined within the function in order to stop the recursion, or else a recursive function will execute itself indefinitely. So guys, let us check the recursive functions with the help of example in VS Code over here. So first of all, we will provide the function keyword in this case, and let's say we provide the name of the function as factorial because we are going to find the factorial of a number. Now guys, how do we find the factorial of a number? So basically, let's say if you want to find the factorial of the number, that is 4 in this case, so basically the 4 number will be multiplied by the previous number, that is 3. So we multiplied by 3, and then again we multiply this result by 2 over here, which is the previous number, that is 3 minus 1, it is equal to 2 over here, and then again in the end we multiply this result by 1 in this case. So guys, basically you can see that 24 is the result, and this is the result of the factorial of the number 4 over here. So guys, similarly, if you want to find the factorial of 10, then you have to consider 10, and then you need to multiply it by the number that is 10 minus 1, which is equal to 9 in this case, and then multiplied by 8, and then so on. You have to go in the reverse order and you have to reach the number that is 1 over here. So guys, basically this is the way that we find the factorial in mathematics. So over here what we will do is simply we are going to accept one parameter over here, that is number in this case, and then guys, inside the open and close parenthesis, what we want to do is we need to check whether this particular number is it equal to 1. So basically we provide the if condition, and then inside the parenthesis we provide a number variable, and then we have to use the logical operator, that is equal to 1 in this case. So guys, basically the number will be checked whether is it equal to 1 right now. If yes, then we have to return the result, that is 1 over here. So guys, basically we use the return statement in order to go back to the previous function call in this case. So guys, I'll make you understand how this particular line of code will work, but in this case we are simply providing the breakpoint that this is the last number, after which you don't have to call the factorial function once again from the function definition of this particular factorial function. So guys, after this what we want to do is simply we can use the number that is provided as the parameter in this case. So let's say if the number that is passed by the function call is 4 in this case, so simply we have to provide the number that is 4, and then we need to multiply it by the number that is 3 in this case. So guys, instead of providing this number that is 3, simply we are going to call this function that is factorial over here. So in this case we provide the factorial, and this time we need to provide the number minus 1 expression. So basically what exactly is happening over here is number is equal to 4, and then again we are calling this factorial function which is going to pass the number, it is equal to 3 this time. So guys, again the control flow will come over here inside the factorial function, and then it will check whether number is equal to 1, no in this case. So again it will go over here, number is equal to 3 this time, which will be multiplied by the factorial of number minus 1. So the parameter that will be passed will be equal to 2 over here. So guys, basically this is the expression that is going to be continuously executed after each call of the function factorial. So guys, over here we have to provide the return statement in this case. So let us understand how this particular function will work with the help of example over here. So guys, what will happen in this case is when we provide factorial of the number that is 4 over here. So basically we are calling this function with the name factorial in this case, and we are providing the parameter that is 4. So let us understand how it works. So during the first call, the number will be equal to 4 over here, and is number equal to 1? No in this case. So the control flow will not return 1 in this case, but it will come over here and it will check this particular expression, that is number multiplied by factorial of number minus 1. So in this case what will happen is 4 multiplied by factorial of number minus 1, which will be equal to 3 this time. So basically this particular expression will be executed. As you can see, I have commented out this line of code. So this is the expression that will be executed. Now again what will happen is, let me just copy this line of code over here and let us expand this particular function call, that is factorial of 3. Now guys, the control flow comes over here again, in which case number will be equal to 3 now. So is number equal to 1 this time? No in this case. So again number multiplied by factorial of number minus 1 will be executed. So instead of factorial of 3, we have to replace it by number multiplied by factorial of number minus 1 when number is equal to 3 this time. So we will replace the number by 3. So 3 minus 1, it will be equal to 2 this time. So again we will provide the number as 2. Now let me just copy this line of code once again over here and paste it in this case. So again we will expand this particular section, that is factorial of 2. So guys, over here the control flow goes back again when number is equal to 2 this time. So is number equal to 1? No, in this case. So again this particular expression will be executed. So basically let me just copy this expression and paste it over here instead of factorial of 2, in which case the number is equal to 2 this time. So we replace the number value by 2, and 2 minus 1, it is equal to 1 this time. So guys, basically in the end factorial of 1 will be called. So as you can see, when the number is equal to 1, the return statement will help us in order to return the result, that is 1 over here. So simply we have to replace this particular factorial of 1 by one number. So as you can see, these are the numbers that will get multiplied, and ultimately we will get the result which can be stored on the left hand side during the function call over here. So guys, basically this is the expression that is getting executed when we are providing the parameter for this factorial function as 4 this time. So guys, let me just include the result on the left hand side as well, so that we can store the result of this particular function call, and simply we can provide the console.log statement over here. Let me just calculate the factorial of 4 once again over here. So 4 multiplied by 3 multiplied by 2 multiplied by 1, and then when we press equal to, as you can see, 24 is the answer, and that is what we must get when we print the value of the result variable in this case. So guys, simply we will say factorial result is, and then followed by dollar symbol, and inside the open and close curly braces we will provide the variable name, that is result in this case. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So basically we are going to use the node command over here followed by the name of the JavaScript file. So as you can see, factorial result is 24, and that is what we have got using the calculator as well. What will be the result of factorial of 5? So guys, basically when we provide factorial of 5 over here, simply we need to multiply this result by 5 in this case, because that is the number that is missing over here in this particular expression. So when we multiply it by 5, we get the answer as 120 over here. So let us check that as well. When we save this file now and try running this code once again over here, as you can see, factorial result is 120 in this case. So guys, basically we are using the recursive call over here, that is this particular factorial function is getting called from within its function body over here in order to complete certain mathematical expression. Guys, we can provide any of the numbers over here. So let's say when we provide the number 10, it will provide us the bigger number as the result. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here. As you can see, factorial result is 3628800 in this case. When we provide another number, let's say when we provide 15 in this case, let me just run this code once again over here. So as you can see, this is the result in this case. So guys, what will be the result when we provide the factorial of 3 in this case? Comment in the comment section below what will be the output when we provide factorial of 3. Let us see whether your answer is correct or not. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to the channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video, in which we are going to talk about an exercise using the functions in JavaScript. So stay tuned. So now we will work on an exercise using the functions in JavaScript. So guys, basically you have to follow the below steps in order to complete this exercise on functions in JavaScript. So let us start with the first task over here. So basically you have to create the function with the name add in this case, taking two parameters, that is a and b. So guys, you can pause this video and practice on your own and complete this task one by one, and if you are getting stuck anywhere, then you can check how I am doing on the screen. So guys, basically let us move to the VS Code over here. So first of all, we will use the function keyword in order to define the function with the name add in this case, and then we will provide two parameters inside the open and close parenthesis. So let us provide the parameters, that is a and b over here, and then after this we are going to provide the open and close curly braces. So guys, we need to calculate the addition of A and B and return the result over here. So what we will do is, let us provide the variable that is sum in this case, and then it is equal to A plus B over here. So basically we are just adding these two numbers that will be passed as parameters during the function call with the help of the function name that is add in this case. So guys, basically A plus B will be assigned to the sum variable over here, and then we have to return this sum. So basically we are going to use the return statement in this case, and we are returning the sum variable over here. And then after this we need to call this function 5 times with different parameter values. So guys, let us call this function 5 times over here. So before calling the function 5 times, we need to display the results of all calls to function with proper statements to be displayed on console. So guys, over here let us provide the proper statements inside the console.log statement. So what we will do is, simply we will say result of addition of two numbers is, and then we have to provide dollar symbol, and then inside the open and close curly braces, simply we are going to call the add function in this case with two parameters. So let us say the first function call is having two numbers, that is 1, 2 in this case. So let me just save this file now and try running this code on the terminal. So simply we will say node followed by the name of the JavaScript file, that is test.js. So as you can see, result of addition of two numbers is 3 in this case, since we have provided the two numbers as 1 and 2. So similarly we will call this function 5 times over here with the help of the required string that we have provided inside the string literal. So guys, over here what we will do is, let us provide some other parameters. So let's say we provide 5 and 4, and then we provide 10 and then 12 in this case, and then for the fourth call let us provide 8 followed by 12 in this case, and then in the end let's say we provide 10 and then we provide 23 in this case. So guys, let us see what will be the output of all these additions of numbers. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, 1 plus 2 it is equal to 3 over here, then 5 plus 4 it is equal to 9, and then 10 plus 12 it is equal to 22, and then followed by 8 plus 12 it is equal to 20, and then 10 plus 23 it is equal to 33 over here. So guys, whatever numbers we have provided to this add function, it was successfully able to find the sum of both the numbers that were provided as parameters to the add function in this case. So basically we have completed all the 4 tasks inside this particular exercise. Now the last task is to convert the function to an arrow function over here. Now guys, in order to convert this regular function into an arrow function, simply we have to remove the function keyword over here, and we have to define the variable that is add in this case. So simply we say let as the keyword in this case, and then followed by the name of the function that is add over here, followed by equal to operator, and then guys, inside the open and close parenthesis we are taking the two parameters, that is A and B in this case, and then after this we need to provide the combination of characters that is equal to and the greater than symbol. So guys, basically this is nothing but the arrow function over here, and then after this we have the open and close curly braces, inside which we are going to have the lines of code that is going to complete certain operation, that is addition of two numbers in this case. So guys, let me just save this file now and try running this code once again on the terminal to see whether the output that we are getting is same as compared to the previous output. So let me just run this code once again. As you can see, we are getting the sum of all these numbers that we had entered on the console.log statement. Now guys, since we are only returning A plus B over here, we can make this function definition more shorter over here. So what we have to do is, simply I'm going to return A plus B in this case. So I'm going to remove the sum variable over here, and then after the curly braces we have A plus B, and simply we can use the return statement as well, and then close this curly braces in this case and remove this particular lines of code. So guys, over here as you can see, we are simply returning A plus B, which is the sum of these two numbers which are getting passed as the parameters to this arrow function. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, we are getting the same result over here. Now guys, again we can remove the return statement as well, since it is only having one line of code over here. So guys, always remember, when we are having the arrow function, if if you just have one line of code to be executed, then return statement is not required. Automatically the value of this particular expression will be returned. So simply I'm going to remove this return statement, and also these curly braces are not required when you are not using the return statement in this case. So as you can see, we are simply passing a and b as the parameters to the arrow function and returning the expression, that is a plus b, which is going to return the value of the addition of these two numbers over here for all the console.log statements. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, we are getting all these results as the sum of the two numbers that we are passing with the help of the add arrow function over here. So guys, what will be the output when we call the add function with the two numbers, that is 5 and 6 over here? So what will be the sum of these two numbers when this particular add function will be called? So comment in the comment section below. Let us see whether your answer is correct or not. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to the channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video, in which we are going to talk about break and continue statements in JavaScript. So stay tuned. So now we will see while loop in JavaScript. So guys, basically while loop can execute a block of code as long as the specified condition is true. So guys, in short, whatever lines of code that you want to execute multiple number of times until and unless the condition is not true, so you can simply use the while loop in JavaScript. So as you can see, this is the syntax over here. Basically we have the while keyword in this case followed by the space character, and then inside the open and close parenthesis we have the condition, and if this particular condition is true, then the code block to be executed needs to be provided within the open and close curly braces over here. So guys, this is the syntax of the while loop that we will be using with the help of examples as well. So guys, let us move to the VS Code over here, and what we will do is simply we are going to create the separate file for the while loop, and in the upcoming tutorial videos as well we are going to create the separate files so that it becomes easy for us to refer to them. So guys, over here I have created a new folder, that is tutorial, under the JavaScript folder in this case, and let us create a new file over here. I will give the tutorial number, that is 21 in this case, followed by underscore, and then we have while loop in this case. So guys, basically this is the file that we are going to work with over here. So what we will do is, let's say we want to print the first 5 numbers starting from 1 up to 5. So let us say we provide the variable, that is I in this case. We first of all initialize it with the value, that is 1 over here. So simply what we can do is we can go through this particular I variable and print it one at a time, and then at the end of the while loop we can increment the value of I by 1 in this case. So guys, simply we will use the while keyword over here, and then inside the open and close parenthesis we need to check whether I is less than or equal to 5 in this case. And then guys, if this particular condition is true, in this case the initial value of I is 1 over here, it is less than or equal to 5, so the control flow will go inside the while loop in this case, that is between the open and close curly braces, and then we will have the console.log statement. So guys, over here simply we can provide the value of I. So let us say we use the string literal over here. So simply we say the value of I is, and then followed by dollar symbol, followed by open and close curly braces in this case, and then we will have the I variable inside the curly braces. So in this way the value of I is 1 will be printed over here. Now guys, it is very important to update the variable value, that is I in this case, to the next value, or else your while loop will be infinite while loop and it will go on printing the value, that is 1 in this case. So simply we have to increase the value of I by 1 over here. So we can do it in multiple ways over here. Simply we can have the statement, that is I, it is equal to I plus 1 in this case. So it is not the shortest format of the statement over here. Either you can use this, or we can also use the assignment operator, that is I plus it is equal to 1. So this particular statement will also increase the count of I by 1 over here, or else simply we can use the increment operator as well. So we will do I plus plus over here. So guys, basically any of the statements can be used by you in order to increase the count of I by 1 in this case. So let me just save this file now and let us run run this code on the terminal. So over here we need to go inside the new folder that we have created, that is tutorial, under the JavaScript folder, and then inside this we are going to provide the node keyword followed by the name of the file, that is 21 underscore while loop over here. Guys, we have not provided the extension over here, that is .js file. So what we will do is simply we will provide .js as the extension for this particular file, and then when we run this code once again over here, we should be able to see the .js extension. So when we press enter over here, as you can see, the value of I is 1, and then followed by the value of I is 2, and so on. The other values are also getting printed over here. So guys, in this way we can easily use the while loop in order to execute certain lines of code based on the condition that is met over here. So whatever expression that we provide, if it is true, then only the control flow will go inside the open and close curly braces, and those lines of code will be executed in this case. Guys, it is very important to note that whatever condition is there over here, first of all that particular condition will be checked if it is true or not, and only if it is true, then only the control flow will go inside this block of code. Now guys, let us say if we have provided the condition that is I is less than or equal to 0 in this case. So at the start only, if you see the I value is 1 right now, so it is not less than or equal to 0 this time. So the control flow will not go inside this particular block of code. So let us check that as well. So when we save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal, as you can see, there are no statements that are getting printed over here. That's because the condition is not true for the first instance itself. So guys, in order to at least execute these lines of code once, what we can do is, instead of using the while loop, we can use the do while loop over here. So simply we have to replace this while condition in this case, and first of all we provide the do statement over here, and then after the block of code, that means after the open and close curly braces over here, simply we will provide the condition that is while in this case, and then followed by the condition. So in this case we are supposed to check whether I is less than or equal to 0 this time. So guys, basically what we are doing is, at least we are telling the interpreter to at least execute these lines of code once over here before checking the condition. So when the control flow checks that this is the do statement over here, it will go inside the block of code and it will print this particular statement and then increase the counter of I variable over here, and then after this it is going to check whether the condition is true. If the condition is true over here, then again it will go inside the do statement, that is this particular block of code, and then it will print the statements that is supposed to be executed over here. So guys, let us check that as well. It is important to note that whenever we are using the do while loop over here, we have to provide the semicolon at the end of the while condition in this case. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, the value of I is 1. So at least once this particular statement is executed and the value of I is getting printed over here. But after this, the condition is not true in this case because I value is 2 right now after incrementing the value of I, and 2 is not less than or equal to 0 this time. So guys, in this way either you can use the while loop or the do while loop as well based on the project requirements. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video in which we are going to check break and continue statements in JavaScript. So stay tuned. So now we are going to check the break and continue statements in JavaScript. So guys, basically the break statement jumps out of a particular loop. So previously we had seen how we can use the while loop in order to iterate through a certain block of code continuously until the condition is false. So guys, similarly we can use the while loop once again and then check for a particular condition, and if that condition is true, then simply we can come out of the while loop, and that is how we are going to use the break statement. And then guys, on the opposite side we also have the continue statement, in which case the control flow will jump over one iteration in the loop, which means the current iteration will be skipped. So guys, we will check both, that is break and continue statement, with the help of examples in VS Code over here. These statements can be used in while and for loops to either go out of the loop or skip an iteration. So guys, we will check the examples with the while loop over here. In the upcoming videos we are also going to understand how for loops work. So guys, let us move to the VS Code over here. So simply we will create a new file over here. We will name it as 22 followed by underscore, and then we will say break and continue followed by the extension that is .js file over here. So guys, basically we have created this particular file that is break and continue.js. So what we will do is, let us say we want to print the first 10 numbers, that is going from 1 up to 10 over here. So simply we will create a variable that is I in this case, that is going to have the initial value as 1 over here. And then what we will do is, let us say we want to use the while loop in this case. We will check whether I is it less than or equal to 10 this time, so that we can print all the numbers that is 1 up to 10. So guys, simply we will provide the console.log statement over here, and then we will say the value of I is, and then followed by dollar, and then we have open and close curly braces over here, and then inside that we have the variable that is I in this case. Now guys, in order to increase the value of the I variable, simply we are going to use the increment operator, that is I++. Let me just save this file now and try running this code on the terminal. We will use the node keyword followed by the name of the file, that is break and continue.js. So when we run this code, as you can see, we have the statements that are getting printed over here. The value of I is 1, and then followed by 2, and then so on. We have 3, 4 up to 10 in this case. So guys, in this way we can simply use the while loop in order to print the numbers from 1 to 10 instead of manually providing those numbers from 1 to 10 in this case. Now guys, what is the importance of break and continue statements over here? So let us say we want to end this particular printing when we encounter the value of I is equal to 5 in this case. So guys, basically we want to tell the interpreter that once the value of I is 5, it should come out of the loop after printing that particular value. So let's say the value of I is 5 is printed over here. So after this particular statement, we need to check whether the value of I is 5. So simply we will say if, and then inside the parenthesis we have I is it equal to 5 over here. So guys, basically we are checking for the condition whether this I value is equal to 5. If it is true, then we want to come out of this particular while loop instead of printing the other numbers, that is 6 up to 10 that were printed previously. So what we will do is, if this condition is satisfied, we simply have to provide the break statement over here. So break is another keyword that is reserved by JavaScript language in order to come out of the existing loop. So guys, this particular break statement will check that it is inside this particular while loop over here, and the control flow needs to come out of this particular while loop once this break statement is encountered. So if we check now, only the I value is equal to 5 will be printed from 1 up to 5 over here, and the other numbers, that is 6 to 10, will not be printed in this case since the interpreter comes out of the while loop. And after coming out of the while loop, simply we are going to provide another statement, that is end of while loop over here, so that we get the confirmation that we are actually outside the while loop in this case. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. And when we press enter, as you can see, the value of I is 1, and then followed by the value of I is 2, 3, 4, and then 5, and then after the number, that is 5 over here, we have the end of while loop in this case, because once the value of I was 5, the break statement helped us in order to come out of the while loop in this case. So guys, in this way you can simply use the break statement in order to break the particular loop that is getting executed right now. Now guys, apart from this, we also have something called as continue statement, in which case what will happen is the control flow will go back to the while loop once again and not execute the remaining lines of code after the continue statement. So let us check that as well. Simply I am going to comment out these lines of code over here, and what we will do is, let us say at the value of 5, we don't want to print that particular statement, that is the value of I is 5, but after the value of I is 4, we want to directly print the value of I is 6 over here. So what we have to do is, again we need to check for the same condition this time, but over here we are going to use the continue statement. So simply inside the while loop we will check whether the value of I is it equal to 5 this time. If yes, then simply we will provide the continue statement. So guys, what this continue statement will do is, when the control flow comes over here and it realizes that the I's value is 5 in this case, so that this particular expression is true, it will encounter this continue statement, and whenever this continue statement is present, it will make the interpreter go back at the start of the loop over here. So what will happen is, the interpreter will go back once again over here, I is less than or equal to 10, yes this time, and then it will again check for the condition. So every time the interpreter enters the while loop, it is going to check whether the condition of I I is equal to 5 is true or not. If it is true, then it will go back over here, and if it is not true, then only it will execute the remaining lines of code after the continue statement. Guys, it is very important to note that while we are providing the continue statement over here, it is not increasing the value of I in this case. So simply before providing the continue keyword within this particular if statement, we need to increment the value of I by using the increment operator in this case, so that the value of I can be increased next time, and next time when the interpreter comes over here, the I's value will be 6, and this time the expression should be false, so that the remaining lines of code should be executed. So basically when the I value is 5 over here, it is going to increment the I value, so the value will be 6 now, and then this particular continue statement will make the interpreter go back to this while loop once again, and this time the I value is 6, and this particular condition will be false inside the if statement, and then we will have the value of I as 6 after the value of I is 4. So guys, let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So now if you see, first of all we will get the value of I from 1 and then up to 4 over here. So you can see I is 1 followed by 2, 3, 4, and then we don't have 5. That's because we have used the continue statement after encountering the value of I is equal to 5. So the value of I is equal to 5 will be skipped this time, and then followed by I is 6, then followed by 7, 8, 9, and then 10. Guys, you can skip the other numbers as well. So let's say you want to skip the number 8 as well right now. So currently you are printing the value of 8, but you can put the other statement, that is I is equal to 5 or I is equal to 8. So in both the cases, the continue statement will be executed and those numbers will not be printed. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, the value of I is 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we don't have 5, we directly have 6, and then followed by 7, and then we don't have 8, we have 9, and then followed by 10, and then at the end we have the end of while loop, that is outside of the while loop that we had provided previously. So guys, in this way you can easily use the break and the continue statements in order to either come out of the existing while or the for loop, or else you can continue to the start of the while or for loop if you are using the continue statement. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video in which we are going to talk about arrays in JavaScript. So stay tuned. So now we will see arrays in JavaScript. So guys, basically an array is a special variable which can hold more than one value. So guys, we will check this with the help of example as well, and we will also see why do we use arrays. So basically array is nothing but a special variable in which case we can store the list of values, and the values can be of the same data type or the different data type as well. So as you can see, this is the example. We can use the const keyword or the let keyword as well, followed by the name of the array. Based on the project requirements, we can use the naming convention in order to name the array over here, followed by the equal to operator, and then over here we have the open and close square bracket. This is very important. This particular square brackets are used in order to represent the arrays in JavaScript. So over here we have the open and close square brackets within which the values can be provided, and those should be separated with the help of the comma in this case. So as you can see, we have provided the first value over here as John, and then we have the second value as Doe, we have the third value as Peter over here. So guys, basically we have the list of names in this case, and it is having 3 names over here, and this is what we call array in JavaScript in this case. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples in VS Code over here. So simply I'm going to create a new file, that is 23 followed by underscore and then arrays in this case. So as you can see, this is the new file that we have created. Now guys, simply what we will do is, let us say we provide the let keyword and then we provide the name of the array as names in this case, since we are going to have the list of names over here. Guys, we have forgotten to provide the extension, that is .js over here. So quickly I'll do that. So we have arrays.js file name over here. So what we will do is, inside the open and close square brackets this time, simply we are going to have the list of names. So let's say we have the first name as John in this case, followed by comma, and then we are going to have the second name inside the single or the double quotes over here, we will have Peter as the second name, and let's say we have another name that is Smith in this case. So either you can provide the single quote or the double quote when you are using the string data type. In this case, you can also provide the numbers as well as far as the array of numbers are concerned. So guys, in this way you can define the list of names, and this is the array that we have defined in the JavaScript. Now you can simply use the variable name that is names over here in order to quickly print the content of this particular array. So when we save this file now and try running this code on the terminal, so we will use node keyword followed by the name of the file, that is arrays.js this time. So as you can see, we have the John, Peter and Smith, that is the values of this particular array that we have already defined. So guys, in this way you can easily define the arrays that is going to have the list of particular values which can be of the data type string or integers or the other objects as well. Now guys, apart from this, why do we use the array? So this is used in order to store the similar data in one variable, that is in the form of list. So guys, let us say you want to represent all these three names over here. So it will be a lengthy process in order to provide the different variable names, such as name1, it is equal to John in this case, and then followed by another name that is name2 over here, in which case you have to provide Peter in this case. So in this case, if you want to provide the multiple values which are going to have the similar characteristics, so in this case we have provided the three values, that is John, Peter and Smith, and with the increase in the complexity in your project, the variables will keep on increasing over here similarly. So in order to avoid this, simply we can have just one variable and we can create the array, which means the list of names which will be stored inside that particular array. And this is why we use the arrays in JavaScript. So guys, over here to answer this question, why do we use array? So basically in order to store the similar data in one variable, that is we want to store the list of values inside the variable, we can use the arrays in JavaScript. Now guys, we can also create the array using the new keyword over here. So just like how we have used the open and close square brackets in this case, we can simply use the new keyword. So let me just comment out this line of code over here, and also the names array, and what we will do is again we will define the names array in this case followed by the equal to operator, and this time what we will do is simply we can use the new operator, and then we have something called as array keyword in this case, and then guys after this simply we can have the open and close parenthesis, and then we can provide all these values that we wanted to define inside the array. So simply let me just copy these values and paste it inside the open and close parenthesis over here. So as you can see, whatever values you had provided inside the open and close square brackets, the same values can be provided over here inside the open and close parenthesis this time when you are using the new keyword followed by the array object in this case. Now guys, the meaning of this particular line of code and this new operator is same over here. Both these lines of code is going to create the array of these names, and we are going to print those names with the help of the console.log statement over here. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, again we have the list of names that are getting printed over here. But guys, for simplicity, we simply use the open and close square brackets over here, since it is more readable, more easy to understand as well for the other coders who are going to review your code or use your code in order to add the future enhancements as well. So simply I'm going to remove the comment from here and comment out this particular line of code, but to make you understand, this line of code is also valid and it is going to create the list of values similar to the line of code that we had provided over here, including the open and close square brackets. Now guys, apart from this, how do we access all the array elements? So basically we can simply use the names variable in this case, which is the array name over here, in order to access them. So this is the default format that is used in order to print the elements of the arrays. Now guys, apart from this, you can also access the single array element over here. So what do we do is, in order to print the single element, let's say we want to print the first name, that is John in this case. So after the variable name, that is names over here, simply we provide the open and close square brackets in this case. And guys, remember that these names are having the indices and the index starts from the 0th number. So whatever arrays you are are going to define, they are going to be represented by the indices, and the index starts from the 0th number over here. So this is at the 0th index, followed by this is at the first index, and then the Smith name is at the second index. So if you want to print the value that is John, so you have to use the names variable name over here, followed by open and close square brackets, and this time you have to provide the index number that is 0 in this case. So guys, basically this particular expression is going to access the first element of the array. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, we are able to print the first name that is John over here. Similarly, we can print the second name that is Peter in this case. So we have provided the index number as 1. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, we have Peter as the second name over here. So guys, how do we print all the values of the arrays by using the while loop? Let us check that as well. So what we will do is simply we are going to use the while loop over here, and then we will say it is less than or equal to 2 this time. That's because that is the maximum number of index that we can access inside the array. So this is at the 0th index, and we have 1, and then we have 2, and then over here before the while loop we have to provide the variable that is I. In this case it is equal to 0. So guys, over here inside the open and close curly braces, what we will do is simply we are going to do console.log followed by the variable name that is names over here, and instead of providing the index number that is 0, 1, 2 and so on, we will provide the variable name that is I in this case. So basically names 0 will be printed first, and then what we have to do is we need to increase the value of I by 1. So I++ will be used in order to increase the value of I by 1 in this case. So guys, let me just save this file now. All the indices will be accessed by using this names, and inside the open and close square brackets we have I value, which will help us in order to print all the values of array. So let me just run this code once again over here. So as you can see, we have John, and then we have Peter, and then we have Smith over here. So guys, in this way you can easily access the values of the arrays by using the while loop in this case, and also you need to check what is the length of the array so that you can provide the required condition over here. So guys, apart from this, you can also use the length property to get the size of the array. So instead of providing this fixed value that is 2 over here, simply you can provide the length of the array. So in this case what we will do is we will use the names variable. In this case we will use the names variable followed by the dot character, and then we have something called as length property over here. So as you can see, the length property gets or sets the length of the array. This is a number 1 higher than the highest index in the array. So guys, basically we get the length, but this time the length will return us the number 3 this time, because that is the count of the values that are present inside the array. So what we have to do is we need to do -1 over here, since we are accessing the index number which is starting from 0. So we have 0 and then 1 and then 2 over here. So it is 3 minus 1, which is equal to 2. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here. So as you can see, we are getting the same output after using the names.length property this time. But guys, over here this is the effective code. That's because it is finding the length of the array and then using that particular length in order to stop the execution of the while loop, instead of providing the fixed number that we had provided previously. Now guys, apart from this, you can also loop the array elements that we had just seen over here by using the while loop, and you can use the variable name that is I, which is going to increase its count after each execution of the while loop in this case. Apart from this, you can also add the array elements using the push method over here. So guys, let us check that as well. So let me just comment out these lines of code over here. So after the names array, let us say we want to add another name over here. So simply we will use the names variable name followed by the dot character, and then we have something called as push method over here. As you can see, it appends the new elements to the end of an array and returns the new length of the array. So let us say we want to provide the name that is Messi over here. So simply inside the single quotes we will say Messi this time, and then in order to confirm this, let us provide the console.log statement, and we will provide the names variable name over here. So guys, basically we will see all these three names, and after that we will also see this particular name that is added by using the push method. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, we have 4 names, that is John, Peter, Smith and Messi. So guys, in this way you can also add more elements over here by using the push method. Apart from this, we have multiple other methods in arrays that we are going to check check in the upcoming videos as well. So comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video in which we are going to check important array methods in JavaScript. So stay tuned. So now we will see important array methods in JavaScript. So guys, basically we are going to see some of the important array methods that you will be using in your day-to-day life when you are going to work on the JavaScript projects, and these methods are going to be very helpful for you in order to complete your task. Now guys, the very first thing is the length property over here, which is related to the array. So let us check this with the help of examples in VS Code in this case. So simply we will create a new JavaScript file over here. So we will say 24 and then we will say array methods.js file. So guys, basically we have this new file in this case, array methods.js. So simply we are going to create the variable that is numbers over here, and we are going to have the list of numbers in the form of array in JavaScript. So guys, we are going to have the open and close square bracket this time, and let us say we have certain random numbers in this case, so that we are going to work with them as far as understanding the different array methods are concerned. So guys, basically we have the list of numbers over here inside the array. So what we will do is, first of all, we will check the length property of the array. So what is the meaning of length property? Basically it is going to return us the number of elements inside the array. So let us check that as well. So over here simply we are going to have the console.log statement, and then we will say array length this time. So guys, over here we have array length followed by colon, and then we will use the concatenation operator over here, that is the plus operator, and simply we will use the variable name that is numbers followed by dot, and then we have the length property. As you can see, it gets or sets the length of the array. Basically it is the size of the array or the number of elements inside the array. So let me just save this file now. Let us see what will be the output when we check the length of this particular array in which we have provided the numbers. So over here simply we are going to use the node keyword followed by the name of the file, that is array methods.js. So as you can see, we have the array length, it is equal to 8 this time. So if we count the number of elements, it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we have 8 number of elements over here, and that is why we have got the output as 8 as the size of the array. So guys, in this way you can simply find the number of elements inside the array by using the length property over here. Apart from this, you can also use the toString method in order to convert the particular array to the string. So let us check that as well. So simply I am going to copy paste this line of code over here, and inside the console.log statement we will simply say toString this time. So basically whatever numbers are present inside this particular array, all the numbers will be joined together and they will be represented as the string in this case. So let me just provide a colon over here, and after the plus operator simply we are going to use the numbers variable name followed by dot, and then we have the toString over here. Always remember that whatever method you are going to use, you have to use the dot character after the variable name, and you can see the multiple methods that can be used as far as the arrays are concerned. So in this case simply we are going to say toString over here followed by the open and close parenthesis, and this is important whenever you are going to use any of the method for the array. So always remember to provide the open and close parenthesis over here when you are going to use the methods. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, after converting the numbers to the string over here and joining them, we have the string representation of all the elements that are present, which are separated by the comma characters over here. Apart from this, we have something called as at method, which can be used in order to access the array element. So guys, previously we had seen how we can access the first or the second element over here. So let us say we want to access the first array element this time, so followed by colon. What we have to do is, previously we were using the open and close square brackets in order to access the array elements. So let us check that first of all. So over here we provide the numbers variable name, and then we have to provide provide the 0th index over here in order to access the first element, since the index starts from 0. So in this case we have provided the index number that is 0. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. As you can see, first element it is equal to 11 this time. Now guys, the same thing can be achieved by using the at method over here. So simply we have to use the variable name that is numbers followed by the dot character, and then we will use the at method in this case, and then after this inside the open and close parenthesis we have to provide the index number. So this time we will provide the index number as 0. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, first element is 11 over here. In order to access the second element, simply we can provide the index number as 1. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, first element it is equal to 24. Similarly, you can access the other number, that is the third number as well. So if we run this code once again over here, 635, which is the third number, which is represented by the index number that is 2. Now guys, the difference between this particular at method and the other way of accessing the array elements, that is by using the square bracket, is that you can provide the negative numbers over here. So if we provide the 0th index, the first element will be accessed, but in order to access the last element, simply you can provide -1 over here. So when we say -1 in this case, the last array element that is 76 will be accessed. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, the last element it is equal to 76 over here. Similarly, we can access the second last element by using the -2 index number. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here. As you can see, 39 is getting printed, which is the second last number, by using the negative index number over here. But guys, the same thing cannot be done with the square brackets. So let us check that as well. So when we provide numbers followed by the square bracket, and let's say we want to access the second last number over here, which is having the index number -2. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. As you can see, we are getting undefined over here. So we cannot use the negative index number when we are using open and close square brackets. So guys, this is the difference between these square brackets and the at method that we had just seen in this case. So in order to access the last element over here inside the square brackets, what we have to do is, first of all, we need to get the length of this particular array. So we will have numbers dot length over here inside the open and close square brackets. So after getting the length, we know that the last element will be length -1 over here. So simply we will say -1 this time. So basically this particular expression will access the last element of the array. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here. As you can see, the last element it is equal to 76. In order to get the second last number, we can simply do length -2 over here. So when we save this file now and try running this code, as you can see, 39, that is the second last number, is now getting accessed over here. So guys, in this way you can access the different elements of the array based on the project requirements. Now guys, apart from this, we have something called as join method as well, which is used in order to join all these array elements with the help of certain separator. So guys, let us check that as well. So simply we are going to have the console.log statement once again over here, and then we will have join array as the statement in order to identify that we are joining all the elements of the array over here. So simply we will have the numbers variable name in this case followed by dot, and then we have something called as join method. As you can see, it adds all the elements of an array into a string separated by the specified separator string. So simply we use the join method, and inside the open and close parenthesis over here, simply we will provide the separator. So let's say we provide the space character followed by the star and then the space character as well. So guys, basically this is the separator that will be provided in between all the elements while they are getting printed on the console. So let us check that as well. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, all the elements are getting printed now but in between they are having the separator that we have provided inside the join method over here. So guys, in this way, if you want to join all the elements of the array by using the separator, you can use the join method in this case. Apart from this, we have something called as push method as well, which is used in order to add another element at the end of the array. So guys, let us check that as well. So simply we will have numbers, variable name followed by dot, and then we have push. And let's say we want to push the number that is 100 over here, and then again what we want to do is simply we have to print the array elements in order to check whether the array is updated and it is having the last element as 100 in this case. So simply we will say updated array followed by colon, and then we have the plus operator followed by numbers over here. So guys, we will have the updated array by pushing the number that is 100 in this case. And before running this code, we will also provide the string that is updated array after pushing element. So guys, basically we have this particular string to be printed on the console. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, updated array after pushing element, we have the last element as 100 now. That's because we have added the element at the end of the array. Now guys, similarly, we have something called as pop method as well in order to remove the last element from the array. So what we will do is simply we will say numbers followed by dot, and then we will say pop in this case. So guys, what will happen is the number that was added, which is 100 in this case, will be removed now. So we will copy this line of code, that is console.log statement, and paste it after the pop method over here. We will say updated array after popping element, which means after removing the element from the array. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here. As you can see, after pushing we have the element that is 100 which is added to the array, but after popping we don't have that particular last element over here, and the last element is 76 now. So guys, in this way easily you can add the element or remove the element at the end of the array by using the push and the pop method over here. Apart from this, we have something called as unshift and shift method as well, which are similar to push and the pop method in this case, but they are going to work at the start of the array. So guys, over here, instead of adding and removing the elements at the end of the array, if you want to add or remove the elements at the start of the array, you can simply use the shift and unshift methods in JavaScript. So this I'll leave up to you as a homework for you so that you can practice on your own. So comment in the comment section below what kind of code you have written in order to add or remove the elements at the start of the array. Now guys, apart from this, we have more two important methods that can be used on the arrays in JavaScript. So the first one is the slice method over here. So let us check the example of the slice method. Simply we are going to have the console.log statement over here, and then let us say we only want to print the first 5 elements from this particular original element. So in this case we only want to print the slice or the section of the array. So basically we are going to use the slice method over here. So let us provide the string that is section of array in this case, followed by the colon, and then we have the plus operator. We simply use the numbers variable name followed by the dot operator, and then we have the slice method. As you can see, it returns a copy of a section of an array for both start and end. So basically we are going to use this method, and you have to provide the index number from where you want to start and where you want to end. So guys, inside the open and close parenthesis over here, we need to start at the first index, that is the 0th index this time, and the second parameter will be the end index over here. So it is important to note that that particular number will not be included inside the slice that you are going to create out of this particular array. So guys, basically we have to provide the index number of 73 in order to include the numbers up to 39 over here. So what is the index number of 73? If we start from 0, this is 1, 2, 3, 4 and then 5. So guys, basically we have to provide the end index as 5 over here, and then only we will get the numbers from 11, 24 up to 39, which are the top 5 numbers in the array. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, section of array, and then we are getting 11, 24 and then up to 39, which are the top 5 numbers this time. So guys, basically we start from the index number, that is 0. You can start from any number based on the requirements, and then you have to provide the end number. Please note that this particular index number will not be included in the slice that you are looking for from the array. Now guys, apart from this, you can also use the splice method, which is used in order to replace certain elements in the existing array. So guys, let us check that as well. So simply we are going to use the numbers array over here, and then we will use the splice method. So as you can see, it removes the elements from an array and if necessary inserts new elements in their place, returning the deleted elements over here. So guys, we will use this method, and let us say instead of having 11, we want 1 and 2 elements over here. So what we will do is, inside the splice method, we will first of all provide the index number of the elements to be removed. So we have the index number over here followed by comma, and then as you can see we have the delete count. So how many elements you want to delete from this particular array? Only one, that is the first element. So simply we will have the one number over here. Before that we had provided that particular index number. So you can provide any index number that you want to delete, followed by the number of elements you want to delete, and then followed by comma, and then you have to provide the elements that you want to replace that particular element with. So let us say we want to provide 1 and 2 numbers over here. So simply we provide 1 followed by comma and 2. So guys, basically instead of this 11 element, we are going to have 1 and 2 as 2 elements, which will be provided in this original array over here. So let me just save this file now, and before running this file we have to provide the array elements as well. So we provide console.log statement, and then we will say updated array after splice this time, followed by colon, and then simply we are going to have the numbers variable name. So guys, let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, we have the starting numbers as 1 and 2 instead of 11 over here, and the second element was 24, which is now shifted to the third position over here after the 11 number which was removed from the original array. So guys, in this way you can use the splice method as well in order to delete certain number of elements and also to replace it with some other numbers as well. So guys, in this way you can use the multiple array methods based on your project requirements. Comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video, in which we are going to work on an exercise on arrays in JavaScript. So stay tuned. So now we will work on an exercise on the arrays in JavaScript. So guys, basically you need to follow the below steps in order to complete this exercise. So you can pause this video for now and practice on your own to complete these individual tasks. And in case if you get stuck anywhere, you can resume the video and check out how we can complete these tasks one at a time. So this particular exercise is about creating the multiplication table using arrays. We can also do it by using the while loop or the for loop as well, but we want to make use of the arrays in JavaScript in order to complete this exercise. So guys, first of all you need to create an array of elements that is having numbers from 1 to 10. So guys, let us move to the VS Code over here, and what we will do is simply I'm going to create a new file in this case. So basically we are going to name it as exercise over here. So guys, basically this is the exercise.js file, and before that I have given the number of this particular tutorial video series. So guys, over here we have the new file that is exercise.js in this case, and the very first step is to create the array of elements having the numbers from 1 to 10. So guys, over here we will create the numbers variable, and then we will assign it the array elements in this case. So we will have the elements from 1 to 10 over here. So as you can see, inside the open and close square brackets we have all the array elements, that is 1, 2 up to 10 over here, which means there are 10 elements inside this numbers array. Now guys, let us move to the next task. Over here we need to create a variable with the initial value as 5 in this case. So guys, basically let us create another variable that is number in this case, followed by equal to and then 5. Guys, this particular numbers variable is different compared to this number variable over here, and you should not get confused in this case. So After this, we need to loop through the array elements to display the multiplication table of the number in variable. So guys, over here we need to multiply this particular number, that is 5, by each and every element that is present inside this particular array, that is numbers over here. So guys, first of all, what we will do is simply we will get the length of this particular numbers array. So we will define another constant over here. So length, it is equal to, simply we will use the numbers array in this case followed by dot character, and then we can use the length property in order to get the length of the array. So we are going to use the length property in this case, and then simply we are going to use the while loop in order to go through the numbers array over here one element at a time. So guys, in this case simply we are going to have another variable, that is I. It is equal to 0 in this case, since the index number will start from 0 for this particular numbers array. So guys, over here we are going to check whether I, it is less than 10 or not. So guys, basically the index number will go from 0 up to 9 in this case, and at the 9th index we have the number that is 10 over here. So guys, basically what we have to do is simply you need to multiply this particular number by the array element that is present at the ith index in this case. So let me just provide the name as index over here so that it becomes more easy for you to understand. So guys, over here index refers to the index number of the array element that we are going to access one at a time. So guys, what we will do is over here again we are going to define another variable, that is result, and this time we are going to take the number that is 5 in this case. We are going to multiply it by the number that is 1 over here, which is inside the array. So in order to access this particular number with this index, we need to use the numbers array over here. So simply we will say numbers in this case followed by open and close square brackets, and inside these square brackets we have to provide the index. Now guys, we are providing the index as 0 for the first time, which is going to extract the value that is 1 over here, and then next time we want the index that is 1. So what we have to do is we need to increment the index. So simply we will say index plus plus over here. So we have the result of the first multiplication in this case, that is 5 multiplied by 1, and the result will be stored in this particular variable. And what we have to do is simply we will display this result on the console. So basically we are going to have the console.log statement over here. So what we will do is simply we will use the string literal in this case, and then we will say dollar, since we also want to print the number variable over here. So we have the number variable multiplied by the index that we have used. So again we will use dollar, and this time we will provide index. So guys, initially the index is 0, and after incrementing we are getting the value of index as 1, and that particular value needs to be displayed over here when we are displaying the multiplication table. So in this case it will be 5 multiplied by 1, and then we need to display the result. So it is equal to followed by dollar, and then we have this result variable over here. So guys, in this way we are going to have the entire multiplication table with the help of this particular array elements that we have just defined inside the numbers variable, and we can provide any number value for this particular number variable. So let me just save this file now, and let us see what will be the output on the terminal. So simply we are going to say node followed by the name of the JavaScript file, and when we press enter, as you can see we have got the multiplication table over here. Let me expand this terminal. So 5 multiplied by 1 it is 5, and then 5 multiplied by 2 it is 10, and so on. We have 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. So in this way we are able to generate the entire multiplication table of this number 5 over here. Similarly, you can generate the multiplication table of the number 10. So simply you can provide the number 10 in this case, and let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see we are getting the result, that is 10, 20, 30, and so on up to 100. We are getting all the values, that is by using the multiplication table of 10. Now guys, let us move to the next task. So over here, change the value of variable and display the table only with even numbers in this case. So guys, basically we have displayed the multiplication table of the number 10 over here, and now we want to display only the even numbers in this case, which means we only want to display this 10 multiplied by 2 and then followed by the 10 multiplied by 4 and so on. Only the even numbers must be considered while we are printing these results. So simply we can check whether the particular index number, it is even or odd, and then accordingly we are going to print this particular statement. So guys, simply we are going to have the if condition over here, and then we will say index, and then in order to check whether the number is a odd number or the even number, simply we can provide the modulus operator over here. So we divide that number by 2, and if the remainder is 1, then it is the odd number, and if the remainder is 0, then it is the even number. So basically we want the even numbers to be displayed, so we are going to check whether index %2 is it equal to 0 or not, and if it is 0, which means the index is the even number, and that is when we want to print this particular statement on the terminal. So let me just save this file now, and again when we run this code now over here, so as you can see, we are getting 10 multiplied by 2, it is equal to 20, then we have 10 multiplied by 4, it is equal to 40, and so on. We have 6, 8 and 10. So in between, whatever odd numbers were present, they are not getting printed over here. So guys, in this way you can modify your code based on the project requirements, as we have done based on the task that we wanted to complete. So guys, this is one of the ways in order to display the multiplication table. We could have done it simply by using the I variable over here instead of having the numbers from 1 to 10 inside the array, but we wanted to use the array so that we understand more about how we can access the single element by using the index number over here and the name of the array variable in this case. So guys, what will be the output when you provide the number as 3 over here and you don't have this particular condition in your code? Comment in the comment section below what will be the multiplication table output for this particular number. Let us see whether your answer is correct or not based on the code that you have written in JavaScript. So please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video, in which we are going to talk about for loop in JavaScript. So stay tuned. So now we will see for loop in JavaScript. So guys, basically the for loop can be used if you want to run the same code over and over again, each time with a different value. So guys, simply we can use the loop in order to execute the same lines of code multiple number of times with different values of certain variable. So guys, we will check this with the help of examples as well. Basically the JavaScript supports different kinds of loops. So we had already seen how the while loop and the do while loop works previously, but in this video we are going to check the for loop. It is going to loop through a block of code as many number of times as we want, and we are going to define it by using certain count over here. Apart from this, we can also use the for in loop and the for of loop as well, which loops through the properties of an object and the values of an iterable object respectively. So guys, these two for loops we are going to check in the upcoming videos once we cover the topic about the objects in JavaScript, but currently we will only understand the basic for loop that will help you in order to execute the same lines of code multiple number of times. So guys, basically this is the syntax. As you can see, we have the for keyword over here, and then followed by the open and close parenthesis, inside which we need to provide the 3 optional expressions. So guys, the first expression is the initialization of the variable that will be used in order to loop through this particular for loop over here, and whatever lines of code that will be present in between the open and close curly braces, those will be executed. Apart from this, after the first expression we have the semicolon over here, after which we have the expression 2, which means at what condition the control flow should come out of this for loop. So guys, basically we are going to provide the condition over here in the expression 2, and the expression 3 will be incrementation, which means we are going to increase the count of the variable that we have used in the expression 1 over here. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples in VS Code in this case. So simply we are going to create a new file over here. So we have created for loop.js file in this case. So guys, simply we are going to define the array of names in this case. So basically we have this names and then followed by equal to operator, and then within the open and close square brackets we have the list of names that we can define. So guys, first name we have John, then we have Peter, and then let's say the third name is Smith over here. So guys, basically we are going to use the for loop in order to go through each element inside this array and print the elements of the names array over here. So guys, first of all, let us get the length of this particular names array. So simply we are going to define the variable that is length in this case, and then we will use the names, that is the array name over here, followed by dot, and then we have the length property. So guys, basically we can get the length of the array by using the array name followed by the dot operator, and then we have the length property in this case. Now guys, very important, how do we use the for loop? So as you can see, we have this for keyword that can be used over here. We also have for in and for of loops in this case that can be used in JavaScript. So guys, the first for option over here will simply help you in order to create the for loop, and the second for loop over here, which is the emmet abbreviation in VS Code, can help you to provide the expressions as well. So if we select the second option in this case, as you can see, we are now being provided by the initialization part, that is index is equal to 0, then index is less than array dot length, and then index plus plus. So all these are three expressions that we had just discussed over here. So basically the first expression is the initialization. So we have the let keyword followed by the name of the variable, and then it is starting from 0. Now guys, this particular variable, it should be less than some particular number so that the control flow comes out of the for loop, and that is what we have to define in the second expression after providing the semicolon over here after first expression. So guys, basically over here, instead of the array, we must have the names dot length in this case, and since we have already got the length inside the length variable, so simply we can provide the length variable instead of names dot length over here. So basically what it means is the index variable, it will start from 0 and then it will go up to index which is less than length over here. So what is length in this case? Length is equal to 3 right now. So basically 3 times the control flow will go inside this for loop and execute the lines of code that is provided inside the curly braces over here, and then in the end we have something called as index plus plus, so that the index number can be incremented. So guys, let us provide some console.log statement over here. So inside the console.log statement, we will say name is, and then followed by the dollar symbol, and inside the open and close curly braces, simply we are going to use the array name, that is names over here, and inside the open and close square brackets in this case, we are going to access the index number, which is going to help us in order to access the elements of the array. So guys, over here simply we are going to provide the index variable. So guys, in this way the control flow will come inside this for loop. First of all, it will check whether index is equal to 0. So is it less than the length? Yes, in this case, since 0 is less than 3, so the control flow will print this particular statement, that is name is, and then followed by the name that is present at the index equal to 0 over here. So first of all, John name will be printed, and then next time what will happen is the control flow will come over here to the expression 3 part, in which case it is going to increase the index number by 1. Now guys, since the index will be equal to 1, names of 1, which means which name is present at the position 1, Peter is present over here, so the second name will be printed in the console.log statement, and then the third time the Smith name will be printed over here. So let me just save this file now and try running this code over here on the terminal. So simply we are going to provide the node command followed by the name of the file in this case. So as you can see, name is John, then we have name is Peter, and then name is Smith over here, and 3 times the control flow is going inside this for loop. That's because the length is equal to 3 over here. Guys, what if we provide the extra length in this case? So let us check that as well. Let us provide the hard-coded value of length is equal to 4 over here. So index is less than 4. So 4 times the control flow will go inside this for loop, starting from the index 0 going up to index 3 over here. So let us see what will be the output. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here. So as you can see, name is John, which is at the index 0, and then we have index 1, that is Peter, and index 2, that is Smith over here. Now guys, for the last index, that is index is equal to 3, we do not have any name in this case, and that is why the name is undefined is getting printed over here. So since we do not have any fourth element over here inside the array, which can be represented by the index number equal to 3, that is the reason we are getting undefined over here, and that is why it is very important to check the length of the array and use that particular length so that we do not get any undefined values. So guys, let me just change this back to the length variable over here so that we get the correct output. Now guys, apart from this, what is the importance of this index plus plus? So let me just show you after removing this particular expression from the for loop. So when we remove the index plus plus, basically index is equal to 0 will be the fixed value, and when the control flow is executing this line of code and coming back to the for loop over here, it is not incrementing the value of index, in which case the index will point to only the first number, that is 0 in this case, and only the first element will be printed infinite number of times. So let us check that as well. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, continuously the same name is getting printed over here. We have to provide the Ctrl+C command in order to stop this particular program. So as you can see, if we go up using this vertical scroll bar, basically name is John is getting printed infinite number of times, which we should be avoiding so that we don't use up the resources of the device. So guys, basically we have to increment the value. So either we have to provide the index plus plus over here as the third expression, or else we can also provide the index plus plus over here inside the for loop as well. So simply the control flow needs to be instructed in order to increment the value of that particular index. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, all three names are getting printed once again over here, and it is very important to increment the variable that we are using inside the for loop. What happens if we do not provide the length as well? So basically the first three names will be printed, and then again the undefined values will be printed infinite number of times. If we do not have anything, that will stop the execution of the code that we have provided inside the for loop. So guys, this particular condition also you can remove and check from your side as well what will be the output. So guys, this is the way that the for loop works. Comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video, in which we are going to talk about objects in JavaScript. So stay tuned. So now we will see objects in JavaScript. So guys, basically objects in JavaScript helps us to represent something with multiple properties. So this we are going to check with the help of examples as well. So as you can see, this is one of the examples that you can create a JavaScript object for. So basically you can define the person that can have a name as well as age and then gender as well, and many other properties based on the requirement of the project. And guys, this is the syntax. As you can see, we can use the const keyword or the let keyword as well, followed by the name of the object over here, and then followed by the equal to operator. After this we have the curly braces, inside which we can have the key value pairs over here. So basically we have field 1, which is one of the keys, followed by the colon over here, and then on the right hand side we have the value for that particular field name, and then followed by comma we have the second field name and the second value for that particular field too, followed by comma, and then we have the third key value pair over here. So guys, basically inside the open and close curly braces we will be having the key value pairs which will define the objects in JavaScript. So guys, these objects in JavaScript will help you in order to create complex projects and also to read data in JSON format in JavaScript. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples in VS Code over here. So simply we are going to create a new file in this case. So as you can see, we have created the objects.js file over here. Now guys, what we will do is simply we are going to define the person object in this case with three different properties, that is name, age and gender over here. So guys, first of all we will use the const keyword in this case, followed by the object name, that is person over here, followed by the equal to operator, and then we have the open and close curly braces over here. Now guys, simply we can provide the key value pairs in this case. So first of all we provide the first key, that is name, followed by colon, and then let us say the person name is Peter in this case. So simply we provide the value as Peter on the right hand side. Now guys, simply we provide the comma after providing the first key value pair in order to provide the second key value pair. So let us say we have another field, that is age over here, and then again we are going to provide the value for this particular field. So since age is going to be a number, we need not have to provide the number inside the single or the double quote over here. So simply we will provide the number without the quotes. So let's say the age of Peter is 20. So we have provided the value of 20 to the right hand side of the age field over here. After this we need to provide another property, that is gender. So simply we provide comma, and then again we provide the left hand side as the gender field name, followed by colon, and then simply we provide the gender, that is male in this case, inside the single or the double quote since this is a string. So guys, in this way you can define the key value pairs inside the object name that you have defined over here. Now guys, after the last property that you have defined, it is not necessary to provide the comma, but before the last property all the other key value pairs or the properties must have the comma at the end, or else there will be a syntax error that will be thrown by VS Code. So if we remove this comma from the second key value pair, so as you can see, we are getting the error now. It says comma expected over here. So guys, in this way you need to provide the comma after each key value pair over here. So now since we have created the object that is person in this case, we can access the properties of this person by using this name that is person over here. So guys, let us check that as well, how we can access the object properties. So simply we are going to provide the console.log statement, and then over here we will say name of person is, and then in order to print this name that is Peter over here, we need to use the object name that is person followed by the dot character, and then we have the name property over here. So how do we do that? So first of all, we provide the dollar symbol since we are inside the string literal over here as far as the console.log statement is concerned, and then after the dollar symbol we provide open and close curly braces, inside which we provide the object name over here, which is person in this case, followed by the dot character, and then as you can see, all the properties are getting listed over here. First of all, we have the age property, then we also have the gender property and the name property as well. So since we want to print the name of the person, we will access this particular property that is name over here. So person.name will help us in order to print this particular name that is Peter this time. So let me just save this file now and try running this code on the terminal. So we will use the node command followed by the name of the file, that is objects.js file over here. So as you can see, name of person is Peter. So in this way you can use the object name that you have defined over here and then followed by the dot character and then the name of the property in order to access the property of any object that you have created. Similarly, we can access the age and gender of the person as well. So simply we will say age is followed by dollar symbol, and then again we will use the name of the object that is person over here followed by dot and then age, that is the property. We will say years, and then we will say gender is followed by dollar, and then again we will say person followed by dot, and then we have the gender property over here. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, name of person is Peter, and then on the second line we have age is 20 years and gender is male in this case. So guys, whatever values we have provided to the properties of the objects over here, we can access them by using the object name over here followed by the dot character and then the property name as well. Now guys, what happens if we don't use the object name in this case? So let us check that as well. So if we don't provide the person object name and simply we provide the name over here, as you can see there's a strike through in this case. That's because VS Code also checks from its side whether this particular variable is present or not. Let me just save this file now and let us see what will happen if we run this code. So when we run this code, as you can see, we are getting the error now, name is not defined. So guys, it is trying to access another variable which is not defined over here. So it is expecting that name must be another variable in this case apart from the person object, since this particular name property is inside the person object. So in order to access the name property that is present inside the person object, we have to use the person object name over here. So simply we have to use the person followed by dot, and then only we will be able to access the name of that particular person. So if we run this code once again over here, now we will be able to print the name of that particular person. Now guys, apart from this, we can also define the functions inside the object. So basically, so far we have seen what are the properties that we can define over here. Now let us say if we want to define another object that will help us in order to print all these details of the person. So what we will do is, again after the gender is equal to male property, we have to provide comma, and then simply we will provide another function. In this case we will give it the name as display over here followed by colon, and this time we have to use the function keyword over here, since the display is going to be the function inside the person object which we are going to call from outside of this function. So guys, simply for this function keyword we will provide open and close parenthesis over here, and then inside the curly braces we will simply provide the log statement. So over here what we will do is we will say name is followed by the name, that is dollar symbol followed by open and close curly braces. Now guys, since we are inside this particular person object, simply we can use the property that is name over here, which needs to be prefixed with the this keyword. So let us check that how we can use it. So if we simply provide the name property over here and we select this particular name property, you can see that this keyword is getting used over here and it is being put in our code with the help of the VS Code suggestion. So guys, this is very important. Basically this keyword is referring to this particular person object this time, so that it is able to access the name of that particular specific person over here. And then similarly we want to access the age and gender as well. So after the name we will say age is followed by dollar symbol, and then again we will say this followed by dot, and then we have age over here followed by the years, and then we will say gender is followed by dollar symbol, and then again we will say this dot gender over here. So guys, basically we are printing all the properties, that is name is followed by the name property, then we have the age, and then we have the gender as well. Now it is just a matter of calling this particular display function from outside of this particular object. So guys, what we will do is, let me just comment out these lines of code over here, and then after this simply we are going to use the person object name followed by dot, and now you can see that we have the display function as well. So basically it is the function which is not going to return anything. It is also not taking any parameters over here. So simply it is going to print this particular statement with the properties inside the person object. So simply we are going to use this particular function name followed by open and close parenthesis. That's because we are calling the function in JavaScript. So guys, let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, name is Peter followed by age is 20 years and then gender is male. So this particular statement is getting printed simply by providing the statement inside the display function over here and calling that display function outside of the object name. So guys, in this way you can simply define the properties for the objects, as well as you can define the function that is going to complete a certain task for that particular object as well inside the object. While providing the function definition, this is the syntax. First of all, we need to provide the function name followed by colon, and then we need to tell the interpreter that this is going to be a function instead of the normal value that we had provided previously for the properties. And since we are providing this function keyword over here, the interpreter comes to know that this particular name, that is display in this case, is going to be a function which will be called by using the open and close parenthesis and using the name of the object. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to the channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video, in which we are going to talk about object methods in JavaScript. So stay tuned. So now we will see object methods in JavaScript. So guys, basically the object methods helps us in getting or setting the properties of the objects, and this we are going to check with the help of examples as well. Methods can also be used to perform certain tasks related to the objects. So guys, let us move to the VS Code over here, and previously we had defined one of the objects, that is person over here, that is having multiple properties, that is name, age and gender as well. Apart from this, we had already defined the function, that is the method, with the name display over here. So guys, this is the way that we define the object method. In this case, simply we have the name of the object method, that is display, followed by colon, and then we have the function keyword followed by open and close parenthesis, and then inside the curly braces we can have the lines of code that can be defined for that particular object method. And then guys, while calling this method, simply we can use the object name followed by the dot character, and then we have the name of the method over here. Now guys, we can also use the object methods in order to get or set the property values of the objects. So guys, let us check that as well. So let's say we have a requirement where we want to change the name of this particular person from Peter to Smith. So ideally what we would do is simply we can say person object name followed by dot, and then we can say name, it is equal to Smith over here. So guys, this particular line of code is also valid. This will also work in order to change the name of the person. Let me just save this file now and try running this code over here on the terminal. So as you can see, we are now getting name is Smith instead of Peter, and the other property values, that is age and gender, is same. Now guys, this is one way of updating the object properties. Now guys, there is another way of updating the object properties as well. Simply we can use the functions, that is methods, for this particular object. So what we will do is, let us say we want to set the name over here. So simply we will say set name followed by colon, and then over here we will have the function keyword, after which we will have the open and close curly braces. Now guys, before the set name we need to provide a comma over here for the display function this time. And then for the set name, what we can do is simply we will say this dot name, it is equal to, and then while calling this particular set name function, we need to take one parameter over here. So let's say we provide name1 as the parameter so that we don't get confused with this particular name property over here. So guys, simply we take the value of name1 and assign it to this name property this time. So simply we will have name1 over here. So what exactly is happening over here? Basically we will call the set name with the parameter, that is name1 over here, which is going to update the existing name property value in this case. So guys, instead of having person.name, it is equal to Smith, this time simply we will say person followed by dot, and then over here we will use the set name function over here, and then after this we will have open and close parenthesis, inside which we will say the name of the person. So let's say the name of the person is John, it is going to replace the existing name, that is Peter this time, and then we are calling the display function over here. Let us see what will be the changes. Let me just save this file now and try running this code over here on the terminal. So now as you can see, name is John. That's because the set name function, that is the method, is helping us in order to update the name property for that particular object, and that is how we can use the object methods in order to update the properties of the objects. Now guys, both these lines, that is person.setName and person.name is equal to some value, both of them will help you in order to achieve the same functionality, but this particular second option is more readable over here. It makes more sense in order to say that this line of code is setting the name, that is it is going to update the name of this person object. Now guys, similarly we can also get the name as well in order to get a specific property over here. So simply we are going to provide get name in this case followed by colon, and then we have the function keyword, and this time what we have to do is simply we are going to have the return statement from this function. So what we want to return, just the name property over here. So we say return followed by this, and then we have dot name over here. So guys, simply this particular name, it will be returned in this case. So guys, first of all we have set the name as John in this case, and then let's say we want to print this particular name. So simply we will say console.log, and then inside the string literal we will say updated name is, and then followed by dollar, and then simply we want to get just one property, that is name over here. So what we will do is we will say person, that is the object name, followed by dot. Either we can simply use the name property in order to simply get the name of the updated object. Let us check that as well. So let me just save this file now and try running this code over here. So as you can see, updated name is John after setting the name as well, but we can also use the get name function that we have just defined over here. So simply instead of having the name property, we will say get name over here, but this time since it is a function, we have to use the open and close parenthesis. So let me just save this file now and try running this code over here once again on the terminal. So as you can see, updated name is John. So guys, you can use either of the options over here. Either you can use the person.name over here, or else you can use the method that helps us in order to get the specific property from the object. So guys, this is the way that you can use the methods inside object in order to either get or set the properties of the object. Comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to the channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video, in which we are going to talk about object constructor in JavaScript. So stay tuned. So now we will see object constructor in JavaScript. So guys, sometimes we need to create many objects of the same type, and basically in order to create the object type, we can use the object constructor function so that we can create many objects out of that particular object constructor. Now guys, it is considered a good practice in order to name the constructor functions with an uppercase first letter. So this we are going to check with the help of examples as well. So previously we had just defined the single object over here by using the person object name, and we were providing the different key value pairs over here, which are the properties for that particular object. Now guys, let us say we have the requirement wherein we have multiple person names, age and gender and the other properties. So in that case, it becomes very important to create the object constructor which is going to work as a object template, and simply we can provide the different parameter values to that particular template and create the person objects out of it. So guys, let us check that as well with the help of examples in VS Code over here. So simply I'm going to create a new file this time, and we will name it as object constructor.js file. So guys, inside this file, simply we are going to use the function keyword in order to create the object constructor by using the function keyword. And then over here we will provide the name of the object, that is person. So guys, since we are using the function keyword over here, simply we will say open and close parenthesis, and then inside the open and close curly braces over here, we are going to define all these properties, that is name, age and gender. So guys, simply we will say this followed by dot, and the name over here, it is equal to certain value. Now guys, that particular value will come when this particular object constructor will be called, and when we are calling this object constructor, that is person, we will provide all the values for those properties, that is name, age and gender. So guys, we need to catch all these properties over here inside the open and close parenthesis. So in this case, we will say name, age followed by the gender parameters. So as you can see, this is nothing but a normal function over here with the function name, and then we have the parameters inside the parenthesis, but inside the open and close curly braces, we are going to use this keyword over here in order to refer to this particular object that is getting called from outside of this function. So guys, simply we will say this dot name, it is equal to name over here. Now this name is referring to the parameter name, and the left hand side name, it is the object name over here. Now guys, after this again we will say this followed by dot, and this time we will say age, it is equal to age over here. So again the right hand side is the value, that is the parameter value coming from outside of the function. When this person function will be called over here, we can refer this as the object constructor, and then the left hand side is the object property. Now similarly we will have this followed by dot, and then gender, it is equal to gender over here. So guys, in this way we can create the object constructor, and simply we can call this particular constructor with the help of the different values in order to set the properties of that particular object. So guys, let us try that as well. So simply we will have the const keyword, and let us say we provide the person1 as the variable name, it is equal to, and this time what we will do is we have to use this particular name, that is person over here, that is the function name, also known as object constructor over here. It is expecting 3 values, so this time we will provide the values inside the open and close parenthesis. So what are those values? Simply we will provide these values, that is John, 21 and then male. So first of all we have the string value, that is John, and then we have age, that is 21 years, and then we have the third parameter, that is gender, which is male in this case. So guys, in this way we can provide the values for this particular person. So this is the first person that we have defined. Now guys, similarly we will define the second person as well with another set of values, that is Lily, 20 and female for name, age and gender parameters respectively. So guys, over here we will say person2, it is Lily this time, the age is 20 years and the gender is female. So as you can see, we have created 2 objects, that is person1 and person2, with the help of the object constructor over here. Now guys, can we print these object properties by using the person name over here. So let us check that as well. So let me just provide the console.log statement over here. What if we simply provide the person1, that is the object name? Let us see what will be the output when we save this file now and try running this code over here. So since this is our 29th tutorial, we will name it as 29 followed by the object constructor over here. So guys, simply we will have the node keyword, that is the command, followed by the name of the JavaScript file. So when we run this file, as you can see, it is undefined right now. So guys, instead of using the variable name directly, either we can have the object method over here that will access all the properties and display according to the project requirements, or simply let us provide the dot character over here and then followed by certain properties. So let's say we provide the person dot name over here in order to access the name of the first person this time, because we are using the person1 object name over here. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. As you can see, we are getting the error over here. So person1 dot name, it cannot read the properties of undefined, so we are reading the name this time. So guys, we have done the mistake over here, and with the mistakes we are going to learn a lot about JavaScript. So over here, while creating this particular object, we have to use the new keyword whenever we are going to call the object constructor. So over here, before the person keyword, we have to use the new operator over here, so that the interpreter comes to know that this is the new object that needs to be created with all these values inside the parenthesis over here. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So now as you can see, we are getting the first name as John this time. Similarly, let us provide the name of the second person as well. So this time we will say person2 dot name over here, and what name we had provided to the person2, it is Lily. So let us check that as well. And we save this file now and try running this code once again over here. As you can see, John and Lily are getting displayed over here one after another. And this is the main objective of the object constructor. We can use it as a template and then create multiple objects out of that template while providing the different values for the properties of that object. So guys, what we will do is, let us say we have another function this time. So simply we will say this followed by dot, and then we will say display over here, it is equal to function this time, and we are going to print a nice statement in order to check the name, age and gender of that particular object. So simply we will have the console.log statement over here. We will use the string literal, and then we will say name is followed by dollar, and then simply we have the name property over here, and then we will say age is followed by dollar, and then again we will have the age property followed by the gender is, and then we have the gender property over here. So guys, as you can see, we have a very simple statement that is going to access all the properties of the object, and based on the person variable that we use, we can use those variables in order to call this particular display function. So let me just comment out these lines of code over here, and then before this, simply we are going to have another console.log statement, and this time simply we are going to use person1 over here followed by dot, and then we have the display method that is to be called. So guys, this particular display method will help us in order to call this display function, which is going to print this statement, which is going to access all these properties for that particular object, that is person1 over here. It is important to note that we have provided the open and close parentheses over here while providing the display function. Let me just save this file now and try running this code over here on the terminal. So as you can see, name is John, age is 21 years and gender is male. So guys, in this way we can define the function inside the object constructor as well and call that function. Now guys, why we are getting this particular undefined? That's because when we are calling this function, that is person1.display, it is going to have its own console.log statement that is helping us in order to print this particular statement on the console. Now guys, it is not returning anything. So whatever return value is present, that return value will be printed by using this particular console.log statement. So since this particular function is not returning anything, we are getting the undefined statement over here. So if we return something in this case, so let us say we provide true value over here as the return value. So simply we should be getting the true value over here instead of undefined. So let us check that as well when we save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, we are getting the true value as the return value. So guys, in order to avoid the second statement, simply we have to remove the console.log statement over here, and we can simply say person1.display. That's because we have provided its own console.log statement inside the display function. So let me just remove the return value as well when we save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, name is John, age is 21 years and gender is male is getting printed now. Similarly, we will print the details of the second person as well. So this time we will say person2.display. So it is just a matter of which object is getting used. So simply we have to use the specific object over here in order to call that particular function, and since we are using this object, that this keyword will point to that particular person2 object only, and it will retrieve the specific values of those properties that is related to that object. So guys, when we save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal, so as you can see, the first line is printing the details of the John person, whereas the second line is printing the details of the Lily person over here. The age is 20 years and the gender is female. So guys, in this way you can easily create the object constructors and define the different properties as well as the functions or the methods as well, and use this constructor in order to create different persons with the required property values inside the parenthesis while you are creating those persons. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to the channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. Apart from this, we have certain built-in JavaScript constructors as well. So as you can see, we have new object, then we have new array, we have map, set, date, regular expressions, function, and so on. So guys, all these objects we are going to check in the upcoming videos as well. You can also explore about these objects and see how you can create the different variables by using this inbuilt JavaScript constructors. So guys, the next video that we are going to talk about is an exercise on the objects in JavaScript. So stay tuned. So now we will work on an exercise on objects in JavaScript. So guys, basically you need to follow the below instructions in order to complete the exercise on the objects. So first of all, we have to create a new object constructor with the name person using the function keyword, taking the name and the age as parameters. So guys, let us move to the VS Code over here and let us complete this exercise. So first of all, we are going to create a new file over here. So we have this exercise.js file in this case. Now guys, what we have to do is we need to create a new object constructor with the name person by using the function keyword. So simply we are going to create the object constructor by using the function keyword, and then the name of the constructor is the person. Always remember that when you are going to create the object constructor with the function keyword, we use starting letter as the capital letter over here, and that is why we have the capital P for the person object. Now guys, after this we need to have the open and close parenthesis, and then we need to have the open and close curly braces inside which we are going to define our properties and functions. Now guys, what we have to do is we need to take the name and age as parameters over here. So simply we will define the name and the age variables which are going to be the parameters for this particular object constructor. Now guys, let us move to the next task. So over here we need to create two objects having same name and age as per your choice. So guys, over here what we have to do is we need to create the properties, that is name and age. So simply we will say this dot name, it is equal to the value that is coming as a parameter for this object, that is person, and for the age as well we will define another variable, that is this dot age, it is equal to age over here. Remember that this left hand side, that is name and age variables, these are belonging to this object, that is person over here, and this on the right hand side you can see the values of the name and age will be coming as the parameters when we are going to call this particular object constructor. Now guys, what we want to do is we need to create the two objects out of it having the same name and the age as per your choice. So let us say we define the variable, that is person1 in this case, it is going to be the object. So simply on the right hand side we will say new, and then we will use this object constructor, that is person. So as you can see, this is the constructor with the name person over here. It is going to take two parameters parameters, that is name and age in this case. So guys, simply we are going to provide the name, that is Smith over here, and let's say the age of Smith is 20 years old. So guys, in this way we have created the first object, that is with the name person1, and similarly we want to create another object, that is person2 this time, which is going to have the same name and the age as well. So guys, basically we are creating two person objects over here that are having same name and age in this case. Now let us move to next step. Over here we need to create a function inside the constructor to display the name and age of the objects created. So guys, over here simply we will say display as another property. We need to use the this keyword as well. So this dot display, it is equal to, this time we have to define the function over here, and then we have open and close parenthesis, and simply inside the body of this function we are going to provide the console.log statement over here, and simply we are going to print the name and age of that particular person. So what we will do is we will say name is followed by dollar symbol, and then inside the curly braces we say name, and age is followed by the age variable in this case. So guys, simply we are printing the name and age of the person object as per the requirement of the task. So guys, what we will do is we will use both the person, that is person1 and person2, and call this particular display function over here. So let us check that as well. So when we say person1 followed by dot, and this is the way that we call the function, we provide the function name, that is display over here, and simply we need to provide the open and close parenthesis, and then again for the person2 as well we need to provide the display function in this way. So basically we are using two different person objects, that is person1 and person2, and we are calling the display function over here. So let us see what will be the output over here when we save this file now and try running this code using the node command over here followed by the name of the JavaScript file. As you can see, name is Smith and age is 20 years. So this is getting displayed for the first person object, and for the second person object as well we are getting name is Smith and age is 20 years. So guys, since we have provided the name and age as same, both the person objects are displaying the same content in this case. Now let us move to the next task. Over here we need to compare both the objects using the equal to operator. So guys, what do you think, whether both these objects will be equal or not? So let us check that as well. You can pause this video and comment in the comment section below whether these two objects will be same or not. Let us see whether your answer is correct or not. So over here simply we are going to provide the console.log statement, and then we will use the string literal over here person1 equal to person2 in this case. So we have provided the string over here, and then we provide the dollar symbol, after which we provide the curly braces, and inside these curly braces we are going to provide person1 equal to person2 this time. So guys, basically we are checking whether person1 is equal to person2 by using equal to operator, where the type of the left hand side and the right hand side will not be checked in this case. So guys, let me just save this file now and try running this code over here on the terminal. So as you can see, person1 equal to person2, it is false over here. Why it is false? Because both these objects must be having the different values as far as their references are concerned. So guys, over here the object references are being considered in order to check whether both of them are equal. So even though both the objects are having the same values, but the references, which means the address of both the objects where their memory will be allocated, are different, and that is the reason why we are getting false over here. Similarly, let us check 3 times equal to operator this time. So in this case, when we say 3 times equal to operator, it is also going to check the type of the left hand side and the right hand side variables. So let us check that as well when we save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, this part is also false in this case. So guys, always remember, when you are going to compare two different objects, even if the values of their properties are same, they will never be equal, because the references are compared, which will not be same for two different objects. And this is the way that you can create the object constructor and provide the different properties and the methods as well for that particular object constructor. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video, in which we are going to talk about for in loop in JavaScript. So stay tuned. So now we will see foreign loop in JavaScript. So guys, basically the JavaScript foreign statement loops through the properties of an object, and this we are going to check with the help of examples as well. So as you can see, this is the syntax of the foreign loop. Basically we have the for keyword, and then inside the open and close parenthesis we have the variable which we can define by using the let or the where keyword over here, and then followed by the name of the variable, that is key in this case, followed by the in keyword and the object that we want to loop through. So guys, basically this is the syntax of the foreign loop. Basically the in keyword is within the parenthesis over here, and then inside the open and close curly braces we have the lines of code to be executed. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples in VS Code over here. So simply we are going to create a new file. So we will create foreign loop.js file over here. So guys, what we will do is simply we are going to define one simple object in this case. So let us say we have the constant over here with the object name, that is person. So guys, in this case we are going to create the object with the key value pairs, which means we are going to define certain properties of the person. So we have the first name of the person defined as John over here. Then we have the last name property as well. So let's say we have the value as Doe in this case, and then let's say the age of this particular person, that is John Doe, is 21 over here. So guys, basically these are some of the properties that we have defined inside the object, that is person in this case. So guys, simply we can use the foreign loop in order to go through all the properties of the object over here. So how do we use the foreign loop? So in this case, simply when we type the for keyword over here, as you can see we have the foreign loop in this case that is being suggested by the VS Code over here. So guys, simply we will select this particular AMAT abbreviation. So as you can see, certain lines of code are already provided to us by the VS Code over here. Simply we are going to remove the content inside the for loop over here, and then for this we are going to keep the key as same, and then we are going to keep this key variable as same, and then we are going to keep this constant, that is key in this case, followed by the in keyword, and then instead of object we are supposed to have the object name, that is person, which is the custom object that we have defined. So guys, over here we have defined the person object. Now what is the content of the key in this case? So let us check that as well. Simply inside the for loop over here we will have the console.log statement, and then we will print this particular key. So guys, what exactly is happening over here is this particular person, which is having multiple properties over here, that is first name, last name, and then age. So all those properties are getting assigned to this constant key over here one at a time. So let us see what will be printed at the first instance when we print this particular key. Let me just save this file now and try running this code on the terminal. We will use the node command over here followed by the name of the JavaScript file. So as you can see, we have the properties, that is first name, and then on the second execution when the control flow comes back over here inside the for loop, then we have the second property, that is last name, and then followed by the age. So guys, in short, what exactly we are getting over here is the left hand side, which is the properties of the object. We can also say that these are the keys of the object which we have defined over here. Now guys, how do we get the value? Simply we can use the person object and the key that we have in order to get the value which is present on the right hand side of those properties. So guys, how do we do that? So simply we are going to use the person object over here, and then let us say we only want to display the first name of this object. So what we will do is we will use the dot character followed by the property, that is first name over here. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, we are getting the first name, that is John in this case, but we are getting this first name 3 times over here. That's because we have 3 properties, that is first name, last name, and age in this case, and that is why the control flow is going inside this particular for loop 3 number of times. So guys, it depends on how many properties are present inside that particular object. That many number of times the control flow will go inside the for loop. So guys, over here, in order to print the other values, that is last name and the age as well, we need to provide the key over here. So what we will do is we will remove this first name over here along with the dot character as well, and similar to how we access the array numbers or the array elements, we are going to use the open and close square brackets this time, and instead of providing the array index number, we are going to provide this key which has all the properties of this particular object. So guys, in the first iteration we had seen that the key is first name, and then in the second iteration it is last name followed by the age. So all the properties will be used for this particular object, and the right hand side, that is the values of all the properties, will be displayed over here. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, we are getting all the values, that is right hand side of all these properties, John Doe, and then the age, that is 21 years old. Now guys, we also want to print the left hand side, that is the properties over here for this particular object, so that it becomes more sensible. So what we will do is we will also include the key while we are printing the message. So inside the string literal over here, simply we are going to provide dollar symbol followed by the curly braces in this case, and then we will provide the key in this case followed by equal to operator, and then again we have the dollar symbol, and then inside this we will use person with this particular key, that is property of the object. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So now as you can see, it is more sensible. You can see that the first name, it is equal to John, then we have last name, it is equal to Doe, and then we have the age, it is equal to 21. And in this way you can easily use the foreign loop in JavaScript in order to go through all the properties of the object. Now guys, apart from this, you can also add another property over here. So let us check that as well. Simply we are going to add the gender property in this case, and the value is male over here. So guys, you don't have to make any changes inside this particular foreign loop, because automatically all the properties will be assigned to this particular key over here, and accordingly all the statements will be printed as key value pairs over here inside the foreign loop. So let us check that as well when we save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So now as you can see, we already have first name, last name, and then age, and the extra property that we had added just now, that is gender, it is equal to male, is also getting printed over here. So guys, irrespective of the number of properties that are present inside this particular object or any other object, when we use the foreign loop with that particular object, then all the properties will be assigned to this particular key over here, and then we can get the value for those properties by using this particular form, this object name, that is person, followed by the key inside the open and close square brackets this time. Now guys, apart from this, it is very important to note that you should not be using the foreign loop for arrays, as it might provide you inconsistent results without actually using the array index. So guys, we had seen previously how we can create and access the array elements over here. So as you can see, this is the way that we define the array in this case, and these are accessed by using the index number over here. That is, the first element is accessed by using the index number, that is 0, followed by the index number, that is 1, and so on. The index numbers are used in order to access the array elements. So we should not be using the foreign loop in order to go through the array elements, as it might result in inconsistent result. That's because basically the foreign loop is used in order to get the key value pairs instead of using the index number. So guys, in order to access the arrays, you can simply use the for loop or the for of loop as well, that we are going to check in the upcoming video as well. And apart from that, you can also use the forEach method for the array. So guys, whenever you are having the objects and you want to go through the properties of those objects, simply you can use the foreign loop in order to get the properties in the form of key value pairs. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video, in which we are going to talk about for of loop in JavaScript. So stay tuned. So now we will see for of loop in JavaScript. So guys, basically the JavaScript for of statement loops through the values of an iterable object, and this we are going to check with the help of examples as well. It lets you to loop over iterable data structures such as arrays, strings, maps, node list, and many more. So guys, as you can see, this is the syntax over here. We use the for keyword, and then inside the open and close parenthesis in this case, first of all we have the variable inside which the value of the iterable object will be provided, and then we have the of keyword over here, and then we have the iterable in this case. So guys, basically iterable is nothing but the name of the array for which we want to loop through the elements inside this particular array, and the first element of this particular array will be assigned to this particular variable at the first instance, and then when the control flow comes back again over here to the for loop, then the second element will be assigned to this variable, and so on every time depending on the number of elements inside this particular array. The variable will be having one item at a time, and that particular item can be used inside the code block, that is within the open and close curly braces over here of the for of loop in this case. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples in VS Code over here. So simply we are going to create a new file this time. So we have the for of loop.js file over here. Now guys, inside this file, what we will do is, first of all, we will take the example of an array, and then we will take the example of a string as well. So let us define the array over here. So we have the let keyword followed by the arr, which will define the array in this case. So guys, let us say we have the 5 numbers, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we want to access all these numbers over here by using the for of loop. So what we will do is, over here we will use the for keyword. So as you can see, we have the for of emmet abbreviation over here that is provided by the VS Code. So simply we are going to select this emmet abbreviation, that is for of loop in this case. So first of all, we have the const keyword, and then we have the iterator variable over here. So guys, every time the object will provide one item to the iterator, and that iterator can be used inside this particular for loop in this case. Now guys, what is that object this time? So over here we have defined the array, that is arr. So simply we are going to provide this particular array over here. So we have the for keyword followed by the open and close parenthesis, inside which we have this iterator in the form of a constant, and then we have the of keyword followed by the array object this time. So guys, basically for the first iteration we will have this number, that is 1 over here inside this iterator constant. So what we can do is, simply we can have the log statement over here, and then we can print this particular element. So let us say we provide iterator as the element in this case. So let us see what will be the output over here. Let me just save this file now and try running this code over here on the terminal. So we use the node command followed by the name of the JavaScript file over here. So as you can see, we are getting all the elements, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So guys, in this way, simply you can use the for of loop for a specific array in order to access all the elements of that particular array. And if you notice that each time the iterator is getting printed over here, it is printing the elements of this particular array. Now guys, what is the difference between this for of loop and the simple for loop that we had seen previously? So let us check that as well. So when we say this particular for loop, so when we use this emmet abbreviation, as you can see, we have the index which starts from 0 and then it goes up to the length of the array. So over here we provide the array.length in this case, and then we have the index plus plus over here. So guys, inside this particular simple for loop, we have to access the elements of the array by using the array name, that is arr over here, which is the object, and then inside the open and close square brackets over here, we need to provide the index number, which is going to increment after each iteration. So guys, this is the difference. Over here we use the indices, that is the index number of the array, in order to access the array elements one at a time, whereas inside the for of loop, simply the array elements will be assigned to this particular iterator over here, which we can use inside the body of the for of loop, and there is no need to increment any of the variable, which we were doing in the simple for loop by incrementing the index variable over here. Now guys, one question in this case you might ask, over here it is a constant, so how the iterator is changing after every iteration? So guys, basically the constant is iterator over here, which means we cannot change the iterator inside the body of the for loop. So let us say if you want to add 1 to this particular iterator, so simply we do iterator plus it is equal to 1 over here. So this particular operation should not be allowed, because we are trying to change or update the element that we have got from the array over here. So simply we are assigning a value to this particular iterator as a constant value, which cannot be changed inside the body of the for loop. So let us check what will be the error this time. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, we have got the error. It says assignment to constant variable. So guys, in this way, once the value from the array is assigned to the iterator, it cannot be changed over here, and you have to use the iterator as it is with the fixed value that is provided initially. And the next time when the control flow comes back again over here, there is a new instance of this particular constant, that is iterator, which will be assigned the other value, that is 2 this time, and then followed by the other elements as well after each iteration. So guys, in this way the for of loop works with the array. Now guys, apart from this, let us check another example with the help of the string variable as well. So what we will do is, simply we will define a string over here here, and then we will say JavaScript in this case. So guys, simply we want to access each element over here. So guys, basically this is a string in this case, and we can also say that this is the array of characters. So every character, that is the first character is J over here, and then followed by A, and then we have V, and so on. All the characters can be accessed by using this particular for of loop over here. So guys, what we will do is simply we are going to define another string, that is text in this case, and we will assign, which will be an empty string initially, and then what we will do is we are going to add each and every character to this particular text with the help of the for loop over here. So every time the iterator, that is this particular constant, is assigned one of the characters from this particular string over here, we will change this from array to string this time. So it is going to iterate through the characters of this particular string variable, and this particular iterator must be appended to the text string over here, and then after that we need a hyphen in this case. So guys, using this particular hyphen, basically we are going to separate all the characters that are present inside this particular string. And then guys, what we will do is, let me just comment out this line of code over here, and outside the for loop simply we are going to print the text string over here, which is going to have all the characters which are separated by this particular pattern, that is space followed by hyphen and then followed by the space character. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, we have all the characters that are getting printed over here on the terminal. We have the J, that is the first character, followed by hyphen, and then we have A followed by hyphen, and so on. We have the other characters as well, one at a time. So guys, in this way, even if you are working with string over here, you can simply use the for of loop in order to access the individual characters of that particular string and use those characters as per your requirements of the project. Guys, apart from this, you can also use the maps and node list and the many other objects based on your requirements. So those exercises I'll leave up to you as a homework for you. So comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video, in which we are going to talk about array for each method in JavaScript. So stay tuned. So now we will see array for each method in JavaScript. So guys, basically this for each method is very important whenever you are going to use arrays in your JavaScript project. So basically this for each method calls a function, which is a callback function over here, once for each array element. So guys, whatever array element we have inside the array, a callback function will be called for each and every element inside the array when we are using the for each method. So basically this for each method takes a callback function that we are going to check with the help of examples as well, and this particular callback function can have multiple parameters. The first parameter will be the value, then the second parameter will be the index, which represents the index of the array element, and then we have the entire array as well as the third parameter. And guys, this is the syntax. First of all, we use the array object, that is the variable that we have defined in the form of array, followed by the dot character, and then we have the for each function, and then guys, inside the open and close parenthesis we have the callback function over here. And then this particular callback function needs to be defined by using the function keyword followed by that particular name of the callback function in this case, and then we have all those three parameters this time. So guys, in case if you don't want to use the index or the entire array over here, so you can only keep the value as the parameter. So let us check this with the help of examples in VS Code. So guys, over here we will create a new file this time. So we have forEach loop.js file over here. So guys, what we will do is we will define the array over here. So we have arr, it is equal to, and then inside the open and close square brackets this time we have, let's say, 5 elements over here. So we have 11, 12, 13, 14, and then we have 15 in this case. So guys, how do we use the for each loop in order to access all these individual elements of the array? So simply, first of all, we use the array name, that is arr object over here, followed by the dot character, and then we have something called as forEach method. So as you can see, this is the method over here. It performs the specified action for each element in an array. So guys, over here we are going to use this forEach method, and then inside the open and close parenthesis we need to have the callback function. So let us say we provide the name of the function as my function over here. So simply we have to define this my function. So what we will do is, let me just copy this name of the function and provide the function keyword over here, followed by the name of the callback function, that is my function this time. So guys, over here, as I have told you, it takes three parameters, that is first of all the value. So basically in the first iteration the first value will be passed, and then followed by the second value, and then third value, and so on. All the elements will be passed one at a time. So over here we provide value which can be used inside this particular callback function for further processing, and then followed by a comma, and then we have the second parameter, that is index over here. So we provide a comma followed by index, and then we have the third parameter, that is entire array over here. So guys, simply we are providing all the parameters that are possible with this particular callback function. Remember that whenever you are going to provide the callback function by using the name of the function over here, you need not have to provide the open and close parenthesis over here. So guys, this is not required. If you provide this, then it might result in the unexpected results. So please note that whenever you are providing callback function inside the forEach method, you don't have to provide the open and close parenthesis which is used in order to call this particular function. But by default this method will call the callback function over here that we have provided. So guys, what we will do is, let us see what are the values that are present inside all these parameters that we have defined one at a time. So guys, over here simply we will provide the console.log statement, and first of all we will have the value, and then it is equal to, we provide the dollar symbol followed by open and close curly braces, and then we have the value parameter over here, and then the next parameter, that is index. So we will display the index as well, and then followed by the entire array over here. So we have the array string in this case, and then inside the curly braces after the dollar symbol we have this array parameter as well. So guys, all these parameters, that is value, index and array, we are using it inside the console.log statement. Let me just save this file now and try running this code on the terminal. So we use the node command followed by the name of the JavaScript file, that is forEach loop.js file. So as you can see, we are getting 5 lines over here. The first line is having value, it is equal to 11. That's because the first element of the array is 11, and that is the value that is getting passed to this particular parameter, that is value over here, and then followed by the index as well. So it is present at the 0th index. So guys, if you remember, the array starts from the 0th index, and then we have the first index over here at the second position, and so on. The index numbers are used in order to access the array elements, but we can use the forEach loop as well, which helps us to provide the callback function, and that callback function can have the parameters, that is value, index and array over here. So we have index is equal to 0, and the entire array is also getting passed over here. So guys, all these parameters will help us in order to make use of them so that we can complete our task inside this particular callback function as far as the arrays are concerned. And as you can see on the second line, we have the other value, that is 12 over here, followed by the index, it is equal to 1, but the array is same because the same array is getting passed every time with each element that is present inside the array. Third time we have the value is 13, index is 2, then we have value 14, index is 3, and then we have value 15, index is 4 for the last element. And then let's say we have another element over here, that is 20, which is the last element of the array. Then one more time this particular callback function will be called once again because we have extra element over here. So let us check that as well. Let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, the last line is now having the value, it is equal to 20, index is 5, and array, that is the entire array, is also getting passed over here. Now guys, this index and the array parameters are optional over here. So let us say if you don't provide this array parameter and we remove this array to be printed inside the console.log statement. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, now we are getting value and index numbers over here. Even the index number can be removed. So simply we can have the value over here, which means each element will be passed one at a time to this callback function, and only value should be printed over here. So simply I'm going to remove this particular index as well. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, all the values that are present inside the array are now getting printed over here with the help of this particular callback function, to which we are providing the value, that is the elements, one at a time belonging to this array object. So guys, this is the way you can use the forEach method in order to go through each element inside the array by using this particular array object, and then you can also manipulate that value inside this callback function. Now guys, apart from this, let us complete an exercise related to this particular callback function. Let's say you want to copy the elements of one array to another array using the forEach function over here. So how do you do that? So let me just define another array over here. So let's say we have ARR1 this time. It is equal to open and close square brackets over here. So we have the empty array. So guys, what we will do is over here, let me just provide the console.log statement, and first of all we will print the array 1 over here. So guys, what we will do is, let us say we want to print the first array, that is original array over here, and also we want to print the second array inside which we want to copy the elements of the first array. And also let me just remove this particular line of code, that is console.log statement, because we are going to provide all the elements one at a time into this particular new array over here. Let me just save this file now and let us see what will be the output initially before pushing the elements from the source array to the destination array. So when we run this code once again over here, as you can see, this is the original array and we want to provide all the elements, that is copy all these elements from the source array to this particular destination array, which is empty right now, which is array 1 over here. So guys, what we can do is, since we have the value inside this particular my function over here, simply we can use that particular value in order to push the item to this destination array. So we will use array 1, and then if you remember, one of the array methods is push over here, which appends new elements to the end of an array and returns the new length of the array. So simply we want to add the element that is present inside this source array to the destination array over here. So array1.push can help us in order to push this particular value that is coming from the callback function. So simply we provide the value as the parameter to this particular push method. So what exactly is happening over here is, every item is invoking this callback function, and that particular value, that is item, will be pushed inside the array 1, which is our destination array, and ultimately we will be printing the destination array over here. So guys, before pushing the elements, we have this particular initial status of both the array. Now after pushing all the elements, let us see whether we are successfully able to copy all the elements from the first array to the second array over here. So let me just run this code once again over here. So as you can see, we have all the elements in the original array, and by using the forEach method, we have successfully copied all the elements to the second array over here, that is array 1. So guys, in this way, if you want to copy all the elements from one array to another array, you can simply use the forEach loop over here. Now guys, over here we have used the callback function, but instead of using the callback function, we can also use the arrow function over here. So simply let me just comment out this line of code over here. So again, we are going to define the forEach method. So before defining, let us see what is the status of both the arrays. So as you can see, the first array is having all the elements that we have defined, and the second array is not having any of the elements. But simply we can use the array object over here, that is the source array followed by the dot character, and then we have the forEach method over here. Now guys, instead of providing this particular callback function, let us have the arrow function over here. So we provide the open and close parenthesis, inside which we can simply provide the parameter, that is value, followed by equal to, and then we have the greater than symbol. So guys, basically the combination of these two special characters help us in order to define the arrow function over here. And then after this, simply we want to provide this particular line of code. So let me just copy this line and paste it over here. So as you can see, we have the arrow function which is taking the value as the parameter, and then as a result the array 1, which is the destination array, is using the push method in order to provide the value to that particular array. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, we have all the elements from the source array to the destination array over here. So guys, in this way, simply you can use the arrow function as well for the forEach method in order to carry out the operations based on the project requirements. So in this case, you don't have to provide the extra function that you have defined over here. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to the channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video in which we are going to talk about set in JavaScript. So stay tuned. So now we will see set in JavaScript. So guys, basically a JavaScript set is a collection of unique values, and we cannot have duplicate values in this set object in JavaScript. So guys, each value can only occur once in a set. So we will check this with the help of examples as well. When we provide the duplicate values in a set, what will happen? So guys, basically the values can be of any data type. They can be primitive values or they can be objects as well. And we are going to check the examples with numbers where we will provide duplicate numbers as well. So guys, how do we create a set in JavaScript? So simply there are two ways. First of all, we pass the array to a new set over here. So we use the new operator followed by the set keyword over here, and then inside the open and close parenthesis we can pass the array. So this is one way in order to create a new set, and the other way is to create an empty set, that is by using this particular new set expression, and then we can use the add method in order to add the values. So guys, let us check how we can use set in JavaScript with the help of examples over here inside VS Code. So first of all, we are going to create a new file over here. So we will name it as set.js file in this case. So guys, what we will do is simply we are going to initialize a simple array over here. So we have array, it is equal to, let's say we have 5 numbers this time. So we have 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, which are all unique numbers. Now guys, after this, let us say we have the first two numbers, that is 21 and 22 occurring again inside this array. So we have 21 and 22 over here. So guys, since this is a simple array, we can print this particular array on the terminal. So let us use the console.log statement over here, and simply we will use the array object over here. And then after this, on the terminal we will use the node command followed by the name of the JavaScript file. So guys, as you can see, we have all the elements of the array that are getting printed over here. Now guys, how do we initialize a set? So simply we are going to define the set over here. So we use the let keyword followed by, let us say we provide set1 over here. It is equal to new keyword followed by the set object this time. So guys, basically this is the object that we use in order to create a new set followed by the open and close parenthesis over here. Inside this we can provide the array in this case. So guys, simply we have provided this particular array object inside the open and close parenthesis. Now let us print this particular set as well. So simply we will provide set1 as the object name after the array is getting printed. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So now as you can see, first of all we have the array, that is 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, and then followed by 21 and 22 again. But if you see the set, it is only having the 5 elements over here, 21 up to 25. So it is not taking the duplicate elements, that is 21 and 22, which we have defined at the end of the array over here. So guys, in this way, if you have the requirement in order to provide only the unique values from the array, or only to have unique values inside the set, or only to have unique values inside an object, you can define a set so that it doesn't have duplicate values. Now guys, apart from this, let us check some other methods of the set as well, which are going to be very important. So first of all, let us check the type of the set over here, of what type it is in JavaScript. So let me just comment out these lines of code over here, and simply we will have console.log statement in this case, and then we will have the type string over here. So simply we are going to have type, and then we have the dollar symbol followed by open and close curly braces, and then we will say type of. This time we will be checking the type of set1, which is the object. So let me just save this file now and try running this code over here on the terminal. So as you can see, the type it is equal to object over here. So guys, JavaScript does not have a data type called set over here, but set is getting represented with the help of the object data type in this case. So as you can see, we have just confirmed by using the type of operator over here. Apart from this, we can also use the add method in order to add the elements inside the set. So guys, first of all, let us print the original set over here. So simply we will have the console.log statement, and then we have the set1, that is the original set. So as you can see, we have the set that is getting printed, and then followed by the type of this particular set, which is object this time. Now guys, what we will do is, let us use this particular add method in order to add the element. So simply we will use the set1, that is the object name over here, followed by the dot character, and then we have the first method. As you can see, this is the add method over here, which appends a new element with a specified value to the end of the set. So let me just use this add method, and let's say we provide the number 30. So is 30 already present in this particular set? No, in this case. So 30 number should be added to this set over here. So now if we again provide the console.log statement in order to print the set once again. So let me just run this code once again over here. As you can see, the updated set is now having the extra element, that is 30 this time. So in this way you can add new elements to the set object in JavaScript. Apart from this, let us check whether a specific element is present inside the set by using the has method over here. So simply we will use the console.log statement, and then let us check whether the 25 number is present inside the set. So simply we will have the dollar symbol, and then we will have set1 followed by dot, and then we have the has method over here, and simply we will provide the 25 as the number. If the number is present inside this set, then this particular has method will return the true value, or else it will return the false value. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, we are getting true value. That's because 25 is present. What if we provide 26 over here? Let us see what will be the output. So when we run this code once again, so as you can see, we are getting false. That's because 26 number is not present inside this set. So guys, in this way you can check whether a specific element is present inside the set by using the has method. Apart from this, we can also use the forEach method in order to print the elements of the set. So let us check that as well. So over here, simply we have to use the set object over here. So we have set1 followed by dot, and then we have the forEach method. So guys, over here we will use the arrow function. So simply we will provide the value variable followed by the combination of these special characters, that is equal to symbol and the greater than symbol over here, and then simply we will have the console.log statement wherein we will provide the value that is provided as the parameter. So simply it is going to print all the elements inside the set object. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, all the elements from 21, 22 up to 30 are getting printed over here. If I expand this terminal, you can see the executions of the previous lines of code as well that we had already checked. Now guys, apart from this, we have some more methods as well. So let us check what will be the output when we use the values method. So guys, over here it is simply going to return all the values of the set object. So let us check that as well. Simply I'm going to comment out this line of code since all the elements are getting printed on the new line over here, and we will have the console.log statement. We will have set1 followed by dot, and then we have the values method over here. And since it is a method, we have to use the open and close parenthesis. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, it is providing all the values that are present inside the set. Apart from this, we can also use the keys and the entries method as well. Now guys, both these methods are specifically provided to the map object, but since the set and the map have the common data type, we can use these methods for the set as well, but this time the keys and the entries will only return us the values that are present inside the set. So let us check that as well. So over here, simply instead of values we will provide keys, and then again instead of values we will provide entries over over here. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. If you notice, what will be the output of the keys and values over here? In this case, we had used the values method, and that is how we are getting all the values. And for the keys method as well, we are getting the same output. But in case of entries over here, we are getting the key value pair, in which case both the pair is showing the same value, that is the element that is present inside the set. So we have 21, 21, then we have 22, 22, and so on. We have the key value pairs over here, in which case the key is equal to value, and already we have the value of the set over here that is getting displayed. So guys, always remember that entries method will return us the key value pairs in this form whenever we are going to use the set object in JavaScript. So guys, in this way you can easily use the set in JavaScript, and always remember that you are going to have the unique values whenever you are going to define the set elements over here. So comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video, in which we are going to work on an exercise on arrays and set in JavaScript. So stay tuned. So now we will work on an exercise on arrays and set in JavaScript. So guys, basically you can follow below steps in order to complete this exercise. So you can pause this video and practice on your own to complete all these tasks in order to complete this exercise. So guys, first of all, let us create an array with the 5 numbers having at least one duplicate number over here. So let us move to VS Code in this case, and let me just create a new file. So we have this exercise.js file over here. So guys, simply what we want to do is we are going to create an array. So we have the array object over here, and let us say we have 5 numbers, that is 11, 12, 13, 14, and guys, at least one number must be duplicate number. So let us say we define the 11 number once again over here. So we have 4 different numbers, that is 11, 12, 13 and 14, and the 5th number is a duplicate number, that is 11, occurring once again. Now guys, what we want to do is simply we can use the forEach loop on the array and display the elements by adding 10 in all the elements. So we have to use the forEach method in order to display all these elements, but we want to add 10 to all these numbers over here while displaying them. So guys, what we will do is, let me just clear the terminal first of all, and now we will use this array object over here followed by the dot character, and then we have the forEach method. Now guys, this forEach method will help us in order to iterate through all the elements of this particular array. So simply we are going to use the arrow function over here. So we have the open and close parenthesis, and let us say we provide the parameter that is item over here. So guys, simply every element, that is the first element, will be provided to this particular item variable. Then the second element will also be provided to this item variable, and we can use this item in order to complete our task. So we have to use the combination of the special characters, that is equal to and the greater than symbol, which will define the arrow function. And then guys, what we want to do is simply we want to add 10 to all these elements while displaying them. So let me just provide the console.log statement over here, and simply if we provide the item over here, what will happen is all these elements of the arrays will be displayed. So let us check that as well. When we save this file now and try running this code over here on the terminal, we use the node command followed by the name of the JavaScript file over here. So as you can see, we are getting all the elements of this particular array this time, 11, 12, 13, 14, and then 11 once again. But guys, we want to add 10 to all these elements. So simply what we can do is, after item, we can use the plus operator over here followed by the number 10. So guys, what exactly is happening over here is the item variable will first get the value 11, and this particular expression, that is item plus 10, will make the value as 21 over here, and so on. The other elements will be also accessed, and 10 will be added to all those items. So let us check the output of this now. Let me just save this file and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So now as you can see, we are getting 21, 22, 23, 24, and then again we are getting 21. That's because the first and the last elements are same over here. So guys, in this way we have completed the second task as well. Now we need to create a set and add all the elements to this particular set inside the forEach loop. So guys, what exactly we have to do is, all these elements that we have printed over here, we need to include them in a set. So let us complete this task as well. We have to make certain changes over here. Instead of having one line of code now, we are going to have multiple lines of code. So we are going to define the open and close curly braces over here. And then guys, before this for each loop, let me just define the set as well. So we provide set1, it is equal to new operator followed by the set object over here. So we have defined an empty set in this case. So now what we will do is we will update this item. So simply we will use item on the left hand side. It is equal to item plus 10. That's because this is the number that must be present inside the set as we had printed previously on the console. Now guys, we have the updated number inside this particular item. So what we can do is simply we will use the add function for this particular set object. So we have set1 followed by dot, and then we have the add method which appends a new element with a specified value to the end of the set. So guys, what we will do is over here we will add the item inside this particular set object. So this line of code inside the for each method will help us in order to add all the elements to the set inside the for each loop. Now guys, we want to add two more numbers in a set using the add method. So what we will do is after the for each loop, again we will have the set1 followed by dot, and then we have the add method over here, and let's say we want to add 31 this time, and then once again we want to add 32 this time. So basically we have added two extra numbers over here inside the set apart from all these numbers that were already printed. Now guys, remember that inside the array we have the duplicate numbers which were printed as 21 over here, but when we are going to print the set, we will have the occurrence of 21 only once. So we will check that as well. So as you can see, this is the fifth task over here. We need to print all the numbers in this set now. So simply what we will do is over here we will have the console.log statement, and then we will provide the set1 object this time. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, we have 21, 22, 23, 24. So all these numbers are coming from this particular array 11, 12, 13 and 14, to which we had added 10 over here. So we have 21 to 24, and then again for this number 11, 10 was added, which resulted into 21, which is not added again, since inside set we can only have the unique numbers. So guys, over here we have 21 to 24, and then the other two numbers, that is 31 and 32, that were added are present after 24 over here. So we have 31 and 32. So basically this 11 number, which was a duplicate number inside array, which is allowed inside the array object, will not be allowed inside the set object over here, and that is how the set object works in JavaScript. So guys, now we have successfully completed all the tasks over here, and that means we have successfully completed this particular exercise on the arrays and set. So comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video, in which we are going to talk about map in JavaScript. So stay tuned. So now we will see map in JavaScript. So guys, basically a map holds the key value pairs where the keys can be of any data type. So this we are going to check with the help of examples as well. Usually a map remembers the original insertion order of the keys. So guys, what happens is whatever key value pairs that we are going to add in the map object, the map will remember the original insertion order, which means the sequence of the keys that were added to the map. So guys, we will check that as well, how the sequence of the map key value pairs will look like when we are going to print that particular map elements. Now guys, how to create the map in JavaScript? So guys, basically there are two ways. First of all, we can pass an array to the new map over here, and each key value pair must be present inside the array. And the second way is to create a map and use the map.set function that belongs to the map object. So guys, let us move to VS Code over here, and simply we are going to create a new file in this case. So basically we have created this map.js file over here. Now guys, what we will do is simply we are going to create an object that is map1 in this case. It is equal to, we will use the new operator followed by the map keyword. So guys, basically this is the map that we have to use in order to create the map object, and this is the way that we initialize a new map object over here. Now guys, we can add the key value pairs inside this particular map object by using the set method over here. So let us check that as well. So simply we will have to use the map object that is map1 in this case, followed by the dot character, and as you can see we have multiple methods over here related to the map object. So in this case we are going to use the set method over here, and it is going to take two parameters. The first parameter will be the key and the second parameter will be the value for that particular key. So as you can see, it adds a new element with a specified key and value to the map over here. So guys, let us use this method, and first of all let us provide the simple key, that is using the number over here 1 in this case, followed by comma, and then the second parameter must be value. So in this case we are going to provide the string representation of that number. So guys, basically this is the key that is 1 over here, and the string representation of key is 1 in this case. Let us add another element, in which case we are going to provide the key as 2 and the string representation of 2, that is 2 in this case. So as you can see, these are the key value pairs that we are adding in the map object over here. Now guys, it is very important to note that you cannot have duplicate keys, and whatever keys that you define once again by using the set method, the older value will be overridden by the new value over here. So we will check that as well with the help of examples. Now guys, how do we get the map elements? So simply we can use the get method in order to get elements over here. So since we have added the two elements inside the map object, let us print the map object over here by using the console.log statement. So simply we have to use the map1 object over here. Let us see what will be the output. So on the terminal we will say node command over here, followed by the name of the JavaScript file, that is map.js file over here. So as you can see, we have the map object having the two key value pairs over here. We have the first key as 1 and the string representation as 1 over here, and then the second key as well. Now guys, let us say we want the value of a specific key from these key value pairs that are getting displayed. So what we can do is simply we can use the get method over here, which will take the key as the parameter for this particular method. So simply we will say map1, that is the object, followed by the dot character, and then we have the get method. It returns a specified element from the map object. So guys, over here we will use the get method, and let's say we want the value of this particular key, that is 1 in this case. So simply we will provide 1 as the number. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, we are getting 1 in this case, which is the value for this key, that is 1 over here. So guys, in this way we can simply use the get method as well in order to get the value of a specific key inside the map object. Now guys, apart from this, what will be the output of the type of operator for this particular variable? So guys, let us check that as well. So simply we will say console.log statement over here, and we will provide a type of operator over here, and then simply we will provide the map1, that is the variable. So probably map and set and arrays, all these are of the type objects in JavaScript. So guys, let us confirm that as well when we save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, the type is getting printed over here. Map is of the type object over here. Now guys, apart from this, we can also use the size property in order to know how many key value pairs are present inside the map. So guys, over here once again we will provide the console.log statement in this case, and then we will have size of map1 followed by colon, and then simply we will use the plus operator over here in order to have the string concatenation with this particular string that we have provided, and then simply we will say map1 followed by dot character, and then we have the size property in this case. Guys, remember that this is a property and we don't have to provide the open and close parenthesis unlike functions over here. So simply we will provide the size property. Let us see what is the number of key value pairs this time. So when we save this file now and try running this code. As you can see, since we have provided only two elements over here, we are able to see size of map1, it is equal to 2. And if we provide one more element, let's say we provide the element that is 3 over here, and we provide the string representation of the number 3. Let me just run this code once again over here. So as you can see, size of map1, it is equal to 3 now. So guys, based on the number of key value pairs that are present inside the map object, the size property will return you the number of the elements that are present inside the map object. Now guys, apart from this, we can also use the delete method to remove the key value pairs over here. So simply what we can do is, let's say we want to remove one of the keys. So let's say we want to remove the second key from this particular map object. So simply we will say map1 followed by the dot character, and then we have the delete method over here. Now guys, this particular method takes one of the keys as the parameter which you want to delete from the map. So let's say we provide the key as 2 because that is the key value pair that we want to remove from this map. And then what we will do is simply we will have the updated key value pairs inside the map. So over here we will say updated map followed by colon, and then simply we will have the map1 object over here. So guys, we will say we will have updated map after deleting as the string over here, so that we can recognize that this is the status of the map object after deleting the key value pair. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here. So as you can see, we are getting updated map after deleting, and then we are getting the object map over here. That's because we cannot concatenate it with a string in this case. So guys, there are other methods in order to print the map along with the string. That is, we can use the forEach method as well, which we are going to see. So guys, for now what we will do is simply we are going to print the map1 over here without any string in this case. So when we run this code once again over here, as you can see, map is now having two key value pairs, that is 1 it is equal to 1 and then 3 is equal to 3, and we have deleted the second key over here. Now guys, apart from this, we can also use the clear method to remove all the elements from the map. So guys, instead of deleting one of the key value pairs over here from the map, let us say we want to clear, that is delete all the elements from the map object. So simply we will say map1 followed by the dot character, and then we have the clear method over here. And then after that, if we check the status of the map1, we won't be getting any of the key value pairs over here. So let me just run this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, we are having 0 key value pairs inside the map object now, before which the size of the map was 3 over here, but after that we have cleared all the key value pairs from the map. So guys, in this way you can clear all the elements from the map object as well. Apart from this, you can also check whether a specific key is present by using the has method over here. So guys, let us check that as well. I'll comment out this delete and the clear methods over here, and simply what we will do is we are going to check whether the key that is 3 is present inside the map object or not. So guys, over here simply we will say map1 followed by dot character, and then we will have the has method. In this case, it is going to return the boolean indicating whether an element with the specified key exists or not inside the map object. So guys, over here has method takes one parameter that should be a key. So let's say we provide the key as 3, which is present inside the map object over here. So basically this statement should return true in this case. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, we are getting true as the return value from the has method. Guys, what if we provide the key as 4, which is not present inside the map object? So let us check what will be the output. This time it must be false. So as you can see, since the key that is 4 is not present inside the map object, it is returning the false as the return value by using the has method over here. And in this way you can check whether a specific key is present inside the map object by using the has method over here. Now guys, apart from this, you can also use the forEach method to invoke a callback. So guys, let us check that as well. What we want to do is go through each and every key value pair of the map and print the key value pairs on the console. So guys, we can do that by using the forEach method. So guys, over here what we will do is simply I will comment out this line of code, that is console.log statement, and then in order to use the forEach method, first of all we have to use the map1 object followed by the dot character, and then as you can see we have the forEach method over here. It executes a provided function once per each key value pair in the map in insertion order. So guys, what is the meaning of insertion order? Basically the order in which we have inserted the key value pairs. Using that insertion order only, the forEach method will be executed for all the pairs. So guys, let us check that as well. So over here we will use this particular method, and basically it is going to call a callback function. So let's say we name the callback function as display. Guys, it is very important to note that whatever function you use over here, you don't have to provide the open and close parenthesis in order to call that function. So guys, callback function is different. We don't have to provide the open and close parenthesis, but only the name is to be provided that will be identified as the callback function over here. And then apart from this, we need to define that callback function in this case. So guys, simply we are going to define the display function over here, and this particular function will take three parameters over here. The first parameter will be the value, which is the right hand side over here of the key value pairs, and then the second parameter will be the key, and the third parameter will be the map object over here. So guys, in this way you can simply get the key value pairs by using the callback function. So simply we can have the console.log statement over here, and then inside the string literal we will say $symbol, and then first of all we will provide key and then equal to symbol, and then again we will use the value that is being passed as a parameter to this function. So guys, basically what will happen is for each key value pair that is present inside this particular map object over here, the forEach method will be called, and every time the parameter will be passed as the key value pair over here, and those key value pairs can be used for further processing inside this particular callback function. So guys, let us check how this will work over here. Let me just run this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, we have the size of map 1, it is 3, and then 1 it is equal to 1. So this is the first instance when the forEach method is called and the interpreter goes to this particular display function over here and prints the key value pairs, and then again we have the 2 equal to 2 key value pair, and then the last key value pair over here. Now guys, it is very important to note that based on the sequence of the addition of the key value pairs over here, the same sequence will be followed while printing them or using them for some other manipulation. So let's say first of all we add the key value pair that is 3 and 3 over here, followed by 1, and then we have the 2 keys in this case. So what will be the sequence on the terminal? So let us check that as well. So simply when we run this code once again over here, it is having the same sequence in which we had added the key value pairs over here to the map1 object. So always remember that the map object is going to follow the same sequence while the key value pairs were added to that particular object. Now guys, apart from this, you can also have the arrow function over here instead of calling this particular display function, which is defined separately. So guys, over here instead of having the display function, we can have the arrow function over here. So we have the open and close parenthesis inside which we have to provide the value followed by comma, and then we have to provide the key, and these are the two things that we are going to use. And simply we will say console.log statement over here, which we had provided inside the display function. Let me just copy it over here for the arrow function in this case, and simply we can remove this particular callback function over here. So guys, either you can have the arrow function in this case, or you can have the callback function that can be defined. So simply I'm going to comment out this line of code, and we have provided a separate forEach method by using the arrow function over here. The functionality will be same in this case. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, we are getting 3, 1 and 2 as the key value pairs based on this particular arrow function that is being called by using the forEach method over here. Now guys, apart from this, we can also get all the entries of the map by using the entries method. So let us check that as well. So over here simply we will have the console.log statement, and then we will say map1 followed by dot, and then we will say entries in this case. So guys, basically this particular entries method will help us in order to print all the key value pairs over here. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, by using the forEach method we were able to get the individual key value pairs, but by using the map entries over here we are able to get all the key value pairs in the form of the arrays over here. So guys, in this way you can use the entries method as well for this map object. Apart from this, you can also use the keys and the values methods for the map object, and you will get the keys and the values that you have added in that particular map object. So guys, I'll leave this up to you as a homework for you so that you can practice on your own, and comment in the comment section below what is the output that you get for this keys and the values method that you have called for the map object that you have defined. So please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video, in which we are going to talk about converting string to number and number to string in JavaScript. So stay tuned. So now we will see how we can convert the string to a number and number to string in JavaScript. Guys, it is one of the important tasks in order to convert the string into number, as by default whenever you get any number in the form of the string, you have to convert it into a number in order to complete the further processing. Now guys, JavaScript variables can be converted to a new variable and another type as well. So there are two ways in order to do so. So the first way is by using the JavaScript function over here that we are going to check with the help of examples as well. And apart from this, the conversion can happen automatically by JavaScript itself. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples in VS Code over here. So first of all, let us create a new file in this case. So we have conversion.js file over here. Now guys, what we will do is simply we are going to have a string variable over here, and this string variable is going to have the numbers. So let's say inside the double quotes we have 1, 2, 3 in this case. Now guys, when we provide the console.log statement over here, and if we want to print this particular string, let us see what will be the output in this case. So simply we will use the node command followed by the name of the JavaScript file over here. We are getting 1, 2, 3, and by this we cannot recognize whether this particular value is a string value or the number value. If we show this output to anyone for the first time, he or she will say that this is a number over here. But if you see behind the scenes, basically what is the type of this particular string variable, so let us check that as well. So over here inside the string literal, what we will do is simply we will provide the dollar symbol, and then inside the curly braces we will say type of this particular variable, that is string, and then it is equal to, we will provide the value of that particular string variable. So guys, now we will be able to see what is the type of this particular variable. So let us check that as well when we run this code once again over here. As you can see, the type is string in this case, and the value it is equal to 1, 2, 3 over here. Now guys, let's say we want to add 1 to this particular number. So what we can do is, let's say we provide str plus 1 over here. So what will happen in this case, we want to assign this result to the string variable once again. So this is how we add the number 1 to this particular string variable. Let us see what will be the output over here for the type and the value of this particular string. So when we run this code once again over here, as you can see, it is the type string in this case, and the value is 1, 2, 3, 1. So we were expecting 124 over here, but instead what happened is this particular one was converted to string behind the scenes, and that particular string was concatenated to the existing string over here. And guys, this is the point where we want to convert this particular string into a number. So how we can do that? Simply by using the number method over here. So guys, let us check that as well. So guys, what we will do is simply I'll remove this particular line of code over here, and we will keep this console.log statement. We will define another variable, that is num in this case. This time we are going to use this particular number interface over here, and then inside the open and close parenthesis simply we can provide the string variable, that is str in this case. Now guys, whatever number is present, that is 1, 2, 3, it will be assigned to this particular num variable over here. And now if we provide the same console.log statement over here after defining the num variable, and instead of having the str variable in this case, we are going to have the num variable over here. Let us see what will be the type of num and the num value in this case. When we save this file now and try running this code once again over here, as you can see, first of all, the str is of the type string over here. It is having the value, that is 1, 2, 3, and the num variable is having the type number over here, and again it is having the value as 1, 2, 3 over here. Now if we add 1 to both the variables, that is str, it is equal to str plus 1 in this case, and the second time we want to use the num variable, it is equal to num plus 1 over here. So let us see what will be the output in both the instances. So as you can see, string it is equal to 1 2 3 1. So over here 1 was converted to string and got appended to the original string. Now guys, instead of getting 124, we are getting 1 2 3 2. That's because after converting this particular string to a number, then we added 1 over here, so that the 1 2 3 value is used in order to convert that string to a number over here. Let me just run this code once again over here. So as you can see, when we add 1 to the string, this is the value, and when we add 1 to the number, from 123 we got 124 as the result. And guys, in this way we can convert the string to the number over here. Now guys, apart from this, we can also use the other methods, that is parse int and parse float over here. So basically, instead of having the number over here, we can simply provide the parse int in this case. So this will also result in the same output. Let us check that as well. So when we run this code once again over here, as you can see, the string that was 1 2 3, it was converted to the number and it was stored in this particular variable, that is num in this case, and then we concatenated 1 to the string. So we have 1 2 3 1 as the string, and the number it is equal to 124 over here. Now guys, let me just remove this string concatenation from here, and then what we will do is, let us say we have the decimal number, that is 123.45 over here. What will happen in this case, whether we will get the entire number as a float number inside this num variable, or simply we are going to have the integer. So guys, let us check that as well. So over here, when we run this code once again, as you can see, the string is 123.45, but over here the number it is equal to 124. Let me just comment out this particular addition of 1 to the number variable. Let me just run this code once again over here. As you can see, 123.45 is the string value, but we are getting 123 as the number. Why so? Because we are using the parse int method over here. Always remember that it is going to convert the string to an integer and not the float number. So in case if you want the float number over here, simply you can use the parse float method in this case. So when we save this file now and try running this code once again over here, now as you can see, the string is 123.45 and the entire number we are getting, that is 123.45 as the float number in this case. And if you are not sure whether the number is going to be an integer or the float number, what you can do is simply you can use the number interface over here in order to convert the string to the number in this case. So basically it is going to check whether it is a float number or the integer, and accordingly it will store the value to the number variable over here. So guys, these are some of the ways in order to convert the string to the number in this case. Now guys, apart from this, let us say we want to convert the numbers to the string. Then in that case, how do we do that? So let us say we have the number over here inside the num variable, and we want to convert that number to the string back again. So what we will do is, let us say we have another variable, that is str1 in this case. Simply we can use the string interface over here in order to convert the number to the string. So let me just provide the string interface in this case, and then inside the open and close parenthesis we need to provide the value, and that value will be coming from the num variable over here. And then let us have the console.log statement once again, and this time we will provide the type of string1 over here and the value of string1 as well. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here. So the original variable was the string data type, and we have the 123.45 as the value. Then it was converted to the number, and we are having the number data type over here having the same value, and then again we have converted the number to the string back again. So as you can see, we are having the string data type for the str1 variable this time. So guys, in this way you can use the string interface in order to convert the data type to the string value. Now guys, there is another way in order to convert the number to the string by using the toString number method. So what we can do is, simply I'll comment out this line of code over here and let str1 is the variable this time, and simply we have to use the number that we want to convert into a string. So basically we have this num variable over here followed by the dot character, and then simply we can use the toString method over here. As you can see, it returns a string representation of an object. So simply we will say toString followed by open and close parenthesis. We are going to have the same output over here for this as well. So let us check that. So let me just run this code once again over here. As you can see, we have first of all string, that is the original string, converted to a number second time, and the last time the number is again converted to the string over here by using the toString method. So guys, either you can use the string interface or the toString method in order to convert the number or any other data type into the string data type. Now guys, apart from this, there are certain automatic type conversion that can take place in JavaScript. So when JavaScript tries to operate on a wrong data type, it will try to convert the value to a right data type over here, but always remember that the result is not always what you will expect. So let us check that as well over here with the help of examples. So what we will do is, let us say we have the console.log statement over here, and first of all we have a simple string that is having the number 5 over here. Now guys, when we run this code once again on the terminal, so as you can see, we are getting the number as 5, but behind the scenes it is a string in this case. So what if we add number 2 over here to this particular string? If you notice, we have provided this right hand side operand as a number over here after this plus operator. So left hand side is a string, but right hand side is a number. So what will be the output? Let us check that as well. So when we run this code, as you can see, we are getting 52 and not 7. Why so? Because the right hand side is converted to the string and both the string values are now concatenated instead of getting added as numbers. So guys, this is the way that the string concatenation works. But what will happen if we provide the minus operator over here? So instead of having the plus operator, when we provide minus operator and we have the string on the left hand side and the number on the right hand side. So now let us see what will be the output. When we save this file now and try running this code once again over here, as you can see, we are getting 3. That's because now the interpreter is converting the string into a number, that is 5 over here, and then we are subtracting 2 from that particular number 5. So 5 minus 2, it is equal to 3. So guys, we are getting unexpected results over here. In the first instance, the right hand side number was converted to a string, and then in the second instance, the left hand side string was converted to the number, and it all depends on the operator that we are using, that is plus and minus operators over here. Let us go one step further in this case, and let me just show you how 5 multiplied by 2 will display the output. So guys, over here on left hand side we have the string, and then on the right hand side we have the number. Let me just run this code once again over here. As you can see, we are getting 10. So basically this particular string is again getting converted to a number, and then we are getting 5 multiplied by 2, it is equal to 10. What if we provide right hand side as the string over here? So we have both the strings, that is 5 and 2, by using the double quotes, and we have the multiplication operator. What will happen in this case? Let me just run this code once again over here. As you can see, we are still getting 10 because both the strings are now converted to the numbers based on the operator that we have provided. So guys, in this way automatic conversion happens in JavaScript. Let us check another example over here, and instead of having the left hand side as the string for 5 plus 2, we are going to have right hand side as the string over here. Let us see what will be the output. So once again, when we run this code, as you can see, we are getting 52 and 52 once again. So irrespective whether the left hand side or the right hand side is the string or the number, based on the operator, that is the plus operator over here, always the number is going to be converted to the string automatically by JavaScript over here, and then we are going to have the string concatenation. But in case if there are operators like minus or multiplication, we are going to have the conversion from string to their respective numbers over here in order to display the results. So guys, in this way you can either convert the data types by using the functions that we have just discussed, or there will be automatic conversions in JavaScript. Comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to the channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video, in which we are going to talk about destructuring in JavaScript. So stay tuned. So now we will see destructuring in JavaScript. So guys, basically the destructuring helps in order to unpack the object properties into variables, and this we are going to check with the help of examples as well. And this is the syntax in order to destructure any objects in the JavaScript. So guys, over here we have the let keyword followed by the open and close curly braces over here. We can also have the square brackets for string or the array objects as well, and then followed by the equal to operator, and then we have the the object name over here. So guys, simply we can destructure the object in this way in order to refer to the properties that we have defined inside the object. So let us check this with the help of examples in VS Code over here. So simply we are going to create a new file in this case. So we have destructure.js file over here. Now guys, what we will do is inside this file, simply we are going to create a person object. So it is equal to, inside the open and close curly braces, this particular person object will have multiple properties. So let's say we have first name, and then we provide colon, and then let's say the name of the person is John, and then followed by last name property over here. We will provide the value as Doe in this case, and then let us say we have another property that is age over here. So let's say the person is 22 years old. Now guys, what we can do is, if we want to print the first name and the last name combination over here, simply we can have the console.log statement, and inside the string literal we will have dollar symbol, and then inside the curly braces simply we will use the person object followed by dot character and the first name property, and then similarly we will provide the last name as well. So over here we have person followed by dot, and then we have last name. So let me just save this file now and try running this code over here on the terminal by using the node command followed by the name of the JavaScript file. So as you can see, we are getting first name and last name, that is John Doe, that we have defined inside this particular object. Now guys, if you notice, both the times we have used the person object over here. Can we just remove this person object so that our code becomes more readable and more shorter? So let us check that as well. So what if we only provide the first name and last name over here? So simply we will remove the person object from here. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. As you can see, we are getting the error. That's because first name is not defined. So guys, over here both these properties, that is first name and last name, are present inside this object, that is person in this case, and we cannot access them directly just by using their names. We have to use the person object over here, and that is where we can use the destructuring in order to make the variable names shorter in this case, and we don't have to use the person object. So how do we do destructuring this time? So simply we can follow this particular syntax for destructuring. So let me just provide the let keyword followed by open and close curly braces, and over here simply we will say first name followed by a comma, and then we have the last name over here, it is equal to, and simply we will use the name of the object, that is person, as the right hand side over here. So guys, as you can see, now we have defined the first name and last name separately as the variables, and now we can use these variable names in order to display the properties of this particular person. So let us check that as well when we save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, now we are getting John Doe over here. And what if we provide the age property as well? How do we do that? Simply we have to include the age property again inside this open and close curly braces over here, and then again we have to use the age property, that is the variable that we have defined after the destructuring syntax, in order to display the value of the age. So guys, over here let me just provide the age value as well, and then after that we will say years in this case. So guys, basically we will display first name, last name followed by hyphen, and then the value of the age followed by the years string over here. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, John Doe and then hyphen and then 22 years old. And if we change any data, let's say we have 23 as the age, and then we have some other person, that is the first name is Smith and last name is Maxwell over here. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here. As you can see, Smith, Maxwell, and then 23 years of age. So guys, in this way we can easily use the destructuring syntax in order to not use the object name every time whenever we are using the properties of the object. And not only this particular object, but also the string variables or the arrays can also be destructured in this way. We will check the examples of those objects as well in some time. Now there is another capability of this destructuring syntax. So what we can do is, let us say we have another variable and we can provide the default value for that variable. So let's say we have the country variable over here followed by colon, and then simply we can provide the country, that is US, and then we have the equal to operator, and then let's say the country is US over here. So what we will do is simply we are going to print that country as well. So over here we will say country variable. So guys, let me just run this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, we are getting the country as US this time. So basically you can provide the default value for a specific variable that you have defined inside the destructuring syntax over here, in case the value for that particular property is not present inside the original object in this case. Now guys, apart from this, it is very important to note that destructuring can also be used with strings, arrays and the other iterables as well. So guys, let us check the destructuring of the string variable over here. So let me just move to the VS Code with the help of the variable str, and then over here we will have the value as JavaScript. So guys, basically we have the JavaScript value, and when we say we want to destructure this particular string value, every character inside the string will be stored inside another variable. So guys, let me just provide the let keyword followed by inside the open and close square brackets over here. Simply we can define the different variables. So let's say we have C1, C2, C3 and so on. We have up to C5 over here. It is equal to, and then simply we can provide the object on the right hand side, that is str, and then let's say we want to provide the console.log statement over here, and if we want to print the first character, that is C1 in this case, simply we can provide C1, which should display J as the first character. When we save this file now and try running this code on the terminal, so as you can see we have the J character as the first character over here. Similarly we can print the other characters as well, that is C1 up to C5. Let us see what will be the output. All of the characters will be separated using the space character over here, as that is the default delimiter that is used inside the console.log statement. So as you can see we have the first 5 characters from the JavaScript string over here. So guys, in this way we can destructure the string variable as well. Apart from this, we can also destructure. So over here let us say we have the ARR as the array variable, and then let's say we have the elements, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then when we want to destructure this particular array, simply we will use the destructuring syntax over here. So we use the let keyword followed by the open and close square brackets, and then let us define the variables, that is A1, A2, A3 and then up to A4 over here. It is equal to ARR, that is the array object, and then simply we will have the console.log statement, and let's say we want to print the first element of the array by using the A1 variable. Let me just run this code once again over here using the node command and the name of the JavaScript file. So as you can see we are getting the first element of that particular array, and then we can also print the other elements as well. So we have A2, A3 and then A4 as well. When we run this code once again over here, as you can see we are now getting the top 4 elements from the array. So guys, in this way you can easily use the destructuring in JavaScript based on the object that you are using. Now guys, apart from this, you can also do the swapping of the 2 values using the destructuring. So guys, over here we have seen the first name and the last name of this particular person. So again we are going to define the 2 strings over here. So let's say we have the first string, this time it is equal to John in this case, and then we have another string, that is last variable over here, which is going to be Doe. So guys, basically we have the first name and the last name over here. What if we want to print the combination of this particular first name and last name? So guys, simply we will say before swapping it is equal to, and then we have the dollar symbol over here, and then first of all we say first and then followed by last in this case. So guys, basically we are simply printing the combination of the first and the last names over here. Let me just run this code once again. So as you can see, before swapping we have John Doe over here. Now guys, we also want to swap, and then we are going to print after swapping over here. Again we are going to have the same sequence of the first name and last name in this case, and then when we run this code once again over here, as you can see before swapping and after swapping we are getting the same right hand side, that is John Doe over here. But on the second console.log statement, we first of all want to be present present, and then we want the John to be present over here. So we want to swap both, that is first name and last name. What we can do is simply we will use the destructuring syntax over here. So in this case, when we say first and then followed by last over here, notice that we have used the open and close square brackets, and then in between we have a comma. It is equal to, and on the right hand side simply we are going to provide open and close square brackets, and first we will use the last variable over here followed by a comma, and then we have the first variable. So as you can see, this last value will be assigned to the first value, and the first value should get assigned to the last value based on this particular destructuring syntax. And now you will see that after swapping we have Doe followed by John in this case. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, before swapping John Doe, and then after swapping we have Doe John in this case. So guys, in this way, if you want to swap the two variables, you can use the destructuring syntax just like how we have done over here in order to achieve your task. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video, in which we are going to talk about regular expressions in JavaScript. So stay tuned. So now we will see regular expressions in JavaScript. So guys, basically a regular expression is a sequence of characters that forms a search pattern. So guys, basically JavaScript supports the regular expressions, in which case we can provide a search pattern, and we are going to check with the help of examples by providing a search pattern and checking whether that particular pattern is present inside the string. So guys, basically the search pattern can be used for text search and text replace operations. So as you can see, this is the syntax. First of all, we have the two forward slashes. In between the two forward slashes we will have the pattern that we will be defining, and then guys, after the forward slashes over here we will have the modifiers as well. So guys, basically this is the syntax. As you can see, first of all we have a forward slash followed by the pattern that we want to search for inside a particular variable that will contain a string, and then followed by the closing forward slash over here. So guys, basically we need to define the pattern inside these two forward slashes, and then followed by any of the modifiers based on our requirements. So guys, you can see that two important string methods we have in JavaScript, that is search and replace, which we will be using along with the pattern in order to carry out the different operations, including the search and the replace operation. And then this is the list of the modifiers. We have I, then G, and we have M and D as well. I performs the case insensitive matching. So in case if you want to find something and it does not matter whether the characters are lowercase or uppercase, then you can use the I modifier over here. G modifier will be used in order to perform a global match, followed by the M modifier, which can be used to perform the multi-line matching. And then guys, D can be used in order to perform the start and the end matching. So guys, let us check how we can provide the basic pattern in JavaScript so that we can use the search and the replace functionalities over here. So first of all, let me just create a new file in this case. So we have this regular expressions.js file over here. Now guys, inside this file, let us define a simple string over here. So we have the str variable, and then let us say we have learn JavaScript in this case as the string. Now guys, let us say we want to search for the JavaScript over here. So how do we do that? Simply we can use the search method that is related to the string method over here. So simply we will use the str variable followed by dot, and then we can use the search method in order to find certain character or the string inside a specific string over here. Now guys, as you can see, it finds the first substring match in a regular expression search. So in this search method, we have the first parameter as the regular expression, which can be used in order to search inside the string. So guys, over here, simply we are going to have the forward slashes. In between the forward slashes, we are going to have the pattern. So guys, let us say we want to search for this word that is JavaScript over here. So simply I'm going to copy this and paste this over here. So as you can see, this is the way that we can use the search method over here. Now guys, it is going to return the position of this particular particular substring that is present inside the original string. So what we can do is simply we can wrap this search method inside the console.log statement over here. So simply we are going to have the console.log statement inside which we are going to have the search method, and we have the pattern as well. So let me just save this file now and try running this code on the terminal. So we will use the node command followed by the name of the JavaScript file. So as you can see, we are getting the position that is 6 over here. That's because the first character is at the 0th position, then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and at the 6th position the JavaScript word is getting started over here. Now guys, apart from this, we have simply copied the same word that was present in the original string. What if we provide the JavaScript in lowercase letters? So let us check that as well. So simply we will provide all the letters in lowercase characters over here. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, now we are getting -1. That's because when you are going to provide any of the pattern in order to search inside the original string, the search is going to be case sensitive, and that is why it is not able to find the small j over here, since we are having capital J in this case. So guys, what we have to do is we can simply use one of the modifiers, that is I over here, in order to perform the case insensitive matching, in which case the case will not matter whether it is uppercase or lowercase in the original string or inside the pattern, but we can simply use the modifier in this case in order to provide the case insensitive matching. So guys, the moment we provide this I modifier over here, let us see what will be the output. So when we run this file once again over here, as you can see, we are getting 6 as the position for this particular JavaScript pattern. So in this way you can use this particular modifier along with the pattern in order to search for a specific substring inside the original string. Now guys, let us say you want to replace this particular JavaScript with some other word. So let's say we are going to use the other programming language, that is Python. So what we can do is simply we can use the other method, that is replace, in order to replace a specific substring inside the original string. So guys, over here we will say str followed by dot, and then simply we are going to say replace method. In this case, first of all, it is going to take the regular expression as the first parameter, and the second parameter will be the replace value that we want to replace that substring with. So guys, over here let me just use this particular method, and first of all we will say JavaScript over here as the pattern that we want to find. So guys, previously we had checked that JavaScript is present with the help of the search method. Now we want to replace this JavaScript word with some other word over here. So this is the first parameter that we have provided, which is a pattern in this case, followed by comma, and then we will provide a replace value which should be a string. So guys, over here we will say Python in this case. So guys, over here what will happen is this replace method will return us the updated string over here. So what we will do is simply we are going to assign that updated string to the existing variable, that is str over here. So basically we are updating the string in this case. So guys, let me just provide the console.log statement, and then we will say before update. So basically we have before update, and then we will display the str value in this case, and then after replacing the JavaScript word with the Python word over here, let us print the string value once again in this case. So guys, over here we will say after update, and then again we are going to provide the string value. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, the first output is of the search method that we are getting the position for the JavaScript, and then before updating we are having learn JavaScript as the value of the string variable over here, and then after the update, that means after providing the replace method, which is replacing this JavaScript word with the Python word over here, we are getting the updated string value, that is after update we have learn Python in this case. So guys, in this way simply you can use the regular expression patterns over here in order to either search inside a specific string or replace a specific substring in the original string in this case. So guys, based on your requirements you can provide the required patterns and use those patterns to complete your task. We have two more important methods, that is a test method which will return a boolean, and then the exec method which is going to return the object. So guys, let us check the examples of this as well. So what I'm going to do is, let me just comment out these lines of code over here. Now what is the purpose of the test method over here? So guys, basically we are going to define a pattern, and then based on that particular pattern we are going to check whether that pattern is present in the existing string value over here. So guys, let me just update the string value to programming for beginners over here, which is the name of this YouTube channel that you should definitely subscribe if you have not done so. So guys, basically we have updated the string value to programming for beginners, and then what we will do is simply I'm going to provide another variable that will be pattern over here, and then simply we are going to provide the pattern that is program in this case, and also we will use the modifier that is I, so that we are ignoring the uppercase and the lowercase letters for now. We simply want to check whether this program word is present inside this particular string. So guys, in order to do that, simply we can use the test method over here. Now we have to use the pattern variable in order to call the test method. So over here we will use the pattern variable followed by dot, and then we have something called as test in this case. So as you can see, it returns a boolean value that indicates whether or not a pattern exists in a searched string. So let me just use this particular test method, and then as a parameter we have to provide this string variable which will be the input to this particular test method. Now guys, it is going to return either true or false, so simply we are going to provide the console.log statement over here, and then enclose this pattern.test method inside the console.log statement. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, we are getting true over here. That's because this program word is actually present over here in programming for beginners original string in this case. That's because we have provided the modifier as well. The moment we remove this particular modifier, that is I, now it is going to exactly check whether all these lowercase characters are present inside this particular original string. So let us check that as well. So when we save this file now and try running this code, so as you can see, we are getting false. So guys, based on your requirements, if you want to use the modifier, that is in order to ignore the uppercase and the lowercase letters and just match the sequence of characters that must be present inside the original string, you can use the I modifier over here. So this is the way that the test method will work when you are going to use the pattern over here. Now guys, apart from this, we have another method, that is exec method in this case. So let us check the functionality of this particular method. So over here, once again we are going to use the pattern variable followed by dot, and then we are going to say exec in this case. As you can see, it is going to take the parameter as a string value over here. It executes a search on a string using a regular expression pattern and returns an array containing the results of that search. So guys, let us check what will be the output of this. So basically, again we are going to provide the string as the parameter for this exec method, and then over here once again we are going to provide the console.log statement in this case, and then we are going to enclose the exec method inside the console.log statement. Let us see what will be the output over here. Let me just run this code once again. So as you can see, we are getting the array over here as the output. It says program in this case, which means this is the sequence of characters that is present inside the original string over here, followed by index, that is at the 0th position the match has occurred over here, and the original input, it is programming for beginners. So guys, basically you can use this object, that is array over here, in order to further process the displaying of the result. So what we will do is, instead of providing the console.log statement directly over here, let us say we store the results in the result variable in this case, which is going to be an array. So guys, over here we have stored this particular result that is having program, then index, input and groups inside this particular result array over here, and before that we are having true. That's because we had checked for the test method over here. Now guys, what we will do is simply we are going to provide the custom message that is going to display what is the substring that got actually matched inside the original string over here, and the index at which the match has occurred, and the original input as well. So guys, over here let us provide the custom message. So we will say search was found at this particular index. So as you can see, we have search was found at, and then inside the curly braces after the dollar symbol, simply we are going to use use the result array over here, and then inside this particular array we have index that is present. So guys, over here simply inside the open and close square brackets we have the index, which is going to provide the value of the index over here. Let us see what will be the output. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, it is saying index is not defined. So guys, over here we have to use the dot character followed by the index property and not inside the open and close square brackets. So guys, this is the change that you have to do. Search was found at result.index and the match in original string is, so as you can see, we have provided result and the 0th index is what we want over here. So guys, when we run this code once again on the terminal, so as you can see, search was found at 0 and the match in original string is program in this case. Let me just remove this P, that is the first character. So now the pattern is starting from R and then followed by O, which is matching with this particular substring over here. So guys, let us run this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, now the search was found at 1 and the match in original string is, it is starting from ROGRAM. So guys, in this way you can easily customize the message based on the output that you have received from the exec method in this case. So guys, these are some of the methods as far as the regular expressions in JavaScript are concerned. Comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video in which we are going to talk about try-catch exception handling in JavaScript. So stay tuned. So now we will see try-catch exception handling in JavaScript. So guys, basically whenever you are going to write the JavaScript code and execute that JavaScript code, different errors can occur, and this is the normal behavior when you are going to work on the complex projects as far as the JavaScript programming language is concerned. Now guys, errors can be coding errors made by the programmer. It can also be due to the wrong input, and there can be many more reasons that the error has occurred. So guys, basically it can be logical error as well. So it is very important to note that we have to handle those errors properly so that the functionality that is provided to the users is not impacted. So guys, over here we have certain keywords that can be used in order to handle the errors or the exceptions properly in JavaScript. So first of all, we have this try keyword over here. It is also known as try statement, which defines a code block to run in order to try. So guys, basically this try block will help us in order to provide the certain lines of code during the execution of which we feel that there might be certain errors or the exceptions that can occur. And then guys, after the try block we will have the catch block or the catch statement, which will define a code block in order to handle any error. So guys, in case any error is occurring inside the try statement, the catch statement will be used in order to handle that particular error. And then guys, after that we have this optional finally statement. Guys, remember that this is the optional statement that you can define, in which case the code block will run regardless of the result. So whether you are finding the error inside the try block or not, or whether the control flow is going inside the catch block, irrespective of what the result is, the finally block will always get executed over here. And then guys, after that we also have something called as throw statement, which defines the custom error. So guys, let us check all these with the help of examples in VS Code over here. So simply we are going to create a new file in this case. So we have exceptions.js file over here. Now guys, inside this file what we will do is, let us say we have a simple string variable that is str. It is equal to, we set the value as programming for beginners, that is the name of this YouTube channel, which you should definitely subscribe if you have not done so. So guys, basically we have this particular variable that is str, and let us say we simply want to print this particular statement. So simply we have the console.log statement, and then over here we have this particular variable that is str. So guys, let us run this code over here by using the node command in this case, followed by the name of the JavaScript file, and then we are getting that particular value. We have provided something called as log d, which does not occur. So guys, basically there is no such method which will help us in order to carry out the operation. So what if we run this code now with this particular mistake? Let us see what will be the output. So when we save this file now and try running this code once again over here, as you can see we are getting the error over here. So if we expand this, as you can see console.logd is not a function. So guys, basically this is not a function over here. So guys, in this case we have provided the incorrect method that was not present. So guys, what we can do is, in order to handle this particular error or the exception, we can provide the try statement over here. So simply we are going to provide the try block in this case before the lines of code that we have provided, where we feel that there might be certain errors or the exceptions that might occur. So guys, over here we have the try keyword followed by the open and close curly braces. Now guys, within these open and close curly braces, all the lines of code must be present where we feel that there might be certain errors or the exceptions that might occur. And then after the try block, we have to provide the catch block as well. So guys, over here we have the catch block, and then inside the open and close parenthesis, simply we can provide the object name. So let's say we provide ERR, which will stand for the error, which will have the details of the actual error that has occurred. And then after this, simply we can handle that error. So guys, over here inside the curly braces, let us say we want to print the details of the error. So guys, over here we will simply provide error occurred in this case. So we have a simple string that is error occurred and then followed by hyphen, and then simply we are going to print the object that is ERR, which is getting passed from the try block over here. So guys, basically this is the syntax. In case you feel that in your lines of code you are going to get certain exceptions or the errors, you can enclose it within the try statement in this way. We have the try keyword followed by, inside the curly braces we have the lines of code, and then after the try statement we have the catch block over here, which is going to take a parameter that will be the error object, and this error object will be having the details of the error that has actually occurred. And then inside the open and close curly braces we can handle that particular error. So guys, let us see what will be the output now. Previously when we were not handling the error, we got this particular type error and the long message over here related to the stack trace. But now since we are handling that particular error, let us see what will be the output. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So now as you can see, we are getting error occurred and then hyphen, and then we have the details of the error, that is type error. Console.logd is not a function. So guys, this is pretty straightforward over here. Simply it is more readable in order to catch that particular error and display it to the user or the programmer, so that either user understands that the input that is provided by him or her is not correct and can change the input over here. So guys, this is the way that the try and catch statement will work in order to handle the error if it occurs. Now guys, what if there is no error over here? So let us say we provide console.log statement. So in case there are no errors in this case inside the try block, the control flow will not go inside the catch block over here. So let us check that as well. Simply we will save this file now and try running this code once again over here. Now before running, notice that previously when the error occurred, we did not get the value of the string variable on the terminal. But now since there is no error that is occurring over here, let us see what will be the output. So guys, when we run this code once again, as you can see, now we are getting the value of the string variable, and this time since there is no error that has occurred inside the try block, we are not going inside the catch block over here. So guys, in case there is any error inside the try block, the control flow will go inside the catch block over here and execute the lines of code that is used in order to handle that particular error. Now guys, let us move to another statement, that is finally statement over here, which can be used in order to release the database connection or any other connection that we have used inside the try block over here. So guys, in this case, simply after the catch block, in this case we are going to use the finally statement, and then after this we are going to have the open and close curly braces, and then again we are going to simply print a simple statement. So guys, over here we will say inside finally block. So this is a very simple statement that we have provided inside the finally block over here. Guys, always remember, if there is an error in the try block, then the control flow will go inside the catch block, and then again it will go inside the finally block over here. And if the error does not occur inside the try block, then also without going inside the catch block, the control flow will go inside the finally block as well. So irrespective whether the error occurs or not inside the try block, the control flow has to go inside the finally block in order to either release some of the connections that were open inside the try block, or else to complete some other instructions. So So guys, let us check that as well when we save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, programming for beginners, that is the value of this particular string is getting printed over here. Then the control flow is not going inside the catch block. That's because there is no error that has occurred over here inside the try block. And then as you can see, we are going inside the finally block over here, which means this console.log statement inside the finally block got executed over here. So guys, in this way we can also use the finally block in this case. What if there is an error that has occurred over here? So let us say we provide a log d method which does not occur. So in this case we should be going inside the catch block. So let us confirm that as well. So as you can see, error occurred and then we are getting the information about the error, and then again we are getting the inside finally block over here. So even though the error has occurred, we are going inside the finally statement in this case. So guys, in this way you can easily use the try, catch and finally statements over here in order to handle the exceptions that occur in JavaScript. Now guys, another important thing, we can also have the custom errors and use the throw statement in order to throw the exception. So guys, let us understand this with the help of example over here. So what we will do is, let us say we have two variables in this case, that is numerator and denominator. So guys, over here we have numerator, it is equal to 10. And then let us say we have denominator as well. So we have defined the denominator, it is equal to, let us say we provide the value as 2 this time. So guys, let us say we want to divide two numbers, that is numerator divided by denominator. So inside the try block, let me just comment out this line of code over here, and then simply we are going to provide the result variable, it is equal to numerator divided by denominator. Now guys, before that we want to check whether the denominator value is 0 or not. So we are going to have the if condition, and then we will say if denominator it is equal to 0, then we are going to say throw an exception. So guys, over here simply we are going to use the throw keyword, and then we will say denominator is 0 in this case. So guys, what exactly we are doing over here, first of all we are going to check whether denominator it is equal to 0. If it is 0, then we are going to use the throw keyword over here, and we are going to provide a string which will be the part of this particular error object, which will be printed inside the catch statement over here. And if the denominator is not equal to 0, we are going to store the result inside the result variable, and the right hand side is numerator divided by denominator. So let us print the result as well over here. So basically we are going to have the string literal, and then result it is equal to, we have the dollar symbol, and then inside the open and close curly braces we have the result variable. So in case if there is any error that is occurring inside the try block, the throw statement will be used in order to throw that exception, and the catch statement will be used in order to handle that exception. So guys, let us see what will be the output. Over here in the first example, the denominator is not equal to 0. So let us see the execution of this code. So when we run this file once again over here, as you can see, result is equal to 5. That's because 10 divided by 2 it is equal to 5, and that is why we are getting the result over here. And then the control flow is not going inside the catch block because there is no exception that has occurred inside the try block over here. Now guys, after this we are going inside the finally block as well. Now guys, what if we provide the denominator is equal to 0? What will happen in this case? So if we check this particular condition, when the denominator is equal to 0, the throw statement should be able in order to throw the exception using this particular string, and the control flow should come over here inside the catch block and print that particular value of the string that is coming from the try block. So let us check that as well. When we save this file now and try running this code once again over here, as you can see, error occurred and then we are getting denominator is 0. So guys, it is the same string that we are throwing from the try block over here, and then we are having inside finally block. So guys, in this way, instead of providing the infinity value when we divide these two numbers, we can handle this particular special case when the denominator is equal to 0 and let the program know that if the denominator is 0, throw this particular exception, and let the user know that the denominator is equal to 0 in this case. So guys, this is the way that you can simply use the try, catch and the finally statements in order to handle the exceptions in JavaScript. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video in which we are going to talk about scope in JavaScript. So stay tuned. So now we will see scope in JavaScript. So guys, basically the scope determines the accessibility or the visibility of the JavaScript variables, which means what is the lifespan of the variables that we have defined in the JavaScript and where we can access them. So guys, basically there are three types of scope in JavaScript variables. So as you can see, first of all, we have the global scope, which can be accessed from anywhere inside the JavaScript program. And then we also have the function scope, which means the variables that are declared and initialized inside the function can only be accessed within that particular function. And then after that we have something called as block scope, which means inside the open and close curly braces, if we define any of the variables, then we can access them only in between that particular block scope over here. Now guys, before ES6, JavaScript variables had only global scope and the functional scope, but after ES6 was introduced, two important new JavaScript keywords were also introduced in this case, that is the let and the const keywords over here, which will help us in order to define the variables or the constants that will be inside the block scope. So guys, let us understand all these three types of scope with the help of examples in VS Code over here. So simply I'm going to create a new file in this case. So we have scope.js file over here. Now guys, first of all, we will understand the meaning of the global scope in this case. So let us say we provide the variable with the use of the let keyword over here, and then we say name, it is equal to, let's say we provide the string that is programming for beginners, which is the name of this YouTube channel that you should definitely subscribe if you have not done so. So guys, basically we have this programming for beginners name of the YouTube channel. Now guys, this is the global scope over here. That's because we have not included this particular variable inside the function or any other block scope in this case. So simply we can access this particular variable which is having the global scope by providing this name variable inside the console.log statement. So guys, when we run this code over here by using the node command in this case, so let me just provide the name of the JavaScript file over here. So as you can see, we have programming for beginners text that is getting displayed over here. Now guys, this is as far as the global scope is concerned. What is the meaning of the next scope, that is function scope over here? So guys, simply let us create a new function in this case. So over here we will provide the function keyword followed by the name of the function, that is my function over here. And then guys, inside this let us create another variable. So let's say we have name function over here, and then it is equal to, we will provide some data over here. So let's say we provide the string that is inside function. So guys, basically this is the value that we have provided over here, and basically this is nothing but it is the function scope. So guys, what is the meaning of function scope? Basically this name function variable will be accessed only within this particular function that we have defined. That means inside this open and close curly braces. So guys, let us check that as well. When we try to access this particular name function over here inside the function itself, then we should be able to see the value that is inside function which we have assigned to this name function variable. So guys, when we run this code once again over here, as you can see, we are still getting the programming for beginners, that is the name variable over here. That's because we have not called the my function in this case. So guys, it is important that we should call this my function in order to make the interpreter go inside this particular function and execute the lines of code. So guys, let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So now as you can see, we are getting programming for beginners, that is the global scope over here, and then even the name function which is having the function scope in this case, and we are getting inside function string over here. So guys, in this way the function scope will work. What if we try to access this particular name function outside of this function? So let us try that as well. When we provide the console.log statement and then once again we provide the name function that is outside from this function over here. So what we will do is, let us provide another string that is outside function so that we can recognize that we are accessing this name function from outside the function. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here. So as you can see, we are now getting the error. So what is the error? First of all, we were able to print this programming for beginners due to the global scope of this name variable, but then next time when the interpreter comes over here, basically it is not able to find this name function variable, and that is why we are getting the reference error, name function is not defined, because we are trying to access access it from outside of the function. So guys, this particular statement is not allowed over here. That's because we are trying to access the variable which is defined inside the function from outside of the function, which is not allowed in this case. So guys, this is as far as the function scope is concerned. But can we access this name variable from within the function? Yes, we can do so. That's because the name function is having the global scope over here. So let us try that as well. So we will say inside function, and then we will provide the name variable over here so that we can see whether the value that is programming for beginners can be accessed from within this particular function this time. So guys, let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here. So now as you can see, we are getting the global scope, that is the name variable value programming for beginners first of all over here due to this console.log statement, and then we are going inside the function and getting the value of the name function over here, and then again we are getting inside function and then the name variable value that is programming for beginners over here. That's because this name variable is having global scope and we can access this global scope variable from anywhere within our program. So guys, in this way the global scope can be accessed from anywhere, but the function scope variables can only be accessed from within this particular function. Now guys, apart from this we have another scope, that is block scope over here. Now guys, what is the meaning of block scope? It is nothing but whatever variables are declared and defined in between these two curly braces, that is the block scope that we can say. So guys, basically let's say we define another variable with the let keyword over here, and then we will provide the name of the variable, that is block scope. In this case it is equal to, and then let's say we provide the name, that is John over here. Now guys, simply we will access this particular block scope variable so that we can see whether it is accessible from within the block. So we will say within block it is equal to, and then again the name of the variable, that is block scope, in order to print this particular value. So guys, let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, we are getting the global scope variable value, then the function scope as well, that is inside function, and then again inside the function we are printing the global scope variable, that is programming for beginners over here, and then within the block we are getting the value, that is John over here. Now guys, what if we try to access this block scope variable outside of these curly braces? So we are going outside of the block over here. So we will say outside block in this case so that we can recognize this particular statement. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, now we are getting the error. So we are getting reference error in this case, block scope is not defined. So guys, in this way, when you are defining the variables within the curly braces or inside the function, you cannot access them from outside of the curly braces or the function over here. So this particular thing is also not allowed in this case. That's because the variable is declared inside of this particular block scope and the lifespan of that particular variable is within that block scope itself. So guys, if we run this code once again over here, we will see all the outputs are working properly when we are accessing the global scope from within the function as well, and you can also access it from this particular block as well, since this name variable is having the global scope. Apart from this, the other scopes, that is the function scope and the block scope variables, cannot be accessed from the outside of their respective blocks. Now guys, one very important point to note over here, what if we don't provide the let keyword in this case and we simply define the variable, that is block scope, without any prefix keyword, that is let, const or the where keyword? Whether we will be able to print this particular value of the block scope from within this block. So let us check that as well when we save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, we are getting within block it is equal to John. Now guys, one very important use case over here is when we are trying to declare and initialize the variable in this way without having any prefix, that is where, let or the const keyword over here from within this block, then that particular variable will have the global scope. So when we say global scope, which means we will be able to access it from outside of the block scope as well. So let me just uncomment this line of code over here. We will try to print from the outside block whether this particular block scope variable will be able to access or not. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So now as you can see, we are getting within block as well and then outside block as well. So guys, this is very important point to be noted over here. Whenever we are going to declare the variables inside the block in this case, in such a way that we do not use any of the where, let or the const keywords over here. So in this case, that particular variable will have the global scope and we can use it outside of that particular block as well. Now guys, the same thing cannot happen for the function over here. So let us say we remove this particular let keyword in this case and simply we are going to have the name function. So if we expect that this particular name function variable should be accessed from outside of this function, so that is not going to happen. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, we are getting the reference error in this case, name function is not defined. So guys, in this way, inside the function, if we provide any of the variables, they are not going to have the global scope this time. But when we use the curly braces over here and inside that we define the variables that can have the global scope if we do not use any of the keywords while declaring them. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to the channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video in which we are going to talk about hoisting in JavaScript. So stay tuned. So now we will see hoisting in JavaScript. Guys, hoisting in JavaScript is the default behavior of moving the declarations to the top. And this we are going to check with the help of examples as well. Basically, JavaScript only hoists the declarations and not the initializations. So guys, basically what is the meaning of hoisting over here? Let us understand this with the help of examples in VS Code in this case. So guys, simply we are going to create a new file over here. So we have this hoisting.js file in this case. Now guys, what we will do is, let us say simply we want to have the console.log statement over here and we provide the variable that is x in this case, which we have not defined so far. So guys, what will happen? Let us see what will be the output on the terminal. So when we run this code over here on the terminal by using the node command and then followed by the name of the JavaScript file, that is hoisting.js, as you can see we are getting the reference error, that is x is not defined. So guys, this is pretty straightforward error. Since we have not declared or defined the variable that is x over here, we are getting this particular error. So guys, it is important that we provide certain variable with the name x in this case, and we can also provide the value that is 10 initially in order to print the value. So guys, let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, now we are getting the value that is 10 over here. Now guys, what if we don't provide this particular declaration and initialization over here, but we remove it from the top of the program and then we provide this particular declaration after we have accessed this particular variable that is x over here. So what will be the output? So guys, over here we are declaring this variable that is x, but after we have accessed it. So let me just save this file now. Let us see what will be the output. So as you can see, we are getting error over here. It says reference error, cannot access x before initialization, which is pretty straightforward. We are trying to access the variable which is not initialized yet at the first line of code over here, and then on the second line we are declaring it. Now guys, let us check another scenario. What if we provide this particular where keyword instead of the let keyword over here? So simply we are going to provide the where keyword in this case and then followed by the name of the variable. Let us see whether we will get the same error, that is the reference error once again. So when we run this code over here on the terminal, as you can see, instead of getting the error, we are getting undefined. So guys, why we are getting undefined? This is because of the JavaScript's default behavior, that is hoisting in this case. So guys, what is the meaning of hoisting now? So basically, when we are using the where keyword over here, so all the declarations of whatever variables, they move to the top of the program, and that is why we are getting undefined over here. So let us say we don't have this particular line of code where we are declaring the variable that is x. So what will happen? Let us see. When we save this file now and try running this code, it says reference error, x is not defined. But if we define it after accessing it, so we are accessing the variable that is x on the first line of code, and then we are declaring it on the second line. And when we run this code once again over here, you can see that there is no error, but we are getting the value as undefined. That's because the meaning of this is nothing but basically this particular declaration of the the x variable, it is going on top over here at the start of the program, and that is how we are getting the undefined value over here. So when we comment out this third line of code and simply we have provided where x, we will get this same output that is undefined since we have not defined any value. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, we are getting the undefined over here, and that is the meaning of the JavaScript hoisting. So whenever we are declaring the variable with this where keyword, it is going to move that declaration at the top of the program, and then we are not going to get any of the errors when we are accessing them. Now guys, the same thing will not happen when we are using the let keyword or the const keyword over here. So let us check that as well. So in this case, we have provided the where keyword and then we are getting undefined. What if we provide the let keyword over here? So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here. So as you can see, we are getting the reference error, cannot access x before initialization. What if we provide the constant over here and then try to access the x constant in this case? So again we are getting the error, that is reference error, cannot access x. So only in case when you are using the where keyword over here in order to declare the variable, that is the time when the JavaScript hoisting will occur. So guys, this is the meaning of JavaScript hoisting, and it is very important that you don't get confused whenever you are going to see the undefined value for such variables. So guys, if you are just getting started, it is very important that you define the variables at the top of the program as the best practice. So as you can see, it is one of the best practices in order to declare all the variables that you are going to use at the top before using them. So if you are using this x variable, make sure that you are having one of the statements in order to declare and define that variable. So over here we have defined the variable with the help of the let keyword, and simply we can print this particular value of the x variable over here, and we are getting the value of the x this time. So guys, this best practice you must follow while you are writing the JavaScript programs. So please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video in which we are going to talk about this keyword in JavaScript. So stay tuned. So now we will see this keyword in JavaScript. So guys, basically in JavaScript, this keyword refers to an object based on the context. So guys, when we say context, basically this keyword refers to the different objects depending on how it is used over here. So guys, we are going to check the meaning of this keyword with the help of different examples in VS Code. And over here you can see that in an object method, so when we create a new object and inside that object if we define the method, basically this keyword will help us in order to refer to that particular object. Apart from this, when we access the this keyword alone, basically it will refer to the global object. So guys, let us move to VS Code in order to understand the functionality of this keyword based on the different context. So let us create a new file over here. So we have created this keyword.js file in this case. Now guys, what we will do is simply in the first instance we are going to create an object method, and we will check what is the meaning of this keyword inside that object. So guys, over here simply we are going to create a function that will help us in order to create the object person in this case. So guys, over here we have created the function with the help of this particular keyword followed by the name of the object, and then guys inside the open and close curly braces we will have the properties of this particular object over here. So we have to use the this keyword followed by the property that is first name, and then it is equal to, we are going to assign the value that is John this time, and then again we are going to have another property that is last name over here, and we will change the value to do in this case, and then again we are going to have the method that is display, it is equal to function this time, which is going to return the this keyword over here. So guys, basically we are going to understand the meaning of this keyword over here when we are going to call this display function. Guys, remember that when we are using the function in order to create the object, we have to use the this keyword because it refers to this particular person object in this case. So let me just create the variable that is person1, which is going to be an object over here after we initialize it with the help of the new operator over here. So guys, let us provide the console.log statement this time, and simply first of all let us try to access this first name property for this particular person1 object. So when we say person1 followed by dot, and then we have something called as first name property over here. Let me just run this code on the terminal using the node command. As you can see, we are getting John as the first name. What if we provide the last name over here? So let us see what will be the output. As you can see, we are getting the value of the last name this time. So guys, now what we will do is we will call this particular display function, which is going to return the value of this keyword over here. So let us see what will be the output. So when we say person1 followed by dot, and then we have the display function, this time we have to use the open and close parenthesis over here. That's because display is the function that is defined inside the person object. So when we save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal, as you can see, it is returning this keyword, and this keyword is pointing out to the entire person object. So guys, this is the meaning of this keyword when we are using it from within the method which is present inside of this particular object. As we have already seen over here, it refers to the object itself. Now guys, alone this refers to the global object. So let us check that as well. So instead of the person object, simply we are going to have the console.log statement, and simply we will have this keyword over here within this console.log statement. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, this is another object which is a blank object over here. So since we are running this line of code from the node command, we are getting the blank object. But when we are running this from within the browser, let us see what will be the output. So guys, over here inside the Chrome browser, we will say console followed by dot, and then we have the log statement over here. We are within the console section of this particular dev tools this time, and then inside the open and close parenthesis we will have this keyword over here. So guys, basically we are trying to execute the same line of code but within the console section of the browser developer tools. So guys, when we hit enter over here, as you can see, it is returning us the window object this time. When we expand this window object, you can see there are multiple properties and the functions as well that are defined inside this window object. So guys, basically the output of this keyword will depend on the context where you are using it. So we have checked this second statement as well. In a function, this refers to the global object over here. So let us try that as well. So what we will do is simply we are going to create another function, that is my function this time. Remember that this is not going to be the object, but it is a simple function, in which case we are going to return this keyword over here. So guys, from within this function, let us see what will be the output. So over here, simply we are going to do console.log statement, and we are going to call this my function this time. So when we say my function over here followed by open and close parenthesis, since it is a function, when we save this file now and try running this code once again over here, as you can see, we are getting a different output. It is a global object this time, and that is what is written over here. This refers to the global object. So basically, what is the global object? It is having their own set of properties and the functions that are defined inside the global object. So guys, in this way, when we provide this inside the function, it is going to refer to the global object this time. Now apart from that, inside the same function in the strict mode, this is undefined. So guys, over here, basically we can use the strict mode in JavaScript by using the use strict at the top of the program. So guys, inside the double quotes, simply we will say use followed by strict keyword over here. So when we save this file now and run this code once again, we are not making any changes inside this function and the console.log statement over here. So when we run this code once again on the terminal, so as you can see, now we are getting undefined instead of the global object that we were seeing previously without the use strict over here inside the Java program. So guys, in this way, in the strict mode, we have this keyword that refers to the undefined. And then apart from this, in an event, this refers to the element that received that event, and we also have methods like call, apply and bind that can refer to this keyword to any object. So guys, all these things we are going to check in the upcoming videos as well when we are going to use these particular methods in JavaScript. So guys, always remember this keyword will help you to return the object based on the context where you are using that particular keyword. So comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video in which we are going to talk about class in JavaScript. So stay tuned. So now we will see class in JavaScript. So guys, basically JavaScript classes are templates for JavaScript objects, and this we are going to check with the help of examples as well. So guys, basically ECMAScript that was introduced in 2015, which is also known as ES6, the introduction of JavaScript classes was done, and before that we were using the functions in order to create the objects in JavaScript. And this is the syntax. As you can see, we have the class keyword followed by the name of the class in this case, and then inside the open and close curly braces we have the constructor, which will help us in order to initialize the properties of the object. So after the constructor keyword we have the open and close parenthesis, and then inside the open and close curly braces we will have the list of object properties which will have their own values that we pass to this particular constructor. So guys, all this we are going to check with the help of examples as well. It is important to note that we have to use the keyword class in order to create a class, and always add a method that is named as constructor. So guys, let us check this with the help of example in VS Code over here. So simply we are going to create a new file. So we have class.js file over here. Now guys, what we will do is, first of all, before ES6 how we used to create the objects, let us check that as well. So first of all we will create the objects with the help of the function over here. So simply we will have person function in this case followed by open and close parenthesis, and within these curly braces we are going to provide the properties. So let's say we have the first name and the last name properties which needs to be passed to this particular person. So we will pass the values of the first name and last name to this particular function over here, which will be assigned to the first name and the last name properties of the object. So simply we will have this dot first name, it is equal to first name, and then again we will have this dot last name, it is equal to last name over here. So guys, what exactly we are doing is, we are going to create the object that is person1 over here. It is equal to, we will use the new operator followed by the name of the function that is person, and then inside the open and close parenthesis we will provide the values of the first name and the last name of the person, and those values will be assigned to these local variables which are nothing but the parameters to this particular function. And then guys, these values will be assigned to this first name and the last name properties of that particular object which we can access. So guys, this is the way we used to create the objects before ES6, and then over here simply we can access the first name and the last name of the object. Over here, first of all, let us provide the values of the first name and the last name, that is John Doe in this case, and then simply we are going to have the console.log statement over here, and we will access the person1 followed by dot, and let us say we want to access the first name of this particular person1 object. Let me just save this file now and try running this code on the terminal by using the node command over here and the name of the JavaScript file. As you can see, we are getting John as the first name over here. Apart from this, we can also print the entire name, that is the full name of the person. So simply we will have person1 dot last name as well. In between we have provided the space separator over here. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, we are now getting John Doe as the first name and last name of this particular object. Now guys, how do we create the object by using the class? So simply, as you can see, we are getting 3 dots over here below this person function. So guys, what it means is, when we get the mouse cursor over here on these 3 dots, as you can see, this constructor function may be converted to a class declaration. So guys, basically this is a function that is a constructor function which helps us in order to create the object, and it can be converted to the class declaration over here. So guys, let us check that as well, how we can convert it. So simply we can click on this quick fix over here on the VS Code, and when we click on it, it says convert function to an ES 2015 class. So guys, basically we can convert this function to the class declaration that can help us in order to create the object, which is one of the best ways in order to create JavaScript objects over here. So when we click on this particular option, as you can see, now we have converted it into a class declaration. It is using the class keyword followed by the name of the class, that is person over here. This time we are not having the open and close parentheses because those parentheses needs to be used only with the function names, and then after that we have the open and close curly braces. Now guys, it is very important to note that we have the constructor as well, which is taking the values of the first name and the last name that are coming while we are initializing this particular object. So note that we don't have any changes while we are creating the object and accessing them, but the only change is over here in the class declaration. This time we are having the constructor function inside which we are going to use this dot first name and assign the value of the first name and the last name respectively for those properties. So when we save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal, as you can see, we are now getting John Doe as the first name and last name. So guys, in this way simply you can create the classes as well. So let us remove the entire code and retype it once again so that we get the practice of creating new class declarations and using them in order to create the objects. So guys, before creating the class declarations and using them, let us go through some important notes over here. So basically the constructor method is a special method that we are going to create once again. It has to have the exact name, that is constructor. So guys, you cannot have the spelling mistakes over here. You need to use the constructor keyword in order to create this particular special method. Apart from this, it is executed automatically when a new object is created. So guys, we will check this as well, and it is used to initialize object properties. So inside the constructor function, we have already seen that we are declaring the object properties over here. So guys, let us create the class in this case, and once again we will name this class as person, but this time we will take the full name and the age of the person inside the constructor. So first of all, we are going to have the constructor function over here that will help us in order to initialize the properties of the object, and we will have the full name as the first value and the age as the second value. Now guys, inside the constructor we are going to use the this keyword followed by dot, and then we have the full name property. It is equal to the value of the full name, and then once again we are going to have another property, that is age. It is equal to the value of the age over here. So guys, in this way we are able to assign the values of full name and age to the object properties this time. Apart from this, we want to display the name and the age of the person. So simply we are going to have another function, that is display over here. It is going to simply return the statement. So over here we will say return, and then we will say person name is followed by dollar symbol, and then inside the open and close curly braces we are going to use the this keyword followed by dot, and then we will say full name over here, and then we will say and age is, and then we need to again use the dollar symbol, and inside the open and close curly braces simply we have to provide this dot age over here, and then after this we will say years in this case. So guys, basically person name is followed by the full name, and age is whatever age that we provide during the initialization of the object, and then we have years. So guys, in this way simply we can call the display function as well in order to read the properties of the object that we are going to initialize now. So guys, over here outside of the class declaration, simply we are going to create the object, that is person1 over here. It is equal to, we use the new operator followed by the person class name, and this time simply we are going to provide the full name, that is John Doe, and then let us say the age of the person is 22 years old. So basically we have provided the full name and the age of the person. After this simply we are going to have console.log statement, and we will use this particular object, that is person1 over here followed by dot, and this time we are going to use the display method in order to get this particular statement that is included inside the class declaration. So guys, over here we provide the display function followed by the open and close parenthesis. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, person name is John Doe and age is 22 years old. So guys, in this way simply we have created the new object by using the class that is person instead of having the function, and this class declaration was introduced in ES6 over here in 2015, after which we can use this particular template in order to create new objects based on our project requirements. Apart from this, if we change the name and the age of the person, so let us say we provide Smith Peter as the name and let us say the age is 25 years. So when we run this code once again in this case, so person name is Smith Peter and age is 25 years. Now guys, what exactly is happening over here is when we are running this line of code, that is person1, it is equal to new person, and then we are passing these values. So basically these values are going to the constructor function over here, which is creating the new object along with this initial properties of the object, and that is when this particular object is getting created, after which we can access it in order to access the method or the different properties of the object. Let us play around with this line of code over here. So what if we remove the new operator this time? Let us see what will be the output. Can this new object be created without the new operator? So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, we are getting the error. It says class constructor person cannot be invoked without new. So guys, it is important that we have the new operator over here while creating the objects by using the class declaration in this case. So as you can see, now we are getting the proper output. So this is the way we can declare the classes and initialize the objects and use the objects along with their methods in order to complete the task based on the project requirements. Guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video, in which we are going to talk about what is JSON format in JavaScript. So stay tuned. So now we will see what is JSON format in JavaScript. So guys, basically JSON is a format for storing and transporting data in JavaScript, and you are going to use a lot of JSON data when you are going to communicate with the web servers or call any of the APIs which are going to respond you in the JSON format in this case. So guys, during that time you have to read the data in this particular format and display it on the user interface. So JSON is often used when data is sent from a server to the web page, and you are going to use it a lot based on the project requirements. Now guys, what exactly is JSON? So simply JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation. So this is the full form of JSON, that is JavaScript Object Notation. JSON is a lightweight data interchange format which helps us in order to communicate with the web servers as well. Apart from this, JSON is a language independent. So guys, even though JSON was initiated with the help of the JavaScript language over here, but it can be used with any other programming language as well. Apart from this, JSON is self-describing and it is easy to understand. So as you can see, this is one of the examples of the JSON object over here. So simply, what is the JSON data? So over here, as you can see, we have the first name followed by colon, and then we have the value of that particular first name property. So simply this particular highlighted text is nothing but the JSON data which is having the name and the value. So guys, this is JSON data having name and the value over here, and when we have series of such name and values over here, it is nothing but the JSON object. So as you can see, we have the JSON object as well, which is in between the open and close curly braces, inside which we have the JSON data, that is nothing but the name and the value pairs over here. And then guys, if we are having the multiple JSON objects, as you can see on these multiple lines, which can be enclosed within the square brackets, then we call it as JSON arrays over here. So guys, this particular format can be communicated in any way. It can be a simple JSON data, that is the name value pair, or it can be a JSON object in between the open and close curly braces, or it can be a JSON array as well in between the open and close square brackets over here. So guys, let us understand the example of a JSON object over here. So simply we are going to create a new file in this case. So we have the name of the file as JSON data.js. So guys, over here what we will do is simply we will have the name and the value pair over here. So in this case, we have the first name followed by a colon, and then let us say we have the value that is John this time. So guys, this is simply a JSON data that we have just seen. Apart from this, if we want to provide another JSON data, we have to provide comma, and then we have the name, that is last name over here followed by colon, and then inside the double quotes again we are going to have the string value, that is do in this case, which is the value for this particular last name property of the JSON data. So guys, these are nothing but the two JSON data over here, which can be enclosed within the curly braces this time, which we call it as the JSON object. So guys, basically this is the way that the JSON object can be communicated between the client and the server. Now guys, let us assign this entire JSON object to a variable. So simply we are going to provide the data variable by using the let keyword followed by the equal to operator, and simply we are going to include it within the string, that is the single quote over here. So guys, basically this is the string data type over here. So let us provide the console.log statement, and let us see what will be the output when we simply provide the data variable. So when we run this code once again over here on the terminal using the node command and the name of the JavaScript file, as you can see we are getting the value of this particular string variable, that is first name, and then we have the last name as well. Guys, it is important to note that this particular value is a string value right now, and it is not a JSON object. So in case the value is coming from the server in this way, we can use one of the methods in order to convert this particular string, that is text, from the JSON text to the JavaScript object. So guys, let us check that as well. So simply we are going to provide the console.log statement over here, and this time we will use the JSON interface, as you can see, an intrinsic object that provides functions to convert the JavaScript values to and from the JSON format, that is JavaScript object notation. So guys, in case you want to convert the text to the JSON format, simply you can use the JSON interface over here followed by dot, and then we have something called as parse method, which converts the JavaScript object notation string into an object. So simply we have this particular string which we want to convert it into an object, so we will use the parse method, and this parse method takes one parameter, that is string over here, which is data in this case, that is the variable. So guys, simply by using this line of code we are converting the text to the JSON object that is having the JSON format. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. As you can see, the first statement we are getting the string, whereas the second statement over here, this is the JSON object. How do we know that? That's because the first name property is not having the double quotes over here, and even the last name property is not having the double quotes, only the values are having the single quotes over here, which means this is the object and this is the string that is getting printed. We can simply use the type of operator over here, so let us check that as well. So when we provide the type of operator for both this data, let us see what will be the output. So as you can see, the first one is the string and the second one is the object over here, which is having the JSON format. So guys, in this way we can easily convert the text or the string to the JSON format over here while it is coming from the server or any other source. So guys, when you are going to work on your project requirements and there will be communication between the client and the server involving the JSON format data, you are going to use more methods in order to use those JSON properties and display the values of those JSON properties to the client user interface. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video. Till then, stay tuned. So now we will see array search methods in JavaScript. So guys, basically there are multiple ways in order to search for an element inside the JavaScript array, and all these methods we are going to check with the help of examples as well. So as you can see, the very first method is the index of method, which searches an array for an element value and returns its position. So guys, let us check this with the help of example in VS Code over here. So simply we are going to create a new file, and we have named it as arraySearch.js file over here. Now guys, simply we are going to create a new array in this case. So let us say we have the array of fruits over here by using the const keyword, and then let us say inside the array we have the list of fruits that we will be using. So guys, we have apple, and then let's say we have mango over here, followed by orange, and then we have banana, and then the last fruit. Once again, let us say we repeat the fruit that is apple over here. So guys, we have 5 fruits in this case, and let us say we want to use this index of method in order to search for a specific fruit over here. So what we will do is simply we are going to provide the console.log statement, and then first of all we have to provide the name of the array, that is fruits in this case, followed by the dot character, and then as you can see we have multiple methods that can be used that is related to the array object. So guys, over here we need to specifically use the index of method which returns the index of the first occurrence of a value in an array. So guys, basically we are going to use this method, and let us say we want to find the apple fruit. And what is the index of the apple fruit? This particular method, that is index of, will help us in order to know the position of the apple fruit over here. So guys, simply inside this parenthesis we have provided the apple string inside the single quote over here, and then guys, what will happen is it will provide us the position of this particular fruit inside the fruits array object. So let me just save this file now and try running this code on the terminal by using the node command followed by the name of the JavaScript file. So as you can see, we are getting the position of the fruit as 0 over here. So guys, simply we are going to provide the string literal as well. So we will say position of fruit is followed by colon, and then we are going to provide the dollar symbol, in which case we are going to enclose this fruits.index of method within the open and close curly braces, and then we are going to end the string literal over here. So simply we are just printing the statement that is position of fruit is 0. Now guys, remember that it is providing us the index, and that is the reason, since the array object starts with the index 0 over here, that is why we are getting the 0th index in this case. Let us say we want to find the fruit that is orange over here. So simply we can provide orange as the parameter to the index of method in this case. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, position of fruit is 2 in this case. So basically at the 0th position we have apple, followed by mango at the first position, and at the second position we have orange. So guys, in this way index of can be used in order to find the index of a specific element inside the array. Now similarly we can get the last index of any element that is present inside the array. So guys, over here when we provide apple in this case, which is occurring twice in this particular array, that is at the 0th position and at the 4th position, that is the last position over here. What if we want to get the last position of any fruit inside this array? So we can use the last index of method over here. So simply we are going to say last position in this case inside the console.log statement. So last position of fruit is followed by fruits dot last index of in this case. So basically we are going to use this particular method, and let us say we want to find the fruit that is apple over here. So instead of providing the 0th position, this time it is going to find whether the apple fruit is present at the end or not. So in simple terms, we are going to get the last index of that particular specific fruit over here. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here. As you can see, last position of fruit is 4 in this case. That's because the apple fruit is occurring once again at the 4th position, which is the index number if we start the searching from the end of the array. So guys, in this way, if you want the last index of any specific element inside the array, you can use this particular method. Apart from this, we also have something called as includes, which checks if an element is present in an array. So guys, simply again we are going to provide the console.log statement, and let us say we want to find whether the banana fruit is present inside this particular array. So simply we will say banana present followed by question mark, and then we want to get either true or false over here. So guys, basically the return value of this particular includes method will be either true or false. So what we will do is, again we are going to use the array object that is fruits in this case followed by dot, and this time we are going to use the includes method, which determines whether an array includes a certain element, returning true or false as appropriate. So guys, basically we use this particular method, and inside the parenthesis we will provide the fruit name, that is banana, over here. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here. So as you can see, it says banana present, it is equal to true. So in this way you can check whether a specific element is present inside the array object by using this includes method. Now guys, always remember that the search is going to be case sensitive over here. So basically we are searching for this banana in all small case characters. What if we want the banana fruit with the uppercase character over here? So let us say we want to find banana with a capital B over here. So simply inside the includes method we are going to provide banana in this way, which is not going to match with any of the fruits over here. That's because the search is case sensitive, and over here we are having the B as the uppercase character. So let me just save this file now. Let us see what will be the output over here. So as you can see, banana with a small b is present over here, in which case we are getting true, but banana with a capital B over here, in this case we are having the uppercase character, it is not present, and that is why we are getting false as the result. So guys, always remember, whenever you are going to provide any of the values to these search methods of the array object, the search is going to be case sensitive every time. Now guys, apart from this, we have something called as find method as well. It returns the value of the first array element that passes a test function. So guys, this particular find method is going to take another function. So let us understand this with the help of example over here. So simply we are going to say console.log statement, and then let us say we want to find the fruit, that is mango, inside this array. So simply we will say mango present in this case, followed by colon, and then inside the curly braces after the dollar symbol, simply we will use the array object over here, followed by dot, and this time we are going to use the find method. It returns the value of the first element in the array where predicate is true and undefined otherwise. So guys, simply we can use this method, which is going to take another function as a parameter. So over here simply we will say my function in this case, which we are going to define. Remember that when you're calling this function over here, you don't have to provide the open and close parenthesis, since this function will be called when the interpreter executes this line of code over here. Now guys, we need to define this my function. So simply we will come to next line over here. With the help of the function keyword, we will define this particular my function, which is going to take 3 parameters. Now guys, when this find function is going to be called, basically it is going to pass 3 parameters to this my function. So the first parameter will be the value. So basically every value will be passed to this particular function. Apart from that, it is also going to pass the index of that particular value inside the array, and then after this it is going to send the entire array as well. Now guys, what we have to do is simply we need to check whether this particular value is it equal to mango, since we are going to find whether mango is present or not. So simply we will say return in this case, and then value, it is equal to mango in this case. So guys, what exactly we are doing over here is every time the value comes to this particular my function, the interpreter is going to check whether the value is equal to mango or not, and if any time when the value is equal to mango, then my function is going to return true in this case, and that is when we are going to get the true value over here, that yes, the mango fruit is present inside this particular array object. So guys, let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, mango present, so we are getting the element of the array object instead of getting true or false over here, and this is how the find function will work. Apart from this, let us say if we provide the capital M over here instead of small m, let us see what will be the output. So as you can see, mango present, it is providing us the undefined value over here. So guys, why we are getting undefined? That's because the search is case sensitive over here, and we are providing capital M for the mango fruit, which is not present inside this particular array object over here. Now guys, apart from this, we have another function, that is find index, which is going to work similar to that of the find method over here, but this find index method is going to return the index of the first array element that passes a test function. So guys, instead of getting the undefined or the value of the element over here inside the array, we are going to have the index of that particular fruit. So let us say we are again trying to find the mango fruit over here with a small m in this case. But this time what we will do is we want to find the index of that particular fruit. So simply we are going to provide find index instead of the find method, and we are going to pass the same my function over here which is already defined by us. So guys, let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, mango present, it is telling us that yes, mango is present, otherwise it would have returned the undefined result. Apart from that, it is also providing us the index, that is 1 over here, when we are using the find index method along with the my function over here which we have already defined. So guys, since mango is present at the first index after apple, which is at the 0th index, that is why we are getting the index number, that is 1 over here. So guys, in this way you can easily use all these methods related to the array objects in order to search for a specific element inside the array object. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to the channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video in which we are going to talk about array sort in JavaScript. So stay tuned. So now we will see array sort in JavaScript. So guys, basically there are multiple methods in order to sort an array in JavaScript, and we are going to check with the help of examples as well. So first of all, we have this simple sort method which helps us in order to sort an array alphabetically. So guys, let us move to VS Code over here, and simply we are going to create a new file. So as you can see, we have this sorting.js file that is created over here. Now guys, what we will do is, let us say we create the array that is going to have the list of fruits over here once again. So in this case we are creating the constant array over here, and then it is equal to, let us say we provide some list of fruits in this case. So we have mango, and then we have banana, and then let us say we have apple over here followed by orange, and then let us say we have guava in this case. So guys, basically we have these 5 fruits in this particular list. Now guys, what we will do is, let us say we want to sort this particular list of fruits over here. As you can see, these are not properly sorted based on the alphabetical order. So simply we can provide console.log statement over here, and then inside the string literal we can say sorted fruits, and then followed by colon, and then we have dollar symbol followed by the open and close parenthesis. Inside this we are going to use the method that is sort. So first of all, we have to use the array object that is fruits over here followed by dot, and then as you can see we have all the list of methods that we can use along with the array object inside JavaScript. Now guys, simply we are going to use the sort method over here. You can see that it sorts an array in place. This method mutates the array and returns a reference to the same array. So guys, remember that when you are going to use the sort method, it is going to update the already existing array over here, that is the fruits array in this case, and then followed by open and close parenthesis. So basically we are going to sort this particular list of fruits over here, and it is going to be stored inside this fruits array. We will also see how we can store the sorted array inside another array when we are going to talk about toSorted over here. So guys, simply let me just save this file now and try running this code over here on the terminal by using the node command followed by the name of the JavaScript file. So as you can see, we have sorted fruits, it is equal to apple, banana, guava, mango, and then orange. So if you notice, we have all the first characters sorted over here alphabetically, and that is how the sort function works in JavaScript. So guys, what exactly is happening behind the scenes? The first character in each string is being checked over here, and then the sort method is going to arrange all the elements based on the alphabets of all these fruits over here. So A appears first, followed by B, and then we have G, followed by M, and then followed by O in the alphabetical order. What if two fruits are having the same starting character over here? So let us check that as well. So what we will do is, let us say we provide apple once again over here at the end of the list. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, we are getting apple 2 times over here. So basically they will come at the first and the second position as far as their alphabetical order is concerned. Now guys, over here we have seen that all the characters are same in both these fruits. What if we simply provide A followed by B character? Just for testing purpose we are providing these A and B characters. It is not a fruit, but we want to check whether this A, B will come at the first position position or whether it will come at the second position when this second character is being checked against this particular apple fruit. So guys, let me just save this file now and let us run this code once again over here. So as you can see, now we are getting AB as the first string over here followed by apple. So guys, in case the first character of two strings are same, then the second character will be compared, and then again if the second character is same, then the third character will be compared, and so on. The sorting will be done by using the sort method over here. Let me just remove this last element from the array, and we have the complete list of fruits over here which are sorted inside this fruits array object. Now guys, apart from this, we have something called as reverse method over here which reverses the elements in an array. So guys, let us check that as well. So what we will do is simply I'm going to copy paste this line of code over here, and then simply we will say reversed fruits in this case, and over here instead of using the sort method, simply we will use the reverse method. As you can see, reverses the elements in an array in place. This method mutates the array and returns a reference to the same array. So guys, basically this method is also going to make changes in the original array over here, and we are going to see the shuffling of the positions of all the fruits inside this particular array object. Let me just comment out this console.log statement which is sorting the fruits over here so that we can see the reverse of this particular original array. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, we are getting reversed fruits. It is equal to guava, orange, apple, banana and mango. So guys, basically we are printing all the fruits in the reverse order now on the terminal by simply using the reverse method over here. Now guys, why we have commented out this first console.log statement? That's because the sort method is helping us in order to sort all the fruits inside this particular array alphabetically. Now the same array which is updated now will be used in order to reverse that array. So basically we will be getting the list of fruits over here in the reversed fruits in the descending order of the alphabets. So let us check that as well. So when we save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal, so as you can see, first of all we are getting apple, banana, guava, mango and then orange, which is in the alphabetical order after sorting. And now guys, in the next line we are reversing the same list of fruit over here which is sorted in the alphabetical order. So simply after reversal we are getting orange, mango, guava, banana and apple. So basically if you notice, this is the descending order of the alphabets if we check all the fruits over here inside this array object. And in this way we can use the combination of the sort and the reverse method in order to sort the list of array elements over here in the descending order, and that is how we can combine the sort and reverse for the descending order of the elements. So guys, let us check that as well. Simply I'm going to comment out these lines of code over here, and then we are going to have the console.log statement once again, and inside the string literal we will say descending order this time followed by colon, and then we have dollar symbol followed by open and close curly braces. This time we are going to combine the sort and the reverse methods. So over here we provide the fruits, that is the array object, followed by dot, and then first of all we will provide the sort method over here, and then after this again we are going to provide dot, and then we are going to use the reverse method. So guys, you can provide multiple methods in this way to be implemented to the specific array over here, which is fruits in this case. Remember that both these methods are going to update the original array object, that is fruits in this case, and we are going to get the list of fruits in the descending order this time. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, the descending order, it is orange, mango, guava, banana and then apple. So guys, based on your project requirements, you can provide the descending order by combining the sort and the reverse methods of the array object. Apart from this, we can also use the two sorted and the two reversed methods, which returns the new sorted array, and the original array may not be updated over here. So basically both these methods will return you the separate array, and the fruits array, that is the original array, will not be changed. So guys, let us check that as well. So what we will do is, again we are going to provide the console.log statement over here, and then we provide the sorted fruits over here as the string inside the string literal, and then again we will provide dollar symbol followed by open and close curly braces. This time we will say fruits followed by dot, and then we will provide 2 sorted over here. So as you can see, this is the method in this case, followed by the open and close parenthesis this time. Let me just save this file now, and in order to confirm whether this particular 2 sorted has not updated the original fruits array, we will print another message over here, that is original fruits in this case. So simply we will say original fruits, and then inside the curly braces simply we are going to have the fruits array object over here. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, we have sorted fruits. So all the fruits are sorted starting from apple, banana, guava, and then up to orange. But you can also see the original fruits over here, which is mango, banana, apple, orange and guava, which were mentioned in this particular list at the start of the program. So guys, in this way, if you don't want to update the array object by using this sort method, you can use the toSorted method over here. I'll show you once again. When we use the sort method in this case, the fruits array object will also be updated over here. So this time when we run this code once again, both these statements will have the list of fruits over here in the same sequence. So when we run this code once again, as you can see, we have sorted fruits in the sorted manner and the original fruits as well in the same sorted sequence over here. So guys, that is how the sort method updates the original fruits array over here. Whereas if we use the toSorted in this case, we are not going to have the original array, that is fruits, getting updated over here. So as you can see, the original fruits is not getting updated. Similarly, you can use the toReversed method in order to get the new reversed array while keeping the original array same. So guys, I'll leave this up to you as a homework for you so that you can practice on your own. Apart from this, let us see how the numerical sort will work by using the sort method. So guys, over here, let us provide a list of numbers in this case. So we will provide some numbers, that is 22, 11, 3, 45, 34, 65, 63, followed by 5, 8, and then 2. So guys, as you can see, this is the list of numbers which is not present in the sorted manner right now. So what if we provide the sort method in order to sort these numbers? So let us check what will be the output when we simply provide the console.log statement over here, and then we will provide sorted numbers followed by colon, and then this time we will provide numbers array inside the open and close curly braces, and then after the numbers we will provide dot, and this time we will again use the sort method over here in order to sort the list of numbers. So guys, let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. As you can see, we are getting sorted numbers. It is equal to, the first number is 11 that we are getting over here in the list, followed by 2, then 22, 3, 34, and so on. So guys, if you notice, these numbers are not sorted over here. So first of all, we should get this number 2, which is the smallest number, followed by 3, and then we have the 5 number in this particular list. So guys, basically what exactly is happening over here is only the first character inside this number is getting compared. So we have 1 over here as the first character inside this 11 number, followed by 2, and then we have 22, 3, and then we have 34, and so on. So basically the first digit inside all the numbers are getting compared and they are sorted by using the sort method over here, which is not the correct way in order to sort the numbers. So guys, in order to solve this problem, we have to use the compare function while sorting the list of numbers over here. So inside this sort method, what we have to do is simply we have to provide the function which is going to take 2 parameters over here, that is a comma b. We can name them anything, and then after this, inside the body of the function, we need to return the statement that is a minus b. So simply we will provide return followed by a minus b over here. So guys, what exactly we are doing is we are providing the compare function inside this particular sort method over here that will help us in order to sort the list of numbers that are present inside the array object. So if we consider this, a and b is going to take all the numbers one at a time, and we are going to do a minus b over here, and internally this particular expression is either going to return -1, 0, or +1 over here, and based on that particular result, all the numbers will be sorted accordingly based on their values inside the array. So guys, let us check this how it will work. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So now if you see, we are getting the sorted numbers. It is equal to 2, 3, 5, 8 and so on. All the other numbers are sorted in the ascending order over here. And if you want the descending order, simply you can do b minus a over here instead of a minus b. So let us check that as well. So when we do b minus a, when we run this code once again over here, as you can see, sorted numbers, it is equal to, we are getting the biggest number right now at the first position, followed by the number that is smaller to the first biggest number, and so on. We are getting the list of numbers in the descending order over here. So guys, in this way you can either return a minus b or b minus a in order to get the ascending or the descending order respectively inside this particular compare function over here. Now guys, if you notice, this is a normal function inside JavaScript which can be converted to the arrow function as well. So simply we can remove this function keyword over here, and we can also remove these curly braces inside which we have the return statement. So in order to have the arrow function, we are going to have parenthesis inside which we are going to have two parameters, that is a and b, and then after this we are going to have the combination of the special characters, that is equal to and the greater than symbol, which represents the arrow function over here. And guys, since we are only having the one statement that is returning a minus b, simply we are going to remove this return keyword as well. So as you can see, this arrow function is taking two parameters a and b, and it is returning the difference, that is a minus b over here, which is going to give us the same result, that is the ascending order of all the numbers. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, we are getting the sorted numbers, that is 2, 3, 5, 8 and so on. All the numbers are sorted based on their values. So guys, in this way, if you want to sort the list of strings over here, you can simply use the sort method. But in case your requirement is to sort all the numbers in the ascending or the descending order, you have to provide the compare function over here in order to sort them based on their values. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video, in which we are going to talk about date object in JavaScript. So stay tuned. So now we will see date object in JavaScript. So guys, basically date objects are static in JavaScript. The clock is not running. So basically whatever data we get from the date object, that is going to be a static data, and the clock that we refer to, the computer clock over here, the computer clock is ticking but the date objects are not, and that is why they are static. So guys, let us understand this with the help of examples in VS Code over here. So simply we are going to create a new file in this case. So we have this date object.js file over here. Now guys, simply we are going to create a constant with the name date over here. It is equal to, and in order to get the current system date, simply we use the new operator followed by the date object. So as you can see, this is the built-in date object inside JavaScript that we can use in order to get the current system date time. So guys, simply we have to use the open and close parenthesis over here after the date object, and then simply we can use this particular date constant over here in order to get the current system date and time. So let us provide the console.log statement in this case, and simply we are going to say current date and time over here followed by colon, and then inside the open and close curly braces after the dollar symbol we will provide the date constant over here, which will have the current system date time in this case. Let me just save this file now and try running this code on the terminal over here by using the node command. So as you can see, we get current date and time. It is Saturday, August 24, 2024, that is the year, followed by the current time in this case. So guys, simply by using this particular date object, we can get the current date and time of the system. Now guys, apart from this, there are many methods inside this particular date constant that can be used over here. So simply we can use this particular date followed by dot. As you can see, we have get date, then followed by get day, then get full year, and so on. There are multiple methods that can be used. So guys, let us check few of them. So simply we are going to provide console.log statement. Let us only display the date of the current month over here. So date, it is equal to, and then what we will do is simply we will use the date constant followed by dot, and then we have the get date method over here. As you can see, it gets the day of the month using the local time. So simply we will use this particular method followed by open and close parenthesis. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, date it is equal to 24. Similarly, we can get the month as well. So over here we will provide month, it is equal to, and then we have date followed by dot, and this time we will provide get month over here. So you can see this is the method. Let me just run this code once again. So remember that this particular month starts from the 0th number. So basically January is 0 followed by February, which is 1 in this case. So in order to get the actual number of the month, we need to add 1 to this particular value that we get from the get month over here. So simply we provide plus 1 in this case. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here. As you can see, month is equal to 8, which is reflecting the August month over here, and that is how we can get the correct month number by using the get month. Apart from this, we can also get the year as well. So simply we will provide year in this case, and the method that we are going to use is get full year in this case. So let me just save this file now. We have to remove the plus 1 from here and try running this code once again over here. So as you can see, here it is equal to 2024. Apart from this, we can also get the hours, minutes and seconds as well. So let me just duplicate this line of code over here, and then we will say hour in this case followed by minutes over here, and then we have the seconds in this case. So over here we will modify the method. So for the first method we will use the get hours, and then followed by this method must use the get minutes over here, and then the last method it must use the seconds in this case. So over here we have the get seconds. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, we are getting all the output over here. We have the date, month, year, and then hour, minutes, and then seconds as well. So guys, in this way you can use the different methods that are present inside this particular date constant, inside which we have stored the current date and time over here by using the new operator followed by the date object, which is a built-in object in JavaScript. Guys, apart from this, you can use multiple other methods. As you can see, we have many other methods over here related to the date object, which can be used based on your project requirements. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video, in which we are going to talk about math object in JavaScript. So stay tuned. So now we will see math object in JavaScript. So guys, basically the JavaScript math object allows you to perform various mathematical tasks on numbers, and this we are going to check with the help of examples as well. We will see what are the different properties and the methods inside this math object, which is a static object. So guys, unlike other objects, the math object has no constructor, and you don't have to initialize any of the variable by using this particular math object. So simply the math object is a static object. All the methods and properties can be used without creating a math object first. So guys, let us understand some of the properties of the math object over here. You can see that we have the e parameter after this math object, which returns the Euler's number. After this we have the pi property as well after this math object, which returns the pi number, and so on. We have the square root of 2, and then we have the square root of the 1 by 2 as well. So these are the different properties of the math object that you can use them directly. So guys, let us understand this with the help of examples in VS Code over here. So simply we are going to create a new JavaScript file. So we have this math object.js file over here. Now guys, what we will do is simply we will provide the console.log statement in this case, and first of all we will provide the math object followed by dot, and you can see that all the properties are listed over here followed by all the methods that we can use. So guys, you can see that the first property is e over here. Let us see what will be the value of this particular e property inside the math object, which represents the Euler number. So let me just provide the node command over here followed by the name of the JavaScript file on the terminal in order to run this particular JavaScript file. So as you can see, this is the constant number, that is the Euler number, that is saved inside this particular e property inside the date object. Similarly, we can have the pi value as well. So simply we will have the math.pi over here. When we run this code once again, so as you can see, we are getting 3.14 and so on. The entire pi number is present in this case inside this particular math object. So guys, what we will do is simply we are going to provide the string literal as well. So we will say Euler's number, it is equal to, and then we will enclose this within the dollar and curly braces over here, that is math.e property this time. So simply we are providing the string over here so that we can recognize that this is the property inside the math object that we are printing. So as you can see, we have Euler's number and the pi number as well. Let me just run this code once again over here. As you can see, Euler number and pi number are getting printed respectively. Now guys, apart from this, there are many other properties that you can practice on your own as a homework for you. Now guys, after this we have some important methods that you are going to use frequently when you are going to work on the project requirements which needs this particular math object to be used. So first of all, we have the round function which returns x rounded to its nearest integer. So guys, basically we are going to provide the decimal number as a parameter to this round function, and we are going to have the integer out of it. So let us understand that as well. So over here, simply we are going to provide the console.log statement this time, and let us work on a number over here. So let us say we provide the number, it is equal to 3.85 this time. So guys, simply we will use the string that is round number over here, it is equal to, and then inside the curly braces we will say math dot round function over here. So guys, simply we can use this particular round function which returns a supplied numeric expression rounded to the nearest integer. So let us use this particular round method, and inside the parenthesis we will provide the parameter that is number in this case, which we have assigned the value as 3.85. Let us see what will be the output over here. So as you can see, round number, it is equal to 4. So guys, the nearest integer to this 3.85, it is 4 right now, and that is why we are getting this particular number. What if we provide 3.99? So again, the nearest integer, it will be 4. So once again, we will get the round number, it is equal to 4. What if we provide the number that is 3.45 over here? What will be the output of the round number? So let us check that as well. So this time we are getting round number, it is equal to 3. That's because the number we have provided is less than 3.5 over here. If we exactly provide 3.5 in this case, let us see what will be the output. So we are getting 4, but what if we provide 3.49 over here, that is just before 3.5. So let us see what will be the output. So over here we are getting round number is equal to 3. So guys, simply this particular round method is helping us in order to get the nearest integer out of the number which is in the form of a decimal number over here. Simply the decimal numbers are getting removed by using this particular method. Apart from this, we have the other two important methods as well, that is ceil and floor as well. Ceil returns the x rounded up to its nearest integer. So this means it is rounding up, that is one number higher to the present integer over here, and after that we have floor which is rounding down to the nearest integer. So guys, let us check that as well. So over here we will first of all provide ceil number, and then we will change the function to math.ceil in this case, and then next we are going to provide the floor number as well. So we will provide math.floor in this case. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, round number is equal to 3. That's because the nearest integer is 3 for this particular 3.49 number, and the ceil number is 4. So guys, simply after removing the decimal, we have the number 3, and 1 is added when we are talking about the ceil number over here. So that is why we are getting the number as 4 in this case, and the floor number, it is equal to 3 after removing the decimal number. What if we provide 3.01 in this case? Let us see what will be the output. So when we run this code once again, you can see that there is no change in the ceil number and the floor number. That's because ceil will always give you one number higher compared to the current integer, and floor will always give you the number after removing all the numbers after the decimal point over here. So guys, in this way the ceil number and the floor number works. Now guys, one very important thing that you can notice, it will only check up to the 15 digits after the decimal number over here. So let us say we have 14 times 0 after the decimal number. So let us provide that as well. So we have 1 0 followed by 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So we need to remove 1 0. So we will keep it as 14 zeros in this case, after which we have 1, that is the 15th digit after the decimal point. Let us see what will be the output for the seal and the floor numbers this time. So when we run this code once again over here, as you can see, seal number it is equal to 4 and floor number is also equal to 3 this time. There is no change in the output. But what if we provide the 15th number after the digit as 0? Now the 1 has moved to the 16th position over here. So simply the first 15 numbers are 0 this time, and you will notice that there will be a change in this seal number now. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, seal number is equal to 3 right now. So guys, in this way it is important to note that the seal number and the floor number will work only up to the 15 digits after the decimal point, after which the seal number will not give you the integer that is greater than this particular integer which is present right now in this number variable. Now guys, apart from this, we have something called as trunc method as well, which returns the integer part of x. So let us check that as well. So simply let me just change this number to 3.65 this time, and then we will say trunc number over here, and this time we will use the trunc method inside the math object. So let me just run this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, trunc number it is equal to 3. After removing the numbers that are present after this particular decimal point, we are left with this particular number, that is 3 over here. Now guys, apart from this, we have some more methods in this case. As you can see, we have the power method, that is POW, which returns the value of x to the power of y. So let us check that as well. So simply we are going to have the console.log statement over here, and we will say 2 raised to 3, it is equal to, simply we can use the math object this time, inside which we have the power method, which is POW, which returns the value of a base expression taken to a specified power. So simply we will provide two numbers, that is 2 followed by comma raised to the number that is 3 over here. So this is nothing but 2 raised to 3, which should be equal to 8 this time. So let me just save this file now and try running this code over here. So as you can see, 2 raised to 3 it is equal to 8. Similarly, you can provide any of the numbers over here inside this particular power method in order to get the result of the power. Apart from this, you can also use the square root, which returns the square root of the number that is provided inside the parenthesis as the parameter. We have the absolute method as well, which returns the absolute, that is the positive value of the x. We also have min and the max methods that can be used in order to find the lowest and the highest value in the list of arguments. So guys, all these three methods, I leave this as a homework for you so that you can practice on your own. Comment in the comment section below what is the output that you get for all these methods based on your inputs that you have provided. So please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to the channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video, in which we are going to talk about generating a random number in JavaScript. So stay tuned. So now we will see how to generate a random number in JavaScript. So guys, basically we can use the below method from math object to generate the random numbers in JavaScript, and that is math.random method over here. It returns the random number between 0, which is inclusive, and 1, which is exclusive over here. So guys, let us move to VS Code in this case, and let us see few examples of generating the random number. So let me just create a new file over here. So we have random number.js file in this case. Now guys, simply let us create a variable that is random in this case. It is equal to, simply we can use the math object, which is a static object in JavaScript. So we have this math object followed by dot, and then we have the random function over here, which is a method. It returns a pseudo random number between 0 and 1. So guys, let us see what will be the output in this case. So since this is a method, we have provided the open and close parenthesis. Now simply we can provide console.log statement, and then we will say random number, it is equal to, and then simply we can provide the random variable inside the open and close curly braces over here after the dollar symbol. So let me just save this file now and try running this code on the terminal by using the node command followed by the name of the JavaScript file. So as you can see, we are getting random number, it is equal to 0.94. Now guys, when we run this code once again over here on the terminal, we will get some other number over here. So as you can see, random number, it is equal to 0.96, and so on. It is a very big number after the decimal point. So once again when we run, so as you can see, another number we are getting. So every time when we run this particular line of code, we are getting a different number between 0 and 1 inside this particular random variable. And in this way you can easily create a random number. Now guys, let us say we want the number between 0 to 10. So what we will have to do is we need to multiply this particular random number that we are getting by using this random method by 10 over here. So when we multiply it by 10, this decimal point will move to the right hand side of this particular number and we will get one integer over here, after which we will get a decimal point and then followed by the number in this case. So let me just run this code once again over here after saving it. So as you can see, now we are getting 7.82, and again when we run this code, so we are getting 2.1 and so on. We will get the number between 0 to 10 in this case. Now guys, let us say we want to remove all the numbers after the decimal point. So what we will do is simply we will enclose this entire line of code inside the math.floor function. So guys, simply we will provide math object once again followed by dot, and this time we will use the floor function over here. It returns the greatest integer that is less than or equal to the numeric argument. So guys, basically we are going to provide this particular number that is generated randomly to this floor method, which is going to provide us an integer over here. So simply we are enclosing it as a parameter, we are passing it to the floor method. Now let us see what will be the output. So when we run this code once again over here, we are now getting the number that is 8 in this case. Now once again we are getting 4 over here, then we have 5, then we have 3 and so on. We are getting 0 over here once again. So between 0 to 10 we are getting the numbers randomly over here by using this floor method. We can also provide 100 in this case instead of 10, so that we get the numbers between 0 to 99. 100 will not be included over here since we are using the floor method in this case. So when we run this code once again over here, as you can see, we are getting 69 followed by 77 and so on. We are getting different numbers in this case every time when we execute these lines of code. Now guys, apart from this, let us say if you are building a dice game, so in that game we are going to have the random numbers between 1 to 6. So what we have to do is simply we have to provide the number 6 over here when we multiply it, and then after the math.floor, since we don't want the number 0, we simply provide plus 1 over here. So guys, the numbers will be between 1 to 6 this time. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, we are getting the random number is 1 and then 1 once again. So over here we have got 2 in this case, we have 5 and so on. We are getting 6 as well. So every time when we run this code over here, the random number that will be generated should be between 1 to 6 in this case, since all these numbers are present in a dice. So guys, in this way, based on your project requirements, whatever number you want, that should be the upper limit that you should provide over here when you are going to multiply the random number by that particular specific number based on your project requirements. And apart from that, you can also use the math.floor function in order to remove the decimal numbers that you are getting while generating the random numbers. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video. Till then, stay tuned. So now we will see object prototype in JavaScript. So guys, basically all objects in JavaScript have a prototype, and prototype is nothing but it is another object. So guys, basically whatever object you write, whether it is a custom object or the built-in object in JavaScript, it is having a prototype which is another object. So basically the prototype is another object that the original object inherits from, and this we are going to check with the help of examples as well. So guys, on top of the custom object that we are going to write, there is a prototype which is kind of a parent of the custom object that we have written. So guys, first of all, let us see how we can get the prototype of a specific object over here that we have defined. So let us move to the VS Code over here. So simply inside the tutorial folder, we will create a new file in this case. So we have prototype.js file over here. Now guys, simply let us create a date object in this case and store it inside a date variable. So we have the new operator followed by the date object in this case. So guys, basically we are getting the current system time and date over here and storing it inside the date variable in this case. So simply we can use this particular date followed by dot and any of the methods that are present over here. So let us say we want to get the today's date in this case. So simply we use the method that is get date followed by the open and close parenthesis. Let me just save this file now and try running this code using the node command over here followed by the name of the JavaScript file. So as you can see, today's date, it is 29th over here. Now guys, let us say we want to get the prototype of this particular variable. So what we have to do is simply we need to use the object followed by dot and then we have something called as get prototype of. As you can see, it returns the prototype of an object over here. So simply we provide the open and close parenthesis inside which we need to provide the object that references the prototype. So basically let us say we provide this particular date in this case. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, we are getting an empty object over here. Apart from this, what if we provide this particular date object? So previously we have provided the variable that is date over here, but now we are directly providing the date object. Let us see what will be the prototype for this particular date object over here. So once again, it is a blank object over here. Now guys, what we will do is simply we will roll back to the date variable over here and then let me just copy paste these lines of code and let us check what will be the output on the web browser. So currently we are running this code in the node environment, but let us run this code on the browser over here. So let us go to the web browser over here and simply we are going to copy these lines of code, in which case we are trying to get the prototype of this particular date object. When we press enter, as you can see, we are getting some object over here which is the prototype of this particular date object. So you can see all the methods and the properties that are present inside this particular prototype object, and in return if you see there is another object which is the prototype of this entire object which is returned. So guys, all the objects have their own prototypes which is nothing but another object in this case. So in this way you can simply find the prototype of a specific object by providing it as a parameter to this get prototype of method over here. Now guys, let us understand what is the usage of this prototype. So basically we can define the properties and methods using the prototype of the object. So let us understand this as well with the help of examples over here. So what we will do is, let us say we want to create the object constructor. So the first object, it is equal to person over here, and simply we are going to provide the first name and last name of the person. So over here we will provide the parameters as first name and last name, and then over here for the properties of the object as well, we will provide the first name property which needs to be declared by using the this keyword over here followed by equal to, and then we provide the parameter value that is first name. Similarly we will provide the last name property as well. So over here we will provide the last name property and the value should be equal to last name parameter that is coming to this particular object constructor. Now guys, what we will do is, let us create an object out of this particular function constructor. So simply we will provide the person1 as the object name followed by equal to operator, and then we have to use the person object in order to initialize this particular person1 variable. So simply we will have to provide the first name and last name. So in this case we provide John Doe as the first name and last name over here, and then let us say we want to print one of the properties. So in this case we use the person1 object name over here followed by dot, and then we have either first name or last name. So let us say we want to print the first name of this particular object. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, we have got John as the first name of this particular person1 object. Now guys, apart from this, let us say we want to create another object in this case. So simply I'm going to copy paste this line of code over here, in which case we are going to provide person2 as the object name, and this time we have updated the first name and the last name. Now guys, let us say we want to add a method inside this particular object constructor. So one option is to add the method inside this particular function person by using the this keyword followed by the name of the function and then equal to operator followed by the function keyword. But guys, another way is to use the prototype of this particular person object constructor. So how do we do that? So simply we have to use the person function over here followed by dot, and then we have something called as prototype over here. As you can see, this is the property that we are going to use in order to define the method inside this particular person function. So simply, as you can see, this is the property that we are going to use in order to add a separate method inside this particular object constructor. So guys, over here we provide prototype followed by dot, and then simply we will provide the name of the function, that is display over here. It is equal to, we need to provide the function keyword followed by open and close parenthesis, and in the normal way how we define the function, we are going to define the same function over here. So guys, what exactly we are trying to do in this case, basically we are defining a display method that will be added to this particular person object constructor. Now guys, simply we can return the combination of the first name and last name over here. So inside the string literal, we will say full name is followed by, first of all we will say first name in this case, and then followed by last name over here. So guys, as you can see, automatically we have the this keyword which will be used based on the person object that will be used in order to call this particular display function. So the first option was to add this particular display method inside the object constructor, and the second way is to add this particular function using the prototype property over here for that particular object constructor. Now guys, simply the person1 and person2 will have access to this particular display method as well. So let us try that. So we will provide console.log statement followed by person1 and then dot. As you can see, we have the display method, and then followed by open and close parenthesis, which should return us the full name is followed by the first name and the last name values for that particular person that was used in order to initialize that particular object. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, full name is John Doe, and then once again let me just call this display function with the person2 object this time, and when we run this code once again over here, as you can see, full name is Smith Peter. This is the full name of the second person that is getting displayed over here. So guys, in this way simply you can add the method, and also you can add the properties similarly to any of the object constructors by using the prototype, and that particular property or the method will be accessible by all the objects that are created so far by using that particular object constructor. Now guys, apart from this, there is something called as prototypal inheritance. So let us understand this with the help of example in VS Code over here. Simply by using the set prototype of method, we can set the prototype of any of the specific objects. So let us understand this. So let me just clear these lines of code over here. We will only keep the function that is person in this case. Now guys, what we will do is, let us say we use this particular person object followed by dot, and then we have the prototype. We want to add a method over here. So let's say we provide full name as the method in this case. It is equal to function this time, and then inside the body of the function simply we are going to return the full name over here. So we will say first name and last name in this case. So as you can see, we have the return keyword followed by first name, last name is the full name over here. Now guys, apart from this, let us create another object constructor. So this time we will use the function keyword followed by the player as the object constructor over here, and what this will do is, let us say we want to provide a full name in this case along with the age parameter as well. So again we will provide the properties that is full name and age over here, and inside the player object constructor we will provide the full name property. It is equal to full name value over here. Apart from this, we will also provide the age property in this case, which will be equal to the parameter that is age over here. Now guys, apart from this, similarly we will add the function to the player object constructor by using the prototype in this case. So let us provide the player object this time followed by dot, and then we have the prototype property followed by dot, and this time we will say player display over here. So simply we say player display, it is equal to function it is, and inside this function again we are going to return the first name, last name and the age of the player. So guys, in this case, instead of having the full name, we will divide it into first name, last name and the age in this case. So over here we have the first name instead of full name over here. So we are passing the first name and the last name separately instead of full name, and then again we are going to have the last name property in this case, which will be equal to the last name value over here. We should be removing this keyword from the right hand side. So as you can see, we are having the common properties, that is first name and last name over here inside the person and the player object constructors, whereas there is a separate property, that is age, inside the player. So guys, simply we are going to return the full name in this case. So over here we will say first name and then followed by last name over here, and then followed by displaying of the age in this case. So as you can see, we are displaying all the properties over here. Now guys, if you notice, the full name is present over here for the person object constructor and not for the player object constructor over here. For player, we have the player display. So what if we try to create the object for the player object constructor over here and then try to access the full name? So let us check that as well. So simply we will have player1, it is equal to new player, and this time we will provide the first name and last name as John Doe, and then let us say the age is 22 over here. Now if you notice, for player1, what are the available methods over here? So simply we will provide player1 followed by dot, and then as you can see, we have the player display in this case followed by open and close parenthesis. If we try to run this code over here, let us see what will be the output. So let me just run the node command over here followed by the name of the JavaScript file. So as you can see, we are getting John Doe as the name of the player along with the age, that is 22 years. Now guys, what if we try to access the other method which is present for the person object constructor but not for the player object constructor? So over here we will simply provide the full name method in this case followed by open and close parenthesis. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, we are getting the error player1.fullname is not a function. That's because this particular function is not belonging to this player object this time. So guys, what we have to do in order to inherit this particular method inside the player function, so simply we can set the prototype by using the object over here followed by dot, and then we have the set prototype of, and then the first parameter will be taken as the prototype of the player. So guys, over here simply we will say player followed by dot, and then we have the prototype followed by comma, and then the second parameter will be the prototype of the source object constructor over here, which is person in this case. So guys, simply we will provide the person followed by dot and then prototype over here. In order to confirm what exactly is happening in this case, simply we will provide the console.log statement over here, and then we will provide the object followed by dot, and simply we will get the prototype of the player. So guys, over here we have the player followed by dot, and then we have the prototype, and then the same line of code we will execute after this set prototype of method. So guys, over here first of all we are printing the prototype of the player, and then we are assigning the prototype of person to the prototype of the player, and then again we are checking what will be the latest prototype of this particular player object. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, initially the prototype of the player object was null over here, but next time the prototype of the player object is full name over here after assigning the prototype of the person object to the player object. And now again, if we uncomment this line of code in order to execute the full name over here by using the player object, we should be able to get the results. So guys, let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, John Doe is the full name is getting printed over here. So basically the first name and last name is getting passed to the full name method which is belonging to the person object, and basically this particular string is getting returned over here by using those parameters, that is first name and last name. So guys, in this way you can easily set the prototype of one object to another object by using this set prototype of method over here. So always remember, whatever object that you are working with, it is having its own prototype which is another object, in which case you can add more methods and properties to those prototype. And then guys, it is very important to note that you should only modify your own prototypes. Never modify the prototypes of the standard JavaScript objects such as the built-in objects that we already have. So basically we have only modified the prototypes of the custom objects that we have created over here in this particular JavaScript program. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video, in which we are going to talk about call method in JavaScript. So stay tuned. So now we will see call method in JavaScript. So guys, basically the call method is a predefined JavaScript method that we are going to check, and it can be used to invoke or call a method with an owner object as an argument or the parameter. So guys, we will understand where we can use this call method with the help of examples in VS Code over here. With call, an object can use a method belonging to another object. So guys, the meaning of this statement is basically whatever method is present in object 1 over here, we can use the other object, that is, let us say object 2, in order to invoke the method belonging to object 1 by using this particular call method. So guys, first of all, we will check the example with the function call, and then we will check the example with the object method call over here. So let us move to VS Code in this case. So simply we are going to create a new file over here. So we have the call method.js file in this case. Now guys, what we will do is, let us say we want to create a function that is going to take two parameters and add both the parameters over here. Now guys, let us say we will create a simple function in this case in order to add two numbers. So over here we will provide the name as sum, and then we will provide two parameters, that is a and b, and this time we are going to return a plus b over here as the expression. So guys, simply this particular function will take two parameters a and b, and it is going to return the addition of these two numbers over here. So simply how we can call it, basically we are going to have the console.log statement over here, and then we will provide the name of the function, that is sum in this case, and let us say we provide two parameters, that is 10 and 20 over here. Let me just save this file now and try running this code on the terminal by using the node command followed by the name of the JavaScript file, that is call method.js file. So when we run this code, as you can see, we are getting 30 as the result of addition of these two numbers. Now guys, we can call this particular sum function by using the call method as well. So let me just copy paste this line of code over here, and inside the console.log statement we will again use the name of the function, that is sum over here, and then followed by dot, we can use the call function this time. So guys, as you can see, we have this particular method that is call over here. Let us see the description which we can use in this case. So when we type this particular call method, you can see that it calls a method of an object substituting another object for the current object. So basically the simple function can be called by using the call method over here, and then you can provide the parameters. So this time let us say we provide the two parameters as 5 and 10. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, we are getting NaN, which means not a number over here. We have done a mistake in this case. The first parameter that is accepted by the call method needs to be an object. So guys, with mistakes we are going to learn a lot. So it is better that you make the mistake while you're practicing your JavaScript code over here. So guys, simply as you can see, we have this argument in this case, the object to be used as the current object over here. So simply we will provide this keyword followed by a comma, and then we will provide the two parameters, that is a and b. So guys, let us say we provide the 5 and 10 numbers once again. So guys, it is very important to note that the first parameter will be an object that will be used in order to call that particular function. So when we save this file now and try running this code once again over here, as you can see, we are getting the sum of two numbers, that is 5 and 10 over here. Basically this refers to the sum function this time when we are using the call method over here, and in this way you can use the call method. Now guys, this is as far as the basic function is concerned. What if we are dealing with the methods inside the object? So guys, let us check that as well. So what we will do is, let us say we provide the object that is animal over here, it is equal to, we will provide certain properties and also a function in this case. So let us say name, it is equal to animal this time. So basically this is a very generic name over here, and let us say we have the display function. So basically on the right hand side we are going to have the function keyword, and then we are going to define the function. It is going to return a simple statement that this is an animal. So guys, over here we are simply returning the string that this is an animal. Note that we are using the object literal over here. That is why we are using the open and close curly braces this time. And when you are going to define the properties inside the object literal, we are going to have the key on the left hand side and then followed by the colon, and then we have the value on the right hand side. So guys, instead of having the equal to operators, we are going to have colon when you are going to define the object using these open and close curly braces. Now guys, what we will do is, let us say we create another object over here. This time we want to create the object that is dog in this case, and this particular dog object, again it is going to have the name, but this time the value will be dog over here. So as you can see, we have created another object using the object literal, that is open and close curly braces over here, and the property is name, which is equal to dog this time. Now guys, can we call this particular display function that is belonging to the animal object by using the dog object? Let us check that as well. So simply we will provide the console.log statement over here, and this time we will use the dog object over here followed by dot, and then as you can see, we have the display function name in this case. So simply when we provide this particular method followed by open and close parenthesis, let us see whether we get this particular return statement or not. When we save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal, so as you can see, we are not getting the return statement, we are getting the error instead. It says dog.display is not a function. So guys, since this particular display function is belonging to the animal object and not the dog object, that is why we are getting this particular error over here. But guys, by using this dog object, we can call this particular method which is belonging to the animal object by using this call method over here. So currently we are checking the example of the object method call. So this time what we have to do is, instead of calling the display method by using the dog object over here, we need to use the animal method this time followed by dot, and then we need to provide the display method. Now guys, you will say that this particular display method can be usually called by using the animal object over here, and that is true. Simply we can provide the open and close parenthesis, and then when we run this code once again over here, now we are getting this is an animal, which is straightforward. Simply we are calling the method of the object by using that particular object name. So how do we call the method by using this particular dog object? So simply we will remove these open and close parentheses. So we should keep the animal followed by dot, and then we have the method name, and then after display we need to specify dot followed by the call method over here. So basically this is the way when we are going to use the call method in order to invoke the method of another object by using this particular dog object over here. Now guys, how do we relate the dog object in this case? Simply for the call method we are going to have the parameter. As you can see, the first parameter should be the object to be used as the current object. So this time we will provide a dog over here, and then guys, by using this particular dog object, the display method will be called, which is belonging to the animal object right now. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So now as you can see, this is an animal string is getting printed over here. So guys, in this way you can use the object that is dog in this case in order to call the method that is display, which is belonging to another object that is animal this time. So that is the use of this call method that can be used based on your project requirements. Now guys, can we provide other parameters to this particular display function while we are using the call method? Yes, we can do so. So guys, let us say we want to provide certain parameters over here. So simply we will provide name1 in this case, and this particular name1 we want to print it while we are returning the statement. So over here simply we are going to provide name1 inside a return statement. So we will say this is an animal followed by hyphen and the name1 that was passed while calling the function. So guys, simply we are going to call this function 2 times. First of all, the simple display function will be called by using the animal object over here, and then this time we will say animal simply, which will be assigned to this particular name1 parameter. And second time when we are using the call method over here, after the object that is defined defined, we need to have comma, and then the second parameter should be provided as name1 over here. So guys, always remember the call method will take the first parameter as the object name, which is going to call this particular display method, and the second parameter or the third parameter will be the list of parameters that are present inside this particular function. So for the name1, we want to pass this particular name of the dog. So simply we will use the dog object name followed by dot, and then we have the name. In this case, it will pass the value that is dog over here. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, this is an animal, and then we are getting animal over here by using this line of code, and next time we are calling by using the dog object and passing the name of the dog over here. So that is why we are getting this is an animal, and then this time we are passing the dog value as the parameter for name1 over here. So guys, in this way you can use the call method and also pass the parameters after providing the object that is supposed to call this particular display method, which is belonging to another object over here. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to the channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video, in which we are going to talk about apply method in JavaScript. So stay tuned. So now we will see apply method in JavaScript. So guys, basically with the apply method, you can write a method that can be used on different objects. So guys, this is similar to the call method that we have seen previously. So basically this apply method in JavaScript and the call method in JavaScript, they can be used when you want to access the method of object 1 by using object 2. So guys, let us understand this with the help of examples in VS Code over here. So simply I'm going to create a new file in this case. So as you can see, we have this apply method.js file over here. Now guys, simply what we will do is, let us say we create an object. This time we will name the object as person. It is equal to, and then we will provide the first name and the last name of the person over here. So let us say we have John as the first name, and the last name it is equal to Doe this time. And then guys, after this, simply we are going to have the display function over here that is going to return the combination of these two names, that is first name and last name over here. So simply we will have the return statement, and then inside the string literal we will say full name is, and then followed by first name and last name. So as you can see, we have full name is, first name and last name over here, which is going to be returned by using this particular display function inside this person object. Now guys, apart from this, let us say we have another object over here, and this time we will name it as player, and then it is again the object, and then again we are going to use the object literal over here, that is open and close curly braces. Now guys, this time we will provide the first name and last name once again. Apart from this, we will also have the age of the player. So let us say we have the first name as Smith over here, and the last name it is equal to Peter. So let me just provide the last name as the property, and also the age, let us say it is equal to 22 this time. So guys, these are the properties of the player object, that is first name, last name and the age. Now what if we want to access this display function by using the player object over here? So guys, it is not possible, as we have seen previously as well, with the help of the call method. So let us understand this once again. So over here we want to provide the console.log statement, and this time we want to provide the player object, and directly we can access these properties. So let us say we want to access the first name of the player object. So simply we can provide the first name property after the player object name. Let me just run this code over here by using the node command followed by the name of the JavaScript file. So as you can see, we are getting the value as Smith over here because we have printed the first name. But what if we want the full name by using the display function? Can we do that by using the player object? Let us see that as well. So simply we provide player followed by dot, and then as you can see we have the display function over here followed by open and close parenthesis. So guys, let me just save this file now. Let us see what will be the output. As you can see, we are getting error, player.display is not a function. That's because the display function is not belonging to the player object over here. So guys, in order to access this particular display function from the person object by using the player object, we can use the apply method over here. So simply we need to use the original object which is having the method, that is the person object over here. Since the person object is having the display method, so let us provide the person object this time followed by dot, and then we can provide the display method. So what if we call the display method directly by using the person object? Let us check that as well. Simply we will get the first name and the last name by using these values, that is John and Doe. So let me just confirm this by running this on the terminal. So as you can see, full name is John Doe, which is coming from these values of the first name and last name. But we want the first name and the last name of this particular player. So what we can do is, let me just remove these open and close parentheses. We simply have to provide dot followed by apply over here. So as you can see, it calls the function substituting the specified object for this value of the function and the specified array for the arguments of the function. So guys, over here currently we are not working with any of the arguments right now. We will check that as well in some time. But by default what we were doing is, we were calling this particular display method with the object properties of the person object. But now we want to call it with the player object. So simply we provide apply, and then the first argument that the apply is going to take is the object over here, and this time we will provide a player. So guys, as you can see, we are passing the player object with the apply method over here. So what it will do is, behind the scenes, this particular player object is taking the method from the person and displaying the first name and the last name that is belonging to this player object now. So guys, instead of getting full name is John Doe, we should be getting the full name as Smith Peter this time. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So now as you can see, full name is Smith Peter this time, and this is how you can apply the method that is belonging to another object with this particular object by passing the player object as the parameter to the apply method over here. So guys, it is somewhat similar to the call method. The only difference between the apply and the call method is, the apply method needs a second parameter as the array, whereas the call method needs the list of arguments separated by comma. So guys, over here what we will do is, let us say we also want to provide the age of that particular player. So simply we will provide the age parameter this time, and then after hyphen we will provide the age value over here that is getting passed to this particular function. And then from here, from the apply method, we need to provide the age of the player as well. So simply we will provide a comma. Let us see whether we can directly provide the age of the player. So simply we will provide the player object this time followed by dot, and then we have the age of the player. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, we are getting the error over here. It means for the apply, we are expecting the array as the second parameter over here, but the call method can be used in order to provide the second parameter in this way. So guys, what we will do is, let me just duplicate this line of code over here, and the first line, instead of apply, we will use the call method this time, and for the second line of code, let me just comment out this line of code for time being. So over here, first of all, we are calling the call method with the same parameter, that is player.age, which is not an array this time. Let us see what will be the output. So when we run this code once again, as you can see, full name is Smith Peter followed by 22, which is the age of the player. So in this way, we will be able to use the call method by providing the object as the parameter and the other arguments as well, which wants to use the method that is present in another object, which is person in this case. Now guys, let me just uncomment this line of code over here. What change we have to do to this particular apply method? Simply we need to pass this player.age inside the array. So over here we need to enclose this age within the open and close square brackets. Now guys, we should not be getting any error, and we should get the same output like how we have got over here by using the call method. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, full name is Smith Peter followed by 22 years, and that is how we can use the apply and the call method in order to use the method which is belonging to another object over here by just passing the new object as the parameter to these methods. method. So always remember the difference between the call method and the apply method. A stands for array over here and C stands for comma over here. So in case you have multiple arguments, you can separate them by using the comma in the call method, whereas in the apply method, since it is starting with A, you need to have the array over here as the second argument. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video, in which we are going to talk about bind method in JavaScript. So stay tuned. So now we will see bind method in JavaScript. So guys, basically with the bind method, an object can borrow a method from another object. So guys, let us understand this with the help of examples in VS Code over here. So simply I'm going to create a new file under the tutorial folder in this case. So as you can see, we have the bind method.js file over here. Now guys, previously we understood how the call and the apply method works in this case, and from the same code we are going to copy these lines of code, that is couple of objects that we had created previously inside this particular bind method over here. So guys, what exactly we are doing in this case, basically we are creating the person object over here, which is having the first name, it is equal to John, and the last name, it is equal to Doe over here, and we are having the display function which is taking age as the parameter. So guys, when the display function is going to be called, it is going to take one parameter, that will be the age of the person. Now guys, this particular display function is going to return the string, that is full name is, and then followed by first name, last name, and then we have the age as well. So this is as far as the person object is concerned. Apart from this, we also have the object that is player over here, which is having the properties that is first name, last name, and the age over here. So guys, in this case we have the two common properties, that is first name and last name, in both the objects this time. Now guys, when we are using the bind function over here, it helps us in order to borrow a function. So as you can see, we have the display function in the person object but not in the player object. So can we access the display function by using the player object directly? Let us check that as well. So over here, simply we are going to provide the console.log statement, and this time we will use the player object, and we want to access the display method over here. So let me just provide the dot character followed by the display method this time. So guys, probably we should get the error over here. That's because the display method is not belonging to the player object, so we should not be able to access this particular method. So let us confirm this. So we have provided the open and close parenthesis over here. Let me just save this file now and try running this code by using the node command on the terminal followed by the name of the JavaScript file, that is bind method.js. So guys, when we press enter, as you can see, we are getting the error player.display is not a function. That's because we have not defined the display method inside the player object over here. But guys, it is already defined in the person object. So how do we borrow this particular display method for this player object and display the combination of the first name and last name that we have defined over here? So simply we can use the bind method in this case. So what we will do is, let me just remove this particular player.display in this case. Simply we will use the person.display this time. So over here, when we use person.display, normally only this part, that is person.display method, should not give us any error. That's because the display method is already belonging to this person object, and it is going to print the first name and last name, and we can provide the age as well in order to be displayed. And if we don't provide any age, it will give us the undefined value. So when we save this file now and try running this code over here, as you can see, full name is John Doe, which is belonging to the person object this time, but we want to access the first name and last name for the player. So what we will do is, simply I'm going to remove these open and close parentheses after the display method. We have to provide the dot character followed by the bind method over here, which is going to borrow the display method for the new object, that is player over here. So guys, as you can see, for a given function creates a bound function that has the same body as the original function. So guys, over here, let me just provide the bind method, and the first parameter that we have to provide is an object to which the this keyword can refer inside the new function. So guys, basically we need to pass this player function using which we will be able to get the first name and the last name properties in order to be printed over here by using the display function. So guys, simply we are going to provide the player object over here as the parameter for this bind method. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, we are getting the function as a return value over here. So guys, what we have to do is simply we are going to assign this function to the variable over here. So let us say we provide full name as the variable, which we can later use in order to display the return statement. So guys, what is the meaning of this full name? Basically it is going to be a callback function over here. So simply when we provide the console.log statement once again, and this time we provide the full name over here, it is going to return us this particular same value, that is function. So let us check that as well. So as you can see, we are getting function once again as the return value since it is stored in the full name variable. So guys, basically we need to call this full name since a function is stored inside this full name. So how do we call the function? By using the open and close parenthesis over here. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, full name is Smith Peter, which is coming from the player object now instead of John Doe, which are the properties for the person object. So guys, in this way we can use the bind method by using this player object, that is the new object, which helps us in order to borrow this display function belonging to the person object over here. Remember that it is going to return the function this time, which we are storing it and then calling it by using the console.log statement, inside which we have to call the callback function over here. Again, we can pass the age of this particular player since it is coming undefined right now, since this particular age is expected as a parameter to this function. So guys, simply we will provide player followed by dot and the age over here. So this 22 value will be passed to this particular display function and it will be printed on the terminal. So guys, let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. Undefined, now we are getting 22 as the age of the Smith Peter, which is a in order to borrow the method that is present in another object by using the properties of an existing object which does not have that particular method. Now guys, apart from this, bind method can also be used in order to preserve this keyword over here. So guys, let us understand this with the help of example in VS Code over here. So what we will do is, let me just comment out these lines of code, and this time we are going to use the setTimeout function, that is a built-in function inside JavaScript that helps us in order to delay the execution of certain lines of code over here. So guys, simply we are going to use this particular setTimeout function, and then as you can see, it is going to take timeout as the second parameter and the first parameter is going to be the function. So guys, over here we are going to provide, let us say 3000 milliseconds of delay, which is 3 seconds of delay over here, and in this case we are going to provide the callback function related to the person object followed by dot, and then we have this particular display function to be called. So guys, remember that we don't have to provide the open and close parenthesis over here since it is going to be a callback function this time. So guys, let us see what will be the output when we call this display function over here within the set timeout after the delay of 3 seconds over here. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here. As you can see, there is a delay of 3 seconds and then after that there is no output for now. That's because we are simply returning the string over here and we are not printing it anywhere. So guys, what we will do is, instead of having the return statement over here, we will have the console.log statement this time. So simply we will have the console followed by dot, and then we have this particular log statement inside which we have this particular entire string to be printed on the terminal. So when we save this file now and try running this code once again over here, so again it is waiting for 3 seconds, and after the timeout you can see that full name is and then followed by undefined, and then age is also undefined. So guys, over here there is a problem with this keyword in this case. So the value of this keyword is lost when we are using the set timeout and calling the function directly by using the object over here. So in order to preserve the value of this keyword in this case, what we have to do is we need to use the bind method. So let us check that as well. Simply what we will do is, again we are going to store the callback inside full name over here. It is equal to, and this time we are going to provide the person object followed by dot, and then again we are going to use the same display method. So guys, instead of providing this particular method directly as the callback method inside timeout, we are going to provide it over here, and then followed by dot. We are going to use the bind method in this case, and as the argument we are going to pass the same object, that is person, since we are going to call the first name and the last name for that particular person object first of all. So over here again we are going to provide the person as the parameter, and the first name and the last name of this particular person object will be used. And then guys, what we are doing is we are storing the return value inside this full name callback function over here, and then we have to use this particular callback function. So simply we will use the full name this time instead of person.display. So guys, this particular line of code along with this full name callback function is going to solve the problem of undefined over here, which means the meaning of this keyword will be preserved. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, it is waiting for 3 seconds, and then after this we are getting full name is John Doe this time. So guys, this undefined is coming. That's because we have not provided the age over here. So simply we can provide the age as well as the second parameter in this case. So let us say after person we provide the age as 22. Let us see what will be the output over here when we run this code once again. After waiting for 3 seconds, as you can see, the age is coming as 22. We have passed it over here with the bind method. So guys, in this way you can use the callback function in order to store the return from the bind method, and then use the callback function in order to be used with the setTimeout method over here, which is the built-in JavaScript method. Apart from this, you can also use the player object in order to display the Smith Peter as the first name and the last name over here. So let us say I provide the player object this time, and the age will be player.age over here. So simply we provide it as a second argument. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. As you can see, there is a delay of 3 seconds, after which we get the full name is Smith Peter followed by the age, that is 22. So guys, in this way the bind method can be first of all be used in order to borrow a method from another object, and secondly it can be used in order to preserve the value of this keyword over here that belongs to the object. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video, in which we are going to talk about an exercise to understand apply, call and bind methods. So stay tuned. So now we will work on an exercise to understand apply, call and the bind methods that are built-in methods inside JavaScript. So guys, you need to follow below steps in order to complete this exercise and to completely understand what is the difference between apply, call and the bind methods. So guys, first of all, we are going to create an object that is person with the first name and the last name properties with initial values. So guys, let us move to VS Code over here, and simply we are going to create a new file under the tutorial folder. So as you can see, we have this exercise.js file in this case. Now guys, simply what we will do is we are going to create a object that is person over here with the first name and the last name properties. So simply we have the first name, let us say the first name is Smith and the last name is Peter over here. So we are going to provide the last name property as well, and we will provide the value as Peter this time. Now guys, apart from this, we need to add the display function to return the first name and the last name. So guys, over here we will provide display as the name of the function. So we have the function keyword, and then inside the function we are going to have the return statement. So guys, over here it is going to return the full name. So simply we will say full name is, and then followed by first name and last name inside the curly braces after the dollar symbol. So guys, over here we have defined the display function. It is going to return full name is, first name and last name, which are the properties of this particular JavaScript object. Now guys, apart from this, we need to create another object player with first name, last name and age. So guys, once again, we are going to copy paste these lines of code over here, and simply we are going to change the object name, that is player this time, and it is going to only have the first name and last name over here. And let us say we provide some other name. So let's say we have the first name as Maxwell over here and last name as Simons this time. So guys, over here we have the first name and the last name for the player as well. Apart from this, we also want the age parameter. So let us say we provide the age and then it is equal to 25 years. So guys, after this, what we have to do is we need to use the call method to call the display method and the player object. So by using the player object which we have defined just now, we need to call the display method so that the combination of the first name and the last name can be printed over here. So guys, if you notice, we have the display function belonging to the person object over here and not the player object. So we cannot use the player object directly in order to call the display method. So let us see what will be the error if we try to do so. So over here we will provide console.log statement, and this time what we will do is simply we will use the player object over here, using which we need to call the display method. So when we provide display, it is going to return us the error. So let us confirm that as well. Simply we are going to provide the node command on the terminal followed by the name of the JavaScript file. So as you can see, we are getting the error. It says player.display is not a function. That's because the display function is not belonging to the player object. So guys, how we can access the display function by using the player object? By using the call method over here. So basically we'll have to remove this particular part inside the console.log statement, and we have to use the person object over here. So first of all, we will provide person followed by dot, and this time we will use the display method. Directly if we try to call the display method by using the person object, then we will get the details of this first name and last name, which is Smith Peter, which is part of this person object, which we don't want. We want the first name and the last name of the player object. So what we will do is, before printing that, first of all let us see whether we are getting first name and last name of person object over here. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again. So as you can see, full name is Smith Peter. So this particular display function is working properly. We are getting the combination of first name and last name of the person object. But guys, over here we want the object, that is player, and the first name and the last name of this particular player object. So what we will do is, let me just remove these open and close parentheses, and over here we need to use the call method after the display method. So in this case, as you can see, after calling the display method, we will use the call method this time, which is going to take certain parameters. So as you can see, the first parameter needs to be the object to be used as the current object. So instead of providing the first name and the last name of the person object, we want the name of the player object. So that is going to be the argument, which is the first argument for this particular call method over here. So simply we are using the player object this time in order to call the display method. So let us see what will be the output over here. So when we run this code once again, as you can see, full name is Maxwell Simons this time instead of Smith Peter. So guys, over here, this is the name of the player object this time that we are getting. And in this way, we can use the call method and pass the object in order to call the display method, which is belonging to the person object this time. So guys, we have completed the fourth task as well. Similarly, we need to use the apply method in order to call the display method and player object. So guys, over here once again, we can also use the apply method in this case. So instead of call method, we will use the apply method, and it is again going to call the display method inside the person object. So over here we provide person followed by dot, and then we have the display method followed by dot, and this time we will provide apply over here, and once again we are going to pass the player as the parameter to this apply method this time. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here. So as you can see, full name is Maxwell Simons is getting printed for this apply method as well. Now guys, what is the difference between call and the apply method? Simply it depends on the second parameter over here. So let us say if we want to print this particular age of the player as well, we have to pass it as a parameter to this display function. So we are passing it as age, and then let us say we provide full name is followed by first name and last name, and then we will say and age is followed by the age value in this case, which is coming as the parameter to this function. So guys, we have this full name is first name last name, and then we have and age is followed by the age value, and then we have years. So let me just save this file now. Now in order to provide the age in this case, for the call method we need to provide it as a comma separated value. So over here we provide comma, and the second argument should be the age of the player. So in this case we will provide player followed by dot, and then we have the age as well. And for the apply method as well, what we have to do is again we need to provide comma, and the second parameter should be the array. So as you can see, the second parameter that is expected is of the array data type over here. So simply we need to provide open and close square brackets this time, and we will provide player followed by dot and the age property over here. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, full name is Maxwell Simons and age is 25 years. So guys, basically we are passing the age as well. The only difference is with apply, which starts with the A character, we need the array which again starts with the A character over here, and then with call we need to pass it as the argument over here. If you have more arguments inside the apply method over here, you need to provide all those arguments within this particular array, which is the second argument. So guys, with this we have completed the fifth task as well. Apart from this, we also want to use the bind method to call the display method and the player object. So guys, once again we will provide the console.log statement over here, and this time what we will do is again we are going to use the person object followed by dot, and then we have the display method followed by dot, and this time we will use the bind method over here, and again it is going to take the argument which is going to be the object. So guys, over here we need to provide the player object this time. Let us see what will be the output. The difference with the bind method is it is going to return the function as the return type. So let us check that as well when we save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, it is returning the function which is having the display name over here. So what we have to do is we need to store this particular function in another variable. So let us say we provide the callback variable, that is full name over here, it is equal to, and then as you can see we are storing this function that is coming from the bind method over here inside the full name as the callback function, and this callback function can then be called in order to print the results. So guys, over here we have the console.log statement, and then we have the full name, and then this particular full name should take one parameter that should be the age of the player. So guys, over here we will provide player followed by dot, and then we have the age property. So this is the way that we are going to use the bind method. Since it is going to return the function, we will store it as a callback function over here, and then use that callback function with the help of the parameter to be passed and print the statement that is coming as the return statement. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, all these three statements are giving the same result in this case. So guys, in this way, these are the differences between the call, apply and the bind methods. First of all these methods are going to take another object over here which is going to borrow or use the method of another object, which is person in this case, and it depends on the second parameter that you are going to pass. So basically the call method is going to take the second parameter simply using the comma separated values. The apply method is going to take the second parameter as the array, and if you have multiple arguments to be passed, you need to pass it as an array over here. And then apart from this, the bind method is going to return the function over here, which we can use as a callback function along with the required parameters that are supposed to be passed in this case. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to the channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video. Till then, stay tuned. So now we will see closures in JavaScript. So guys, basically the JavaScript variables can belong to the local or the global scope that we had already seen previously. Now global variables can be made local or private with the help of the closures in JavaScript. So guys, this we are going to check with the help of examples as well, how the closures are going to work and how you can apply them based on your project requirements. Now guys, nested functions are something that you need to know in order to understand the closures, and this also we will check with the help of examples. Now guys, a closure is a function having access to the parent scope even after the parent function has closed. So guys, basically closures are nothing but it is a function inside another function. So basically we have the parent function inside which we are going to have another nested function which we are going to call it as closures, and this nested function is going to have the access to all the variables that are present inside the parent function even after the parent function call has been closed. So guys, let us check the example of closures in JavaScript over here with the help of VS Code in this case. So guys, simply I'm going to create a new file over here. So as you can see, we have closures.js file in this case. So guys, first of all, let us understand the meaning of the global and the local scope over here. So simply we are going to provide the counter variable as the global variable in this case, and then we are going to provide the function in order to add the counter over here. So we have add counter, and then inside this simply we are going to increment the counter by 1. So we have counter plus it is equal to 1 over here, which means we are just adding the number 1 to the counter variable in this case. And then guys, simply we can print this particular value of the counter outside of this function. So what we will do is, let us call this particular add counter function, and then after this we are going to print the counter variable. So in this case we will say count it is equal to, and then inside the open and close curly braces we are going to provide the variable name that is counter. So guys, this is a very straightforward program. We are going to increment the counter with the help of this particular function, and we are going to get the counter is equal to 1 value over here, which will be printed at the end of this particular program. So guys, let me just save this file now and try running this code on the terminal by using the node command followed by the name of the JavaScript file. So guys, as you can see, count is equal to 1 this time, and if again we call the function once again, that is add counter, now the counter it will be equal to 2 this time. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, count is equal to 2. So it depends on how many number of times you want to call the add counter over here. That many number of times the counter value will be incremented by 1 over here. Now guys, this is a very simple example of the global variable in this case. This particular counter variable is a global variable and it can be accessed from anywhere inside this particular file right now. So guys, that is the limitation of the global variable. What if you don't want the other objects to access this particular counter variable directly? So in that case, you need to provide the local variable inside the add counter over here. So let us check that as well. When we provide the counter variable inside of the add counter in this case, and then we initialize it to 0 over here. So guys, what will be the value in this case right now? Previously we had seen that 2 times when we had called the add counter, the latest value was 2 over here. But this time, since we are having the local variable that is counter inside the add counter, let us see what will be the output. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, count it is equal to 0 right now. Why so? Because this particular counter variable is now referring to the global variable over here, which is defined outside of the function, and not this particular counter variable which is inside the function having the local scope. So guys, that is the reason why we are getting the value that is 0 over here. So always remember that even if you have the 2 variables with the same name, but they are having the global scope and the local scope over here, so it depends on this particular statement where you are accessing the variable. So since we are accessing it outside of this particular function, it is referring to the global variable over here. If we access it inside this particular function, it will refer to this particular local scope variable. Now guys, another important trick over here is, in order to make this particular counter as the global variable, simply we can remove this let keyword over here, and automatically this counter variable will now become a global variable. So let us now see what will be the output. Let me just save save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, count it is equal to 1 right now. That's because first time when this add counter was called, basically counter was equal to 0 and it was incremented by 1 over here. Now next time when this function is called once again the counter is initialized to 0 and then 1 is added to this particular counter, and that is why we are getting the latest value as 1 over here. So even though if we had called this add counter twice, but still we are getting the counter is equal to 1 value over here. So guys, these are certain limitations as far as the local and the global scope of the JavaScript variables are concerned. Now guys, what if you want to avoid the access of this particular counter variable, but at the same time you want to maintain the value of the counter variable irrespective of which object is trying to access it? So in this case we need to make use of the closures over here. So guys, how do we do that? So simply I'm going to remove these lines of code over here, and also we will remove this particular global variable from here. So guys, simply we are going to keep this function add counter, and inside this function we are going to provide the counter variable over here. It is equal to 0 this time, and then guys, inside this we are going to have a nested function. Now what is the meaning of nested function? We are going to have a function inside another function over here, in which case this will become the parent function, and then the function that we are going to define is, let us say we provide the name as plus over here. So this is going to be the child function. In this case we also call it as a nested function over here. So guys, what this will do is simply it is going to increment the value of counter by 1 over here. So again we are going to have this simple line of code in this case, that is counter plus it is equal to 1 this time. And then guys, what we will do is, let us say we simply want to log this particular counter value. So over here simply we will say count it is equal to counter over here. So we have count it is equal to dollar symbol, and then inside the open and close curly braces we will have counter variable. So as you can see, this is the child function inside the parent function, that is add counter over here, and this is nothing but a closure that we have defined. So guys, over here let me just comment out these lines of code once again in this case, and what we will do is simply we are going to call this particular add counter function. So guys, when we say add counter function over here, this call should return the inner function that we have defined, which is plus over here. So in the end we also have to provide the return statement, and we will say return plus over here, which is the inner function that we have defined. So guys, basically when we call this add counter, it is going to return the inner function that is plus, and we need to catch it inside another variable. So let us say we simply call it as my function over here. This is the variable inside which we are going to have the inner function that is plus in this case. So basically we are calling the add counter, which is going to return the plus function over here at the end of this particular function execution, and then we are going to have this plus function inside the my function over here. Now guys, simply we can call this my function any number of times in order to increment the value of count. Now guys, if you see, basically when we call this particular my function, the control flow will go inside this particular function plus over here, which is going to increment the value of counter in this case. And if you notice, we are not declaring the counter variable inside this function, but it is present outside of this function over here, but inside of the parent function, that is add counter. So guys, this is nothing but the lexical environment in JavaScript for this particular function plus in this case. So even though this particular function call has been closed, but since we are referring to this inner function over here, it is going to have access to the outer variables that are already defined inside this parent scope over here, and this is what we call it as the lexical environment, which is very important in order to understand the closures. So if we now call this particular my function over here, you will notice that this particular line of statement will be executed, and we will get the latest value of the counter variable. So guys, over here simply we are going to call the my function over here, followed by the open and close parenthesis. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, count it is equal to 1 is now getting printed over here.
counter. Once again, if we want to increment the value of the counter again, so simply we need to call the my function once again over here second time. So when we save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal, so as you can see, count is equal to 1 for the first time when we called the my function, which is instead calling the plus function over here, and then second time when we call the my function once again, it is having the count value, it is equal to 2. So guys, even though we are not initializing it once again over here, that is counter is equal to 0, it is remembering the value of counter from the previous function call and then incrementing it once again during the second call of this my function over here, which is indirectly calling the plus function, which we have defined as a closure function over here. So guys, in this way the closure functions work in JavaScript. There is a very important application that we are going to understand in the next video over here. We are going to create another closure function. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video, in which we are going to talk about factory function in JavaScript by using the closures. So stay tuned. So now we will see factory functions in JavaScript. So guys, basically the factory function is one of the applications of closures in JavaScript, and this we are going to check with the help of examples as well. It helps a function returning another function over here. So guys, let us see the example of factory function inside VS Code over here with the help of examples. So guys, simply we are going to create a new file over here. So as you can see, we have this factory function.js file in this case. Now guys, simply what we will do is, let us say we create a function with the name that is makeAdder over here. So guys, basically this is going to be a factory function which we are going to create with the help of closures as well. So this particular function that is makeAdder, it is going to take one argument, and let us provide the argument name as x over here. And then what it is going to do is, simply it is going to return another function. So over here we are going to have the return keyword followed by the function keyword over here, and this particular function is again going to take another argument, and let us provide the argument as y over here. And then inside the body of this particular function, simply we are going to find the sum of x and y in this case. So simply we are going to return the value that is x plus y over here. So guys, in order to understand this, first of all we have the makeAdder function, which is going to take one argument as the parameter, that is x over here, and basically it is going to return a function. So guys, whenever we are going to call this makeAdder function, it is going to have another function which can be called once again with the help of another argument, that is y over here, which is going to return the sum of x and y over here. So guys, let us understand how it is going to work. So simply let us have one variable that is add 5 in this case. So guys, basically we are going to create this add 5 variable, and we are going to call this particular makeAdder function over here, and the value that it is going to return is a function which will be assigned to this particular add 5 variable. So guys, basically this add 5 will now become a function itself, which we can call once again with the help of the value that is y over here, in order to add the number 5 to that particular argument that we are going to pass while calling the add 5 function. So guys, over here simply we are going to call the makeAdder function in this case, and simply we are going to provide the x value as 5 over here. So guys, makeAdder with the argument 5 is going to make the control flow come over here, and basically it is going to return the function and assign it to this particular add 5 variable right now. And then guys, simply we can use this add 5 as a function in order to pass another variable, that is y, because right now add 5 is nothing but it is this particular function over here which was returned by the makeAdder previously. So guys, this particular function is now expecting one argument in the form of y over here. So let us provide this y value as 10 in this case. So what exactly will happen is, the 10 argument will be passed over here to this function, and the value of y is 10, and previously the value of x was fixed to 5 over here when we called the makeAdder along with the argument 5. So guys, basically we have both the values, that is x and y, in which case x is 5 and y is 10 over here. So what we have to do is, simply I'm going to wrap this particular add 5 function inside the console.log statement over here, since we are going to have the return statement as the sum of both these numbers. So guys, over here simply we have add 5 and then we have 10, and let us provide certain string over here. So sum is, and then followed by the dollar symbol, and then inside the open and close curly braces we have the add5 function that is getting called over here. So guys, this make adder is nothing but a factory function, since it is going to return another function over here, and we are having this add5 as a function over here which we can call with any argument in order to add 5 to that particular argument. So guys, let me just save this file now and try running this code on the terminal by using the node command followed by the name of the JavaScript file in this case. So as you can see, sum is 15 over here. That's because the x value is 5 and the y value is 10 over here. Now guys, let us provide another argument over here. So simply we are going to call the add5 once again, but this time we are going to have the argument as 45, which will be the value of y over here. So 45 plus 5, it will be equal to 50. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So first time the sum is 15 for 5 plus 10, and then on the second call we are having 5 plus 45, it is equal to 50, and that is why we are getting sum is equal to 50 right now. So guys, in this way we can make the adder functions over here and use those adder functions in order to provide another argument so that we can find the sum of both the numbers. So guys, similarly let us make another adder function over here. So let's say we provide add 10 in this case. So as you can see, we have add 10 over here, and while calling the make adder we need to provide the x value as 10 this time. So guys, when we call this particular add 10 with any number, so we are going to get the sum of that particular number which we are going to pass with the add 10 and the 10 number itself. So guys, let us check that as well. So for the third statement we are going to call the add 10 function, and this time let us say the y value is 100 over here. So guys, basically add 10 means the x value will be 10 right now, which is fixed, and the y value that we are passing is equal to 100 over here. So basically we are going to get 110 as the result of the sum of these two numbers. So guys, let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, sum is 110. So guys, based on your requirements you can define your own maker function over here, and this is the way that we can use the closure functions in this case. If you notice, we are simply calling the add 10 over here, in which case we are not passing the two numbers, but we are passing only one number, that is y variable over here, and this particular closure is remembering the value of the x which is already called while we are calling the make adder function, and that is one of the applications of the closure functions in JavaScript. So guys, based on your project requirements you can practice on your own and comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video, in which we are going to talk about callback function in JavaScript. So stay tuned. So now we will see callback function in JavaScript. So guys, basically a callback is a function that is passed as an argument to another function over here, and this we are going to check with the help of examples as well. Now guys, this particular technique allows a function to call another function. So guys, a callback function can run after another function has finished over here. So guys, let us move to VS Code in this case, and simply we are going to create a new file over here. So we have this callback.js file in this case. Now guys, what we will do is simply, first of all, let us create a couple of functions over here. So simply we will have the first function, that is add in this case, which is going to take two numbers, that is num1 and num2, and simply this particular function is going to return the sum of these two numbers. So simply we are going to have return num1 plus num2 over here. So guys, as you can see, this is a very simple function, that is the add function. It is going to take two parameters, that is num1 and num2, and simply it is going to return the sum of these two numbers over here. Now guys, apart from this, we also want to have another function in order to display the sum of these two numbers. So simply we are going to define another function, that is display over here. It is going to take one parameter, that will be sum in this case, and it is going to print this sum. So over here simply we are going to have the console.log statement, and inside this we are going to say sum is, and then followed by the sum variable over here, which is passed to this display function. So guys, how do we call these two functions over here? Let us check that as well. So first of all, we will have the result variable, in which case it is going to get the result of the two numbers that we are going to pass to this particular add function. So basically result, it is equal to, we need to call the function that is add over here with the two numbers. So let us provide the two numbers as 10 and 20 over here. So guys, what exactly is happening in this case? Add is going to be called over here with 10 and 20, that is number 1 and number 2, and basically we are going to have the sum of these two numbers getting returned, and that sum will be stored inside this particular result variable. And then guys, we can use this result variable in order to call the display function so that the result can be printed over here. So simply we are going to call the display function, and then we are going to pass the result variable this time. So let me just save this file now and try running this code on the terminal by using the node command followed by the name of the JavaScript file. So guys, as you can see, sum is equal to 30 over here, because 10 plus 20, it is equal to 30. So guys, this is a very simple operation that we have achieved in JavaScript. Now guys, there is a problem in this case. We are calling the two functions over here, that is add function first of all to add the two numbers, and then followed by the display function as well, in order to print this particular result variable. So can we reduce this particular number of calling of the functions to 1? Yes, we can do so. So basically when we call this particular add function, we can simply call the display function from within this particular add function over here. So what we will do is, instead of having the return statement in this case, simply we are going to have the variable that is sum, it is equal to num1 plus num2, that is the sum of two numbers. And then what we will do is, over here only we are going to call the display function along with the sum variable over here, and we can simply comment this particular line of code, that is display, along with the result variable. So guys, what exactly will happen is, simply we are going to call this add function over here. So we are going to get the sum inside the sum variable, and the display function will call automatically within this add function. So guys, when we run this code once again over here with different parameters, so let's say we have 10 and 30 this time. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, sum is 40 right now. So guys, we are achieving the same functionality over here even by reducing the function call to one function. In this case, the add function is calling the display function from within its body. Now guys, to understand the callback function over here, what we will do is, instead of just providing the two parameters, that is number 1 and number 2, we are going to have a third parameter over here while calling this add function, and it is going to be another function over here. In this case, we are going to call the display function. So guys, simply we will provide the display function, which is going to be a callback function this time. So guys, notice that when we are providing this function as the parameter to another function, we don't have to provide the open and close parenthesis which is required in order to call that function. So simply we provide the name, that is display, as the third parameter over here, and this particular parameter needs to be assigned to another variable while we are defining this add function. So let us say we provide the name as the callback over here, which will be having the display function this time, and then guys, we can simply use this callback as the function name in order to display the sum of the two numbers that we have already found. So guys, over here, instead of providing the display function, we can simply provide the callback parameter that we have passed over here, and indirectly it is going to call the display function because that is what we are passing to the add function over here. So guys, let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, again we are getting the sum, it is equal to 40 this time, and this is how we provide the callback function over here. Now guys, this is a very simple example in order to understand the callback function. In reality, the callback functions will be called along with the asynchronous calls of the JavaScript. Now what is the meaning of asynchronous calls? Basically, whatever function calls happen in the JavaScript, those are non-blocking calls over here. JavaScript does not wait for the function execution to be completed and it goes to the next line of code while it is executing the entire JavaScript program. So guys, that is the meaning of asynchronous call, which means it is having the non-blocking behavior. So let us understand that as well. So instead of calling the callback function directly over here, what we will do is simply I am going to provide the setTimeout, which means we are going to wait for certain time period over here, which we are going to define. So guys, simply as you can see, we can provide the timeout over here. So let us say we provide the timeout of 3 seconds over here. In this case, we have to provide the timeout in terms of milliseconds. That is why we have provided 3000 milliseconds. And then guys, after the 3 second over here, the callback, that is the display function, is going to be called in this case. And this is how some real world applications will work based on your project requirements. Whenever you are going to call certain API in order to get the responses and wait for that particular responses, the JavaScript interpreter will execute this line of code and then it will simply go to the next line of code over here. So simply let us provide another console.log statement in this case, and over here we are going to print a simple message that is done. So if you notice, even though we have provided the callback function, that is the display function over here, before providing the console.log statement that is having the message done over here, but still we will get this particular message first, and then after 3 seconds we are going to get the sum of the two numbers that we have already passed. And that is the meaning of asynchronous calls, which means the JavaScript interpreter will not wait for this particular line of code to execute, but it will simply go to the next line to execute the other lines of code. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, done message is already printed, and then after 3 seconds we are now getting the sum is 40 over here, that is displayed with the help of this particular display function, which is getting called by using the callback parameter over here. So guys, in this way you can simply provide the callback function as the parameter to another function over here, which can be called based on certain tasks which are already executed by using the asynchronous programming in JavaScript. So guys, this is a very basic example as far as the callback function is called. We are going to learn more about such callback functions when we are going to talk about asynchronous JavaScript calls in the upcoming videos. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video, in which we are going to talk about asynchronous calls in JavaScript. So stay tuned. So now we will see asynchronous calls in JavaScript. So guys, basically JavaScript follows asynchronous programming, which we are going to check with the help of examples as well. Now what is the meaning of asynchronous programming? Basically it does not wait for the response to come for a specific line of code before going to the next line of code. So basically, let's say if you are calling the API and you are expected to get certain response after 5 seconds. So the JavaScript interpreter will not wait for 5 seconds in order to get the response from that particular API, but by default it will just call that API and go to the next line of code, and that is what we call it as asynchronous programming. But we can also wait for the response by explicitly providing the await keyword as well, which we are going to check in the upcoming videos. So by default the asynchronous programming is followed over here. So as you can see, the meaning of this is basically the functions run in parallel with other functions, and this is called the asynchronous, which means the non-blocking nature. So any line of code is not going to block the interpreter from going to the next line of code over here. A good example is a JavaScript setTimeout function. So guys, let us understand this with the help of examples in VS Code over here. So simply we are going to create a new file in this case. So as you can see, we have asynchronous.js file over here. Now guys, what we will do is simply we are going to take example of the setTimeout function. So when we say setTimeout, basically what it does is it is going to wait for certain time period over here before it can execute the lines of code that are present inside the setTimeout callback function in this case. So guys, let us select this particular setTimeout function over here, and let us say we want to call certain function over here. So guys, before calling the function, let us define three functions in this case. So the first function, it is going to be 1 second over here, which is going to simply print 1 second in this case. So let me just provide the console.log statement, and then we will say 1 second over here. Apart from this, we will have two more functions, that is 2 second and 3 second as well. So simply let me just copy paste these lines of code over here, and then we will have 2 second this time, and the content will be printed as 2 second, and then we have 3 second over here. So as you can see, we have defined the three functions over here, 1 second, 2 second and 3 second, and simply they are going to print the 1, 2 and 3 seconds respectively. Now guys, what we will do is we are going to call all these three functions one at a time over here after providing the required timeout in this case. So first of all, we will call the 3 second function after waiting for 3 seconds. So over here inside the setTimeout, we are going to provide the timeout as the 3000 milliseconds over here. That's because it takes the value as milliseconds by default, and that is why we have to provide 3000 milliseconds in order to represent the 3 second time period. And then after this, we are going to call the 3 second function over here. So as you can see, we are calling the 3 second function inside this. Similarly, we are going to provide the setTimeout for 2 second and 1 second as well. So as you can see, first of all, we will provide the 2 second function. In this case, we are going to wait for 2000 milliseconds, and over here at last we are going to wait for the 1000 millisecond over here, and we will call the 1 second in this case. Now guys, if you notice, first of all, we are calling the 3 second followed by 2 second and then followed by 1 second over here. So the sequence of the function calls in this case is in this particular manner. But still, as I have explained you, JavaScript follows the asynchronous programming, which means the JavaScript interpreter will not wait for this line of code to execute before going to this particular line of code and then followed by this line of code over here. So simply it is going to execute all the set timeouts at once, and then we can predict the output that this particular timeout, that is after 1 second, the 1 second function will be called first, followed by 2 second and then followed by 3 second, simply because the time, that is 1000 millisecond, will occur first, followed by the 2000 millisecond and then followed by 3000 millisecond over here. So when we save this file now and try running this code on the terminal by using the node command followed by the name of the JavaScript file, when we press enter, as you can see, we have 1 second, 2 second and 3 second over here. So even though the sequence was 3 second, 2 second and then 1 second, but still based on this particular timeout, we are getting the different sequence of the functions that are getting executed. So guys, this is the meaning of asynchronous programming, in which case all the lines of code were executed at once, and based on the timeouts over here, the statements inside the functions were executed. So guys, the same logic will be applied when you are going to call the APIs externally, and you will be waiting for the responses in the form of the JSON response or any other format of the response over here. Simply the interpreter is going to call that particular API, and then without waiting for the response, it is going to move to the next line of code or the next API. So it is the responsibility of the callback function over here in order to handle the response once it is received from the API that was called. So guys, this also we are going to check with the help of examples in the upcoming videos. Basically, the asynchronous programs are difficult to write and difficult to debug as well because of this particular reason. That is, while calling the API, we don't know how much time we will have to wait, and then we need to handle the response as well for that particular API. And if we are dealing with multiple APIs over here, we need to handle them appropriately, and that is why it is difficult to debug. And due to this, the responses coming at the varied intervals will make it more worse in order to handle the responses in terms of asynchronous programming. And guys, that is why we have something called as promises in JavaScript, which will be very helpful in order to solve this particular problem of asynchronous programming in JavaScript. So guys, we will also learn about promises in the upcoming videos as well, which will help you to handle the responses that are coming from the APIs in the form of the asynchronous calls. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to the channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. See you in the next video, in which we are going to talk about setTimeout versus setInterval in JavaScript. So stay tuned. So now we will see setTimeout versus setInterval in JavaScript. So guys, basically the setTimeout waits for a specific time period before calling the callback function only once. So guys, basically there is a timeout that we have to define inside the setTimeout, after which the callback function or the lines of code that we have defined inside the setTimeout will be executed. And apart from this, we also have something called a setInterval, which is going to continuously call the callback function after the specific time period. So guys, basically we provide the time period over here as well, but after that time period, the lines of code or the callback function that we have provided inside the setInterval will be called continuously, and that is why we have this particular keyword, that is interval, which means after a specific time interval the lines of code will be executed in a loop. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples in VS Code over here. So simply we are going to create a new file. So as you can see, we have setTimeout setInterval.js file. So guys, over here what we will do is, first of all, let us understand the functionality of the setTimeout over here. So guys, simply we are going to provide the timeout of 3 seconds, which means it is 3000 milliseconds over here that we have to provide. And then after this, what we will do is, simply we are going to provide the console.log statement, and then over here we will say this statement is printed after 3 seconds. So guys, we have a very simple statement, that is this statement is printed after 3 seconds over here, after waiting for the 3000 milliseconds or 3 seconds. So guys, let me just save this file now and try running this code on the terminal by using the node command followed by the name of the JavaScript file. So as you can see, we are waiting for 1, 2, 3 seconds, and then we are getting this particular statement printed on the terminal. And this is how the setTimeout function, that is a built-in JavaScript function, will work. It is going to wait for a specific time period that we have provided over here as the second parameter, and as the first parameter we have the callback function over here, inside which we have a very simple statement. Now guys, let us understand the setInterval built-in function. So guys, over here, before providing the setInterval, let us provide the date function over here in order to get the current timestamp of the system. So simply we are going to have date, it is equal to, and then we will say new date over here, which is responsible in order to get the current system date and time. And then guys, simply what we will do is, we will have the console.log statement over here, and then we will say date followed by dot, and then we have the function that is toLocalTimeString over here. So as you can see, this is the function. It is a method that is going to return us the current local time string. So guys, let us use this particular function and let us see what will be the output. Over here, let me just comment out this setTimeout built-in function over here, so that we only get this particular output on the console, that is getting the current time of the system. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, we have 12:1:30 PM over here. So basically this is the 12th hour and the first minute and the 30th second. And once again, if we try to run this code again, so as you can see, it is again 12th hour, 1 minute and then 44 second over here. So guys, in this way, simply we can get the current time of the system over here. Now guys, what we will do is, we will provide this particular lines of code inside the setInterval timeout, and after every second we want to print the current system time. So guys, in this case, the setInterval method is the best method in order to achieve this task. It will help us in order to continuously print the current time of the system after every 1 second. So guys, over here, as you can see, this is the setInterval function that we are going to provide, and the interval is something in which case we are going to provide 1 second or 1000 milliseconds. So let me just use this particular setInterval built-in function, and then over here we will provide 1000 milliseconds, which means after every 1 second the lines of code that we are going to provide inside this callback function will be called. So over here, let me just cut this particular lines of code, and then simply we will paste it inside the setInterval built-in function over here. So guys, as you can see, this is the way we are going to call both these lines of code after every 1 second, and we are going to get the updated time after every 1 second. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, now we have started getting the time 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, and the seconds are simply increasing over here, and after every 1 second we are getting the updated time in this case. So 12, 3, 45, 46, 47, 48 PM and so on. So guys, basically it is going to continue infinite number of times because we have not provided anything inside our code in order to stop this particular set interval. So what we have to do is we need to stop this particular terminal right now by using the Ctrl+C command over here. So as you can see, we have successfully stopped the execution of the program. So guys, in this way, after every 1 second we are going to call these lines of code over here by using the setInterval built-in JavaScript function. Now guys, it is very important to note that this particular function will be executed infinite number of times, and we should be having something in order to stop the execution. So what we have to do is, when we are going to call the setInterval function, it is going to return some ID over here. So basically, let us capture that ID inside another variable, that is ID in this case. So what we are doing is we are calling the setInterval function, and whatever ID we are getting, we are assigning it to this particular ID variable. And then guys, what we have to do is we need to provide another JavaScript function, that is clear interval. So basically we have something called as clear interval over here, which is going to clear the interval that we have set by using the set interval, and it is going to take one parameter which will be the ID of that particular interval. So guys, over here simply it is a method, and hence we are going to provide the open and close parenthesis in this case, and then inside this we have to provide ID over here. So guys, in this way we should be able to successfully stop the set interval that we had started. Now guys, we simply cannot provide the clear interval over here after setting the interval, since it will start the interval and then immediately it will stop the interval as well, and we will not be able to see any output over here on the terminal. So what we have to do is, let us say we want to check the timing for 10 seconds over here. After the 10th second we want to clear the interval, that means we want to stop this particular interval. So simply we can use the set timeout that we had used previously in order to achieve this task. So guys, over here we will say set timeout in this case, and we want to stop after 10 seconds, which means we have provided 10,000 milliseconds over here, and inside the set timeout we will be providing the clear interval over here. And then let me just paste this line of code, that is clear interval, along with the ID that was set by this particular set interval. So this set timeout will help us in order to stop this particular interval that was started after 10 seconds. And then guys, in order to confirm this, what we can do is we can simply provide the simple statement that is stopped over here. So basically we are providing the console.log statement after providing the clear interval function over here, which is going to stop the interval from printing the time on the console. So guys, let us see what will be the output. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. Now you will notice that after 10 seconds the set interval will automatically stop printing the current time of the system. So when we run this code once again over here, so as you can see, now we have started the time 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49. So at the 50th second we have got the stopped command over here that was executed after the clear interval in this case, and as you can see the program was automatically stopped over here due to the clear interval that we have already set inside the set timeout in this case. So guys, it is important to note that whenever you are going to call the set interval over here, it is important to clear the interval as well in order to avoid the infinite execution of these lines of code that we have set inside the set interval. And you can simply use the clear interval along with the parameter that is ID, which was returned by using the setInterval built-in JavaScript method. So guys, these are the differences between the set timeout and the set interval. So to summarize, the set timeout can be used in order to execute the line of code only once after a specific delay that we have provided as the timeout, whereas in set interval you can execute the lines of code continuously after the specific time period that you have specified as the interval over here. And also it is important that you clear the interval after the required task is achieved, for which you had used the setInterval method. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video, in which we are going to talk about promise in JavaScript. So stay tuned. So now we will see promise in JavaScript. So guys, basically the promise object represents the eventual completion or the failure of an asynchronous operation and its resulting value. So guys, previously we had seen that JavaScript is an asynchronous programming, which means it is not going to wait for the result of the execution of a single line of code before going to the next line of code over here. So guys, basically promise object is used in order to get the completion or the failure of a specific line of code, which we can use later in order to get the result of the execution of that line of code. So guys, we are going to check promise object with the help of example in JavaScript. Basically the promise object promises us about the result, whether it is going to be a success or a failure, to be provided in some time in future. So guys, basically this is the line of code that we can use in order to create a promise object. As you can see, on left hand side we have the object over here, and then on right hand side we have the new operator followed by the promise keyword in this case. So guys, basically a promise is in one of these states. As you can see, it can either be a pending state, which means it is the initial state over here, and we have to wait for the response to come from the promise. It is neither fulfilled nor rejected over here. Apart from this, we can also have the fulfilled or the rejected state. Now what is the meaning of fulfilled? Basically it means that the operation was completed successfully, and the meaning of rejected is that the operation has failed. So guys, let us understand promises with the help of example in VS Code over here. So simply we are going to create a new file in this case. So as you can see, we have this promise.js file in this case. So guys, basically what we are going to do is simply we are going to create a promise object over here. So let us say we have this particular variable that is promise. It is equal to, we use the new operator followed by this particular promise keyword in this case. So guys, basically we have to use the open and close parenthesis. As you can see, it takes two parameters over here. The first parameter is going to be the callback function when the promise is going to be resolved in this case. As you can see, this is the resolve status, and the next parameter is the reject status over here. Basically a callback used to initialize the promise is what we are going to define under this open and close parenthesis. So guys, over here simply we are going to use the function keyword, and then we have the open and close parenthesis. Over here we will give the name as resolved in this case followed by comma, and then we will say rejected in this case. So guys, basically these are just the names that we are providing in order to indicate that we are going to use the resolved and the rejected callbacks respectively in case there is resolution or the rejection of the line of code that we have executed with the help of the promise. So guys, over here what will happen is, inside the open and close curly braces, when we are defining a promise over here, there can be two outcomes. One is whether it can be resolved, and the other one is it can be rejected over here. So let us say we provide the resolved status in this case. What we can do is simply we can provide a string. So let us say we provide success in this case as the resolved status over here. Now guys, this we have defined the promise. We can also define the rejected callback as well, but let us say this particular promise is returning us the resolved status. So what we have to do is simply after this promise has been defined, we have to use this promise keyword over here, that is the variable name, and then we can use the dot operator followed by the then keyword over here. Now guys, basically what we are going to do is we will handle this particular resolution or the rejection from the promise over here by using this promise keyword in this case. So after we use then, we have to provide open and close parenthesis, and guys, inside this what we have to do is, if you see, we have to provide the on fulfilled status, which means we have to define a function which will be called when we are going to call the resolved status over here. So basically we have to provide the function over here, and this particular function is going to take certain value, in which case we are going to catch this particular value that is getting returned from this particular resolved callback function. So guys, over here we can simply provide the value parameter in this case, and then we can have the lines of code that we want to write when there is a success for this particular promise. And in case if there is any failure, we have to provide comma after this particular function, and as you can see we have to provide the on rejected status over here. So once again we have to provide another function in this case, and then we will say failure over here instead of certain value. And then guys, again we have to execute the lines of code when there is a failure for that particular promise. So guys, let us define the lines of code inside the success and the failure. So over here simply we are going to provide the console.log statement, and then let us say we provide the success keyword in this case followed by the value that we are getting. So in this case we have dollar symbol followed by open and close curly braces over here, and then we provide value. Similarly we have to provide the message for the failure as well. So in this case we will say failure over here, and then we also want to provide the failure value that is coming from the promise. So guys, basically this is the way that we can define the promise. Over here we have declared the promise, and then we are calling either the resolved or the rejected callback function, and then passing a specific string over here which will be passed to this particular promise, in which case we are checking whether there is a resolved status or the rejected status over here. So guys, let me just save this file now and try running this code on the terminal by using the node command followed by the name of the JavaScript file. So when we press enter, as you can see we are getting this success message in this case because the control flow has come over here, which is the part of the resolved promise in this case, and that is why we are getting this success, and the value is also equal to success because that value we are passing by using the resolved callback function that we have defined over here. Now guys, in case the promise returns the rejected callback function, then what we have to do? So simply let us say we want to comment out this line of code over here, and then we can simply call this particular parameter that is rejected along with certain message. So let us say we provide failed message over here so that we can recognize that the request has been failed over here or it has been rejected as far as the promise response is concerned. So let me just save this file now. So due to this particular rejected callback function, basically the control flow will come to this particular second function over here, and we are going to see the failure message in this case. So when we run this code once again over here, as you can see we are getting failure message and then it is failing. So guys, in this way, this is a very basic way in which case we can use the promises object. Basically it helps us in order to wait for a specific outcome from the API call or any other fetching of the file as well from the network, and it will let us know whether it was the success or the failure of that particular call. So guys, over here for the sake of understanding, we have simply used the resolved and the rejected statuses in order to understand how promise will work. But in the real case scenario, what will happen is we will have to wait for certain condition to happen over here, such as getting the JSON response from the API call as far as the network call is concerned, or downloading the file as well. So in such a case, we can also simulate it by using the setTimeout function over here. So let us say after 3 seconds we are expecting certain message to come from the promise, so it will wait for 3 seconds, and then what will happen is it is either going to call the resolved or the success callback function. So let us say we call the resolved function over here, and then let us say we provide the pass keyword in this case. So guys, exactly what will happen is, first of all, the control flow will wait for 3 seconds over here, and then only it is going to pass the resolved status to this particular promise in this case. So let us check this as well. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, it is waiting for 3 seconds, and then we are getting the message that is success, which means this particular line of code is getting executed over here, followed by the value which we have passed as pass in this case. Now guys, what will happen if you try to access the promise directly over here? So outside of this promise, what we will do is, let us say we want to provide the console.log statement over here, and then we will say status of promise in this case. So status, it is equal to, and then what we have to do is we need to provide the promise variable. So guys, let us see what will be the status of the promise if we try to access before we are getting the result from the promise over here. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, we are getting the status is equal to object and then it is a promise over here. Now guys, let me just remove this particular status keyword to exactly show you the status of the promise which should be pending in this case. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, promise is currently pending, which means it is waiting for either failure or the success over here for this particular setTimeout method in this case. So guys, in real case scenario, when we are making the network or the API calls over here, it is going to wait for the response to come, and before that, if we try to access that particular promise, it is going to show the status as pending over here. So always remember, if you get this kind of message that is promise and then it is pending, which means your code is waiting for some response from the API or the network call that you have made in a specific function. So you have to wait for that particular promise to come before you can provide the further course of action based on these particular functions inside the promise variable over here. So guys, this is the basic working of the promises. We are going to learn more about promise when we are going to make API calls using the fetch API in the upcoming videos as well. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video, in which we are going to talk about async and await in JavaScript. So stay tuned. So now we will see async and await in JavaScript. So guys, basically async and await make promises easier to write. So previously we had seen the promise object, how it is going to work, and how we can call the callback functions related to the resolved and the rejected statuses of the promise over here. Now guys, we can simply make use of the promises by using these async and await keywords over here. The meaning of async is it makes a function return a promise in this case. So instead of returning the entire promise over here, we can use the prefix as async before defining the function in order to return the promise by default. And also await helps us in order to make the function wait for a specific promise to return the resolution or the rejection over here. So guys, let us understand both, that is async and await, one by one with the help of example in VS Code over here. So what we will do is simply we are going to create a new file in this case. So as you can see, we have this async await.js file over here. Now guys, what we will do is simply we are going to create a simple function that is display in this case, and then what we have to do is, let us say we want to return a specific string that is hello over here. So simply we are going to return the string that is hello, and then what we want to do is, let us say we want to return a promise in this case. So we say return followed by new operator, and then this time we provide the promise keyword over here, and then inside the parenthesis, let us say we provide the resolved and the rejected callback functions over here. And then after this, inside the curly braces, what we can do is basically we have to either call the resolved or the rejected callback function. So let us say we provide the resolved, and then we simply provide a simple string that is hello in this case. So guys, we are returning a promise over here with a resolution by using this resolved callback function. Now guys, how do we receive this particular promise over here? Simply we can call the display function in this case. So over here we provide the display function followed by open and close parenthesis, and since it is returning a promise, we have to use the then keyword over here. So let us see what happens if we simply provide this particular display function call which is returning a promise. Let us see what will be the output. So when we save this file now and try running this code over here by using the node command followed by the name of the JavaScript file. So guys, as you can see, we are getting an error in this case. It says unexpected token, that is open curly braces over here. So guys, we have forgotten to provide the function keyword over here. So simply we have to provide the function keyword. So there will be this function keyword which will be enclosed within the promise over here. So guys, let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, there is no print message over here. That's because we have not wrapped the display call over here with the help of the console.log statement. So let us provide that as well. Let us see what will be the output when we provide the console.log statement and call the display method, which is returning us a new promise in this case with the resolved status. So when we save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal, terminal, it says we are getting the promise and the string is hello over here. So guys, basically we are actually getting the promise in this case. Now how do we handle it properly? If let's say we only want to print this particular message along with the other informational message over here, so we have to remove this console.log statement. So after we have called this display function over here, we have to provide dot followed by the then keyword over here. Now guys, inside this we are going to handle whether there is a resolution or the rejection of the promise that we are receiving. So guys, first of all, what we have to do is we write the function that will be responsible in order to handle the resolution of the promise. So over here we provide the value as the argument, and then simply inside the open and close curly braces we will say success in this case. So guys, over here we provide success followed by the message that we are receiving, that is value over here. So guys, this value, it will be equal to hello this time because we are calling the resolved callback over here. Now in case if there is a rejection of the promise, then what we have to do is after this function declaration over here we have to provide comma, and then we need to provide another function on the rejected status. So guys, over here simply we provide the function and then we will provide error as the argument in this case, and then once again we will simply have the console.log statement over here. So we will say failure, and then we will have the error variable, that is the parameter that is getting passed to this particular rejected callback function. Previously we were getting this promise as the return value. Now let us see what will be the output, whether it will be a success or the failure over here. So when we run this code once again over here on the terminal, so as you can see we are getting the success message with the hello keyword which we have passed by using the resolved callback function in this case. So guys, in this way we can simply return the promise from a specific function and call that function and use this particular then keyword followed by the two functions over here in order to handle the resolution or the rejection of the promise. Now guys, instead of resolution, let us say we call the rejected callback function. Now it depends on the network API call or any other task that we are doing which is going to return the promise, whether it is a resolution or the rejection. But let us say for example, if we are providing the rejection over here and then we say failed in this case. So let me just run this code once again over here. As you can see, now we are getting the failure message this time and we are getting the error that is failed over here, which means the second function is getting called due to this rejected callback function which is getting called over here. Now guys, this is a very basic understanding as far as the returning of the promise is concerned. Now guys, how we can use the async and await in order to make this more clear over here. So instead of typing all these lines of code over here with the help of the resolved or the rejected callback functions or any other name that you have used over here to represent the resolution or the rejection, what we can do is simply we can return the message over here. So let us say we want to return hello in this case. Simply we will say return hello over here. Now by default this particular string will be called with the help of the resolved callback function in this case, but in order to make this line of code return a promise, we have to use the async keyword over here. So as you can see, async makes a function return a promise. So by default it is a simple string that is getting returned over here. So let us see what will be the output if we don't use async. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, we are getting the error in this case. It says display then is not a function. So guys, simply we are returning the string, and that is why it is not able to handle this particular type of data that we are trying to handle while calling the display function. So what we have to do is simply before defining the function, we have to use the async keyword over here. So as you can see, this is the prefix that we can use before declaring the function. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here. Let us see whether we get any error right now. So when we press enter, as you can see, we are getting success and then hello instead of any error. So guys, basically this async keyword is helping us in order to return the promise, and it is the resolved promise over here that is getting returned with this particular message that is hello over here. So instead of typing all this, methods, that is creating a new promise and then providing the resolved and the rejected callback functions over here. Simply we can use the async keyword in order to return the promise and then handle it appropriately while calling that particular function, which is declared with the help of the async prefix. So guys, this is as far as the async keyword is concerned. Now guys, what is the use of await over here? So guys, basically when we are waiting for the promise to come, which means in these lines of code we have taken a very basic example over here. In reality we are going to wait for some response to come in the form of promise in this case. In that case, what we have to do is we have to use the await keyword in order to wait for that particular line of code to be executed until we get the response from the server, and then only move to the next line of code over here. So guys, let us understand this with the help of example in this case. So what we will do is we will take a very simple API that will help us in order to generate the random user. So guys, over here this is the API. Let us see what will be the output when we simply call this API on the browser. So when we hit this particular API, as you can see, this is the response that we are getting in the form of JSON data. So guys, let me just check this checkbox that is pretty print over here. So as you can see, we get the JSON data inside which we have the results, and then this square bracket meaning it is the array of results over here, and then the first array, it is again having the JSON data inside which we have the gender, and then we have the name, and then we have the location as well. So as you can see, the other details of the user is also present. So guys, basically this particular API will help us in order to get the details of the random user that can be generated over here. Now every time when we hit the API, the user is going to change over here. So let me just hit this API once again in this case. So now you will be able to see that another user with the first name and the last name is getting displayed over here. So guys, let us call this particular API in order to understand how this await keyword will help us in order to wait for the response to come from this particular API. So let me just copy this API over here. Now guys, how do we call any API in JavaScript? Simply we can use the fetch API in this case, which we are going to learn again in the upcoming videos as well. So over here we are going to provide the fetch method in this case. As you can see, it is going to take a parameter over here which is going to be the URL over here. So let me just provide the single colon in this case, and then we provide our API which is going to generate the random user details. Now guys, what we have to do is it is going to return us some response in the form of the JSON response in this case. So simply let me just take that response in another variable, that is response over here. So as you can see, we have let response, it is equal to fetch, and then we are going to get the data in response. So the next step that we have to do is, let me just quickly provide the console.log statement over here, and let us see what will be the data that is coming inside this particular response variable. So when we save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal, so as you can see, it is providing us the promise and the status is pending over here. So guys, this is the default behavior of JavaScript. Whenever it is going to execute the line of code, without waiting for the completion of the execution of this particular line of code, it is moving to next line of code over here. So basically what is happening behind the scenes is the JavaScript is calling this particular API, but at least we have to wait for 1 or 2 seconds in order to get the response from the server in the form of the JSON format. But JavaScript is not waiting for this response, and it is quickly going to the next line of code, in which case we have not received the response properly from this particular fetch method by using this API. So guys, that is the reason it is providing us that the status is still pending right now. I have not received anything, but since it is a promise, maybe in 1 or 2 seconds, or it depends on the internet bandwidth, maybe after some time I'm going to receive certain response which we can use later on. So guys, this is the meaning of this, and in order to solve this, what we can do is simply we can use the await keyword over here in order to wait for this particular line of code to complete its execution. So simply before the fetch keyword, we provide the await keyword over here. So as you can see, we have provided the await keyword in this case. Let us see what will be the output now when we save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. As you can see, we are getting certain error. So it says await is only valid in async functions and the top level bodies of modules. So guys, this is very important. You cannot simply use await keyword in order to make a line of code wait anywhere in your JavaScript code. So basically this line of code should be present inside another function which should be defined by using the async keyword that we had used previously. So guys, over here let me just define the function in this case. So let us say we provide a function that is get data over here, and then inside this function we are going to call these lines of code. So let me just cut this and paste this inside the get data function over here. So we are getting the compile time error. It says await expressions are only allowed within async functions. So we are going to make this function as async over here. So as you can see, this is the proper usage of the async and the await keywords while you are fetching some data from the network. So guys, over here we have defined the function with the async keyword, and then we are waiting for this line of code to complete its execution so that we get certain data inside the response. And then what we have to do is, since we have defined the function over here, we need to call this function that is get data. So after this we are going to simply call the function that is get data over here. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So when we run this code, as you can see, it waited for some time and then we are getting certain response over here. So this is the response that we are getting. The response status is 200, which means it was a successful response that we have received. The status text is okay over here, and then we are getting some headers in this case. So guys, by default we are going to get this kind of data when we are going to read the response from the fetch method that we have just called in this case. So this is a very simple example of the fetch method that helps us in order to return the promise over here, and once the promise is received, we are reading the response over here and we are getting this response which is okay right now. So guys, instead of getting that particular response that is okay, how do we get this particular data from the API, which is the JSON format? So guys, over here what we have to do is, this particular response needs to be converted to the JSON format. So we use dot followed by the JSON method over here. So as you can see, this is the method, and then what we have to do is, let us say we want to assign it to data in this case, and then simply we can use the data variable name. So guys, over here we are converting the response that we are getting to the JSON format and then storing it into data, and then we are printing the data variable. So let us see what will be the output. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, it is waiting for the call to happen, and then once again we are getting the promise that is pending over here. Now guys, even though we have provided the await keyword for this particular line of code, but since the conversion of data to JSON format over here is also taking some time. So guys, when the interpreter executes this line of code over here, it is going to take certain milliseconds in order to convert the response to the JSON response over here, which the interpreter is not waiting for, and then directly it is executing this line of code. So data is again having the promise over here, which means the response has promised that I am going to return you some data, but wait for some time. But JavaScript is not waiting for this. So in order to make the JavaScript interpreter to wait for this particular conversion, again we have to make use of the await keyword for this particular line of code. So guys, over here we provide the await keyword once again so that the data is properly converted to the JSON format, and then it is stored inside this data variable, and then we can read this data variable inside the console.log statement. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So it is waiting for the data, and then as you can see, now we have got a certain response over here. So you will be able to see that we are now getting the results, and then we are getting the gender as well, and then you can see that name, it is equal to object. That's because name is another JSON object inside the outer JSON object over here, and that is why it is just providing us this particular object in this case. Then we have location, email, login, date of birth, and so on. Basically all the details that we are getting over here from the API, we are also getting while we are calling the API and displaying the data that we have received after converting it into the JSON format. Now guys, let us say we only want to print the first name of this particular user that is getting generated over here using this API. So what we have to do is, simply we are going to access the results array over here inside the data. Since we are printing the entire data over here, we have to provide dot and then followed by the results in this case. So guys, this is the way that we try to access the JSON data, which we are going to cover in the next video as well. In detail, we are going to see how we can read the different fields over here as far as the JSON data is concerned. So guys, over here, to quickly see how we can access this particular first name over here, simply we provide the results keyword in this case followed by the 0th position, since it is the array over here, by using the open square bracket in this case. Inside this we need to access the name object over here. So after this we have to provide dot, and then we provide the name object, inside which we have the first field name over here, which is the property of the JSON object. So guys, over here we provide dot, and then simply we provide the first field name over here. So this particular line of code will be responsible in order to print only the first name of the random user that is getting generated by using this API. So let us see what will be the output. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, it is waiting for the response now, and this is the first name that we are getting from the API. If we run this code once again over here, we are going to get a separate name over here, that is a different name. So as you can see, this is another name that we are getting. So every time when we call this particular API, we are going to get a different result for the random user that is getting generated over here. So once again we are getting another first name in this case. So guys, similarly you can also access the other field labels over here inside this JSON format, which is also having the array in this case. So guys, this is the way that we can use the async and the await keywords. Basically the async will help us in order to make the function return a promise, and the await makes a function wait for a promise. So we have used both over here. We have used the async in order to define the function, and then in order to make a line of code wait for a promise to come, we are using the await keyword over here. So basically these two keywords are used in order to go against the asynchronous programming of the JavaScript. That means we are making the JavaScript wait at this particular line of code until we get the result, and then only we have to move to the next line of code, and then once again we are awaiting over here, which means the JavaScript will have to wait until it gets a certain data inside this data variable, and then only it is going to go to the next line of code over here. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video, in which we are going to talk about Fetch API in JavaScript. So stay tuned. So now we will see Fetch API in JavaScript. So guys, basically the Fetch API provides a JavaScript interface in order to make the HTTP request and the processing of the responses. So guys, this we are going to check with the help of examples as well. We will see how we can call the API or the URL using the Fetch API and get the responses as well. So basically this Fetch API is responsible in order to make those HTTP requests, which means calling of the API or the URL and processing of the responses that is going to come from the server. So guys, basically this fetch is the modern replacement of the XML HTTP request. So in the older versions of the JavaScript, we used the XML HTTP request, but now in the modern JavaScript we use the Fetch API, since it is more easy to use and more readable as well. Now unlike XML HTTP request, which uses callbacks, Fetch is promise based over here, and it is integrated with the features of the modern web in this case. So guys, basically all the latest browsers support the Fetch API in order to get the responses from the API or the URL. So guys, we are going to understand the API example by using the random user generator API, and this is the API over here. So guys, let me just copy this API and let us move to VS Code in this case in order to understand the example using the Fetch API. So let me just create a new file over here. So as you can see, we have created the fetch.js file in this case. Now guys, what we will do is simply we can use the Fetch API over here. As you can see, this is the method that we can use, which is going to take one parameter, that will be the URL in this case. So guys, over here let me just provide the open and close parenthesis, and then over here we have to provide the input, that is the URL. So inside the single or the double quotes, you can simply provide the API API that we are going to call. So in this case, we are going to use this particular API. This link I have given in the description section as well, so that you can practice on your own. So guys, basically this is the way we can use the fetch method in order to call the API. Now guys, in return we are going to get certain response. So what we will do is, let us say we store that response in a specific variable, that is response in this case, and then simply let me just provide the console.log statement, and let us see what will be the output when we try to print this particular response. Let me just save this file now and try running this code on the terminal by using the node command followed by the name of the JavaScript file. So as you can see, we are getting a promise in return. So guys, basically we are not getting the actual data from this particular API. Let us see what is the response of this API at least. So over here on the Chrome browser, we can hit this particular API and you will be able to see certain JSON response. So as you can see, we have got certain response over here. Let me just provide this pretty print in this case so that we can see all the labels properly. So this is the JSON response that we are getting for a specific random user that is getting generated over here. So guys, we should be able to get such kind of response in a JavaScript code, but we are not getting right now. We are simply getting the promise over here as the return. So let us run this code once again over here. So once again we are getting the promise that is pending in this case. So guys, it is very important to note that we have to wait for this particular line of code in order to execute. So currently what is happening is, since JavaScript supports asynchronous programming, which means the JavaScript interpreter executes this line of code, and without waiting for the response from the fetch method, it is going to the next line of code to be executed. Now guys, we don't have the actual response inside this particular variable, and that is why we are getting the promise, since fetch is returning us the promise that it needs some time in order to get the data from the server and return it to this particular variable. So guys, in this case we have to provide the await keyword over here before providing the fetch method. Now guys, when we use the await keyword, we have to use this keyword only within the async function. So guys, over here we need to define the function which is going to have the prefix that is async in this case, and then we provide the function keyword followed by the name of the function. So let us say we provide get data over here. Now guys, inside this particular function we are going to call the fetch method in this case. So as you can see, this is the way that we have to call the fetch method, that is with the prefix await, so that we make the JavaScript interpreter wait for this line of code to be executed and then only move to the next line of code, so that we get the proper response over here. And we can achieve this by using the async function over here. Now guys, let me just save this file now and let us see what will be the output now. So when we run this code once again, as you can see, we have not got any output. That's because we are not calling this function, we have just defined it. So over here we call this function by using the function name that is get data followed by open and close parenthesis. So guys, over here let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, it is waiting for the response now, and then we are getting certain response over here instead of getting the simple promise. So as you can see, we are getting the response in the form of status over here, which is 200, which is the success status, and we are getting the status text as OK, which means the promise has returned us the resolved status over here, and we are getting the success status in this case. Now guys, in order to read the data that is from the API, which is the JSON data over here, we need to convert this response into a JSON response. So over here we provide dot followed by JSON in this case, and then open and close parenthesis. Simply, instead of providing it inside the console.log statement, let us use another variable that is data over here, so that the JSON data can be stored inside this data variable. And then once again we are going to provide the console.log statement, and then we will provide this data which is going to have the JSON data over here. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, now we should be getting the output. So again we are getting another response and the status is pending now. So guys, now what is happening is we are waiting for this response, which is actually getting us the response over here that we have seen previously. But while converting this response into the JSON format, again it is taking some time over here in order to convert the response into the JSON response over here and store it into this data variable. So guys, once again the interpreter is not waiting for that conversion time, and again it it is going to the next line of code over here. So simply we have to once again provide the await keyword while we are converting the data to the JSON data in this case. So guys, basically this await keyword is very important in order to make the JavaScript interpreter wait for the line of code to execute and also wait for the response so that it can store the response to the left hand side, that is the variable over here, which can be used for further processing based on the requirements. So guys, now we have provided the await over here for the response.json as well. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. Now we should be able to get certain response in the form of the API. So as you can see, we are getting the results over here, and then we are getting the labels, that is gender, then we have name, location, email ID, and so on. So basically whatever data that we are getting on the browser while hitting the API, we are getting the same data over here as well on the terminal while executing the JavaScript code. So guys, let us say we want to display the name over here, that is the first name and the last name over here. Apart from this, we also want to provide the prefix, that is title. So guys, how do we read this? So in order to read certain complex JSON format over here, as you can see, we have this particular JSON object inside which we have the field, that is results over here, which is the array object over here, and then inside this array we have the name JSON object once again, which is having the title, first name, and the last name as the fields. So guys, we can use one of the JSON formatters online in this case. So as you can see, when we search for JSON formatter, we can see that jsonformatter.org is one of the important websites in order to understand the complex JSON data structure. So guys, over here, let me just copy the entire JSON over here. Not only the JSON formatter, but you can use any other online formatter based on your preference. So guys, over here, let me just open this particular JSON formatter in this case. So this is the JSON formatter that will get open, and then guys, you have to copy this JSON data on the left hand side over here. So as you can see, once we copy on the left hand side, you can see the response that is coming on the right hand side as well. And then over here we have multiple options. As you can see, currently by default the code option is getting selected, and then you can change it to either form as well or the text as well. So we are going to use the tree data structure in this case. So guys, basically this is the main object over here, that is the JSON object. It is having two children, that is the results and the info as well. What we are interested in is the results over here. So we are going to expand this results in this case, and then we are having the 0th index over here, since it is having the open and close square brackets, as you can see, which means it is a JSON array inside this particular main JSON object over here. So guys, inside the JSON array we have the different other JSON objects as well. So the way in order to access this particular title, first name, and the last name inside the name is, first of all, we have got the entire data over here in our code. So what we can do is this particular data followed by, we have to use dot, and then we have to make use of the results array name over here. So simply we provide results in this case, and since it is the array, we have to make use of the open and close square brackets over here. So we provide the 0th index because this is the index that is provided over here. After this we have the JSON object. So once again we provide dot followed by name over here, and then inside this we have title, first, and then last. So guys, first of all we provide dot, and then we will provide title in this case, and then followed by first and the last name as well. So let us simply see whether the output, that is title, is getting printed over here when we run this code. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, it is processing the data now. So as you can see, we are getting Mr. over here, which is the title of the random user that is getting generated in this case. So guys, over here simply we have got the result of this particular title field in this case. Similarly, we will get the results for the first and the last name labels over here. So guys, what we will do is simply we are going to make use of the string concatenation, in which case we are going to provide the space characters, and then over here we need to provide the first and the last as well. So in this case, instead of title we will have the first label, and then after this once again we will have the space character, and then in the end we will have the last field label over here, so that we are combining all the data, that is title, first name, and the last name of the random user that is getting generated. So guys, let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, we are getting title and then followed by first name and the last name of the user. So guys, once again, when we run this code, so we are going to get a different user this time, since every time the API is getting called, we are going to get the random user that is getting generated along with the other details which we are not reading right now. So guys, in this way, simply you can use the fetch method in order to get the response from a specific API based on your project requirements, and we can also use the await and the async keywords in order to wait for these lines of code to be executed before we can access them in order to get the proper data instead of getting the promise on the terminal. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video, in which we are going to talk about reading the JSON data using fetch API in JavaScript, in which we are going to read other field labels as well as far as this particular API is concerned. So stay tuned. So now we are going to read the JSON data that is coming from the API by using the fetch API in JavaScript. So guys, we will be using this particular API that is used in order to generate the random user, and apart from this, we are going to get certain values of the fields that are coming as the response from this particular API by using the fetch method. So guys, we will read these below fields to be displayed on the web application. As per the project requirements, you can display them on your web pages, but in this video we are going to display them on the terminal for simplicity. So guys, let us move to VS Code over here, and simply I'm going to create a new file in this case. So as you can see, we have this readjson.js file over here. Now guys, simply we can make use of the fetch method in order to call this particular API. So guys, what we will do is we are going to create a function over here that is get data in this case, since we have to call the fetch API from this particular function, which is going to be the async function over here. So guys, in this case we will use the fetch API over here, and then as a parameter we have to provide the API inside the single or the double quote in this case. Now guys, what we will do is we will take the response that is coming from the API inside this particular response variable, but we want the JavaScript interpreter to wait for the response to come from the API. So over here, simply we will provide the await keyword in this case, and then since we are providing the await keyword, it has to be used only within the async functions. So guys, over here as you can see, await expressions are only allowed within async functions and at the top levels of modules. So guys, over here we will make this function as async in this case by simply providing the prefix that is async over here. And then guys, what we will do is again we will convert this response into the JSON response so that we get the JSON data and store it inside the data variable. So guys, once again we have to wait for this conversion as well. So over here we will provide the await keyword in this case. Guys, you can remove this await keyword while you are practicing and see what kind of response you are getting. So guys, it is very important to understand in case if you get any error, then how you are supposed to solve it. So if you don't provide this await keyword over here during the conversion or during the response that is coming from the API, then you can simply get the promise on the terminal getting printed over here. So guys, that is why we have to use the await in this case, so that we make the JavaScript interpreter wait for the line of code to completely execute, and then we can make use of these variables on the next line of code. So guys, over here simply we will provide the console.log statement, and then we have this particular data variable that is getting printed over here, which will help us in order to get this particular data after calling the random user API. So guys, over here simply after these lines of code, that is after defining the function over here, simply we are going to call this function so that all these lines of code can get executed. So let me just save this file now and try running this code on the terminal by using the node command followed by the name of the JavaScript file. And when we press enter, as you can see, it is taking some time now in order to get the response, and now we are getting certain response over here. You can see that we are getting results in this case, and then we are getting gender, and then we have the name JSON object, and so on. We have the other labels as well. So guys, in this way we are able to get the JSON response from this particular API over here after providing the required async and the await calls in this case. Now guys, what are the things that we want to display? So first of all, we want the full name of the user. So guys, over here we can simply use one of the JSON formatters online in order to get the JSON structure in this case. So as you can see, we have this JSON formatter.org which we can use over here. So this is the response that I have pasted over here on the JSON formatter on the left hand side. So once again, when we paste the response, as you can see on the right hand side, we can select the tree editor over here so that we can see the response in this particular format. So guys, it becomes very easy in order to make use of the different labels inside the JSON format so that we can print them on the terminal over here. So first of all, we want the full name of the user. So in this case, we will simply provide full name as the label followed by colon, and then inside the open and close curly braces after the dollar symbol, simply we will make use of this data followed by dot, and then we have something called as results over here. So guys, currently the data variable is representing this particular object now, inside which we are having this results array in this case, since we are having the open and close square brackets over here. So since this is the results array, we have to provide the array name, that is results, followed by open and close square bracket, and then the index number of this particular JSON array, that is 0th index. So over here we provide 0, and then after this once again we expand this, and then we have the name JSON object over here. So we have to provide dot character followed by the name JSON object, and then you can see we have to make use of the title, first name and the last name over here. The combination of all these fields will help us in order to get the entire name of the random user that is getting generated. So guys, over here we provide dot followed by the title first of all, and then once again let me just copy this particular expression and then provide the space character over here in between the title and the first name in this case. So first of all, we have the first label over here, so we have provided the first in this case, and then followed by the last name, that is the last label. So once again, instead of title we will provide last in this case. So guys, basically this string concatenation will help us in order to get the full name of the user. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So when we press enter, as you can see, we have got the full name, that is Miss Marina Gomez. So guys, in this way we have got the title, first name and the last name as well for the random user that is getting generated over here. Similarly, we want to get the gender of the user as well. So what we can do is, once again we will provide the console.log statement on the next line, and then this time we will provide the label, that is gender over here, and then inside the curly braces once again we will use the data in this case and go to this JSON formatter to see where is this gender label. So as you can see, it is directly under this results array under the 0th index. So simply we will provide dot, and then we have the results array over here and the 0th index, and instead of providing the name that we had provided previously, we simply have to provide the gender field. So simply we provide dot, and this time we will use the gender field label. Apart from this, we also want to display the email ID and the phone number. So where is the email ID over here? So once again we have to go through this list of labels. As you can see, it is under the 0th index as well. So simply we will provide the email once again. So guys, over here instead of using the gender, we will provide the email field label, and then over here we will provide the label, that is email ID in this case. So guys, it is very important to note that the labels on the left hand side of this particular JSON response should exactly match the labels that we are providing over here, that is gender, email and so on. And then after this we also want to provide the phone number as well. So as you can see, this is the phone which is directly under the results once again. So let me just copy paste this line of code over here, and then we will say phone in this case, and instead of email we will provide the label, that is phone, which is this particular phone over here. So guys, exactly you need to copy paste this particular field label if you want to avoid any mistakes to be done while you are typing your code. So this is the way that we have got the required information information for the user that we are generating randomly by using this particular API. Currently we are displaying the results on the terminal. You can use all these details of the user on the web application as well that you are working on based on your project requirements. So guys, let me just save this file now and let me just run this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, we are getting the details of the user over here. We have got the full name, and then we have got the gender as well. We have got the email as well and the phone number as well. Now next time when we run this code once again over here, we will get different set of details of another user. So as you can see, this is another user that is getting generated. This time the gender is male, and then this is the email ID and the phone number as well. So guys, this is the way that you can simply use the fetch method in order to get the response from a specific API and read that response using this particular format that we have seen already. It is very important to note that when you are reading the JSON array, then we have to provide the index number over here, and when you are simply using the JSON object, so as you can see, we can use the dot character over here followed by the field label in this case. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video in which we are going to talk about filter function in JavaScript. So stay tuned. So now we will see filter function in JavaScript. So guys, basically this filter function can be used on an array which helps us in order to return a new array based on a certain condition. So guys, let us say you have the list of numbers inside the array and you only want to get the even numbers from this particular array. So guys, you can simply use the filter function in order to filter out the other values. That is, you can remove the odd numbers and only get the even numbers over here. So basically it filters out the array values in this case. So guys, basically there is no change in the original array, so it is going to return a new array with a new set of numbers inside that particular new array. So guys, let us understand this with the help of example in VS Code over here. So simply we are going to create a new file in this case. So as you can see, we have this filter.js file over here. Now guys, what we will do is, let us say we want to define the array in this case, that is array 1. It is equal to, let us say we have the numbers from 1 to 10 over here. So guys, simply we are going to have all the numbers, that is 1 2 3 4 5 and then up to 10 in this case, and let us say we want to print the original array over here. So simply we will say original array followed by colon, and then we have the dollar symbol and then open and close curly braces, and then over here we have the array 1 in this case. Now let me just save this file now and try running this code on the terminal by using the node command followed by the name of the JavaScript file. So guys, over here when we press enter, as you can see, this is the original array which is having all the elements over here, that is 1 2 3 4 up to 10 in this case. Now guys, let us say we only want to print the even numbers over here. So what we will do is, simply we will make use of this array 1 followed by dot, and then we can make use of the filter function over here. As you can see, it returns the elements of an array that meet the condition specified in a callback function. So guys, over here this particular filter function is going to take another parameter which is going to be a callback function in this case. So let us say we provide the get even numbers over here as the callback function. So guys, basically this is the callback function which we have to define. So let me just copy this and let me just create a function with this particular name, that is get even numbers. And what it will do is, it is going to take one parameter over here, that is number, and then it is going to check whether this particular number is it an even number or the odd number. So guys, over here it is simply going to return number and then followed by % symbol, and then we have 2 and then equal to 3 times, and then it is equal to 0. So guys, what is the meaning of this particular expression? Basically we are asking the interpreter to take this number, which means when we use this particular filter function and provide this callback function over here, every time the number is going to get one number from the array. So first time it is going to get 1 over here. So 1 divided by 2, and what is the remainder in this case? So basically number will be divided by the fixed number, that is 2 over here, and the remainder will be returned in this case. And if the remainder is 0, then we are going to return the true expression, or else the expression will be false over here. So for number 1, the expression will be false since the remainder will be 1 over here after dividing the number by 2. And then for the next number, that is 2 divided by 2, the remainder will be 0, and we are going to get the expression as true over here. And for whatever number we are going to get the expression as 2, that particular number will be included in new array. So guys, over here the filter function is going to return another array over here. So simply we are going to take that array inside this even numbers. So guys, over here even numbers will be another array that is only going to give us the even numbers from this particular original array in this case. The original array that we have used over here is before the filter function in this case. Now guys, what we have to do is simply we are going to provide the console.log statement over here, and then we will say even numbers, it is equal to, and then dollar symbol, and this time we are going to use the even numbers array. So as you can see, this is the array that we are printing right now. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, we have the original array which is not changed. It is having all the original numbers, that is 1 2 3 4 up to 10 over here, and then we are having the even numbers array which is 2 4 6 8 10. So guys, out of all these numbers, only these 5 are the even numbers over here, which means when we divide them by 2, we are getting the remainder, that is 0 over here. So guys, in this way simply we can filter out the different values from the original array and use them by using the filter function over here. Now guys, since this particular function, that is the callback function, is only having one expression over here, we can convert this entire function into an arrow function over here. So instead of calling this callback function in this case, simply we can provide the number as the parameter to this arrow function, and then we make use of the equal to operator and the greater than symbol as the combination, since this is the arrow function that we are using, and then simply we make use of this number parameter over here, and then we use this particular same expression once again. So let me just copy this and paste this over here. So as you can see, for whatever number that is coming one by one from this original array, that particular number is going to be checked against number %2 expression over here. If it is an even number, then this particular expression will result into 1 and this will return false in this case, and if it is 0, then we are going to get the even numbers which are going to be stored inside this particular array. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So once again we are getting the same response over here, that is even numbers 2, 4, 6, 8 and 10. Now guys, similarly we can also filter out the odd numbers as well by providing the expression that is number %2 is not equal to 0, or else number %2 is equal to 1 over here. So guys, I'll leave this as a homework for you so that you can practice on your own. Comment in the comment section below what is the output for the odd numbers that you are getting in this list of numbers that we have stored inside the array. Let us see whether your answer is correct or not. So guys, please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video, in which we are going to talk about map function in JavaScript. So stay tuned. So now we will see map function in JavaScript. So guys, basically the map function helps us to return a new array based on certain condition in JavaScript. So guys, over here we can use each and every element of a specific array and manipulate it or transform it into a new array. So for example, we can add 10 to every numeric element inside the array and create a new array out of it. We can also use another example of finding the square of all the elements that are present inside the array by using the map function over here. So guys, this map function helps us in order to take one element at a time that is present inside the array, and that element is transformed into a new element which is stored in a new array. So we will check this with the help of examples as well. So in this case, it maps each element of the array and returns a new array. So
as I have told you, this is the example that finding the square of all the numbers in the array. Now guys, there is no change in the original array. So let us understand the example of map function in JavaScript using VS Code over here. So guys, simply I'm going to create a new file in this case. So as you can see, we have this map.js file over here. Now guys, simply we are going to create a new array in this case. So array 1 it is equal to, and let us say we have all the numbers from 1 up to 10 over here. So guys, as you can see, we have created the array that is having the numbers from 1 up to 10 in this case. Now guys, let us say we want to find the square of all these numbers. So one way is to use the for loop and go through all the elements by using the array index inside the for loop over here and multiply the number by itself. But guys, another way is to use the map function over here. So let us check that as well. So what we will do is simply we will make use of this array object, that is array 1 in this case, followed by dot, and then we have something called as map function over here. As you can see, it calls a defined callback function on each element of an array. So guys, this is important. The callback function on each element is called inside the array, and it returns an array that contains the results. So guys, over here it is going to take one callback function as the parameter. So guys, let us say we want to provide the name of the callback function as get square in this case. So we need to define this particular callback function. So let me just copy this, and before this map function over here, simply we are going to define the function that is get square in this case. Now guys, this function is going to take one parameter as input, which is going to be each element one at a time from this particular array. So guys, let us say we provide the name of the parameter as number over here. So simply we need to return the multiplication of this number by itself in order to get the square of all these numbers. So guys, over here simply we are going to have the return statement and then followed by number multiplied by the number itself, which will give us the square of that particular number. So guys, in this way, this callback function that is get square will be called for each element that is present inside this array by using the map function over here, and it is going to return a new array. So guys, over here let us capture that new array inside another object. So let us provide the result array as the name of the object over here, which is going to be another array in this case. Now guys, let us print both the array, that is the original array, which is array 1 in this case, and also the result array. So let us provide the original array first of all. It is equal to dollar symbol, and then we use the array 1 as the object, and similarly we provide the square array over here. So square array, it is equal to, this time we will provide the result array since the results are present inside this particular object. So guys, let me just save this file now and try running this code on the terminal by using the node command followed by the name of the JavaScript file over here. And when we press enter, as you can see, the original array, it is 1 2 3 4 up to 10, and then you can see the square array, it is equal to 1 4 9 16, which means 2 multiplied by 2 is 4 over here, 3 square is 9, 4 square is 16, then 5 square is 25, and so on. For all the numbers we have found the square of that particular number. In the end, we have the second last number, that is 9 multiplied by 9, which is 81 over here, and 10 multiplied by 10, it is equal to 100 over here. So guys, in this way you can simply use the array map function in order to provide the callback function over here that will help you in order to get the desired result in this case. Now guys, this particular callback function can be reduced to an arrow function as well, since we are only having one statement over here that is getting returned. So let me just comment out this line of code over here. So let us say we want to make use of this callback function name at least. So over here we provide the get square, that is the name of the function, it is equal to, and then we provide the arrow function over here. So basically it is going to take one parameter, that is number over here. So let me just provide this particular number parameter, and then followed by the combination of equal to and the greater than symbol, which will help us in order to define the arrow function, and it is going to return this particular expression, that is number multiplied by number itself. So guys, over here as you can see, you can use the arrow function over here since it is only returning the result of this particular expression, and you can replace these 3 lines of code over here by one line of code by
using this get square callback function, and you are going to get the same result over here. So guys, let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, we are again getting the square array, that is 1, 4, 9, 16, 25 and so on up to the square of the last number over here. Also, you can provide this particular line of code inside the map function itself. So guys, instead of having the get square over here, what we will do is simply inside the map function over here, we are going to provide this particular arrow function in this case, which is going to take one parameter, that is number, and it is going to return the number multiplied by number itself. So when we save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal, so as you can see, we are getting the same result over here. Apart from this, you can also make use of the math module, that is the built-in module inside the JavaScript. So instead of providing number multiplied by number over here, what we can do is simply we will make use of the math module in this case. So over here, this is the math module followed by dot, and then we have something called as power function. So guys, it returns the value of a base expression taken to a specified power over here. So basically we want to provide number raised to 2 in this case. So simply we will say number followed by comma and then the raised to number, that is 2 in this case. So guys, basically this is the exponent value of the expression. So we have provided 2. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again over here on the terminal. So as you can see, again we are getting the square array over here. In case you want the cube of all these numbers, that is the number raised to the power of 3, so simply we can make use of the second parameter and provide 3 over here. So let me just save this file now. This time it will be the cube array. So let me just change that as well. So cube array, it is equal to, when we run this file now, as you can see, 2 raised to 3 we are getting 8, then 3 raised to 3 we are getting 27 and so on. 10 raised to 3 we are getting 1000 over here. So guys, the map function is very powerful in order to transform your existing elements inside the array and create a new array out of it while we are providing certain condition inside this map function over here. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video. Till then, stay tuned.